It was just a normal day, really. I was half asleep at my desk when my classmate poked me awake. The fan was buzzing loudly in the classroom, and I could hear everyone talking excitedly. My classmate, clearly excited, said, "Choyu and his dad are fighting in the office." I sat up, still half asleep, and thought, who is Choyu? Who's his dad? And what does their fight have to do with me? In about 3 seconds, I came to the conclusion. It had nothing to do with me. I wasn't interested in the drama. I laid back down, covering my head with my jacket. My classmate poked me again, but I mumbled, tired, "Don't bother me." He complained, "You're no fun," and walked away. I dozed off again, only to be woken up by the bell. I sprayed some water on my face to wake up, and, as usual, my classmate teased me, "Keeping your face moisturized? Huh?" I ignored him and got out the right textbook. He then asked, "Did you hear what I was saying about Choyu?" Before I could respond, Choyu himself walked in, grabbed my classmate's head, and slammed it down on the desk. He didn't care that the teacher was still in the room. The teacher yelled at Choyu, who shrugged it off, saying he was in a bad mood. He sat in the back, pretending to read a book but really playing on his phone. I tried not to get involved, but later, when Choyu accidentally kicked me, I pointed out that he left a footprint on my pants. He didn't apologize and accused me of eavesdropping on his business. I calmly told him he was wrong, and that seemed to confuse him. I grabbed a broom and quietly went to clean the floor, leaving him standing there, looking lost. Later, I overheard Choyu talking with the dean. They were discussing his family, how his dad always hits him, and how he's thinking about moving out. Choyu seemed conflicted, but the dean offered support. Afterward, as I was taking out the trash, Choyu came up to me, trying to make peace by offering to buy me a drink, but I didn't care. He walked away, cursing about how the dean took his cigarettes. And that was it, just a regular, chaotic day. I was just finishing work at the supermarket when I started thinking about my neighbor, Choyu. He was in a foul mood, but I didn't pay much attention to his situation. After a long day of classes and work, I was tired. I left the supermarket, grabbed my rusty bike, and headed back to my small apartment in the old neighborhood. This place had been my home ever since my grandmother passed away, and though it was a bit run down, it was enough for me. That night, I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, when I heard someone fumbling with my door. I was instantly alert, wondering if I needed to grab something for protection. But then the voice outside said something about being on the wrong floor. The guy sounded drunk. After a few moments, the noise shifted to the apartment above me. I was about to settle back into bed when I realized I recognized the voice. It was Choyu. Curious, I decided to check on him. I headed upstairs and found him in his new apartment, sprawled between a bunch of suitcases, completely drunk. He was muttering nonsense, cursing someone, and trying to get up, but failing miserably. Seeing him in that state, I knew I should probably leave him there, but he looked so pitiful that I felt a bit sorry for him. So, I offered to help him get into bed. He didn't make it easy, and we struggled for a while. Eventually, I managed to open one of his suitcases, hoping to find a blanket, but 2 big jackets exploded out and hit me in the face. I sighed. This was not how I imagined ending my day. When I opened the suitcase, 2 puffy jackets popped out and hit me in the face. One was gray, the other white, and I stared at them in disbelief. Who packs like this? Just 2 jackets crammed into a whole suitcase? Choyu's packing skills were ridiculous. I sighed, picked up the jackets, folded them, and shoved them back. Then I opened another suitcase, finally finding the blanket I was looking for. But seriously, 1 whole suitcase for a single blanket? I couldn't help but laugh. I asked Choyu, who was half asleep, "Is the 3rd suitcase just a pillow?" He didn't answer, but thankfully it wasn't. I found the rest of his bedding and threw it on the bed, then hauled Choyu onto it. The bed creaked just like my old bike. Choyu mumbled something about mice or ducks, but I didn't pay him any mind. I managed to get him to take off his shoes, then he mumbled some nonsense about me from school, but soon he was asleep. Exhausted, I scribbled a note and left it in his room, then turned off the lights and finally left. Back in my own place, I lay in bed, but sleep wouldn't come. I ended up staring at the ceiling, irritated, thinking about the mess upstairs. After a while, I gave up and pulled out a math worksheet. Even though I wasn't feeling it, I filled in the answers half-heartedly. Once I was done, I put everything away and tried to sleep again, but Chiyo kept popping into my head. He had fought with his dad earlier and then moved into this crappy building. Why? Was he running away? And what was that king turtle thing he kept muttering? Was he talking about his dad? How could he be so bad at packing, cramming 2 jackets into one suitcase and a single blanket in another? What kind of life was he expecting to lead in this rundown place? Was he going to blow the place up with the gas stove or something? With those thoughts swirling in my head, I eventually fell asleep, but even in my dreams, Chiyo was there. The next morning, I woke up with a headache, turned off my alarm, and forced myself to get up. There was no time for breaks in my life. I couldn't afford to skip a day. After taking some painkillers, I got ready for school. When I stepped outside, I saw Chiyo leaning on his electric bike, texting on his phone. He seemed to notice me and swore under his breath. He asked if I had left him a note, and I just nodded. He looked at the note and said, "Feels like I got robbed or something." I didn't have the energy to deal with him, so I went back upstairs to grab my bike. As I was about to leave, he offered to give me a ride to school, saying he didn't like owing favors. I told him no and walked away. As I made my way to school, I couldn't help but wonder about Chiyo. He was clearly running away from home, but he didn't seem like a bad person. He was just strange. At school, things were chaotic as usual. My head still hurt, but I tried to ignore it. Later, I overheard Chiyo joking with his friends about coming out of the closet. They were teasing him, but he didn't seem to care. He laughed it off and threw in a joke of his own. It seemed like nothing fazed him. I guess Chiyo had made up his mind. He was going to live his life the way he wanted, no matter what anyone thought. And in that moment, I realized he was more stubborn than I had imagined. I arrived at school late again, riding my squeaky old bike as fast as I could. I barely made it on time, rushing into the classroom 3 minutes before the bell rang. As I sat down, my classmate Zhang Yang, half asleep, commented on how lucky I was to avoid morning study sessions. I just nodded. I quickly handed my homework to Li Xiu, our class rep, who always helped me submit my work when I ran late. Li Xiu casually reminded me not to be late again, and I thanked her, offering to buy her favorite drink, a cheese strawberry milk tea with half sugar. Zhang Yang immediately jumped to conclusions, thinking there was something between us. I shut him down, but he wouldn't stop gossiping, convinced that I had a crush on Li Xiu because we seemed so close. The truth was, Li Xiu just started helping me out of the blue. One day, after noticing my frequent absences due to work, she offered to hand in my homework along with hers. I wasn't sure why she did it, but I was grateful. Still, Zhang Yang wouldn't let it go, insisting there was more to it. As Zhang rambled on, I pulled out my history book to study. Our teacher, Mr. Wang, had a habit of randomly calling on students to recite facts, and today, Chiyo, our class troublemaker, got picked. He wasn't paying attention, of course, so Li Xiu had to show him the page. After some lazy reading, Chiyo went back to his usual behavior, slacking off. Later, Chiyo threw a note at me, asking how I got to school so fast when I lived further away. I thought about his fancy electric bike that I saw earlier and figured he was struggling since he just moved out of his house. I scribbled a quick reply, but before I could toss the note back, Zhang Yang interrupted again, this time gossiping about how Chiyo might have a thing for Li Xiu. He even started speculating about bad boys being more attractive, clearly nervous about his own feelings for her. When the lesson ended, I got up and placed the note on Chiyo's desk. He was surprised that I didn't just tell him the answer. "You could have just said it," he said, clearly amused. I shrugged. It was easier to write things down sometimes. As I walked away, I couldn't help but feel like I was getting pulled into more drama than I wanted. Zhang Yang's gossip, Chiyo's strange behavior, it was all exhausting. But for now, I just needed to focus on making it through the day. Chiyo teased me while unfolding the note I gave him, threatening to press my head down on the desk if I hadn't helped him get to bed last night. I couldn't help but laugh, which confused him. I reminded him of the 2 puffy down jackets stuffed into one suitcase, which made him laugh too. He admitted he's terrible at packing, and I just nodded. Then, he asked if my bike was new or secondhand. I told him I got it from the junkyard because it was cheap. He seemed impressed and asked if I knew a place that sold secondhand electric bikes. I knew a place behind 2nd Avenue Mall, but I didn't have time to take him there. When I told him that, I took the note back and tossed it into the trash. He looked surprised but joked about why I was so quick to throw it away. Later in class, Choyu passed me another note, joking that passing notes was the student's version of an app for communication. I read the note, which simply said, "Thanks." It was probably for last night. I didn't throw it away this time, though. Instead, I tucked it into my English-Chinese dictionary. After school, Choyu asked me again to go with him to the second-hand bike store, but I declined and left quickly. As I rode home, I thought about how Choyu was different from what I had imagined. Despite his tough exterior, he wasn't so bad. Back at the apartment, Choyu wondered where I was. He knocked on my door but realized I wasn't home. He even thought about why I hadn't come back yet and started imagining scenarios about me being bullied or isolated at school. Eventually, he dozed off, but when he heard me finally coming home late at night, he woke up and called out to me as I closed my door. "Student Shio, please sit down. Let's talk about our innermost feelings." Feng didn't sleep well last night, and he was tired after a night of get-off work. After work, he went home completely by instinct. When he opened the door, he was still holding the key, but his heart was already in bed. He decided to give up washing and didn't even plan to take off his clothes. He wanted to fall on the floor at the door and sleep. But just when he was about to do this, Choyu appeared and shouted his name loudly. "Feng." Feng paused and pushed the door open a little. When he looked up, there was water in his eyes, and he was obviously very sleepy. "Is there something wrong?" Feng weakly grasped the door handle and leaned on the mottled and peeling door frame. He yawned as soon as he finished speaking. The dim light shone on Feng face, showing his fatigue at a glance. Choyu had just gone downstairs, but his mind was still not clear. Seeing Feng was so tired that he was stopped by him, he was a little at a loss for a moment and said dryly, "Nothing, I just came down to see you." Feng was stunned. "Look at me?" Choyu put his hands in his pockets and pinched himself, finally waking up. What's going on? He was thinking about all sorts of things before going to bed, and ran downstairs without thinking when he heard the sound. Feng was obviously tired, but he still called Feng and talked to Feng. It was too embarrassing. If he didn't say something, Feng would really think he was a fool. "I didn't hear you coming back." Choyu spoke stubbornly. "What should I do? You come back at this time every day?" Feng face was a little more confused, as if no one had cared about such a simple matter as what time he came home for a long time. He subconsciously stood up straight, opened the door a little more, and his expression became more serious. "Yes," Feng said slowly. "Did I disturb you?" "No." Choyu was even more embarrassed, and he didn't know where to put his hands. "Okay, I'll go back if you're okay. Good night." Feng blinked, her hands still holding the handrail. "Good night." Choyu nodded, smiled stiffly, and turned to go upstairs. But after walking 2 or 3 steps, he didn't hear Feng closing the door. So Choyu looked back again and found that Feng still had the same expression and the same action, holding the door handle and looking at him without blinking. Choyu paused and said uncertainly, "See you at school tomorrow?" Feng came back to her senses, and her eyes flickered to avoid Choyu's sight. "See you tomorrow," he said. "Thank you for your concern. Good night." The lights went out and the door closed. Choyu stood on the steps for a while, his brain replaying everything that had just happened uncontrollably, trying to figure out where Feng's unfamiliarity with others' concern revealed in his every move came from. There was no answer. He didn't know Feng yet. He just met Feng. Choyu turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone and took one step at a time, steadily and slowly, making his steps as light as possible, and returned to the 3rd floor. He opened the door and lay back on the bed, being very careful with every move, even crossing his hands on his abdomen, closing his eyes very peacefully, and lying like this for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Choyu suddenly opened his eyes and turned over with a complicated expression. He kicked the quilt twice deliberately. "Why don't I sleep with my arms crossed over my chest? What's wrong with me?" No one answered him. Downstairs was quiet. Choyu grabbed the quilt to cover his head. After a minute of silence, he reached out to the pillow to grab his phone and kicked the quilt away again. What did Fenglon do after school? Why did she come home so late? Why was he so sleepy every day? Why did he come home so late every day? Chiou-yu was very sleepy, but his indulgent thoughts made it difficult for him to fall asleep. He kept thinking about Fenglon and even wanted to send Fenglon a text message to ask. But Chiou-yu was not that familiar with Fenglon, and he didn't have Fenglon's phone number. The questions about Fenglon that he couldn't figure out clearly had nothing to do with him. His stupid behavior of going downstairs to check when he heard the noise was really inexplicable. He could only explain it by saying that he was sleepy or had a nightmare. But the problems had already arisen. They piled up in his mind with no way out. They became a barrier that affected Chiou-yu's sleep. Chiou-yu had no choice but to open the memo, type the words Fenglon in the title, and then write down his questions one by one. Why are you so quiet in class? Why do you go home so late every day? Why do you stand at the door and stare at me? After listing them one by one, Chiou-yu finally succeeded in deceiving his brain, making it think that he had sent a text message to Fenglon. Chiou-yu's heart finally settled down, and sleepiness took over again. He grabbed the phone and closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually slowed down. The phone interface stopped at the memo interface. The light on the screen dimmed over time, but the words Fenglon were always bright, making Chiou-yu's questions bright. Until the phone ran out of power, everything was finally quiet. But it was so quiet that Chiou-yu overslept. He didn't sleep well in the first half of the night, and slept too soundly in the second half of the night. In addition, the phone ran out of power and the alarm went off. Chiou-yu was very reasonably late. Chiou-yu had never liked staying at home since he was young, so he was very active in going to school. This was the first time he was late. He was stunned when he opened his eyes. When he rushed out the door, he even repeated Fenglon's process of going to school yesterday. He left his means of transportation at home, rushed out of the building in a hurry, and then went back to get it. The electric scooter was riding like a Harley, and when he arrived at school, the bell for the second class rang. Chiou-yu wanted to climb over the wall to enter the school, but he was not familiar with this. After walking around for a while, he still couldn't see which corner was the best to climb over the wall. He could only go to the security booth to register his class name and follow the regular procedures to enter the school. Chiou-yu locked the electric scooter, quickened his pace, and walked into the teaching building. He wanted to pull the strap of his school bag, but suddenly realized another very bad thing. He didn't bring his school bag. Without a school bag, he naturally didn't bring his homework. Although Chiou-yu didn't write much, not bringing it meant that he didn't even have the opportunity to copy it. What the Hades? Chiou-yu thought about turning around immediately and pretending that he didn't come today. He would send a text message to Sister Yu in the afternoon and say that he was suddenly sick. But if he wanted to do that, it would be better if he didn't come at all. His name is already in the security booth, and Sister Yu will know it once she checks. Chiou-yu had a splitting headache, and he climbed up to the fourth floor with gritted teeth and observed from the back door. Zhang Yang noticed someone behind him, turned around and saw that it was Chiou-yu, revealing a strange expression of confusion and fear. Chiou-yu was stunned for 2 seconds, and the string in his head finally loosened. He realized belatedly that he was not a good student. He was just late for school and didn't hand in his homework. What was there to be afraid of? Sure enough, the students all of the school flows in their blood, and a lack of sleep once exposed his true colors. Chiou-yu sorted out his thoughts, and the energy that made people afraid to take care of it came up again. He stood up straight, knocked on the back door, and walked in. Fenglon was sleeping soundly, and suddenly there was such a movement behind her. She opened her eyes in confusion and looked back. Coincidentally, Chiou-yu turned his head to look at the podium, and when he saw Fenglon out of the corner of his eye, he took a look. The two looked at each other. Fenglon had a dazed expression, and her hair was messy, which made her look a little softer and cuter than usual. For a moment, Chiou-yu felt as if he was still on the steps of the old building. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The classmates who were attracted by the knock on the door started laughing one after another. Chiou-yu. Chiou-yu frowned. Funny? The laughter stopped. Fenglon yawned in a daze and rubbed her face. Chiou-yu's thoughts began to diverge again, thinking of the kitten who had just woken up and washed his face. He stood to the side of his seat with difficulty and a grim face. When he looked up, he met the eyes of the head teacher Yulian again. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu felt that he really shouldn't have come to school today. It's not that Xiaoyu is afraid of Sister Yu, but he always responds to softness and not to hardness, and Sister Yu is particularly soft among the soft ones. Before, Xiaoyu got a warning for fighting, and Sister Yu just frowned and told him not to fight again. It would be bad if he got hurt. At this time, this particularly soft person looked at Xiaoyu very seriously, and Xiaoyu felt a little uneasy. Yu Lian's tone was very calm. Have you shown off enough? Xiaoyu didn't say anything. Yu Lian looked at Xiaoyu for 2 seconds, and still said very calmly, don't leave after class. After the second class, there will be a break, which will last for 20 minutes. I want to have a good chat with him. Xiaoyu responded vaguely, sat down and pretended to listen to the class for 2 minutes, then put the textbook upright in front of him and looked at Feng Lan through the cover. Feng Lan didn't know when he lay down again and was sleeping soundly. Why didn't Sister Yu care about him sleeping? Was he uncomfortable? Xiaoyu frowned and wanted to throw a note to Feng Lan, but he was afraid of being caught by Sister Yu and disturbing Feng Lan's sleep. The class was over, and the other students went to do the morning exercises. Only Xiaoyu, Sister Yu, and Feng Lan, who was still sleeping, were left in the class. Sister Yu walked to Xiaoyu, glanced at Feng Lan first, and then sat down next to Xiaoyu. I heard from Director Liu that you want to live outside by yourself? Xiaoyu didn't expect Sister Yu to ask this, and was stunned for a moment and said, I have moved out. Are you used to it? It's okay. Anyway, I go back to sleep at night. Xiaoyu looked at Feng Lan and remembered that Lao Lu had told him to report his residence before, so he added, I live upstairs from Feng Lan. You should also tell Director Liu. Sister Yu was a little surprised and turned her head to look at Feng Lan. Xiaoyu asked, why is he always sleeping? Sister Yu smiled and said, he can get 130 or 140 points in my class, even if he doesn't listen to a class. What about you? How much did you take the last exam? Xiaoyu laughed dryly. This is embarrassing, isn't it? Sister Yu sighed, asked Xiaoyu a few more questions about life, and then said, your father sent me a text message this morning, asking me to help him keep an eye on you. You? Just ignore him. Xiaoyu said quickly, his tone became respectful. I was late this morning was an accident, but if he finds the school, I will really skip school. Don't tell him about my situation, just pretend you don't know, okay? Sister Yu frowned slightly. Logically, I should at least tell your dad and say that you are doing well. Then he will definitely pester you and force you to tell him where I am now. Xiaoyu said, just say that I don't want to tell you more. Okay, just say you don't know. Sister Yu sighed. Okay, I'll keep it a secret for you, but you and I will never be late again. I swear, I will pay attention in Chinese class in the future, okay? I did well in the final exam. I was too annoyed during the exam this time and didn't write the questions seriously. I will definitely, at least pass the exam next time. I really passed. Also, don't lose your temper with classmates. Sister Yu said softly, look at you today. You are not a school bully. How scared are your classmates? Xiaoyu was dissatisfied. They laughed first. What's so funny? Sister Yu changed her identity in an instant, no longer as gentle as the sister next door, but took out the majesty of the head teacher. Today you are right. Then what about you pressing Zhang Yang's head? That was also his own fault. Xiaoyu sneered. He gossips when he hears something exciting. Yu Lian sighed in her heart that I didn't pull out his tongue. Students like Xiaoyu with complicated family backgrounds are much more difficult to manage than students with simply low grades. If you want to smooth Xiaoyu's hair and let Xiaoyu calm down and study hard, you have to deal with his father first. But although Xiaoyu's father respects teachers, he is used to being a boss and has his way. He is not someone who listens to others easily. Yu Lian could only compromise and persuade. I know you won't make trouble, but can you be more careful in the future? The teacher is teaching at the top, and you are fighting at the bottom. What kind of words are you saying? Xiaoyu didn't say anything, but nodded as a response. Yu Lian said again, let's talk about your study problems. You just said that you would study Chinese well. What about other subjects? Xiaoyu shrugged and said stubbornly, I can't study. It's boring to study. I won't study. Yu Lian asked, what are you going to do then? If you don't study, you will always be at the bottom. You will not pass the college entrance examination, and you will continue to look at your father's face every day. Can you bear it? It was a sharp and accurate statement. Shoyu frowned and wanted to say something, but if he really said it, it would seem that he relied on and trusted Yulian too much. After all, he sometimes felt that his competitive mind was childish. He was afraid that Yulian would be angry to death if he said this plan to irritate Qiu Linfeng and harm himself, and he was even more afraid that Yulian would scold him. Just when he didn't know what to do, Feng Lan suddenly sat up and stretched. He took out a small spray bottle from the desk drawer, sprayed it on his face twice, then stood up, turned around, and blinked. Feng Lan looked at Yulian, then at Xiuyu. Hello, teacher. The third person present woke up, and the conversation between the two was no longer valid, so Yulian stood up. I'll go downstairs to watch the break. You clean up. He also said to Xiuyu, pay attention in the future and don't be late again. Don't just sit there now, help Feng Lan. Xiuyu agreed casually and watched Yulian leave. Feng Lan naturally went to wipe the blackboard. Xiuyu stared at Feng Lan's back and asked inexplicably, have you been awake all the time? Feng Lan ignored him and wiped the blackboard in silence. Xiuyu continued, you didn't stand up to help me out because you heard that I couldn't reply, did you? Otherwise, how could you be so awake? When I first arrived, you looked confused. That's when you just woke up. Feng Lan wiped the blackboard and turned to look at Xiuyu. The classroom was particularly hot in the summer, and the sound of the fan was infinitely amplified. The music of the break outside the window came in with the wind, and Xiuyu suddenly wanted to laugh and talk. He stood up and walked to the podium, watching Feng Lan cleaning the grooves of the blackboard. Chalk dust of various colors mixed together and fell into the trash can. Feng Lan's fingertips were also stained with a little chalk dust. He put down the trash can and wiped his fingers clean. Xiuyu suddenly said, do you want to know why I am always at the bottom? Feng Lan paused, and Xiuyu thought he wanted to hear it. I just don't want my dad to be too proud. Xiuyu said, if I do well in the exam, he will definitely brag to others everywhere. It was like this before. I got the first place in the grade, and he wanted to set up a table and invite a bunch of people I didn't know to dinner, but he was just using me as a cover to drink, brag, and talk business. I don't want him to have the capital to brag now, and I don't want to give him this platform. Is he worthy? Feng Lan looked at Xiuyu. I will tell you alone. Xiuyu was a little proud. My friends don't know these things. They really think I am rebellious and don't like to study in high school. Feng Lan asked, did you study? Xiuyu said frankly, I didn't study much. Feng Lan said, what are your plans for the college entrance examination? Xiuyu couldn't be frank anymore and sighed. I don't know either. He said, sometimes I feel that I am very boring, but if teacher you knew. Feng Lan thought about it. You are destroying your own future. Boring. Xiuyu thought. Of course he knew that he was destroying his own future, but a child's struggle against his parents seemed to be only like this. You want me to be successful? I destroy myself and let your hopes go unfulfilled. Especially for Qiu Linfeng, he believed that there is no success without beatings. So Qiu would show him a ball of mud and tell him that this is what you beat out with your stick. But knowing it in his heart was different from being pointed out by others. He wanted to say, what do you know? Why do you judge me so easily? You don't know how uncomfortable it is for me to only be able to fight like this. Xiuyu leaned against the podium, thinking that his thoughts were particularly unreasonable. Of course, he couldn't tell Feng Lan, who had just talked for 2 days, about this kind of unreasonableness, so Xiuyu curled his lips and said, oh. His oh was very clear and brief, and Feng Lan paused and heard a little grievance in the simple syllables. Feng Lan turned around to get the rag, twisting it while thinking about what Xiuyu was aggrieved about. He soaked the rag in water and wrung it out. The sound of water dripping rang out, and Feng Lan realized belatedly that he was a little too concerned about Xiuyu. This excessive limit does not refer to the standard of getting along between people, but the standard of getting along with people as an individual. Feng Lan. Is this the power of being waited for to go home once? It is a small sign of the improvement of the relationship. Feng Lan hasn't missed home for a while. What is home? An elegant father, a gentle mother, wind chimes at the door, and flowers on the balcony. Grandma was in good health at that time. and her mother wanted her to stay with them because she was afraid that it would be inconvenient for her to be alone. However, she would never agree and only visited occasionally, saying, "Why should I interfere with your life?" Grandpa and Grandma thought so too, but they lived closer than Grandma and came more frequently. Feng Lan would sometimes see them as soon as he opened the door and would happily throw himself into Grandma's arms and act like a spoiled child. There was no messy relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in his family, no parents quarreling over trivial matters, and he did not have to run as soon as he started walking like some of his classmates, going to one extracurricular class after another. His life was like clouds on a sunny day, soft, calm, peaceful, and without any mess. Until that day. After that day, when he opened the door, the wind chimes would not ring. After that day, when he opened the door, Grandma would no longer come out and say to him with a smile, "Is school over? Wash your hands and eat." It turned out that life like clouds was not only calm, but also empty and uncontrollable, and would be deflected and scattered by a little wind. But Xiaoyu inexplicably came down from upstairs, just to see him and see if he had returned home. Feng Lan felt a little uneasy. He had been alone for a long time, and this inexplicable concern, the changes it brought to him, were like a candlelight in the dark night, so bright that people wanted to touch it, but were afraid of the pain of being burned. Feng Lan took a deep breath, straightened up, and turned to look at Xiaoyu. After being looked at, Xiaoyu suppressed his twisted mood and said enthusiastically, "Let's not talk about this. Interview, you can get 130 or 140 points in the Chinese test without listening in a class. How did you do it? Is this a talent?" Feng Lan's breathing stagnated. Xiaoyu's eyes were sparkling, without the hostility that he had when he pressed Zhang Yang's head on the table that day, as if the grievance just now was completely Feng Lan's illusion. Once again, he realized that his relationship with Xiaoyu had changed. They were friends, or at least slightly familiar people. Since entering high school, Feng Lan either did homework or slept during breaks, and either listened to the class or did homework during class. After school, he went to work. The school schedule was tight, so it was not easy to talk to his deskmate. Chatting with Xiaoyu like a friend seemed like something that happened in the previous life. Feng Lan looked at Xiaoyu and took a closer look at this person for the first time. Although he was a big boss, Xiaoyu did not look like someone who was not easy to mess with. When he spoke with his eyebrows relaxed, he could be called harmless, but as long as he frowned, his eyebrows and eyes formed a sharp combination that made people shudder. If you were Xiaoyu's opponent, you would probably shudder when you saw Xiaoyu frowning. What is this called? All without anger. Feng Lan's mood suddenly became very soft. He looked at Xiaoyu's calm and relaxed eyebrows at this time, and replied calmly, "Maybe." Xiaoyu felt that Feng Lan had some sense of being a master. Maybe, what kind of answer is this? This is the highest level of pretending. Xiaoyu would never admit defeat. He regrouped and said mysteriously, "Actually, I have talent, but I just don't use it." Feng Lan looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded his head and said proudly, "My new brain makes me remember things very quickly. As long as I am willing to memorize, memorizing knowledge points is not a problem. It's not that I don't listen to classes or read books, otherwise I can't get 189. Feng Lan said, "Then you memorize it." Xiaoyu decisively refused. "I will never let my dad see a satisfactory report card." Feng Lan said slowly, "Memorize it for me." Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. "Ah? You want to be my dad?" Feng Lan looked at Xiaoyu speechlessly, shook his head, picked up the basin and prepared to go out. Xiaoyu finally understood, jumped in front of Feng Lan and asked excitedly, "You want to pair up with me to help each other? Why do I find it a little funny? How many points do you get in other subjects?" Feng Lan didn't answer, just stuffed the basin into Xiaoyu's arms and said, "I let go." "Hey, you really let go." Xiaoyu hurriedly caught the basin, and the water splashed out. Dirty water. For washing rags. Feng Lan turned around to get a broom. Xiaoyu had to hold the basin and urge, "Tell me." Feng Lan said, "I don't remember, not as good as in Chinese." He ordered Xiaoyu again, "Go change the water. Teacher, you asked you to help." Xiaoyu refused to leave. "Give me some advice." Feng Lan had to say, "Learn what you should learn. Don't write the test paper." Xiaoyu suddenly realized. He was determined to oppose Qiu Linfeng and wanted his son, who was excellent and worthy of boasting, to disappear from Qiu Linfeng's world. He never thought of hiding his shortcomings. At this moment, when he heard Feng Lan's speech, he felt as if he was pointed out by an immortal. If he didn't have the basin in his hand, he would have bowed to Feng Lan. What a good hand. Qiu Yu said, "Yes, I have delayed myself too much. I should learn what I should learn and just hand in a blank paper. I had a score of 400 in my head, but when I showed it to him, it was 0. Isn't that more infuriating than 189? Feng Lan smiled. What happened this morning? He asked. Did you sleep too late last night? Did you wait too late for me to come home? Feng Lan felt inexplicably guilty since Qiu Yu was late in the morning. He felt that Qiu Yu was late because of him, so he helped him out in front of Yu Lian and gave him advice. But asking this kind of question directly would seem too narcissistic. Feng Lan could only beat around the bush and pretend that he was just caring about his classmates. But Qiu Yu had a bigger secret than him. He slept late because he had written more than a dozen text messages to Feng Lan in his memo. Qiu Yu cleared his throat uncomfortably and explained. My phone was not charged and the alarm didn't ring. It wasn't a lie. He just omitted the reason why the phone was out of power. Feng Lan nodded and lowered his voice a little. I have to work after school and will be home at 12:30. Qiu Yu uttered an ah and realized that Feng Lan was reporting to him. He finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind in the early morning. Are you living alone? By yourself? Alone? Feng Lan was quiet for 2 seconds and hummed. After he hummed, Qiu Yu didn't dare to ask anymore. He wanted to scratch his head and almost overturned the basin in his hand. Feng Lan took the initiative to change the subject. Aren't you tired of holding it all the time? Qiu Yu woke up from his dream and went out muttering that he was tired. After a while, he came back to change the water. He looked at Feng Lan's back at the door, put down the basin and walked over. Hey. He stood behind Feng Lan and said, Do you want to write down my cell phone number? Feng Lan glanced at him. Look, there are people upstairs and downstairs. It's easy to get things done with a contact method. Qiu Yu said, picked up a pin from the podium, and quickly grabbed Feng Lan's hand. Feng Lan frowned and wanted to pull her hand back, but she couldn't stand Qiu Yu's persistence. She could only let Qiu Yu write a string of numbers on her palm. The black carbon pin, the ball of the pin rubbed against the palm. It was a little painful and itchy. The numbers written were neat, clean, and clear, and they looked better than the handwriting on the note by Qiu Yu. Qiu Yu finished writing with satisfaction, put the pin back and grabbed Feng Lan's fingers, asking him to spread his hands. Remember this, he said. I won't go to bed if you don't send me a message today, so you must remember this phone number. Feng Lan hit Qiu Yu's wrist with the broom handle and took his hand back. Qiu Yu was relentless, sticking to Feng Lan like a fledgling, following Feng Lan and muttering to him to be careful and not to get it mixed up. After 4 or 5 steps, Feng Lan handed the broom to Qiu Yu with his backhand. You sweep. Qiu Yu also wanted Feng Lan to exchange phone numbers with him, so he obediently started sweeping the floor. After sweeping an aisle, Qiu Yu secretly looked at Feng Lan. Feng Lan sat upright with his head down, his left hand spread out in front of him, holding a pen in his right hand, and copied Qiu Yu's phone number from the palm of his hand into his notebook with a serious attitude as serious as taking an exam. Qiu Yu retracted his gaze and swept the floor more briskly. That night, the moon was as cool as water, and the night was quiet. Qiu Yu sat cross-legged on the bed playing games. He was playing fiercely when a text message suddenly popped up. Qiu Yu looked at it hastily. He saw that one message was replied, and then another message came. The message prompt changed to you have 2 unread messages, and you couldn't see any content. Qiu Yu shouted, What happened? Are you dead? Lu Peng said, No. Isn't your health quite healthy? Qiu Yu hurriedly said no, 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 and then he started to urge him to death. Push the tower, push the tower, push the tower, brothers and sisters, help me, hurry up, I have something urgent. They were playing a game with 3 people and a stranger couple. After a series of urgings, Lu Peng and Zhang Peng hadn't said anything yet, and the girl and the stranger couple spoke first. Is your boyfriend checking up on you? She smiled and called her boyfriend. Look at him. Learn from his quality. Zhang Peng was very confused. Where did you get your boyfriend? You dated and didn't tell your brothers? No, you just got a partner today? Choyu met Buddha and killed Buddha. A group of people started bombing the enemy's resurrection point. My neighbor is back and sent me 2 text messages in a row. Come on, brothers and sisters, work harder. Thanks for taking me flying today. I'm going to fly away. Bye-bye. After winning the game, Choyu completely ignored Zhangpeng's question, is your neighbor serious? He quickly logged off and switched to the text message interface, pulling out the text messages sent by Feng Lan. The first one, I replied. The second one, go to sleep. Choyu let out a breath. He gave his mobile phone number to someone in the morning, but he didn't think Feng Lan would really send him 2 messages. He thought Feng Lan had something urgent to do. Just reply. Choyu replied to Feng Lan, you go to sleep too. Feng Lan didn't reply. Choyu didn't care and threw away the phone to wash up. When he came back, there was a new unread text message. The sender was Feng Lan. I'll wake you up tomorrow morning. Choyu paused, sat down on the bed, stared at the phone for a long time, and then slowly replied, thank you, good night. Half a month later, Feng Lan felt that he had a long-lost friend. This feeling was quite novel. After all, he had few friends since the 3rd year of junior high school, and he was even more busy with life in high school and had no time to socialize. In fact, he didn't interact with Choyu much. He just knocked on Choyu's door in the morning to confirm that he was awake, and then the two went to school at their own pace. In the evening, when he got home from get-off work, he sent Choyu a text message and waited for Choyu's reply. He was a model of a gentleman's friendship. It was just that the previous promise of pairing up with Choyu to watch him memorize knowledge points was never implemented. After all, Feng Lan really didn't have time. Sister Yu also asked once, concerned about how Feng Lan and Choyu got along upstairs and downstairs, and asked indirectly about Choyu's performance outside of school, fearing that this child would have too much fun when he left home and would have revengeful self-degradation. Feng Lan couldn't help but think of Choyu saying that he didn't study just to make Cho Linfeng unhappy, which was a revengeful self-degradation. But of course he couldn't say that in front of the teacher. This was something Choyu only told Feng Lan. So Feng Lan only told Yulian he was better off away from home. Yulian looked at Feng Lan thoughtfully, and her slightly inquiring eyes made Feng Lan's heart tighten. But soon Yulian smiled and said softly, it seems that you get along well with Choyu? Then you should help the teacher to watch him more. He is just like you. He doesn't like to tell the teacher when there is something. If there is anything that can't be solved, you can find me for him? You should have heard about his father. He doesn't listen to his son, but he listens to the teacher. Feng Lan hesitated, but before he could hesitate to come up with a result, Yulian had already written down the phone number and stuffed it into his hand. Don't lose it. Yulian smiled and said, Choyu is a little naughty. Although he is not good at studying, he is not a bad person. Since you two live upstairs, help each other, and I will be relieved. Okay, go back to class. Feng Lan clutched the piece of paper with her cell phone number written on it, thinking as she walked towards the school gate, and met Choyu in the carport. Choyu now had a complete grasp of Feng Lan's daily dynamics. In the morning, she would arrive at school 5 minutes before class to ask Li Xiu to hand in her homework. Then she would sleep during Chinese class, sleep during breaks, and sleep during all the rest time she could. She would not go to the break exercises, clean the classroom, and sleep after cleaning. She didn't eat breakfast, saying she didn't have time, ate in the cafeteria at noon, went to Yulian to get a leave note after school, and then went to work. For dinner, she relied on the expired food left for her by the supermarket, usually milk and bread, and a lunchbox when she was better, and didn't go home until the early morning. Choyu also asked Feng Lan why he didn't apply for a scholarship when he was living such a hard life, but Feng Lan just said it was unnecessary. Choyu thought about it and felt that it might be out of a man's self-esteem, so he didn't explore it further, fearing that this migrant worker who was already slack in socializing would get angry and make trouble for the neighbors upstairs and downstairs. But greetings are still okay. When they met in the carport, Choyu teased Feng Lan, don't live such a hard life, Feng brother. Either you hang out with me and I'll support you? Feng Lan glanced at Choyu and said, forget it. After that, he rode away on his bike. Choyu didn't think he was asking for trouble. He hummed a song on the road, not knowing that Feng Lan had kept Yulian's mobile phone number because of his question. This was the first time Feng Lan had left a mobile phone number of an elder who could ask for help since his grandmother died. At the same time, Chiu Yu's elders had just used a new mobile phone number to call and scold him. During this period, Chiu Yu was having a good time outside. Chiu Linfeng didn't know where to beat the child. He held his breath and lowered his head, and took the initiative to call Chiu Yu. The chat was very unpleasant. The father and son argued for 5 minutes about Chiu Linfeng's new mobile phone number, focusing on the two core issues. I raised you, but you dared not listen to me, and you should raise me if you want to have a child, and I don't owe you anything. After that, Chiu Yu blocked Chiu Linfeng again, just to have some peace and quiet. Chiu Linfeng was furious. He still doesn't know what went wrong with his son's education. When he was in the first grade of junior high school, Chiu Yu was still a smart and obedient child, but teenage boys are all naughty and mischievous. Chiu Linfeng himself was a filial child who was brought up under the stick, so he used the same method to educate Chiu Yu. There was always a feather duster at home, and he would take it out and beat people when he got angry. Chiu Linfeng was beaten like this when he was a child, and he became obedient after being beaten. Chiu Yu was different. After being beaten, he started to fight back, and when he fought back, Chiu Linfeng got even angrier, and he beat his son into the hospital. After that, Chiu Yu refused to be obedient again and didn't study hard. So this kid hates him as a father? Oh, he was crazy. Chiu Linfeng smoked half a pack of cigarettes. After Chiu Yu went to the hospital, Chiu Linfeng also reflected on it. Children nowadays are different from those in the past. They can't be educated by beating and scolding. But so what? As a father, I can't apologize to my son. Is that reasonable? Chiu Linfeng hesitated again and again, picked up the phone again, and dialed another number. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Chiu Yu couldn't believe that after he scolded Chiu Linfeng on the phone last time, he didn't come to the school gate to block him, but kept quiet, as if he really didn't care about him. Chiu Yu knew his father too well. He would always yell a few times to show his power as a father. How could he let his son live outside and lose face like this? Even if he took a step back, Chiu Yu didn't believe that Chiu Linfeng would really let him live freely outside. So Chiu Yu waited vigilantly for Chiu Linfeng's next move and simulated several rounds in his mind. He thought that it would be a father who was high and mighty, and waited until the child spent all the money and had nowhere to go before giving alms gently. Unexpectedly, on this day when he went to school, he saw a familiar figure from a distance at the school gate. It was an old man with a slightly hunched figure who was pulling a student to ask something. Chiu Yu felt a lump in his heart and didn't care to see if Chiu Linfeng was there, and rode over quickly. Milk. Chiu Yu shouted from a distance, Grandma, Feng Wan, I'm here. The old lady obviously heard him, turned her head and grinned. There was a murder in his family. The old Chiu family has a fine tradition. Sons dislike their fathers. This tradition is Chiu Yu and Chiu Linfeng in the near distance, and Chiu Linfeng and Chiu Jianjun in the far distance. Another phenomenon that is derived from this tradition is that sons like their mothers very much. Chiu Yu has been influenced by his father since he was a child, and the relationship between father and son has become doubly bad. Chiu Linfeng and Chiu Jianjun can sit down and drink, but he and Chiu Linfeng can only fight. But at the same time, he further optimized the relationship between grandma and grandson, and his relationship with grandma is quite good. No matter how tangled, as long as grandma says a word, he will be smoothed out. Chiu Linfeng also understands his son. When he has no other choice, he will call for help, and he called his mother. Chiu Yu smiled brightly at Li Fengwan, but in his heart he was cursing Chiu Linfeng for being a rascal and making the old lady run so far. He sent a text message to Yu Lian to ask for leave, saying that his grandmother was here and he had to accompany the old lady. Then he looked at the time and thought that his grandmother had not eaten yet. So he dragged people to a nearby small restaurant, first asked for the menu and borrowed a wooden comb, untied Li Fengjuan's messy hair and combed it again, and then made a pretty bun. Li Fengjuan touched her hair and smiled like a flower. Grandma just wanted to talk to you. You still have to go to school. Why are you making such trouble? What trouble do I have? Chiu Linfeng asked you to live closer, but you refused and insisted on living in that remote place. You left before dawn this time? You must not have eaten. How could I let you starve? Chiu Yu sat next to Li Fengwan and showed her the menu. Grandma, why did you come to my school gate so early in the morning? Did you come by yourself, or did Xiao Linfeng ask you to come? He asked you to come, but he didn't pick you up or accompany you. My eldest grandson is really filial. Li Fengwan smiled. Your dad didn't know I was coming. I took the bus by myself. She looked at Xiao Yu, stretched out her hand to pinch Xiao Yu's arm, and said while pinching, I've lost weight. I've lost weight. You always think I've lost weight. Xiao Yu said, I eat a lot of meat and fish every day, and I'm in a good mood recently. I eat a lot, so I'm almost fat. Are you still angry with your father? Why should I be angry with him? The father and son can't live together anymore, so they break up. Isn't this called separation? Nonsense. Li Fengwan patted Xiao Yu. How old are you? What family separation? Are you married, or do you have a child? You are so young. I don't even have a partner. Xiao Yu was a little embarrassed. Old lady, tell me the truth. Did my father ask you to be a lobbyist? What did he say to you? How can your father invite me? The old lady glared. He, a son, wants to control his mother? Xiao Yu thought. What else? Li Fengwan, a young man, was introduced to Qiu Jianjun when he was young. The parents' words of the mother and puppets were only talking about Qiu Jianjun. He laughed when he mentioned his son and grandson. The feudal strength, with such a little dross and 3 virtues. They all heard Qiu Jianjun and Qiu Linfeng in major events. They had no opinion. But turning his face to Qiu Yu, his eyes are still red, and it is just that this is just a quarrel. After the fight, life goes on as usual, nothing to worry about. Fortunately, Qiu Linfeng brought the old couple to the city after he became successful. Qiu Jianjun was influenced by him and found that beating his wife was not a universal civilized behavior. He changed this bad habit. Otherwise, Qiu Yu really couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't beat Qiu Jianjun while fighting with Qiu Linfeng. Qiu Jianjun was good to his grandson, but he was better at solving problems with violence. Although Qiu Yu had never been beaten by him, he had seen him beat and scold Li Fengwan, so he didn't like him very much. He even hated him because he passed on this to Qiu Linfeng. If it was Qiu the big turtle standing at the school gate today, Qiu Yu would definitely not go to school, take a full day off, and go back to his small shabby house to sleep all day long. His childhood memories were too vague, and the face in the photo was unfamiliar. He only remembered that she was a gentle woman who would hold him and sing a lullaby that was a little off tune. He knew from his mother's friends that his mother's name was Pearl, and guessed that his mother was a daughter who was raised like a treasure by someone's family. Somehow, she was deceived by Qiu Linfeng and lost contact with her family. As for how Qiu Linfeng got along with his mother, he had no impression at all. Pulling back her thoughts, Li Fengwan had already talked about how Qiu Linfeng called home to ask about his mother. His mother asked him where my good grandson was, and he said, Why is he good? I hit him twice and he ran away from home, saying he was independent. Food and drink are all provided by me. How can he be independent? Li Fengwan was anxious at the moment and first scolded Qiu Linfeng, then got up early without saying a word and ran to the school gate of her grandson to wait. Qiu Yu understood his grandmother too well. At this age, the old lady still wanted a harmonious family. Her son and grandson were the flesh of her hands. So he said before the old lady opened her mouth to persuade them to reconcile, Don't persuade me and don't persuade him. I will never give in no matter what I say. Li Fengwan heard Qiu Yu's seriousness and sighed. What kind of overnight grudge do the father and son have to quarrel like this? Qiu Yu said, It's not just an overnight grudge between us. It's been so many years. He doesn't like me, and I don't accept him. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, so don't worry about your own children and grandchildren. Just then, the waiter came to serve the dishes, and Qiu Yu hurriedly greeted, Grandma, let's eat first. After finishing the meal, Li Fengwan still gave a few words of advice, saying that a harmonious family brings prosperity, and that sons should not bother with their fathers, and promised to scold Qiu Linfeng again when they returned. Qiu Yu couldn't slam the table in front of his grandmother and said that he liked men, and he didn't want to mention how Qiu Linfeng had beaten him before. He was afraid that Li Fengwan would be angry and sad, so he simply changed the topic and didn't say a word. Li Fengwan had no choice but to look at the time and said she was going back. Qiu Yu was worried and wanted to send him off, but Li Fengwan didn't let him, and urged him to go back to school and pushed him into the school gate. Qiu Yu had no choice but to run to the teaching building under the old man's gaze. It was already the 3rd class. And when Xiaoyu went upstairs, he saw Zhang Peng standing in the corridor as punishment. Zhang Peng winked at Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu looked into his class and saw that no one was paying attention. So he stopped and chatted with Zhang Peng. What's wrong? Zhang Peng curled his lips. I didn't do my physics workbook, he said. Originally, Lao Jin had an afternoon class today. He never checked in the afternoon class and just taught directly. Who knew that our Chinese teacher had something to do and switched classes with him? Bad luck. Lu Peng won't help you either? He is taking chemistry classes. Why should he help me? Xiaoyu smiled with glee. Zhang Peng kicked him and asked, What have you been doing? Why did you come at this time? Are you addicted to being late? Xiaoyu sighed. My grandma is here. Qiu Linfeng, that rascal, couldn't find me and didn't dare to come to school again. But he actually leaked the news to my grandma and asked her to come. Zhang Peng smacked his lips. Your dad is really sick. I have never seen a dad like him. He said, What the Hades is he going to do? He beat you to the hospital before. You can't raise a dog like this. Xiaoyu himself had been confused for years and was unable to answer Zhang Peng's questions. He could only roll his eyes at Zhang Peng, curse him, and say, Who the Hades are you talking about? Then he ran back to his class before Lao Jin could figure it out. Coincidentally, this period was Yu Lian's class. Xiaoyu, who had asked for leave, knocked on the door confidently. Yu Lian continued teaching and nodded to Xiaoyu to let him in. Xiaoyu was about to walk away, but Feng Lan suddenly sat up and looked back sleepily. Feng Lan whispered, Where have you been? He was still sleepy, so his voice sounded hoarse and hazy. Xiaoyu's heart softened and he whispered, I'll talk later. You go back to sleep. After that, he tapped Feng Lan's head with his index finger, signaling him to lie down. Feng Lan dodged Xiaoyu's hand and lay down without saying anything. Xiaoyu also returned to his seat immediately. Only Zhang Yang was trembling with fear. God knows how much he was afraid that Xiaoyu would press Feng Lan's head on the table when he reached out his hand to Feng Lan. But the development of the matter was far beyond his imagination. He couldn't help it and asked Feng Lan, When did you and Xiaoyu become so familiar with each other? Feng Lan didn't respond. Zhang Yang stretched out his hand to poke him. He shrugged, rubbed against the wall, and continued to sleep. Zhang Yang was anxious and even wanted to throw a note to Xiaoyu, but he didn't dare to do so. He could only endure it until Feng Lan woke up in the fourth class. Brother, Zhang Yang said excitedly and in a low voice, When did you and Xiaoyu become so familiar with each other? You were not afraid when he stretched out his hand. Didn't you see him press my head last time? Feng Lan was spraying water on her face to wake herself up. Seeing that Zhang Yang was not going to give up until he asked, she said briefly, We became familiar after that day. That day? Which day? The day when he pressed my head on the table? Zhang Yang said in disbelief, No, why? Is it reasonable? What is this head of mine? A magpie bridge, a red line, and I'll make you two fall asleep in one click? Feng Lan ignored Zhang Yang, took out her textbooks and notes, and listened to the class carefully. Zhang Yang, however, was not at peace. He had been sitting next to Feng Lan for a year, and he had some understanding of this quiet and sleepy deskmate. He knew that he was a walking and breathing loner. It was too scary that such a loner had a good relationship with Xiaoyu, who could fight with his own father. Zhang Yang already had a scenario in his mind of Feng Lan being bullied in school. So Zhang Yang began to write notes, sharing this shocking fact with his friends, and his friends passed it to their friends, and their friends passed it to their friends. After school, Lu Peng and Zhang Peng came to Xiaoyu and asked him if he wanted to play ball together. Xiaoyu hadn't played much recently and was busy implementing Feng Lan's proposal. He began to work hard but would rather die than write questions on any form of test paper. But after all, he had missed too much. Xiaoyu had a brand new brain, but he couldn't use the knowledge he had memorized. His hard work didn't produce any significant results for a while, which was more annoying than not studying at all. Xiaoyu saw his grandmother again this morning and was affected. He was not in a very good mood at the moment. He thought that he couldn't read at home, so he might as well play ball. So Xiaoyu agreed naturally. Okay, where? Zhang Peng said, Gymnasium? I won't go there. Xiaoyu said, Why fight with gym students for a place? Besides, there are teachers there. It's annoying to be stared at. Let's go to the small park. Lu Peng threw the ball to Xiaoyu and said, Let's go. Xiaoyu caught the ball, threw his school bag on his shoulder, and left with Air Pong. The three of them went to the carport to get Chiu-Yu's electric car. When they got there, Chiu-Yu threw the ball back to Lu Peng and habitually looked for Fenglan's bicycle. It was only at this moment that Zhang Peng approached like a thief and asked, "Is there a Fenglan in your class?" Chiu-Yu said, "Yes, she lives downstairs from me." Zhang Peng and Lu Peng looked at each other. "Are you familiar with him?" Zhang Peng asked again, "Do you go to school together and go home together?" Chiu-Yu looked at Zhang Peng in confusion. "Are you familiar with him? You were just close. We have an okay relationship, right? When going to school and coming home, I ride an electric bike and he rides a bicycle, so we can't walk together in the morning. After school, he has something to do, so we also walk separately. But he will knock on my door in the morning, worried that I can't get up and be late." "What's wrong?" Zhang Peng looked a little nervous. "There is a former classmate of Fenglan in our class, from junior high school." He lowered his voice very low. "I just heard that. Fenglan was not very popular in junior high school." "Not very popular?" Chiu-Yu repeated slowly. "What do you mean?" "His mother killed someone." Lu Peng said quickly. "The one who was killed was his father." Chiu-Yu frowned. "So what?" he asked. "Why are you telling me this? He is an accomplice? His mother was not arrested? He actually killed the person? It is said so." Chiu-Yu raised his tone unconsciously. "If it is said so, it is true?" Zhang Peng said hurriedly. "We don't know. His mother should have been in jail. But that is. Do you understand what I mean?" "I don't understand." Chiu-Yu's face turned cold. "My grandfather was a domestic violence. My father was also a domestic violence. So I am also a domestic violence reserve?" "We don't mean that." Lu Peng said, "You are an adult, and you still believe in other people's gossips. They told you not to play with them? Besides, we didn't think anything of it, and we are not familiar with him. So we are definitely not as clear as you. It's just that there is such a thing, and I told you to know." Chiu-Yu's expression eased, but his heart was already in a mess. He really didn't ask about Fenglan's family situation, not for anything else, just because the two of them were not familiar enough. But one thing is obvious. Fenglan lives alone, and Fenglan himself said this. Chiu-Yu thought Fenglan was a left-behind child. His parents worked in other places, or something else, and he really didn't think of the possibility that his mother killed his father. This is a bit scary. Chiu-Yu couldn't help asking, "Who is Fenglan's junior high school classmate in your class?" Zhang Peng was a little nervous. "What are you going to do? I told you not to cause trouble to others. You still have a warning." Chiu-Yu said, "I won't do anything. I just want to ask him." Lu Peng said, "Ask him about Fenglan?" "Yes." Chiu-Yu admitted frankly, "I am a neighbor downstairs. What's wrong with caring about him? But this grandson is also a chatterbox. If the matter is true, I don't care. But if he is a rumor..." The familiar creaking sound of a broken bicycle came from behind him. Chiu-Yu turned his head and saw Fenglan appear there at some point. "Got the leave permit?" Chiu-Yu greeted Fenglan. "Are you going to get busy?" Fenglan glanced at Chiu-Yu gently. "Yes," he said. "I'm leaving now." Fenglan glanced at the two people standing next to Chiu-Yu. "My friend, from class 3, studying science." Chiu-Yu pointed. "The one wearing glasses is Lu Peng, and the one without is Zhang Peng, referred to as Air Peng." Fenglan nodded to the two Pengs as a greeting. The two Pengs were just gossiping about someone behind his back and felt a little embarrassed for a moment, so they said hello vaguely. Fenglan turned her gaze back to Chiu-Yu. "Going out to play?" "Playing ball in the small park." Chiu-Yu pointed at the ball in Lu Peng's hand. "Do you know how to play?" Fenglan shook his head. "No time." He explained. "Busy." Chiu-Yu smacked his lips. "Busy to this extent. Okay, go ahead. I won't waste your time. Don't forget it in the evening." Fenglan nodded again and headed for the school gate. After he left, Lu Peng and Zhang Peng showed an incredible look at the same time and asked Chiu-Yu in a roundabout way, "You two still have activities in the evening? What are you thinking about?" "He will be home late. I asked him to report to me." Chiu-Yu pushed his electric car. "Let's go. Play ball. Hurry up. If it's too late, we will have to rush to the court, which will be troublesome." The night is cool. The moon is shining. The small park does not have a standard official name, and it is indeed not big. 3 or 2 worn-out fitness equipment, and a basketball court with a basket but no net and mottled paint. However, its location is good. at the junction of number 4 middle school and number 5 middle school. When Xiao Yu and Peng arrived at the small park, students from number 5 middle school were already playing basketball. One of them was the tallest, Chen Dingxing, who was more familiar with them. He threw a ball from a distance, and Zhang Peng raised his hand to catch it tacitly. "What are you waiting for?" "I can't catch it," Zhang Peng said. "If you really hit Xiao Yu, you won't know how to cry when you get beaten." Chen Dingxing ran over with a laugh. "I haven't seen Brother Qiu for a long time. Do you want to say hello?" He put his arm around Xiao Yu's neck. "I heard that you ran away from home and finally quarreled with your dad to this extent?" "Who is quarreling with whom?" Xiao Yu pushed Chen Dingxing's hand away. "I'm not in the mood to quarrel with him." Chen Dingxing smiled. "Okay, let's play basketball when we get to the court and don't talk about those annoying things. There are 7 of us, 3-3 bullfighting, divided between you two?" "Okay." Xiao Yu glanced over there. "You arrange it." Chen Dingxing went back and said a few words, and then he assigned 2 of them to Xiao Yu and the other 2 to be teammates, and they played for a while. There was no top player in the group, and after 2 hours, they won and lost half, and the game was very enjoyable. Xiao Yu was relieved a lot, and after the game, someone from number 5 middle school arranged to have dinner together, and he thought that he would eat takeout when he went home anyway, so he agreed. Unexpectedly, he heard people talking about Feng Lan at the dinner table again. There was a skinny monkey who played basketball with Chen Dingxing. Halfway through the meal, he looked at his phone and suddenly asked, "Hey, Feng Lan is in your school?" Xiao Yu paused his chopsticks and looked up at the skinny monkey. "Yes, how come you know him?" "Not really. We are from the same school." The skinny monkey smiled. "I am a year younger than him, but he is famous. We all know him." Erping looked at Xiao Yu at the same time, and Xiao Yu continued to ask calmly, "What is the name?" The skinny monkey got a hint of meaning and asked instead, "Are you familiar with him?" "He is in the same class as me." The skinny monkey smacked his lips. "Then you have to be careful." He said, "I heard that he doesn't care about his life when he fights. Although he has only fought once as far as I know, the news of this one fight has been spread for so long. It seems that he is not simple." Xiao Yu was shocked. Feng Lan didn't speak loudly. "Fight? He knows how to fight? Why, he doesn't fight now." Shouho was even more shocked. It was a big scene at that time. Who dared to do such a big thing in the 3rd grade of junior high school? His name became famous all of a sudden. I thought, why did he fight? That's not clear. Shouho said, "After all, there is a difference of 1 year. Who knows how much it will change when it reaches our ears? I don't have the time to ask, so I just wrote down his name, afraid that one day I would offend someone and get beaten up. But I heard that Feng Lan was already demoted to a grade. Maybe there was something else before. It's rare for a junior high school student to be demoted to a grade." Someone said, "He was punished, right?" "Who knows?" Skinny Monkey said, "Yes, the school leaders are afraid that it will affect the enrollment rate. How many of them are not in the 3rd year of junior high school? Can we spread it everywhere?" "That's the truth. Generally, they won't make things difficult for students." Lu Ping added, "Hey, have you arranged the summer vacation for number 5 middle school? The 3rd year of high school is about to start, and this summer vacation is so short." "Oh, that's right. My family still wants to enroll me in some sprint class or cram school for such a short summer vacation. It's so annoying." The topic was changed, and Xiao Yu didn't say anything else, just buried his head in eating. After the show, Chen Dingxing paid the bill, and everyone paid AA. Xiao Yu paid for 3 people, and Zhang Peng and Lu Peng transferred the money to him. Xiao Yu said, "No, if there were no outsiders, I would have treated them directly. Things are different now. You should save some money." Lu Peng said, "Life is not the same as at home. Take your second-hand electric car, for example. It costs 700 yuan for a second-hand one. You can see that you are a young master." Xiao Yu said, "The cheaper ones in that store look like they will be scrapped after riding. I have to consider my personal safety when I save money, right? Besides, I bought this one for 700 yuan, and I sold the original one for 500 yuan more, so I made a profit after rounding it off. You see, I said you don't understand the market. You can buy a cheap first-hand one for 300 or 400 yuan. Isn't it enough for you? A second-hand one for 700 yuan has no warranty. Isn't it a loss?" Lu Peng's family was not very well off before, and he was the best at bargaining and calculating among the 4 brothers. He mentioned it once when he heard Chiyoyu talk about the electric bike, and now he brought it up again. Chiyoyu bowed his hands and begged for mercy. Turn this page quickly, I need your help with something. Zhang Peng glanced at him. For Fenglan, right? Chiyoyu smiled and said, Brother Zhang is wise. What do you mean by wise? I was on guard against you getting up and beating up the skinny monkey during dinner, but fortunately he didn't say anything nonsense. Zhang Peng said, So, I will arrange an appointment with Fenglan, my junior high school classmate, tomorrow. It's agreed that you are under punishment and are only allowed to ask but not to fight. If you must fight, call me in Laolu, okay? Okay. Chiyoyu said, tomorrow at noon? We've agreed and we'll tell you. Zhang Peng said, but you really care about Fenglan. Do ain't you? Chiyoyu smiled and pushed Zhang Peng. Go to Hades. Upstairs and downstairs. I'll find out clearly so that we can get along well. How long have I known him? You have suspected me twice in one night. Is it that serious? Who knows if you fell in love at first sight? Zhang Peng teased him. After all, you were so angry for your boyfriend. You don't even know where your other half is, so you opened the closet door first. I came out to prepare for finding a partner? Chiyoyu bit a cigarette. Actually, I said that to Chiyo Linfeng mainly to irritate him. Lu Peng asked, so you came out fake? Not really. Chiyoyu said, didn't I refute you in the group that day? Mainly, I thought about it myself. I really only admire girls. It's pure admiration for beauty. I don't have any other thoughts. Lu Peng said, no matter whether you are true or false, most people can't think of such an idea to anger their father. If you can think of it, it's probably because you have some clues, and your subconscious makes you do it. Subconscious, you are so anxious to help me find a partner. Isn't it time for you to compete for favor? Chiyoyu sneered and kicked Lu Peng lightly. Why not choose you? You have a thin waist and long legs. I won't suffer. No, my ace is not perky enough. You should choose Zhang Peng. Lu Peng jumped to the side of the road in 3 or 2 steps, and Zhang Peng jumped over and kicked him. Lu Peng dodged Zhang Peng's kick and continued to talk to Chiyoyu. Anyway, for your matter, we have already given our attitude. We have no objection to you liking men, but you know the current situation. You should weigh it in your heart. If you can like girls, you should still like girls. Chiyoyu waved his hand. Qin Qingjin sent me a bunch of photos of men. I didn't like any of them, but after thinking about it, I didn't dislike it. He smiled to himself. Okay, let's not talk about this. Do you two need my gifts? If not, I'll leave. Zhang Peng and Lu Peng both said they didn't need them, so Chiyoyu got on his electric donkey and went straight home. He was a little late outside today, and it was almost 12 o'clock when he arrived at the old community. Chiyoyu parked his car downstairs, grabbed his mobile phone and thought for a while, and simply didn't go upstairs. He played games downstairs while waiting for Fenglan. Unexpectedly, Fenglan came back even later today. Normally, Fenglan would have been home by 0:30, but today, Fenglan's broken bicycle had not been seen until 0:40. Chiyoyu was afraid that something had happened to Fenglan. He wanted to call Fenglan but was afraid that it would affect her riding. So he had to settle for the next best thing and sent a text message, hoping that Fenglan would see it and stop by the roadside and reply to him. 10 minutes later, Fenglan still hadn't replied. Chiyoyu frowned and called Fenglan, but the other party's phone was turned off. Chiyoyu was anxious. He began to desperately recall Fenglan's work location, and then he found that Fenglan had only briefly mentioned the supermarket and the factory. In addition to the specific location, he didn't even mention the name of the supermarket or the factory. For a moment, Chiyoyu was on the battery car, but he didn't know where to go. He had already started to think about whether he could rush into the police station to call the police. But Fenglan usually didn't go home early, and today Shoho said that he had been in prison, so maybe he was an adult. It was not a big deal for an adult to stay out all night. Would it be too much of an exaggeration to call the police just because he was 20 minutes late? Would Fenglan come back right after he rushed into the police station? Chiyoyu jumped off the electric bike and paced anxiously, constantly turning on the screen of his mobile phone to check the time. Finally, at 1:15, he could no longer bear it and opened the map app to search for the nearest police station. As soon as he typed the words in the search box, an extremely slow and long creaking sound rang out in the empty and silent building. Chiyoyu turned his head suddenly and shouted to turn on the voice-controlled lights, almost twisting his neck. Feng Lan, who had been walking slowly with his head down, raised his head, revealing a drunken red face and confused eyes. Chiao Yu's heart skipped a beat, and his first reaction was that Feng Lan was bullied by people from the factory or the supermarket. He hurried to Feng Lan, who stared at him for a while, suddenly smiled lightly, and her eyes lit up. "Are you waiting for me?" Feng Lan's voice was a little vague, but very soft. "Are you still waiting for me at this time?" Chiao Yu swallowed unconsciously. "I wasn't waiting for you. I was looking at the moon." He was talking nonsense. "Staying downstairs means I'm waiting for you? Can I feel stuffy at home and come out to get some fresh air?" Feng Lan blinked, as if she didn't understand a little. Or maybe her brain was paralyzed by alcohol and her reaction was slow. After Chiao Yu's voice fell for several seconds, Feng Lan lowered her eyelids and said slowly with a little sadness, "You didn't wait for me." Chiao Yu's heart skipped a beat again. "I was kidding." He quickly changed his words. "Isn't it the middle of summer that I'm waiting for you? I'm here feeding mosquitoes. Look at the bags on my arms. There are so many. But why did you come back so late? You didn't even send a message to tell me. I was going to call the police." Feng Lan reacted for a while and laughed again. "I changed my shift." He seemed to be talking about something very important and secret, and his voice was very low, so Chiao Yu could only move closer to listen. The supermarket owner was on patrol and saw me. He knew I was still studying, so he moved me to another position. Feng Lan reached into his pocket and pulled out an employee ID. "On Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays, I worked as a cashier and I got a high salary." Chiao Yu took the employee ID and looked at it. It really said cashier. It was really written with a blue ballpoint pen. The printed words warehouse handling were just above these 3 words, but they had been crossed out. Feng Lan couldn't suppress her joy and continued, "Boss Wang is a very nice person. He gave me a position as an old employee. My salary remained the same, and I got more vacation time. Thank you all for letting me work hard." "Awesome." Chiao Yu patted Feng Lan on the shoulder, excited, and shook Feng Lan's shoulder. "So you are treating the boss to dinner today," Feng Lan said. I toasted him with 2 glasses of wine. He was a little dizzy, raised his hand and grabbed Chiao Yu's wrist. His head moved uncomfortably, and his eyes fell on the ground illuminated by the moon. "In fact, I'm very rich." Chiao Yu just thought Feng Lan was talking nonsense. "I also want to study hard, but it's really useless for me to study hard." Chiao Yu's own grades are not good now, and he can't tell Feng Lan that studying is useful. He can only pat Feng Lan on the back. Feng Lan didn't know what signal he received from this action. He grabbed Chiao Yu's wrist, slowly tightened his fingers, looked up at Chiao Yu, and the bright happiness in his eyes became silent and a little sad. "I heard you talking today," Feng Lan said slowly. "You guys were talking." "Not like that. This matter." Chiao Yu was startled, and then he realized that Feng Lan heard everything Erping said in the carport. His brain instantly entered an emergency state, flashing red lights and thinking about how to comfort Feng Lan. But Feng Lan didn't seem to need it, and even loosened his tightly clenched fingers a little. "It's hard to explain." Feng Lan was a little frustrated. "Alas, you are my only friend." He took a step back and swayed. Chiao Yu was afraid that he would fall, so he pulled him and stretched out his hand to protect him. Feng Lan's feet were weak, and he collapsed after such a back and forth movement, and his head hit Chiao Yu's shoulder. "Are you okay?" Chiao Yu asked hurriedly. "Did you hit him?" Feng Lan didn't answer. Chiao Yu was afraid that he was stunned by the impact, so he reached out to pry his head open. As soon as he lifted it up a little, he saw that Feng Lan had his eyes closed. After a closer look, he found that his breathing was even. He was actually drunk and fell asleep while standing in Chiao Yu's arms. Chiao Yu's throat was stuck with words of comfort. He was holding someone in his arms, and there were 2 cars beside him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a while. He tried to pick up Feng Lan and send him home. Fortunately, this guy who felt like a piece of bone was not heavy, so he was able to carry him. But Chiao Yu couldn't find Feng Lan's house key, so he could only carry her to his room first. Feng Lan was very obedient. When he was put on the bed, he didn't move. Chiao Yu took off his clothes and wiped his face, and he just hummed twice. Chiao Yu lived alone, so naturally he only had one quilt, which he gave to Feng Lan. Feng Lan probably felt hot because of drinking too much. She kicked the quilt away, turned around, and hugged the quilt with her hands and feet without moving. Xiaoyu originally set the air conditioner to 24 degrees. Seeing Feng Lan's appearance, he had to adjust the temperature to 26, and then took out the spare quilt cover as his own quilt, and then went downstairs twice to get the bike. The room, which was not big to begin with, was filled tightly. After washing up, Xiaoyu walked around Feng Lan's bicycle and almost tripped over the pedals. You take care of me once, and I take care of you once. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. This is a good deal. Xiaoyu sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Feng Lan's sleeping face. He felt a strange sourness in his heart. He claimed to be a person with many friends. He didn't like to stay at home since he was a child. He ran on the streets from day to night and could talk to anyone. But Feng Lan didn't know what was wrong. Maybe he was 18 years old, and he could say something like, "I only have you as a friend." In addition to what he heard today, Xiaoyu felt that some of his previous ideas were about to become a reality. He couldn't help but gently reach out and pat Feng Lan, saying in a brotherly way, "A friend is more important than anything else. I will protect you from now on, understand?" Feng Lan's eyelashes trembled, and she purred like a cat, but didn't respond. Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh and whispered, "Did you hear me, Feng Lan?" He suddenly had an idea and called out like a thief, "Lan Lan?" Eh. Xiaoyu shuddered exaggeratedly and reached out to turn off the light. So corny. Why am I crazy? Drunkenness may be a powerful boost to the progress of a relationship every time he saw the same bloody scene. Feng Lan knew at the first moment that he was dreaming. There was an endless quarrel in his ears, and the woman who had always been gentle burst out with unprecedented strength. The fruit knife pierced through her flesh in the fight. Little Feng Lan tried desperately to stop it, but everything was in vain. "How did you promise me? How did you promise me? How could you do that?" The sharp curse pierced Feng Lan's ears and took root in his brain. The overwhelming blood stained him and entangled his life. It was him, the son of a murderer. His mother would kill people. His father was a nice guy. I've seen him. I heard that he was the one who actually killed people. Endless whispers spread from the shadows to the sunlight. Feng Lan could only cry and shout in the corner, repeating the meaningless struggle again and again. "Mom, don't kill him. Please, don't kill him." Feng Lan opened his eyes in shock. The curtains in the room were drawn tightly, and only a little light came into the room from the edge. Feng Lan's consciousness was still trapped in the nightmare. It took him a long time to realize that it was dawn, and he was not in his room. Feng Lan sat up suddenly and first noticed the sky blue quilt cover and light gray bedsheet. Both of these things looked very familiar, as if he had taken them out of Qiu-Yu's suitcase with his own hands. Feng Lan scanned the room. There was a laptop and a game console on the desk. There was a shoe box and a suitcase next to the closet that he had fiddled with his own hands, which looked even more familiar. There was a worn-out bicycle and a second-hand electric car side by side next to the bed. The electric car was obviously Qiu-Yu's. So Feng Lan began to think about what happened last night. At first, the supermarket boss was on patrol and found that his student was diligently moving goods. He kindly let him work as a cashier, adjusted his working hours, and raised his salary. Feng Lan was very grateful and offered to treat the boss to a meal. The boss couldn't resist his sincerity in waiting outside the door after work, so he let Feng Lan treat him to a midnight snack at a nearby barbecue stall. At the dinner table, Feng Lan toasted the boss, who had to drive, with 2 drinks to show his gratitude. But he didn't eat much and drank too quickly, so he soon fainted. Boss Wang understood that it was not easy for him to be a child and told him to take a rest this week. Feng Lan was drunk and thanked him even more. He toasted another glass on the spot. He was so dizzy that he didn't know what was going on, but he firmly refused Boss Wang to send him home. After he got on the road, he almost fell down with his car. He could only walk slowly, and then Feng Lan's eyes flickered. It was early in the morning, and Qiu-Yu was still waiting for him downstairs. When he saw him, he called his name. He said a lot of things to Qiu-Yu. He couldn't remember the rest, but the sentence "you are my only friend" was so shocking that Feng Lan almost felt ashamed. Feng Lan could count the number of times he drank on one hand. He never knew that his alcohol tolerance was so poor. Although he didn't get drunk, He dared to say anything when he was relaxed. You are my only friend. What kind of stupid thing would Xiaoyu think? He is so old, but he is so clingy when making friends. Xiaoyu's temper is not good to begin with, so he probably doesn't like this. Feng Lan grabbed the corner of the quilt and got up in a hurry, but found that he was only left with a pair of underwear. Feng Lan was shocked. The end was too tragic, and Feng Lan immediately decided not to drink again in his life. But where is Xiaoyu? Feng Lan rubbed his stomach and took a break. He got out of bed to look for his clothes but didn't find any. However, he saw his school bag next to Xiaoyu's school bag. Feng Lan walked over, opened the school bag, and took out his cell phone. He found that it was out of battery. Xiaoyu's family probably didn't have the charger he needed. He looked at the only underwear left on his body and thought about the possibility of going downstairs and going home. Then Feng Lan found a note pressed next to the school bag. The content on it was simple. Turn on your phone and read text messages. Feng Lan wanted to say that he couldn't turn on his phone now. Fortunately, Xiaoyu also considered this possibility. After pulling out the note, there was another sentence on the pressed part. It said, "Your clothes are dirty. Wear mine first." I put it on the bed. Feng Lan breathed a sigh of relief, stuffed the note into the school bag, turned around to look for it on Xiaoyu's half of the bed, and sure enough, he found a black t-shirt and a pair of sports shorts and a spare key. Xiaoyu's clothes. Feng Lan was a little embarrassed, but he really couldn't accept going downstairs in his underwear. Although there would be no audience on the way, it would be embarrassing if he ran into Xiaoyu coming back, right? Finally, Feng Lan put on Xiaoyu's clothes, picked up her bag, and pushed the cart downstairs. The first thing she did when she entered the room was to find a spare battery, and the second thing she did was to sit on the bed and turn on her phone. There were 5 unread messages, all from Xiaoyu. Are you up yet? Remember to eat, drink porridge or something. You are really brave to drink alcohol without eating vegetables. I put your clothes in the washing machine. If you wake up, reply to me. I have something to do and we'll be back soon. You are not uncomfortable, are you? Is this your first time drinking? Do you want me to buy you some hangover medicine? Does your stomach feel uncomfortable? Do you have a headache? Okay, I won't reply, right? I bought the hangover medicine, the stomach medicine, and brought you some porridge. You can eat it later. Almost the moment she finished reading the text message, footsteps were heard in the corridor. The sound awakened Feng Lan's consciousness, and the discomfort brought by the hangover suddenly became clear. Feng Lan put the empty battery into the universal charger, got up and opened the door, and immediately saw Xiaoyu coming upstairs. Xiaoyu didn't expect Feng Lan to have returned home and was startled to see someone coming out of the second floor. But Xiaoyu reacted quickly, raised his eyebrows and said, "Wow, I took care of you for half a night, and you ran away without saying a word?" He looked at Feng Lan again. "It's worthy of my clothes. It looks good." Feng Lan leaned against the doorframe and looked at Xiaoyu for 2 seconds. "Yes," he said, "your clothes are beautiful. Sorry for bothering you last night." Xiaoyu keenly noticed that Feng Lan's attitude towards him seemed a little different, but he couldn't tell exactly where it was different. He climbed the last 3 steps, jumped in front of Feng Lan, and shook the plastic bag in his hand. "Don't be polite to me. Here, this millet porridge. I searched on the internet and said to drink this. There are also hangover medicines. Just take 1 pill if you feel uncomfortable. Stomach medicine. There are instructions. You can read it yourself. Remember to reimburse me." Feng Lan nodded. "Okay, but I only have cash." "Awesome." Xiaoyu said, "There are still staunch cashists these days. So, do you eat at home or at my house?" "Have you eaten?" "I have eaten." Xiaoyu said, "I had lunch with Erpeng at noon." "You have a good relationship. We are old friends." Xiaoyu smiled. "Are you envious?" "I envy that we can play ball together when we have time, Otto." "You can't play ball. Play games together?" "Neither can you." Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows. "How about poker? Mahjong? Billiards?" Feng Lan shook her head. Xiaoyu looked at Feng Lan as if she was a rare species, and said in disbelief, "What do you usually do for entertainment? Don't tell me that you spend all your free time working. Am I living in the 21st century? How can there be such a poor child like you?" Feng Lan smiled. "I don't use WeChat either. I only have QQ, but I reply too slowly, and I only reply once every few days, so I don't add many friends. As for games, you come in first. All of Chiyoyu's shock was stuck in his throat. Feng Lan asked him to come in, and he subconsciously obeyed. After knowing Feng Lan for a month, this was the first time he stepped into Feng Lan's home. Passing through the mottled and peeling wooden door, there were oxidized and yellowed walls inside. Looking around the room, the most fashionable thing is the old desktop computer on the desk. Chiyoyu hadn't seen this thing for several years. If it weren't for the wireless network card and portable Wi-Fi plugged into the host next to it, he would have thought he had traveled through time. Then the most fashionable thing appeared. Feng Lan sat down on the bed and took out his mobile phone. Chiyoyu felt complicated and cursed in his heart. In an era of smartphones, Feng Lan used an old-fashioned keypad mobile phone without any fancy features such as camera, flip cover, and sliding screen. Chiyoyu watched Feng Lan enter the main interface and clicked on the game column in the menu bar. There were 2 pixel games in it. One was Pushing Boxes and the other was Snake. Feng Lan said, "I like Snake the most. It has a certain degree of uncertainty. But Snake has only 10 levels, and if you play the score mode, the screen will be full easily. I rely on this for entertainment." Chiyoyu didn't know what to say. His father was not a good father, but his material life was much better than that of Feng Lan, who was alone. He adhered to the principle that Xiu Wangba was not a human being, and he must be charged if he was beaten. He would change his mobile phone as quickly as possible, and he had learning machines, game consoles, laptops, and various electronic devices. But what about Feng Lan? Smartphones allow modern people to put the world in their pockets, but Feng Lan still has to go home to go online, and even his network is probably not that good. Chiyoyu couldn't help but think of Feng Lan's junior high school classmate whom he met today, and the things he told him. Feng Lan's family affairs are very famous. I'm really not talking nonsense. His mother killed his father, and we all knew about it at the time. The reason? I don't know. I really don't know, and we didn't dare to ask. How was his junior high school life? Just. Before this incident, it was all fine, and after this incident. After all, he was the son of a murderer, right? Or his mother killed his father. There are too many speculations. Some people say that Feng Lan actually killed the man, and his mother just took the blame. We don't know who is right, but that doesn't stop us from being afraid of him. Fight? I don't know about this. I just heard that there was a fight. I don't ask about these things. I just bury my head and study. Brother Lu knows that I am just a nerd. Who did Feng Lan live with after his parents died? I know this. An old lady came to hold a parent-teacher meeting for him. It seemed to be him. Oh, it was his grandmother. I should remember correctly. Chiyoyu took a deep breath in his heart. Feng Lan's mother killed his father. In such a family tragedy, Feng Lan was a junior high school student at the time. How could he not be a victim? His classmates said something about being afraid of the son of a murderer, which must have isolated him. As for his fight, it was probably this discriminatory fear that evolved further and finally angered him. As for how it evolved, Chiyoyu didn't dare to think about it in detail. He hoped that this matter was not as serious as he speculated, but he felt that it must not be easy to force Feng Lan to take action. Why did Feng Lan have such a hard life? Chiyoyu's eyes moved away from the keypad phone and fell on Feng Lan's calm face. He couldn't help asking, "Can you accept a phone from me?" Feng Lan was stunned for a moment, staring at Chiyoyu's face, and asked slowly, "Giving it to me?" "No." Chiyoyu hurriedly explained, "It was my old one. A new model came out in a few days. I deliberately made trouble for my dad at that time, and—" Feng Lan nodded, as if he had an epiphany. Sending away a beggar. Chiyoyu was anxious. "No. Why are you thinking about people?" Feng Lan smiled again. Since the early morning, Feng Lan seemed to smile more often. "Did you leave your old phone with your dad? Are you afraid of running into your dad when you go back?" He said, "I don't want a phone. I'm used to this one, but my birthday is August 5th. You can give me another one if you want." Chiyoyu immediately realized that Feng Lan was just joking, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "I surrender to you. How can you be like this? August 5th, right? Okay, I'll remember it. You wait and receive it." "Okay." Feng Lan turned off her phone and looked at Chiyoyu. Chiyoyu looked back at Feng Lan in confusion. Feng Lan lowered her head and pointed at the bag in Chiyoyu's hand. "Are you going to give it back to me?" Chiyoyu suddenly realized. Eat. He put the porridge on Fenglan's desk. You eat first. I'll go upstairs to wash clothes. Or should I bring it down for you to wash yourself? I'll wash it myself, Fenglan said. I'll go upstairs to get it later. You just came back. Take a rest. No need. I'll bring it down to you later. Xiaoyu said, oh, by the way, you said yesterday that you were working part-time. Fenglan felt that there was nothing to hide, so she told him about the job change in detail again. Xiaoyu was very happy. Then you don't have to work so hard in the future? Fenglan said, yes. I almost don't have to go to the factory anymore, but it's definitely not okay to have only one job. That's it for today. I'll go out and take a look tomorrow to see if I can find something else. Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Then you haven't saved anything. I'm just making a living. How can it be saved? Fenglan said, what about you? How much money did you take out from your family? Is it enough for you to graduate? Enough for me to start college. Xiaoyu almost immediately sensed the crisis. He rolled his eyes and asked Fenglan, do you want to be a tutor? Fenglan held a spoon in her mouth and looked at Xiaoyu in confusion. Me? Tutor? From Monday to Friday, elementary school desks, and the like. Tutoring actually means watching kids do their homework. Don't rush to find another job. I'll go ask around and tell you when it's finalized. By the way, what did you say in the early morning? What? Fenglan thought Xiaoyu was going to mention the embarrassing sentence, you are my only friend. His heart was in his throat, and he forced out a bit of confusion. Xiaoyu originally wanted to explain to him about Erping gossiping about Fenglan's past. Seeing Fenglan's expression, he accidentally put his brain circuits together and realized that Fenglan was the type who didn't remember things after drinking too much. So Xiaoyu did not continue the topic, just smiled and said, I forgot what I was going to say. Forget it, you eat first. I'll go upstairs to get you clothes, and I'll talk about other things when I remember. Xiaoyu was very concerned about Fenglan's part-time job. First, he cared about Fenglan, and second, Fenglan's struggle for life also inspired him, making him determined to be a pair of working brothers with Fenglan. Imagine, if he could pay for his college tuition and living expenses by himself in the third year of high school, what else would Xiao Linfeng say to him? And would he talk about how much money he had spent on him? It doesn't matter, he will pay it back. Set a small goal first. Change a mobile phone by himself, and return the one in his hand to Xiao Linfeng. The father's majesty was greatly devalued, and the son who thought he would bow his head completely lost control. At that time, Xiao Linfeng's expression would definitely be very good, and Xiaoyu could laugh out loud just thinking about it. And Fenglan listened to Xiaoyu's words, counted the savings on hand to confirm that it was enough. So he really didn't rush to find a new job, and discussed with the factory to adjust the working time. From now on, he will go to the factory after school from Monday to Friday and work until 10 o'clock to go home. Then Fenglan began to inspect the surrounding fast food restaurants in advance to prepare for the upcoming summer vacation. Xiaoyu was puzzled at first. You want to change jobs during the summer vacation? Fenglan casually circled and drew on the job recruitment newspaper. What to change? Too much money. Then you want to take another job during the summer vacation. Fenglan said that summer jobs are quite profitable. Xiaoyu was shocked. Did you spend your vacation like this before? Fenglan said, no, I was younger before, and I could only work the night shift as a network administrator in a black internet cafe, wash dishes in the kitchen of a restaurant, etc. Xiaoyu wanted to talk but stopped. He wanted to ask Fenglan about her family situation in depth, but he was afraid of poking the scar in Fenglan's heart. So he turned his frustration into motivation and actively inquired about part-time jobs. After a while, Zhang Peng, Lu Peng, Qian Chijin, the ones who often played basketball in the small park, knew that Xiaoyu was looking for a job and promised to help him keep an eye out. He really noticed it. There is a themed cafe near Shouho's house, and it is recruiting male waiters recently. There was a small internet cafe near Chen Dingqing's home that posted a job posting, looking for a night shift network administrator for the summer. The most helpful person was Qian Qingjin, who finished junior high school and high school at No. 3 middle school. His mother was an elementary school teacher. He said that he had 2 friends who wanted to be tutors during the summer vacation. His mother happily recommended several parents and 2 educational institutions for Xiaoyu to choose from, and said that if anyone liked one, she could help contact them. Xiaoyu was very grateful and made it very clear. Fenglan's math grades are not good, but she is only good at Chinese. I am completely incompetent, and I don't intend to mislead other students. Qian's mother highly praised Qiu's pragmatic spirit and hardworking attitude and helped to screen them. Finally, she decided on 3 parents and 2 educational institutions with low requirements and asked Qiu to try to contact them. Qian's mother even wanted her son to work during the summer vacation. Qian Xingjin was miserable and planned to run away during the summer vacation and hide in his hometown in the countryside. Qiu could only thank Qian Xingjin for his kindness without saying anything and just treated Qian Xingjin to a hot pot meal. But he said it in the group. When Zhang Peng and Lu Peng found out, they came uninvited to join in the fun, turning the 2-person dinner into a brotherhood. During the dinner, Zhang Peng was very emotional. You, Qian Xingjin, are the only one among the 4 brothers who was promoted to the next level, and you studied in junior high school and high school consecutively. How great would it be if you could go to number 4 middle school with us? Qian Xingjin threw melon seed shells at him. Are you sick? You didn't study in junior high school and high school consecutively? He laughed and scolded. I was promoted directly from the same school, and I was treated as an excellent student. Besides, number 3 middle school is so good. The main theme is to combine education with fun and easy learning. There are more holidays than number 4 and number 5 middle schools. Can I be nostalgic? Lu Peng said, You are nostalgic. You are brave. We dare not ask for the blessing of meeting our junior high school class teacher every day. Qiu said, Of course the 3 of us dare not ask for it. Old Feng only likes Qian Xingjin. He has good grades and can win awards in competitions. He is treated like a son. Don't laugh at me. I haven't held you accountable yet. Qian Xingjin waved his hands. You tell me about yourself. I saw you come out in the group. Erping told me that you became a monk and ran away from home. Didn't I tell you to wait for me last time? How come I am not your brother if I am not studying in number 4 middle school? I didn't do it on purpose. Didn't I hide it from you? Qiu poured a drink for Qian Xingjin. Oh, this time it was all thanks to my aunt's help. Qiu put a small paper bag on the table and pushed it towards Qian Xingjin. The victim asked me to pass it on. Fenglan? Qiu nodded. A necklace for your mother and a wristband for you. He said, although you may not choose the tutoring job in the end, he said he would trouble you for help. I looked at the prices one by one. They are not expensive. It's just a little thought. Don't worry. Qian Xingjin opened the paper bag and took a look, then looked at Qiu with a very strange look. I didn't take it to heart when Erping told me that. What is your relationship with Fenglan? Qiu gave Qian Xingjin a look that said, What are you talking about? Are you too idle, or have you never met a gay? You always wonder about my relationship. It's just to help carry something. Why? I haven't carried something for you before. It's not about carrying something, it's your tone just now. Qian Xingjin learned it very well. They're not expensive, just a little thought. Don't worry. When my mom bought something for my grandparents, my dad persuaded them to accept it with this sentence. Qiu kicked Qian Xingjin. Who are you taking advantage of? Do you have any shame to give yourself 2 generations of wealth? Qian Xingjin smiled and blocked it, changing the subject. When the meal was almost finished, Qiu wanted to pay the bill, but Zhang Peng stopped him and said, No, Delu and I came uninvited. Let's split the bill. Qiu immediately understood. Did you come here specially to help me treat? Qian Xingjin and Erping cooperated tacitly, put their arms around Qiu's shoulders, and pushed him down. Listen, brother Yu, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. We have 6 hands here. It's not that I don't want you to pay. You should be content. Qiu wanted to try again, but Qian Xingjin winked and said, Don't force me. I wanted to ask as soon as I sat here. You treated Fenglan to a meal while she was working, and you blame me for overthinking? What a twisted logic. He told me something else. Why don't I treat you when I come to your house for a favor? Qian Xingjin reached out and pressed Qiu's head. Use your social experience when you work. Go to Hades. Qiu was amused and touched, and finally let Lu Peng pay the bill, and then transferred his share. 2 days later, Qiu asked about the 3 jobs of waiter, network administrator, and tutor one by one, sorted out the job requirements and salaries on 2 pages, and stuffed them into Fenglan's hands during lunchtime. Talk about them one by one. Qiu sat opposite Fenglan. Let's talk about the night shift network administrator first. You are familiar with this. But I don't really want you to go for this. You have to stay up late, and you don't earn as much as the other 2. Feng Lan hummed. Then he talked about tutoring. This is also easy to understand. How about classes? Qiu stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. I ruled out the one with the surname Zhang. She wanted to find a tutor for all subjects. Your math, right? Aunt Zhou's family is looking for a tutor who specializes in Chinese. They believe in specializing in one's field. It's suitable for you. But her child also has a schedule for summer vacation, just like going to school. And that's a junior high school student. After the summer vacation, he will be in the 3rd year of junior high school. The parents have a request to improve his grades. Feng Lan glanced at Qiu, pushed the mineral water on the table to him and said, "Swallow it first." Qiu didn't take the water. He chewed the meat quickly a few times and swallowed it. Finally, the one with the surname Zhang. I think this is the best. There is no pressure in the 3rd year of junior high school. It feels that the main thing is to find someone to look after the child. For students who are going from primary school to junior high school, they find someone to help them preview the 1st year of junior high school courses in advance. There is no score requirement, but the money is less than the previous 2. Take a look at the 2 educational institutions. I have written down the requirements and wages clearly. Feng Lan looked down with chopsticks. There are 2 educational institutions. One is to watch primary school students do their homework. It especially emphasizes patience. The time is from 2 to 5 p.m. every day. The other one is for junior high school students, and college students are preferred. Feng Lan thought about it and felt that she could not compete with the college students who were working during the summer vacation. If she won the competition and chose high school students instead of college students, the level of this educational institution was also worthy of doubt. Which one do you want to choose? Feng Lan asked. I can't be a tutor. Qiu said, my grades are not as good as yours, and I can only recite knowledge points. What can I teach other people's children? Network administrator, or that waiter? By the way, when it comes to that waiter, you can't just look at me memorizing those things. Feng Lan was puzzled. Isn't it just a waiter? You can understand it this way, but it's a little more complicated. It's mainly about that store. Qiu took out his mobile phone and flipped a web page to show Feng Lan. It's quite troublesome. I have to find a time to interview. But this one makes the most money, but the working hours are also longer. It sounds quite complicated. Feng Lan flipped the web page. Theme cafe. So many themes? Qiu drank a sip of water. This one is quite famous, using different themes as a gimmick to attract customers. It has everything on its homepage: last winter's ice and snow world, this February's princess party. This summer's main feature is a butler cafe. Butler? Feng Lan said slowly. So does that mean? What? Only female guests are served. Qiu snapped his fingers. You're right, Mr. Feng, he said. Because we mainly serve female customers, we have high requirements for the appearance and etiquette of our employees. This is what their person in charge said. Feng Lan looked at all the photos displayed on the homepage. Boys of different styles smiled at different girls, and exquisite meals and drinks were placed on the table next to them. I may not be good at this kind of dealing, Feng Lan said thoughtfully. Do they have training or something? Does it take a long time? I asked, and no special training is needed. Qiu said, summer workers are hired to be lively, good-looking, able to serve dishes, and able to talk to guests. They have more professional people to take care of professional matters. Feng Lan wrote down the name of the website and returned the phone to Qiu. It feels a bit. How do I tell you the interview time? We made a call after we decided. This theme will start in the summer vacation, and they will have to decide on everyone before the summer vacation. Qiu looked at Feng Lan. Do you want to go? If you're interested, I will tell them that it is a 2-person interview. However, the working hours may conflict with tutoring, and if you work in a cafe, tutor, supermarket, and factory, you will have to work 4 jobs in the summer vacation. Is this possible? Will it be too tiring? Feng Lan was also a little hesitant. Qiu suddenly asked, what are your plans for your senior year? Feng Lan was stunned. Qiu said, after you told me that day, I have been thinking about it. Now I have moved out of my home. I don't have to compete with Qiu Linfeng to get the last place in the exam. As long as I live outside, I can take the exam normally, because my good grades have nothing to do with him. I didn't study well at home, but my grades went up after leaving home. This is enough to make Qiu Linfeng angry. Feng Lan said, that's good. So what about you? Xiaoyu continued to ask, what are you going to do in your senior year? Will you continue to work and study like this? Fenglan didn't say anything. Xiaoyu propped up his face and looked at Fenglan and said slowly, we are quite familiar with each other now, so I asked directly, do you have any unspeakable secrets that prevent you from studying well? Is your current score controlled by subjective control, or? I didn't work hard. Fenglan said, although my math is really not good, if I work harder, I can still improve my scores. It is worthy of being a talented player. Xiaoyu knocked on the table, then, I can't leave in the next few years. Fenglan's voice was much softer. My mother. She is in prison. I have to. I go to see her once a month. Xiaoyu exclaimed. So you are taking care of your mother. There are only a few schools in the local area, and my current scores are enough. Fenglan lowered her head. There is no point in learning more. It is better to make more money. My mother is not well educated, and she didn't have a job before she went to jail. She was a housewife. When she comes out, it depends on the situation. I may have to drop out of school to support her. Xiaoyu didn't know what to say. His only problem at the moment was his father, who he thought he didn't have, but was actually abusive. Fenglan's situation was obviously more complicated than his. He had no right to persuade Fenglan to study hard and live a good life. Fenglan had a broken family on his shoulders, which he couldn't empathize with. After a long time, about halfway through Fenglan's meal, Xiaoyu finally thought of the right words. Have you visited your aunt this month? Fenglan shook her head. I usually go at the end of the month, but I have a final exam at the end of this month, so I will probably go at the beginning of next month. Teacher Yu knows my family situation and will ask other teachers to mark my papers first and let me show them to my mother. Fenglan paused. In fact, I don't see her very often. Although I go every month, she is not very willing to see me. She only sees me when I give her a report card or when there is something important. Some people say that Fenglan actually killed the person and his mother just took the blame. Xiaoyu swallowed and put this sentence behind his mind. Then you haven't told your mother about these plans, right? Fenglan tightened her hand holding the chopsticks. No need. Xiaoyu said, you see, this is your family's business. You can't make the decision on your family's business alone, right? You have to ask your aunt to see if she wants you to make money to support the family or study hard in college. Otherwise, if you just pay for it yourself, maybe you and your aunt will be unhappy. Xiaoyu pretended to be natural. Do you know why she doesn't want to see you? Maybe it's because. Fenglan's eyes were wandering. I'm not sure. Fenglan looked at Xiaoyu. You only care about this? Don't you want to ask anything else? What to ask? Ask. Why my mother is in prison. Xiaoyu remembered Fenglan's drunken words and said truthfully, I've heard of it. But what's there to ask if I haven't heard of it? Although I'm curious, your family's business. I'm not a tabloid reporter who digs into people's privacy. Fenglan didn't say anything else and finished his meal in silence. Xiaoyu didn't know if what he said today would make Fenglan unhappy. He was uneasy and didn't dare to speak for a while. The two finished lunch in silence. When they went to wash the dishes, Fenglan suddenly said, I will contact the coffee shop and Mr. Zhang. If the time is available, I will not go to the factory. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. I will also ask my mother what she thinks and say a few more words when she is willing to see me. Fenglan concentrated on washing the dishes. Thank you. Xiaoyu and Fenglan agreed to go to the coffee shop for an interview after school on Friday. For this, Fenglan rarely took Xiaoyu's electric car. The two went to school together and went home together to change school uniforms. Zhang Peng, who was passing by, took a photo and sent it to the group and quoted Xiaoyu's famous saying, You are sticky. Qin Qingjin, who didn't know the truth, was very excited. Who is this? Brother's husband or brother's wife? What should I call him? Xiaoyu didn't pay attention to the group message at first. It was not the first time for him to take someone on the electric car, but Fenglan was more reserved than every brother he had taken. She insisted on only grabbing the edge of the back seat and would rather die than hug his waist. Xiaoyu urged until a red light, and Fenglan finally gave up and grabbed the hem of Xiaoyu's school uniform. This is a big problem. Fenglan's fingers occasionally rubbed Xiaoyu's waistband, which was so embarrassing that she gradually only pulled the edge, which made no difference from not pulling. Xiaoyu was helpless. Why don't you just hug my waist? Fenglan didn't answer, but just silently moved her hand away and grabbed the back seat again. Chiyo was helpless, afraid that Feng Lan would fall off, and wanted to press Feng Lan's hand on his waist. In this way, when they finally returned to the old street, Feng Lan got off the car, Chiyo pushed the car, and the two went back to their homes. Chiyo took out his mobile phone and saw that there were another 100 messages in the four-person group. The three idle guys chatted about whether Feng Lan was Chiyo's partner for 20 messages, when Chiyo would find a partner for 30 messages, what kind of partner Chiyo would find and who was worthy of our brother Yu for 40 messages, and then decided to play ball in the small park within 10 messages. Chiyo, who stayed half an hour late and saw the message, grabbed his mobile phone and laughed angrily. Question, are you all going crazy? Question, I sincerely hope that you will lose like a fool today. 3. You scolded me so gently, brother Chiyo. I love you so much. Question, if I fail the interview today, you will have kissed away my good fortune. Qin Shengjin replied with a very soft and cute crying expression. Chiyo ignored him and took off his school uniform to start choosing clothes for the interview. The weather was hot, and Chiyo wanted to rush to the coffee shop in short-sleeved shirts and shorts, but after all, he was looking for a job and was afraid of leaving a bad impression on people. In the end, he wore long pants and sneakers and grabbed a coat. Feng Lan was speechless about this. Don't you feel hot? Chiyo was even more speechless to Feng Lan. Why don't you just change your pants? Feng Lan was still wearing a school uniform short-sleeved shirt on the upper body, and a pair of faded sports pants and a pair of old but white sports shoes on the lower body. Feng Lan didn't think there was anything wrong, and only glanced at the coat in Chiyo's hand and said, You don't need to do this. Chiyo was disappointed. People want good-looking ones, so we have to work hard on the appearance. He smoothed his hair. I was almost spraying hairspray, but you are wearing school uniform. Why did you come back to change clothes? Feng Lan was silent for a moment. Chiyo immediately remembered what he saw when he entered Feng Lan's house last time. He couldn't help but bite the tip of his tongue quietly, wondering if Feng Lan didn't have other clothes suitable for the interview, and whether his words made Feng Lan feel embarrassed. Chiyo's mind was spinning fast, and he wanted to make up for his mistake immediately. Just when he felt that his head was about to smoke, he heard Feng Lan slowly say, I got all my previous jobs by wearing school uniforms. Chiyo? Feng Lan looked up at Chiyo, who was standing on the steps and was taller than him. People saw that I was a student who came out to make a living, so they agreed to give me a meal. Chiyo clasped his fist. I'm sorry, it turns out that it was a matter of experience. But things are different now. The recruitment requirements of the coffee shop said that appearance is considered. Chiyo himself is dressed very handsomely, so how can he tolerate Feng Lan wearing school uniforms? So he didn't say anything, mainly because he was afraid that Feng Lan really didn't have clothes suitable for the interview. Anyway, Chiyo took Feng Lan to his home and matched Feng Lan with a set of clothes that were similar to his own. Feng Lan went to the bathroom to change, and when he came out, he said embarrassedly, Do you have another belt? This one doesn't fit. Chiyo had hugged Feng Lan before and knew that he had a thin waist. He was afraid that the clothes would not fit him, so he gave him his belt with the most holes, but he didn't expect it to fit. Chiyo looked at the time, afraid that he would be late for the interview. While thinking about how thin Feng Lan's waist was, he took the scissors. I can't find a hole puncher for the time being, so you can make a hole yourself. Chiyo handed the scissors over, and other belts are even more inappropriate, so this one will do. Feng Lan didn't want to destroy Chiyo's belt. Why don't you lend me a pair of elastic pants? Chiyo said, If you make one more hole, I can still use this belt, it won't be a problem. Feng Lan still wanted to refuse. Chiyo said, This top doesn't look good with elastic pants. Hurry up, you will be late for the interview. If you don't do it, I will do it. Feng Lan took the scissors and wanted to bite the hem of the clothes, but she considered that the clothes belonged to Chiyo. So she took the scissors in her right hand and grabbed the corner of the clothes with her left hand. She stood there a little at a loss. Chiyo thought Feng Lan's behavior was a little funny, and he suppressed his laughter and said, Why don't you hold the clothes yourself and I will help you? Feng Lan hesitated for a moment and agreed. The scissors returned to Chiyo's hand. Feng Lan held the clothes. Chiyo squatted down and pinched the size on the belt. Inevitably, he saw a small piece of dazzling white skin. 2 or 3 seconds suddenly seemed as long as 2 or 3 years. All right. Xiaoyu stood up and put the scissors aside. Let's go. Feng Lan tied the belt again and adjusted the clothes without Xiaoyu's gaze. Let's go. The coffee shop where Feng Lan and Xiaoyu interviewed was very direct. It was called a theme because it was themed. The facade was decorated in a simple and elegant manner. Once the door was pushed open, the inside was like a dream. On a hot summer day, who can resist the cool breeze and the warm decorations that catch the eye? If it is winter, who can choose to leave a warm room with such a touching contrast? What's more, there are handsome guys here. A room full of handsome guys. Fenglan and Xiao, you are not the only ones who come for an interview at this time. There are also about 20 people who are looking for jobs and joining in the fun. A pair of brothers named Chin are responsible for receiving them and asking them to fill out a form including their name, age, why they choose this job, and why they need this job. After everyone has filled out the form, the elder brother Chin Shan sorted out the form and sent it to the boss's office, leaving Chin Lin to serve tea and water to everyone. Feng Lan asked for the simplest boiled water, and Xiao Yu asked for a glass of iced lemonade. When Chun Lin walked a little further away, Xiao Yu immediately approached Feng Lan with a cup and whispered, "How did you fill out the form?" Feng Lan flipped through the menu of the cafe and said casually, "Tell the truth. Why did you choose this job? The salary is high. Why do you need this job?" "I want to make money." Xiao Yu smiled with lemonade covering his face. "Are you serious? So honest?" Feng Lan glanced at Xiao Yu. "What about you?" Xiao Yu cleared his throat, moved closer, and recited a short essay to Feng Lan. "My dream is to be a waiter." Feng Lan? Feng Lan, you treat the interview form as a Chinese test paper? Xiao Yu's hands were shaking with laughter, and he hurriedly put the lemonade on the table. A few minutes later, Chun Shan came out of the boss's office and called out a few names, indicating that the others could leave. The interview team of 20 people was half gone in an instant. Xiao Yu was a little nervous and sat up straight subconsciously. This attracted Chun Shan's attention. He looked at Xiao Yu and Feng Lan and asked with a smile, "Are you two together?" The two were stunned for a moment. Feng Lan reacted first and replied, "Yes." Chen Shan recalled their reactions when they were called out and asked again, "Is it Xiao Yu and Feng Lan?" Xiao Yu said, "Yes, I am Xiao Yu, and he is Feng Lan." Chen Shan nodded, wrote something on his mobile phone, and asked the other people. Xiao Yu seemed to be well behaved, but in fact he was talking to Feng Lan. "What do you mean? What does this mean? We have attracted the attention of the invigilator and are about to be kicked out of the examination room?" Feng Lan dodged for a moment, but Xiao Yu was not relenting and moved closer. Feng Lan could only sigh. "No." He comforted Xiao Yu. "Why are you smiling at me when I am going to kick you out?" The invigilator always has a stern face when he kicks people out. "So clear. Have you been kicked out before?" "I have seen it before." "Didn't you sleep during the exam? Didn't the invigilator wake you up?" "How could I pay attention? I just turned my head and continued to sleep." Xiao Yu kept an eye on Chen Shan while talking. When he saw Chen Shan finished asking the last person, he immediately sat up again. Feng Lan could hardly hold back his laughter. "I wish you were so respectful to the teacher in class." Xiao Yu said confidently, "Don't I respect the teacher? I never disrupt the class." Did Zhang Yang knock his head on the table by himself? Xiao Yu snorted. He was the one who was rude first. Feng Lan asked again, "Do you think this job is so good?" Xiao Yu took advantage of Chen Shan looking down at his phone and made an exaggerated pouting expression. "If this doesn't work, I'll go work as a network administrator." He said, "Night shift network administrator. It must be hard, right? If they don't want me here, teacher Feng, please be kind and teach me some work experience." "It's not that hard." Feng Lan thought about it and really began to impart her experience seriously. "It's just that I don't get enough sleep and it's a bit tiring to have a reverse day and night. But there aren't many things to take care of. The guests who book a night just want some food and drink and sit all night. Unless the machine is broken, they won't call me." "What if the machine is broken?" "Replace it." Feng Lan said, "The guests can restart it themselves. If they come to the network administrator, just arrange to replace the machine." "What if he insists on me fixing it?" "Listen to him and fix it for him. Even if he can't fix it, I'll force him to fix it." Feng Lan said, "But if he asks for a refund of the network fee, I will never agree." Just say that you can't make the decision and then ask to replace the machine. Normally, when it comes to this level, the customer won't say anything. If they still pester him, they are deliberately looking for trouble. They directly threaten him to call the police, saying that they suspect he deliberately broke the computer to extort money. Must he be looking for trouble? He can't be the kind of person who is particularly picky. It's possible, but the management has been strict in recent years. Minors are not allowed to enter the internet cafe. Those who come to book a night. Before Feng Lan finished speaking, Qiu already understood. After all, when he didn't know how to resist and couldn't beat Qiu Linfeng, Qiu was also one of those who booked a night in the black internet cafe and didn't go home. Qiu was a little emotional. That network administrator might be a good match for me. I must have something in common with those who book a night. Feng Lan glanced at Qiu, and before he could say anything, Qinshan shouted, Qiu, Feng Lan, please come over. The two stood up together. Qinshan smiled and said, don't be too nervous, you are young, so I'll let you go first. Feng Lan asked, the two of us together? Qinshan nodded, yes, please follow me. Qiu might be too nervous. Before he caught up with Qinshan, he actually reached out and tugged at Feng Lan's clothes. Feng Lan asked softly, what are you panicking about? Qiu whispered, I was taken away by the invigilator. How can I not panic? Are you really afraid of the invigilator? Qiu said, metaphor. 104 in Chinese, is this your level? As Qiu spoke, he pushed Feng Lan on the back. Feng Lan was caught off guard and fell forward when pushed by Qiu. Seeing that she was about to hit Qinshan's back, Qiu quickly reached out and grabbed Feng Lan's arm to pull her back. When Qinshan stopped at the door of the boss office, he turned around and saw Feng Lan frowning slightly. Qiu half-hugged Feng Lan. Qinshan said, I guess I will be your colleague. Feng Lan and Qiu didn't understand what was going on and just thought it was a good wish. Feng Lan patted Qiu's hand a little harder, and Qiu let go of Feng Lan with a wry smile. Qinshan said, I won't go in. I wish you good luck. Feng Lan nodded and thanked him, then raised her hand to knock on the door. Soon, a voice came from inside. Come in. Feng Lan pushed open the door and saw the boss of the theme. The woman who looked very gentle smiled and said, hello. Who is Qiu and who is Feng Lan? The boss of the theme was surnamed Han. After recognizing who was Feng Lan and who was Qiu, he asked them to sit on the sofa beside them. I looked at the forms you filled out. Qiu is an adult, but Feng Lan is not yet an adult. They are still in high school, right? Feng Lan said, yes. You work and study, which is great. Boss Han said, did you discuss coming here for an interview together? I guess so. Qiu said, we are in the same class and live upstairs. It will be convenient for us to take care of each other if we find the same job. But I have other jobs. Feng Lan said, I have 2 jobs in the summer vacation. One is a supermarket cashier and one is a tutor. As for the working hours, don't worry, we will discuss the working hours later. Boss Han smiled and said, do you know anything about this job? Feng Lan thought for a moment and said, a special waiter? Have you seen the official website of Theme? Yes, they know a lot. Boss Han seemed more satisfied. Then have you found the secret entrance to the website? Qiu shook his head, and Feng Lan shook his head even more confusedly. Boss Han said, in the upper right corner of the website, there is a small heart with wings. Click it and take a look. Qiu responded and took out his mobile phone to search the official website of Theme. When he found the small heart with wings, Qiu took the initiative to move to the side so that Feng Lan could see his mobile phone screen, and the two of them were refreshed together. Unlike the photos of employees entertaining guests shown on the homepage, the world in Xiao AI's heart is full of photos of sweet interactions between men. Qiu and Feng Lan saw Qinshan and Qinlin, the only 2 people they knew, at a glance. The 2 brothers were sitting face to face in the photo, each biting one end of a pocky stick. Qiu was shocked and murmured, aren't they brothers? Boss Han glanced at Qiu. The point is very subtle. Qiu smiled uncomfortably, stuttered and asked, so, this is a male cafe where gay men are shown to female customers? You can say that. Boss Han smiled slightly. You can go back and find out the details. Let me first tell you the results of your interview today. This is it. I am very optimistic about your appearance and think that you meet the requirements of the theme's general waiters. You have passed this part of the interview. What I just showed you is the theme's special service, just like what Chiyo just summarized, let you be gay for customers. Feng Lan took her eyes away from Chiyo Yu's phone and looked a little dazed. Formal employees have to be responsible for more things, such as intimate interactions and designated scene performances, which you don't need. If you agree, the salary will definitely be higher than that of general waiters. If you don't agree, you will be a general waiter during the summer vacation. Do you have any questions? Feng Lan thought for a moment and said, if we don't agree to be paired, is it possible to be an ordinary waiter? Well, if there are other people who meet the general conditions and agree to be paired, will we be screened out? Boss Hans said, that's right. But today, there is only one couple coming together, so I can say with certainty that you have been selected. It's like this in the theme. A couple looks more pleasing to the eye. Sending you this invitation is also to let you know what you will face when working in the theme, because the guests will definitely give you more attention than ordinary waiters. Feng Lan asked again, those paired photos on the official website. If we agree, do we have to cooperate with the shooting? Boss Hans said, it's not necessary for the official website, but some guests will take photos and share them on social platforms. If you agree to be paired, I will talk to you in detail about this part. Feng Lan said, I don't have any other questions. Chiyo Yu shook his head. I don't have any questions. Boss Han smiled and said, okay, you can go. Looking forward to your reply, handsome boy. Whether my cafe will have young male high school students open this summer depends on you. Feng Lan and Chiyo Yu left the boss office and passed by Chen Shan, who was leading another couple to the interview. Chen Shan saw Chiyo Yu's dazed look and smiled at Chiyo Yu. Chiyo Yu suddenly came to his senses and followed Feng Lan to the hall, where he ran into Chen Lin and asked them to walk slowly. Chiyo Yu pulled Feng Lan out of the coffee shop and floated to the electric car like a soul. He suddenly woke up and roared in a low voice. They are brothers. They look so similar. They must be brothers. Feng Lan said, they are just a couple for the guests to see. It's obvious that this can't be true. Chiyo Yu turned around on the spot and messed up his hair. They are brothers. When I came out, I was shocked to see Chen Lin. Feng Lan raised her hand and grabbed Chiyo Yu's shoulder, stopping him from turning around again. Is this all you care about? Feng Lan asked. You only care that they are brothers? Oh yes. Chiyo Yu was confused. What else should he care about? Feng Lan was silent for a moment, then slowly said, just the CP thing that Boss Han mentioned. 2 men. Isn't that acting? Chiyo Yu was a little emotional. It's really hard to work now. Being a waiter also requires acting skills and pretending to be in love. Feng Lan blinked. There was no disgust on Chiyo Yu's face. He was calm, as if putting 2 men together was the most normal thing in the world. Feng Lan opened his mouth, wanted to say something but swallowed it back. Let's go first and talk about it when we get back. Chiyo Yu put on his coat and squatted to unlock the car. During the process, he kept muttering about why he had to pair up brothers and what if he messed up his acting skills. Feng Lan didn't say a word. He waited until he sat on Chiyo Yu's back seat again before saying, we don't need to act anything. We just go in pairs to entertain guests, listen to their requests, and let them watch. As for whether they look like a couple, the customer will figure it out for himself. What if the customer doesn't think they look like a couple? Chiyo Yu was worried. It's obvious that being a couple has advantages. It's easy to be selected and the salary is much higher. I don't want to give up, but I always feel that there is something wrong with this matter. I love my job and I have to be dedicated to it, right? What if the customer asks us to kiss each other? What should we do? Feng Lan imagined the scene and felt embarrassed. Ride your bike well. He grabbed the edge of the back seat. You are not afraid of being scolded. Chiyo Yu sighed, looked at the moon, and even wrote a limerick while waiting for the red light. People bend over backwards for a few dollars, and fake love can earn you a higher salary. The salary increase is not that big, but Chiyo Yu and Feng Lan need it very much. Feng Lan kicked Chiyo Yu's calf. They went all the way back to the downstairs of the community. The 2 teenagers who were worried about their summer jobs stood downstairs and looked at the sky for a while. It rained in the evening, and the sky was overcast at this time. There was no sound from the moon and stars, and there was no image for the teenagers to vent their emotions. Yu asked. What did you say? Feng Lan asked. What? You just want to have a relationship with me? Feng Lan turned to look at Yu. Yu blinked, lifted his coat, and showed Feng Lan his biceps. I'm okay. Yu's eyes were very sincere. If you don't believe me, just touch it. Feng Lan pulled Yu's arm back to its normal state of hanging beside him and said speechlessly, Are you sick? Yu became more sincere. I want to make money. Feng Lan couldn't help laughing, and Yu laughed too. Hey, I'm serious. I thought about it again. What Boss Han meant was that if we were ordinary waiters, the customers would secretly think we were a couple. Then we have to be treated as a couple anyway. Why not make money if there is money to be made? If not, it would be a loss. That's the truth. Feng Lan's hesitation was clearly shown on his face, and Yu saw it clearly. Yu himself didn't care. He had already come out to his friends and his father, and pretending to be in a relationship with a man to earn a high salary was really nothing. If there was any difficulty, it was because he had just become gay, and pretending to be in a relationship with another man had shaken his unmoved boyish heart. But Feng Lan was obviously not embarrassed by this issue. When Boss Han was explaining it, Yu noticed that Feng Lan was not right. Although his cold face did not have any extra expressions, Yu saw Feng Lan's slightly pursed lips and knew that he was in a very tense state. Yu guessed. Maybe Feng Lan was a steel straight man who would rather break than bend, and at this time he was wavering between money and principles and was caught in a fierce ideological struggle. Thinking of this, Yu suddenly leaned over and bumped Feng Lan's shoulder and used his eyes to signal Feng Lan to lower his head. Feng Lan was puzzled, but did it. A box of cigarettes appeared in Yu's hand. Yu drooped his shoulders and looked around furtively, as if he was acting in a spy movie. He looked to his side, lowered his voice, and spoke to Feng Lan in a strange Cantonese. The Dean of Studies will be here soon. This one will solve all the worries, handsome boy. Do you want a cigarette? It was a bit awkward and a bit outrageous. Feng Lan slowly turned his head to look at Yu, who raised his eyebrows. Take it. I can see that you are in a bad mood. Feng Lan's suppressed emotions quietly relaxed a corner. I don't smoke. He held back his laughter. What are you acting in? I don't know. Yu said, I watched the video before, and the comments said it was a Hong Kong movie, and it made me feel good. Am I not handsome enough? Yu picked up a cigarette and bit it in his mouth. A gentleman will not force you to smoke secondhand smoke. I'll bite it to satisfy my craving. Feng Lan smiled more sincerely. I don't care. He said, it's just entertaining guests together. What's the big deal? I care. Yu took the cigarette in his hand and touched the tooth marks on it. I like men. When you don't understand, be brave and honest. If you can get an answer, change it. If you can't, forget it. This is Yu's way of dealing with the world, and also Yu's shamelessness. He relied on his good relationship with Feng Lan, and thought that even if Feng Lan was homophobic, he could be a little less homophobic for the sake of his good brother. What's more, he was gay. He wanted to pretend to be a couple with Feng Lan, and he felt that he had an obligation to make it clear to Feng Lan, so as to avoid Feng Lan's backlash in the future, which would make things even more ugly. Feng Lan was stunned for a long time before she uttered an ah. Yu continued, I had a complete fallout with my dad because of this. Now only my friends, Pong, and Qin Xingjin know about it. So I don't care about pairing up. I am real, so why would I care about fake ones? But I have to tell you, just, if my dad finds out about this, or if I confront the world one day, there is no guarantee that people who know about this will not think you are one too. So if you mind. Yu lowered his head slightly. He came out to Chiu Linfeng because he was angry, and he came out to his brother because he was drunk. Now he was sober, and talking to Feng Lan face to face, he felt a little uncomfortable. How brave he was when he opened his mouth. How cowardly he felt when he thought Feng Lan would really mind. Feng Lan said that time, Yu was his only friend. If he minded too much, he would lose his friend. If he didn't mind that much, it would be awkward. This was really. Feng Lan's eyes flickered. He didn't know what was going on in Yu's mind. He just felt that Yu was very nervous. This belated uneasiness was in sharp contrast to Yu's frankness. The strong contrast gently pulled a timid nerve in Feng Lan's brain, awakening his desire to confide in others. I don't mind. Feng Lan spoke softly, seeming a little nervous. I mean, what's the big deal? I, I don't mind anything. Feng Lan spoke slowly, as if he wanted to comfort Xiaoyu, but inexplicably it was more like persuading. There's nothing to mind, as long as your future boyfriend doesn't treat me as your real love story. But, just... Feng Lan spoke slower and slower. You will find a boyfriend in the future, right? What else? I like men, but I still look for women. Xiaoyu suddenly understood and stared at Feng Lan in disbelief. No, what do you mean? Nothing. Feng Lan lowered her eyes. I heard. Some people can't hold on and finally get married and have children, as if they have made great sacrifices and suffered so much, but they still implicate an innocent woman. Would I be that kind of trash? I will never harm a girl in my life. Xiaoyu kept scolding. Feng Lan, your uncle, what do you think of me? Feng Lan didn't respond to Xiaoyu's words. He seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were a little detached. In fact, I think that if you want to return to normal, then be normal for the rest of your life. And there is nothing to blame for pretending until you die. I'm just afraid that I can't do that, not to mention those who just lie to have children and then get divorced. What era is this? Finding such excuses for yourself is just. Xiaoyu was so angry that he kicked Feng Lan. Feng Lan staggered a step, finally came back to his senses, looked at Xiaoyu and made amends. I just thought of this, just chatting. Just chatting. Xiaoyu sneered. I think you are picking on me. Really not. I didn't think so much. Don't be angry. Feng Lan showed a helpless expression, which made people feel soft in their hearts. Xiaoyu wanted to be angry, but he couldn't get angry seeing Feng Lan like this. So he had to bite the cigarette again and asked fiercely, did it hurt? Feng Lan didn't think for a second and simply said, no. Then go upstairs. I'll be angry for a while. Xiaoyu took out a lighter from his pocket. Go away. Don't touch my cigarette. Feng Lan didn't move, just looked at Xiaoyu. Second-hand smoke. Xiaoyu saw Feng Lan was embarrassed and helplessly suppressed his temper and explained, it's not good for the lungs. Don't you not smoke? Hurry up. Did I really hurt you when I kicked you? I told you I was holding back. Don't touch me. Feng Lan moved her legs to show Xiaoyu. I'm fine. If you're fine, go back. Xiaoyu said, I'll light a cigarette and tell you. Feng Lan understood what Xiaoyu meant and wanted to apologize again but didn't know what to say. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she said, then, I'll wash the clothes and return them to you. Xiaoyu waved his hand again, neither saying yes nor no. Feng Lan had no choice but to go into the hallway first and climb 3 or 4 steps. She could hear Xiaoyu cursing. Are you crazy? You're still looking for a woman. Don't have any shame. Feng Lan stopped on the first floor platform, leaning against the handrail of the stairs and looking at the door. Xiaoyu first stood by the door and smoked, but soon he walked away. Feng Lan could only see Xiaoyu's calves and sneakers. The lights in the hallway went out, and Feng Lan went upstairs in the dark, walking very slowly. When she reached the door, her phone suddenly vibrated. It was Xiaoyu. Return the clothes to me after the tutoring interview. Feng Lan was about to reply when the second text message popped up. You're making me so angry. Don't delete this text message. If I dare to marry a woman in the future, you should print it out and distribute it at my wedding, and shout that I'm a homosexual, okay? Another one. I got angry for 3 minutes and got bitten 3 times. See how you compensate me. Feng Lan held the phone and lowered her eyes, and smiled unconsciously. Xiaoyu successfully came out to Feng Lan. The next day, he replied to the topic and agreed to form a couple. Boss Han was very happy and suggested adding WeChat to chat in detail. But Feng Lan was in the supermarket and didn't have WeChat, so she relied on Xiaoyu to convey and asked if he could wait until he got off work to talk. Boss Han agreed very readily. When he got home in the evening, Feng Lan turned on the computer and wanted to download the computer version of WeChat, but was told that the system version was incompatible. He studied it for a while and found that it was really impossible to save it. He could only send a text message to Xiaoyu to say hello and go upstairs to use his WeChat. Xiaoyu replied after 2 minutes, okay, come up. Feng Lan went upstairs and knocked on the door. Xiaoyu wiped his hair and came to open the door hot. Feng Lan swallowed dryly. You just finished a shower? Ah, I rushed out when I heard my phone ringing. Okay. Feng Lan entered the room, watched Xiaoyu go into the bathroom, and sat down at the desk listening to the buzzing sound of the hairdryer. It was time to go to bed, so he didn't care about his hairstyle. Xiaoyu came out with his hair dried in a short while. Seeing Feng Lan sitting at the desk in a daze, he couldn't help but suggest, "Why don't you change your phone?" Feng Lan asked him, "Do you want to give me a phone again?" Xiaoyu said, "Not really. Do you want to buy it yourself?" Xiaoyu opened the shopping app for Feng Lan to see. In fact, many mobile phones now have touchscreen functions and support chat software, and they are not expensive. Look at this one. It's less than 300, cheaper than my electric car. Feng Lan looked over and read, "Smartphones for the elderly, big words and loud voices." Xiaoyu quickly switched out and clicked on another one for Feng Lan to see. What about this one? A second-hand smartphone, only 200 yuan. Feng Lan didn't look at it, but asked Xiaoyu, "How much did you buy the electric bike for?" Xiaoyu was silent for a moment. "How much?" 700. Second-hand? Second-hand. Do you know that the cheapest electric bikes are only 300, 500 now? Xiaoyu argued. But this exchange of 700 yuan made me earn 500 yuan more. I really made money after rounding it off. If you are not good at math, just listen to me. You are good at math? How much did you earn? 200. Xiaoyu was stubborn. Isn't 200 money? Isn't 200 money? Feng Lan smiled and said, "Don't urge me to change my phone." Xiaoyu was defeated by his own words. He opened WeChat without saying a word and told Boss Han that Feng Lan was in place and they could start to talk in detail. Boss Han created a group called Summer Special, which included Xiaoyu, Feng Lan, and 2 other college students who passed the interview and agreed to form a couple. Boss Han sent a few links and screenshots of customers sharing posts to the group and attached a few keywords for them to search and learn freely. These posts were distributed on Weibo, Tieba, Space, and forums that Xiaoyu had never seen before, which made Xiaoyu feel a little confused. Feng Lan was even more confused. His memory of using social networking sites was still in junior high school, and he only knew the web versions of Tieba and Space. These two things looked different on mobile phones and computers, and became the most familiar and unfamiliar software to Feng Lan. So Feng Lan could only watch Xiaoyu operate. The two of them watched a number of photos of men holding hands, men against walls, and men kissing each other in different positions, with and without face blurring, and read countless bold and imaginative jokes from the guests. Xiaoyu was a little shocked and muttered several times in a low voice, "Do we have to do this too? This is how it is for the guests. If you can't accept being photographed, you will be given a badge saying please do not take photos. If you agree to take photos, the guests will ask you or consciously blur them. It's up to you. But those little jokes are uncontrollable. You should weigh your acceptance and be mentally prepared. In addition, on the first day, you need to cooperate in taking a few photos. I will use them to cut out the pictures to make the customer-attracting stand and the posters in the store. Don't worry, the faces of the customer-attracting stand will be uniformly censored, so you won't be surrounded by acquaintances." Xiaoyu thought that the theme was near Shouho's house, and he could only say that he was very grateful for Boss Han's thoughtfulness. Boss Han said again, "You are already very clear about the content of the work. Chat with the guests according to their needs, or do your own things next to the guests, so that the guests can see. If the guests specify, we also have a reservation mechanism, and you will have at least one night to prepare. During the time when the scheduled guests are in the store, try to interact with the guests near them and let the guests see." Feng Lan smiled. Boss Han finally said, "That's all I have to say about the work. I will send the menu content to the group later. I hope everyone can read it carefully before officially starting work. Finally, are you free tomorrow? You need to come to sign a contract and try on the uniform. Everyone else has no problem, but Feng Lan still has to go to the supermarket." Xiaoyu answered for Feng Lan in the group. "Sorry, Feng Lan has work tomorrow." Feng Lan said, "Ask if it's okay to go after school on Monday." Xiaoyu then relayed, "Can Feng Lan and I go on Monday? The same time as the interview day, around 7 p.m. Boss Han said no problem, and the job was finalized. Xiaoyu felt much more relaxed, replied to see you on Monday, and sent a small flower. Feng Lan, who was watching from the side, suddenly said, "Actually, I can go by myself on Monday, and you have nothing to do tomorrow. What's the big deal? Let's go together. Xiaoyu threw his phone aside and asked, then let's go to school together on Monday? Fenglan said okay. Xiaoyu shook his legs happily. I think we should go to school together from now on. If you can ride an electric bike, you can ride my bike to work on Saturdays and Sundays. Fenglan said, we can go to school together, but I have to go to the factory after school until the summer vacation. How can we arrange the two of us to share a bike? Let's go to the factory together? Fenglan thought for a while and said, then I have to tell Sister Lu, but don't have too high expectations. The current staff is relatively fixed. If you want to go, you can only wait for someone to come to fill the position. Fenglan hesitated. But this is quite hard. You have to stand there all the time, and the work is rather mechanical and boring. Can I wear headphones to listen to music? Fenglan shook her head. I don't know. No one has mentioned it before. Forget it. It's too boring, and I may not be able to do it. Xiaoyu glanced at Fenglan. But you still know how hard it is? This sentence was said very quickly. Fenglan didn't hear it clearly, and looked at Xiaoyu in confusion. What did you say? Nothing. Xiaoyu said, I just feel that you are tired. Fenglan pinched her thumb. It's okay. Is the tutoring interview scheduled? Yes, next Wednesday at noon. The first class that afternoon is Chinese. I can take a leave. If it is settled, I will negotiate the working hours with Boss Han. Going to work together during the summer vacation? Let your bicycle rest. Let's talk about it later. I don't know the specific time arrangement yet. Maybe it's not possible to work together. Fenglan sighed. After talking about it like this, there are still many things to do. Xiaoyu looked at him. Are you tired? Yes. Fenglan leaned back. Didn't you just get off work? Xiaoyu wanted to say that it was not because you just got off work, but looking at Fenglan's half-closed tired eyes, he could only ask with concern. Have you eaten dinner tonight? I have. There is a box of bento today. Fenglan sighed again. Is it just a box lunch? I had to think about it before I remembered that the store calls it bento. Where is this called? In Taiwan. Is your boss Taiwanese? I don't know. I haven't asked. He should be a local, right? Fenglan said. Yangqing is so small. It's too late to go out. Who would come here from outside to open a supermarket? Don't guess the idea of being a boss. I have never understood Xiaolinfeng. Xiaoyu said, and Yangqing is not small. There are several universities. Do you know Shiqing? My hometown. It's small. There are only 2 streets in the whole city. The kindergarten and elementary school I attended are in the same courtyard, and the junior and senior high school on the other side of the street are in the same courtyard. 2 years ago, the high school could no longer be run and merged with Yangqing No. 3 Middle School. When did you come to Yangqing? I was in kindergarten, but Xiaolinfeng got rich before I graduated, so he moved us to Yangqing. Xiaoyu missed it a little. It was good when I was a child. I was so happy back then. I climbed the mountains and trees and fished in the water every day. I was so happy. Yes. Fenglan responded. It was good when I was a child. He sighed again, his eyelids a little heavy. It was really strange. Although the work was not so tiring, he was more tired than before, as if the compressed sleep was eager to be made up, and he had to make up for it to make up for an average of 8 hours a night. Busy man. Xiaoyu got up and chased him away. Go to bed quickly. I can't persuade you to work less, so I can only persuade you to have a good rest. Fenglan nodded, got up and walked to the door, turned around before opening the door and glanced at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu asked, What's wrong? Fenglan bit the tip of his tongue lightly. Nothing, he said. I'm going downstairs. Good night. Fenglan walked into the corridor, walking very slowly. He wanted to ask Xiaoyu's family what they thought about him coming out, but Xiaoyu's relationship with his father was so bad that if he really asked, Xiaoyu would either say that he didn't care about Xiaolinfeng's opinion or be directly upset. Besides, every family is different, so what can he do if he asked? Fenglan sighed and went downstairs to her own home. On Wednesday afternoon, Fenglan took a taxi to Sai Community to interview for a tutor. Mr. Zhang is 42 years old and is usually busy. Today he took a lunch break from work. When they met, Mr. Zhang didn't say much and directly asked Fenglan to give a trial lesson to his son Zheng Xiaodong. Fenglan had never been a tutor before, and her junior high school textbooks had long been sold as scrap. Now she is seriously biased in one subject. Fortunately, Mr. Zhang just wants someone to help his son prepare for the first grade of junior high school. Feng Lan searched online to confirm that the junior high school textbooks have not changed in recent years. She went to the second-hand book website to buy the first semester textbooks for the first grade of junior high school. She roughly read through them herself and made a simple study plan. She plans to help Zhang Xiaodong prepare the first and second units of all subjects this summer. Zhang Xiaodong has a round head, a round brain, and round eyes. He is a very shy little boy. He just nodded obediently from the moment Feng Lan explained the teaching objectives to him until Feng Lan started to speak. After a class, Feng Lan went to the living room to wait. After a while, Mr. Zhang came out and poured Feng Lan a glass of water. "I think it's very good. Xiaodong likes you too." Mr. Zhang said, "Do you mind if I smoke?" Feng Lan said, "You are welcome." Mr. Zhang lit up a cigarette, took a puff, and looked at Feng Lan through the white smoke. "You are wearing a school uniform, right? Do you earn pocket money by tutoring?" Feng Lan knew that it was time to set the salary, so he answered frankly, "Living expenses." After saying this, Feng Lan lowered his head to drink water, half-truthfully pretending to be embarrassed when talking about the embarrassment of life. He didn't notice that Mr. Zhang was stunned, and his eyes changed immediately. When Feng Lan looked up, Mr. Zhang pinched his cigarette. His attitude was the same as before, and he still looked like a gentle elder. He took out a red envelope and put it on the table, smiling. "A good start? Here is 200 yuan, which is in addition to the salary. After that, we will follow the normal market price, 100 yuan per hour. What do you think?" Feng Lan was a little surprised. "Your market price," he said tactfully, "isn't it too high?" "Oh?" Mr. Zhang looked a little confused. "Several friends around me asked those college students to be tutors, and some of them charge 200 or 300 yuan. I am just a sophomore in high school, and I only helped Xiaodong prepare for 2 units of the introductory courses for the first grade of junior high school. 100 yuan per hour is too high." Feng Lan spoke sincerely. "I also checked the market price before I came, and the maximum was 50. Mr. Zhang smiled with satisfaction. "Little classmate, you are very honest," he said. "In this case, 100 yuan per hour is indeed too high. Let's charge you 80 yuan. Feng Lan was just afraid that Mr. Zhang would compare it with others and think that he gave too much, which would cause disputes. Unexpectedly, this was Mr. Zhang's deliberate test. Feng Lan felt a little speechless, but after all, he got a higher salary, so he didn't say anything. He just thanked Mr. Zhang, then looked at the time and said that his lunch break was about to end and it was time to go back to school. Mr. Zhang insisted on sending Feng Lan to the elevator despite Feng Lan's refusal. When the elevator door opened, Mr. Zhang raised his hand and pressed Feng Lan's shoulder and squeezed it gently. "See you in the summer vacation. My son will trouble Mr. Feng then." Feng Lan politely said I should, and waited until the elevator door closed before frowning and patting his shoulder. He thought Mr. Zhang was a little strange, but this strangeness might just be because he lacked a father figure in his life for a long time and was not used to getting along with people who played the role of a father. Feng Lan didn't think much about it, turned on his phone and sent a text message to Chiu, telling him the tutor's working hours. Chiu replied immediately as if he was waiting for Feng Lan's text message. "Should I talk to Boss Han directly?" Feng Lan replied with a okay. A few minutes later, Feng Lan walked to the gate of the community, and Chiu also sent back the reply from Boss Han, setting Feng Lan's summer work schedule. Tutoring in the morning from Monday to Friday, working at Theme in the afternoon, working as a cashier at the supermarket as usual on Saturdays and Sundays, and then working at Theme until 11 p.m. Chiu was shocked after hearing this. He helped Feng Lan find a job because he wanted him to save some money during the summer vacation, but after Feng Lan's arrangement, he didn't know where Feng Lan saved money. When he asked Feng Lan said that Mr. Zhang was generous, and Theme's salary was not low. If he worked hard this summer, he might be able to keep only one job in his 3rd year of high school and not have to look for another job. What else could Chiu say? He just hoped that Feng Lan was not just talking, and that he could really take a break in his 3rd year of high school. After that, the two of them followed the routine. Chiu was obsessed with studying, and Feng Lan was the same as always. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, the end of the semester was over and the summer vacation came. After the exam, Chiu was very happy to check the answers with Li Xiu and calculate his approximate score. Wouldn't this make Xiao Linfeng angry to death? I want to go home and see his expression when he receives the report card. Feng Lan did not comment on this. He knew his grades well, and he had no time to think about it at the moment. He was only worried about visiting his mother. He had not had a good talk with his mother for a long time. 15 years old was the dividing line of Feng Lan's life. Before that, he had a happy family. His father Jiang Wan was gentle and elegant, and his mother Feng Wan lived up to her name. They went to the beach every summer vacation because Feng Wan liked the sea. Jiang Wan once hugged Feng Lan, looked at Feng Wan, and told him to respect and love his mother for the rest of his life, saying, "In our family, your mother has the final say." Feng Lan once thought that the love between his parents was the sea, deep, gentle, and vast. What happened later? Later, Feng Lan's idea did not seem to be wrong too much. The relationship between his parents was like the sea. Once there were waves, it would be a storm that could overturn everything. After Feng Wan killed her husband, Feng Lan only saw her once in court. The woman who always smiled gently became pale and thin, as if she had lost all the colors in her life. She was no longer as gentle and loving as before. Feng Lan cried and called her, but she did not look back at Feng Lan until the end of the trial, and she was unwilling to see Feng Lan after being imprisoned. He was like a walking corpse. It was hard for him to live, let alone study. Seeing him like this, Grandma had to arrange for him to take a leave of absence from school. He took a break for half a year. During this time, Jiang Wan's parents came to make trouble several times. From those fierce quarrels, Feng Lan gradually understood some things. About the secret of his parents' marriage, about his significance to the Jiang family, and about how much he looked like Jiang Wan. Later, his mother came out of prison with a letter, saying that the new semester was about to start, and Feng Lan should study hard. Only then did Feng Lan end his leave of absence. Before school started, Grandma took Feng Lan to see Feng Wan. The mother and son looked at each other through the glass of the visiting room. Feng Wan asked Feng Lan to change her surname. As soon as she said this, tears fell. This was not the first time Feng Wan mentioned this matter, but Feng Lan did not understand it before. Now Feng Lan knows everything. Many things were smashed and broken by Feng Wan's tears. Feng Lan looked at his mother's tears and thought about how his usually kind grandparents had a falling out over this matter and went to his grandmother's house to curse and swear. He thought about how his grandmother was angry and sad, saying that the Jiang family were all black-hearted people and asked him not to meet them again. It turned out that he was not a child, but a piece of evidence. He was a sinner in front of his mother. He should obey his mother's every instruction and meet her every wish. Feng Lan agreed to change his surname and was unwilling to be the incense of the Jiang family's morbid pursuit. After the surname on the ID card changed from Jiang to Feng, Feng Lan looked back at the good times as if looking at a bubble, so blurred that people could not believe that they had really happened. Feng Lan exhaled gently. He always felt guilty in front of his mother. So many words were never spoken. But Xiaoyu was right. It was good that he had his own plans for life, but he should not pay for himself and should not deprive a mother of the right to know about her child's life. If he is a sinner, his mother is his judge. What kind of life he should live should be judged by his mother. The door of the visiting room opened, and Feng Lan sat up straight, holding the report card. Feng Wan appeared at the door with an expressionless face, walked to the chair and sat down, took the microphone, and her dark eyes pierced into Feng Lan's eyes. "Are you here, Mom?" Feng Lan's throat was dry. "It's the end of the semester, so I came to see you. It's been a long time since we last met." Feng Lan and Jiang Wan look so much alike, especially those eyes, which are completely carved from the same mold. Feng Wan will never forget the day when she sat in front of Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan looked at her sincerely and said those words to her. After she heard it, she was shocked at first, but after thinking about it all night at home, she still felt that Jiang Wan was very good. So stupid and silly. Xiaolan. Feng Wan's voice was very calm. "Did Jiang Wan's parents still contact you?" This is a fixed question and answer between the mother and son every time they meet. Feng Lan had foreseen it and said truthfully, "No." "Didn't they go to your place or call you?" "No. They still don't know my new address and mobile phone number." "What about school? Didn't they go to school to look for you?" "No." Feng Lan hooked the phone line with her little finger and lowered her eyes slightly. They dare not. Of course they don't dare. After all, the last time they tried to make Feng Lan recognize his ancestors, Feng Lan directly put a knife to his neck and said that if they dared to appear in front of him again, he would directly make the Jiang family completely cut off. But Feng Lan didn't tell Feng Wan this. When Feng Wan asked, he only said that he threatened Jiang Wan's parents that if they came to find him again, he would leave Yangqing and never come back. Feng Wan nodded and reminded, "Don't contact them. They are not good people. Do you understand?" Feng Lan answered obediently, "I understand." Feng Wan then asked, "How are your grades this time?" Feng Lan reported the scores of each subject. Feng Wan listened carefully and then said, "In fact, grades are not important. The most important thing is a person's character. No matter how many books you read, if your morals are bad, this person is finished. Do you understand?" Feng Lan hummed. "So don't pay any attention to Jiang Wan's parents." Feng Wan tried her best to suppress it, but there was still a hint of hatred in her tone. Their morals were extremely bad, and they were really not good people. Feng Lan opened her mouth, closed it again, and still hummed. Feng Wan clutched her clothes as if she was a little uncomfortable and exhaled forcefully. "And Jiang Wan," she said. "Have you been to see Jiang Wan?" "No," Feng Lan said, "not once." Feng Wan nodded. "Well, it's right not to go. There's nothing to go. People are dead and dead." Feng Lan felt that he understood what Feng Wan meant. She hated Jiang Wan, and as her child who had been conceived and given birth to for 10 months, he should be connected with her mother and son, and share the same hatred and enemies. Feng Lan did share the same stance as her mother, hating the father who gave her half of his flesh and blood. Feng Lan lowered his eyes and stared at the table. "I know, I won't go." Feng Wan said, "Be good. Lift up the report card so I can take a look." Feng Lan did as she was told. Feng Wan looked at the numbers one by one and asked, "Is your math score too bad?" "Well, I'm not very good at this. Just try your best." Feng Wan said, "Grades are secondary. A person's character is important. Do you understand?" After saying this, Feng Wan was still a little worried and asked, "With your current grades, what kind of university can you go to?" Feng Lan's eyes were hot. "I was planning to talk to you about going to university this time." Feng Wan was stunned. Feng Lan had come to the visiting room to see her every month for 3 years, but at first she was not in a peaceful state of mind and rarely agreed to meet. Later, when her mother passed away, she agreed to meet more often. But when they met, Feng Lan never discussed anything with her. Feng Wan thought it was because Feng Lan really had nothing to discuss with her. What could be particularly difficult for a teenager to concentrate on studying? But now, looking at Feng Lan's red eyes, Feng Wan suddenly realized that Feng Lan might not have nothing to discuss with her, but just didn't tell her. Her self-torture trapped in the past gave her son a wrong signal, making Feng Lan feel that his mother hated him as well. Feng Wan's heart suddenly tightened, and she subconsciously asked, "Are you having any difficulties in life? In study? Not getting along well with friends?" Feng Wan suddenly thought of something. Her voice paused, and she spoke again with a bit more severity. "Could it be that you have someone you like?" Feng Lan quickly shook his head. "No, none of these. It's just that, about going to college and living expenses." He spoke out his plan with some difficulty. "I want to apply to a local university, so that when you come out, I can take care of you. I know you don't want to see me, but at least let me take care of you. I'm sure I can't leave you alone." Feng Wan's nose was sour. "And the money? I haven't told you that after Grandma died, I didn't touch the demolition money for the house." Feng Lan continued, "That money is yours. Grandma originally kept the house to wait for you to come out, so now the house price has risen, but you can still buy a small house by yourself. Don't worry about me. If you agree, I will visit you occasionally. I have been working part-time these years. I have enough to live on, and I have saved a little money for you." Feng Lan said this with some trepidation, but he didn't wait for Feng Wan's response. He didn't know what his mother, who hated her husband and son, would think when he heard this. He was afraid that his mother would be furious, so he looked up anxiously, only to find that Feng Wan had burst into tears without knowing when. Feng Lan felt uncomfortable and wanted to wipe his mother's tears. He stretched out his hand and naturally touched a coldness. You work? Feng Wan asked with difficulty. You have been working part-time in these years? Yes. Feng Lan responded at a loss. Feng Wan burst into tears. Mom is not unwilling to see you. Mom is. Mom doesn't know how to face you. I made the wrong choice and did the wrong thing before. If you. Feng Lan's heart seemed to be tightly grasped. If I had known that you would go out to work and support yourself, you might as well live with his parents. At least someone would take care of you. Mom hates them both, but Mom doesn't want you to live a hard life. Xiaolan, Mom is sorry for you. Mom is sorry for you. Today is the last day of the second year of high school. In the morning, everyone changed classrooms together, from the Yutsai building used by the first and second year students to the Bizhong building used by the third year students. We left school at noon. Logically speaking, after going back and forth several times since the morning, everyone should be tired. But on the one hand, high school students are energetic, and on the other hand, they are excited about the summer vacation. There are many students who don't go home after school, and they have to queue up to play basketball in the small park. When dusk fell, Choyu played basketball with Erping and Qian Qingjin, and then had dinner together to celebrate the summer vacation, and then bought a bag of ice cream and went back to the rental house. When passing by Feng Lan's house, Choyu remembered that this person rejected his proposal to go to the small park yesterday and knocked on Feng Lan's door. Classmate Feng? Choyu said, I'm here to catch you. Have you finished your work? You didn't ask for leave today and didn't move the table. Did you secretly look for a new job behind my back? Classmate Feng didn't open the door for him. Maybe he hadn't come back yet. Choyu didn't care. He walked upstairs with his bag. While walking, he sent a text message to Feng Lan, asking him to come home and get some ice cream. He wrote half a sentence in the text message and walked up 3 steps. The door behind him suddenly opened. Choyu turned his head and saw Feng Lan leaning against the door. Her hair was disheveled and her eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that she had just cried. Choyu understood almost immediately. Did you go to see your aunt? Feng Lan nodded. Didn't you say early next month? Feng Lan shook her head. Choyu retracted his foot that had already stepped on the stairs, turned around and faced Feng Lan, and turned him into the room with one arm. His eyes were swollen. Choyu picked up a popsicle and held it in his hand, and applied a cold compress. Feng Lan responded listlessly, took the popsicle, walked to the bed and lay down. Choyu greeted Feng Lan, stuffed the popsicle into Feng Lan's refrigerator, then dragged a chair over and sat next to Feng Lan, watching Feng Lan press the popsicle against her eyes. It was too hot. Choyu tried to turn on the air conditioner, but he looked around and didn't see the remote control. He looked at the air conditioner again and found that it was not powered on at all. Choyu knew that Feng Lan must be trying to save money, so he didn't ask. But there was another question to ask. Didn't talk well with Auntie? It was good. Feng Lan's voice was hoarse. She told me to study hard. Use the money left by Grandma and not go to work. Then you were so moved that you burst into tears and didn't know what to say. You went home and cried until now? Feng Lan said, Don't let teacher you know that you used the memorial to the emperor on leaving the capital like this. I'm afraid she won't be able to help but beat you. If you don't tell her, she will never know. Choyu crossed his legs, and it's too late for you to complain now. It's summer vacation, and she can't scold me even if she wants to. Feng Lan wanted to laugh, but unfortunately she couldn't laugh, so she could only pull the corners of her mouth reluctantly. Choyu sighed, leaned forward, and pinched Feng Lan's mouth. Feng Lan moved the popsicle away from her eyes and stared at Choyu. Choyu whispered, Aren't you unhappy? You're still thinking about laughing. I'm just giving you face, Feng Lan said. Let someone else come. Do you think I'll let him in? Choyu put the tip of his tongue against his canine teeth and rubbed it slowly. After trying on clothes a while ago, Boss Han gave instructions, saying that Feng Lan was good in every way, but there were too many bloodshot eyes and dark circles, which were difficult to cover with makeup. In order to reduce the bloodshot eyes and fade the dark circles, Feng Lan has completely stopped packing at the factory these days. Even if she can't sleep at night, she will put a drop of eye drops and lie down with her eyes closed with a steam eye mask. After this care, Feng Lan's dark circles did not disappear, but she had enough rest and her reaction was faster. Not only did she not speak and do things as slowly as before, but she could also have a few words with Choyu. When Xiaoyu thought of this, he felt a little proud that he couldn't explain. But now is not the time for him to be proud. Xiaoyu swung his legs and brought up Boss Han as an excuse. Boss Han asked you to cultivate your eyes, so you cultivate this. We still have to take pictures. What if she is not satisfied when we go there tomorrow? Feng Lan looked at Xiaoyu speechlessly. Xiaoyu looked back at Feng Lan innocently. What's wrong? Such a realistic problem. Isn't it worth discussing when your eyes are swollen from crying? Talk about work. Feng Lan muttered, moved the popsicle back to his eyes, and was too lazy to pay attention to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu heard that Feng Lan's tone was better and not so depressed, so he took advantage of the situation and kicked Feng Lan's leg lightly with his shoes. Feng Lan was a little impatient and began to reflect on why he let Xiaoyu into the house. Then he remembered that this person came uninvited and hooked his neck to enter the house. He immediately tossed the popsicle again and glared at Xiaoyu again. This time, there was obvious dissatisfaction in Feng Lan's eyes, but Xiaoyu didn't care much. He grinned and said, "Let's not talk about work. Have you had dinner?" Feng Lan pursed his lips and said nothing. "If you didn't eat, then you didn't eat." Xiaoyu said, "Get up. I'll take you to a place." Feng Lan couldn't help it and said in a calm tone as possible, "Are you free?" Xiaoyu stood up and pulled Feng Lan up. "I'm free, too free." "Hey, don't try to struggle, or you'll twist your arm. Put on your shoes quickly, or I'll carry you out. I can carry your weight." Feng Lan couldn't resist Xiaoyu, so he dragged her up to the third floor, and then went downstairs after getting the electric car. Xiaoyu put Feng Lan on the back seat, and Feng Lan asked with a wooden face, "Where are we going?" "Going to play." Xiaoyu stepped on the accelerator. "My service is absolutely attentive. Classmate Feng, please come." The wind was still warm recently. Feng Lan had been stuffy in the house for a long time. Now that she breathed in fresh air, her head didn't hurt so much, and she wasn't so irritable anymore. She naturally grabbed Xiaoyu's clothes. Xiaoyu noticed that Feng Lan's attitude softened and immediately said, "Hold on tight. Is there a thorn on my waist? Are you so afraid to touch it? It's safer if you put your arm around my shoulder." Feng Lan said, "No need. I'm afraid you'll fall." Xiaoyu said, "If you fall, you won't be able to go to work tomorrow. After all, it's the first day of work. Is that okay? I can't get two salaries at the same time." Feng Lan still didn't hug Xiaoyu's waist, nor did she put her arm around Xiaoyu's shoulders. Xiaoyu simply ran over a speed bump. Feng Lan was caught off guard and hugged Xiaoyu reflexively. Once Xiaoyu succeeded, he accelerated madly without giving Feng Lan a chance to relax and laughed. "Are you still crying?" Feng Lan scolded him. "Are you sick?" Xiaoyu fully demonstrated what it meant to be provocative and said in a surprised tone, "Oh, you're angry. Send another one. I've known you for so long, and I've never seen you angry." Feng Lan was so angry that he laughed. He stuck to Xiaoyu's back and leaned close to Xiaoyu's ear and shouted, "Are you sick?" Xiaoyu accelerated again, and the small battery rushed at lightning speed, rushing to the old moat in the sunset. Xiaoyu rode his bike to a path trampled by people, and mosquitoes eagerly emerged from the grass to look for food. Feng Lan was bitten 3 times in a short while, and she wished she could hide her face in Xiaoyu's back. The sky got a little darker, and the wind seemed to be a little cooler. Feng Lan could clearly smell the smell of detergent on Xiaoyu's clothes, and her mood gradually calmed down. "Where are you going?" Feng Lan asked. His voice was too nasal and hoarse. He said a short sentence with a little bit of complaint, and it even sounded a little like coquetry. Xiaoyu felt that a small gear in his heart was moving, and his Adam's apple moved slightly, and he swallowed unconsciously. 2 sparrows flew up from the side. Xiaoyu looked forward, and the place where Feng Lan pressed against him suddenly became very hot. Now the battery car was not driving so fast, and the road was smooth. Feng Lan's hand moved down from Xiaoyu's waist and grabbed the hem of Xiaoyu's clothes again. The originally weak force at this moment seemed to be stronger than the strength of Feng Lan's tight embrace on Xiaoyu's waist, stretching Xiaoyu's limbs to the point of stiffness. Feng Lan was unaware of all this and shouted again, "Xiaoyu?" Xiaoyu slammed on the brakes, and Feng Lan's forehead hit Xiaoyu's back. "You, get off the car." Xiaoyu said quickly, "We're here." Feng Lan looked up. There was a ruin on the other side of the moat. Feng Lan vaguely remembered that it was some shelved development project. The moat was not very clean, and there was garbage piled up near the shore that no one had collected. Chiu pushed the car and took Feng Lan forward for a while, and stopped when they reached a place with floor tiles. I always come here. Chiu stopped the car. In the past, when I didn't know how to resist Chiu Linfeng and couldn't beat him even if I knew, I came here to shout a few times. At the beginning, there were workers on the other side. One time, they even shouted back at me, saying, "Kid, go home." There is no overnight hatred between father and son. I shouted back at him, shouting. Chiu put his hands around his mouth and made a trumpet shape. Yes. How could there not be? My dad and I have them? This time 4 or 5 sparrows flew up. Feng Lan looked at Chiu. The wind messed up their hair, and the sound of the birds flapping their wings seemed to be a switch, making Feng Lan's long-suppressed desire to talk more and more intense. After Chiu finished shouting, he turned his head and smiled at Feng Lan, then picked up a stone from the ground and weighed it twice in his hand. "Can you do this?" he asked. "Skip it on the water." Feng Lan followed suit and picked up a stone. "You can throw it," he said. They all sank to the bottom. The stone flew to the water surface as Feng Lan said, and fell to the bottom as Feng Lan said. "My dad is very good at playing." Feng Lan said that the stone he threw could jump many times, and the most amazing one jumped to the other side of the river. We crossed the bridge to find the stone and took it home as a souvenir. "Awesome," Chiu praised, and the stone in his hand flew out and jumped 4 times on the water. "It seems that I still have a lot to learn." "Learn from him?" "Learn from the best skipping stones in the world," Chiu said. "After all, learning is endless, and the same is true for skipping stones. If you want to become a master, in addition to hard practice, you must also learn from others' advanced experience." Feng Lan smiled. "Then you can't learn. He has been dead for 3 years. Chiu picked up another stone and threw it out, and it still jumped 4 times. "I think about what I should say," he said. "Or what do you want to hear more at this moment, Brother Feng?" The 3rd stone flew out and jumped 3 times this time. Feng Lan didn't answer, probably still thinking. Chiu didn't urge him, squatted down and picked up 4 or 5 stones, and showed them to Feng Lan. There are particularities in choosing stones for skipping stones, and they should be flat and thin. Of course, some masters can even use bricks. That's another story. Feng Lan hummed and took one from Chiu. "Look at my hand." Chiu held a stone in front of Feng Lan. "Hold the stone like this at this angle. Remember it? Then this force." The sky got a little darker, and the old street lamp finally lit up. The flying insects attracted by the light could not wait to surround it. Feng Lan threw 2 stones but failed to get the point. Chiu could not help but walk over and hold Feng Lan's hand to teach him how to use force. "Let's go." Feng Lan's stone jumped twice on the water surface, and the sky was completely dark. Chiu cheered and was about to turn on the flashlight on his mobile phone to touch 2 more stones when Feng Lan finally made up his mind. "Comfort me." Feng Lan's 2nd stone only jumped once. "Don't mention my dad, don't mention my mom, don't mention work, and don't ask me." Feng Lan's 3rd stone jumped twice again. "Just comfort me." Chiu threw away all the stones in his hand, turned around, opened his arms and snapped his fingers with both hands, quite cool. They didn't say anything else. The old street lamp flickered twice. Feng Lan walked towards Chiu and hugged him. It was already dark when they got home. This time Feng Lan didn't hold back. As soon as she got in the car, she hooked her hand on Chiu's shoulder and held it firmly. Chiu whistled briskly. "Okay, you finally got familiar with me?" Feng Lan tapped Chiu's shoulder with her finger. "You got familiar with me too early." "What do you mean by early?" "You didn't want to put your arm around my waist that morning." Chiu shrugged twice. "Hey, you should put your arm around my waist." Feng Lan was puzzled. "Itchy? Who would have itchy flesh here?" Chiu grabbed Feng Lan's hand and pressed it on his waist. "I felt uncomfortable turning the steering wheel with a pair of claws on my shoulders." "Oh." Feng Lan stared at Chiu's waist for 2 seconds, thought about it, and decided to just grab Chiu's clothes. "Hey." Chiu turned his head and glared at Feng Lan. "What's wrong? You're not familiar with me again?" Feng Lan said seriously. "Medium rare." Chiu cursed and turned back. "Okay, I don't really like well-done food. Let's go home." The evening breeze was gentle, the old moat was not heavily polluted, and the starry sky was still bright. Feng Lan looked up for a while, and suddenly felt that time was very slow. The road was very long, and unhappy things were far away from him. Feng Lan whispered, "Thank you for today." "What's there to thank me for?" Xiaoyu said, "But you are in a good mood now, and you feel particularly grateful to me, right?" Feng Lan did not deny it. Xiaoyu smiled and stopped the car. Then, "Classmate Feng, let's get off and take a walk?" Feng Lan sat up straight, looked over Xiaoyu's shoulder, and saw that the battery car had run out of power. It turned out that time was very slow, and the road was very long was not an illusion, but the battery car was out of power. Feng Lan cursed, and somehow felt happy and laughed out loud. He got off the back seat, stood next to it, and patted the front of the car. A waiter who paid 700 yuan. Really good. Waiter? A second-hand battery? That's great. Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing. What should I do? It's quite far. I don't know if I can get a taxi at this time. He also patted the front of the car. Xiao Wai, you are not doing your best. How can you live up to the name given by your Uncle Lan? Let's go for a walk. Feng Lan said, "Relax." How can you relax so easily? What time is it? Xiaoyu said, "What's more, I have to go to work tomorrow. Do you know how far this is from the old street? It's quite far." Two high school students, one with his hands in his pockets and the other pushing a cart, walked away slowly. At 7:30 the next morning, Xiaoyu got up with difficulty. He only had one job, and because he was a partner with Feng Lan, Boss Han adjusted his working hours, so he didn't have to get up so early. But in order to keep up with Feng Lan and to make more money, Xiaoyu took the initiative to ask Boss Han for extra hours, and when Feng Lan was not there, he worked as an ordinary waiter. In this way, Xiaoyu's working hours were longer and his salary was higher. For this, he repeatedly praised Feng Lan as his god of wealth, which made Feng Lan, who had tried to persuade Xiaoyu to agree that it was good to work at different hours, shut up silently. But his working hours in the morning were still later than Feng Lan. So why did he get up at 7:30? After Xiaoyu finished washing up, he hummed a song, lifted the cart, stretched his legs, and knocked on Feng Lan's door. Feng Lan opened the door with a toothbrush in his mouth and asked Xiaoyu vaguely, "Breakfast?" Xiaoyu immediately understood what he meant. "I looked at the map yesterday, and there was a bun shop halfway over there, so I had it there." Feng Lan turned and walked into the house without closing the door. Xiaoyu did not go in either, but leaned against the doorframe and listened to Feng Lan washing up. After the sound of running water sounded once, Feng Lan came out of the bathroom, and the first thing he said was that it was a waste of money. Xiaoyu asked, "Then Teacher Feng, how do you usually solve breakfast? You don't get up every morning to cook for yourself, do you?" Feng Lan walked around the living room and waved a half sack of small bread that was less than the size of a palm at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu smacked his lips. "No wonder you are shorter than me." Feng Lan narrowed his eyes. "I am only 2 centimeters shorter than you." 2 centimeters shorter is not considered short? Xiaoyu entered the room. He took the bread from Feng Lan's hand, first looked at the expiration date, and then said, "It's only a few days old. Take it with you? You finish tutoring at 12 o'clock and start working in the cafe at 1 o'clock. You don't have much time to eat in between, so take this as a cushion." Feng Lan thought about it. "Okay." Xiaoyu looked around the room again. "But you were just going to eat it, without milk or something? Just water." Feng Lan picked up the bag on the bed and showed it to Xiaoyu. There was a thermos cup with peeling paint inside. The milk was finished. "Poor thing." Xiaoyu sharply commented on Feng Lan's living habits. "It's okay, but not refined." "Master, I understand." Poor thing pushed Xiaoyu away coldly and grabbed a few small breads and put them in his backpack. Xiaoyu stared at Feng Lan's movements from the side, and then he looked into Feng Lan's eyes. After a night, Feng Lan's eyes were slightly red and her eyes were still a little swollen. Xiaoyu stared at her for a few seconds, and when Feng Lan stood up, he stretched out his hand and touched the corner of Feng Lan's eyes with his fingers. Both of them were stunned. Feng Lan had just washed her face and her skin was still cold, so the heat from Xiaoyu's fingertips was particularly obvious, almost scalding. Feng Lan was burned like this, and she pulled out a sentence from her mind and threw it at Xiaoyu. "Are you going to poke me blind?" "No." Xiaoyu quickly withdrew his hand and said, "Your eyes are still a little swollen." Feng Lan touched her eyes and could still feel Chiao Yu's temperature. I saw it when I was washing my face. It's not serious. Chiao Yu hummed and felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird, so he changed the subject. My popsicle is still here with you. Take it on the way home from work in the evening. Don't take up my space. Feng Lan put on her bag. Are you okay? Are you sober? The battery charge of the electric bike. Chiao Yu instantly remembered what happened last night, laughed again, and asked Feng Lan. I'm fine. The bike is fully charged. How are you? No back pain, leg pain or anything. Last night, the two of them finally took a taxi, but it was too late and the place was too remote, so they had been walking for a long time when they got the taxi. No, Feng Lan said. Are you in pain? A little sore, but it's okay. Chiao Yu sighed. As expected of a factory worker, your leg endurance is a little better than mine. Feng Lan smiled. Actually, you don't have to get up in the morning to send me off. Send me off? Why not? I specially asked Boss Han to adjust the working hours. If I don't send you off, what's the point of us going home together, one bicycle and one electric bike, to see if the bicycle can be faster than the electric bike? When the time comes, the waiter will win unfairly. You can't blame the child. Okay. Feng Lan couldn't argue with Chiao Yu. Then, let's go for breakfast? You drive me. This meal is on my table. Is the brotherhood between going up and down the stairs so clear? Chiao Yu walked out, shaking the key. What's more, from today on, we are not only classmates and neighbors, but also colleagues and fake ambiguous objects. Brothers should settle accounts clearly, but fake objects should not. Right? I'll treat you to the place I picked, and it'll be 70% done. Don't worry about it. Feng Lan had no choice but to lock the door and go downstairs with Chiao Yu. They both sat in the car. Feng Lan grabbed Chiao Yu's clothes again. Chiao Yu suddenly realized that he and Feng Lan, who have always been together, will officially become a couple in the eyes of some girls today. Chiao Yu started the electric car and set off passionately. The security in Psy community is very strict. Last time, he had notified the security guard in advance to let him go. This time, the security guard was different from the last time. Chiao Yu's electric car was parked at the gate of the community, and the security guard refused to let him in. Feng Lan called Mr. Zhang to explain the situation. When she spoke, she signaled Chiao Yu to leave first. Chiao Yu refused and pointed to his mobile phone, insisting that Feng Lan finish the call. Feng Lan noticed Chiao Yu's concern and stopped chasing him away. She continued to talk to Mr. Zhang. Yes, I'm at the gate of the community now. The security guard said. Okay, thank you. I'll wait for you at the gate. Feng Lan hung up the phone and said to Chiao Yu, Mr. Zhang is here to pick me up. You should leave quickly and don't be late. Chiao Yu said okay, and added a sentence to keep in touch. Feng Lan laughed. I'm a tutor, not a top-secret mission. Chiao Yu covered his chest in a pretentious manner and sighed. Ah, the child has grown up and is going to be a teacher for others. As a parent, I am very proud of it. Feng Lan kicked Chiao Yu's front wheel, and Chiao Yu drove away in a hurry. A few minutes later, Mr. Zhang appeared at the gate of the community and took Feng Lan in. Compared with the last time, there was an extra woman in Mr. Zhang's house this time. Feng Lan guessed that this was Mr. Zhang's wife, but she didn't speak rashly. Instead, she simply greeted and waited for Mr. Zhang to introduce her. Fortunately, he didn't say anything, because Mr. Zhang immediately said, This is Sister Wang who takes care of Xiaodong's daily life. I'm not at home usually, so if you have anything to say, just tell Sister Wang. Feng Lan greeted Sister Wang, and Zheng Xiaodong greeted his summer-limited teacher. After a round, Sister Wang went to wash the fruit, and Feng Lan went to Zheng Xiaodong's room to prepare for today's class. Just as the handouts were taken out, there was a knock on the door, and Mr. Zhang came in with fruit and put the fruit on the desk. Feng Lan stood up and thanked him. It's a small matter. Mr. Zhang said, Here, this is for you. It's the access card for the community. He took out a card with the visitor's card number of 2201, Building 12, and Feng Lan reached out to take it and said thank you again. Mr. Zhang smiled and said, I should have given it to you last time, but I forgot. Oh, by the way, today is your first day of formal teaching. I wonder if I can sit in? Feng Lan naturally agreed, and noticed that Zheng Xiaodong suddenly sat up a little straighter. Feng Lan felt a little funny and a little nostalgic. He was like this when he was a child, too. At that age, he couldn't help but straighten his back and act obedient when he saw his father. Mr. Zhang is a gentleman, somewhat similar to Jiang Wan. Feng Lan was distracted for 2 seconds, then pulled his attention back and started today's class from the physics that Zhang Xiaodong was interested in. On the other side, Yu arrived at the main topic 20 minutes early and bumped into Boss Han. Boss Han was satisfied with his employee's positive attitude towards work and smiled. "So early? I sent Feng Lan off." Yu said, "He also has a tutoring job today. He is very tired, working 2 jobs a day." Boss Han said, "How are his dark circles?" "He went down a little, but..." Yu wanted to say that Feng Lan's eyes were swollen, but was afraid that Boss Han would ask why. So he quickly changed his words when the words came to his lips. "Anyway, it's better than before." The two of them went into the coffee shop together, and Yu went to change clothes first. The uniforms assigned to him and Feng Lan were a college-style short-sleeved shirt with a bow tie and plaid suit suspenders. Yu had never worn such a uniform before, and if the air conditioner had not been turned on high, he would have almost sweated all over. When he walked out of the locker room, Boss Han was talking to 2 other summer workers. He turned his head and asked with concern, "Does it fit? It was a bit loose when I tried it on last time, so I tightened it at the waist." Yu was a little surprised. "Boss, did you modify it yourself?" Boss Han was a little proud. "It saves money. I designed the costumes for each theme and then asked my acquaintances to make them, but I did the small matter of modifying it myself." She gestured to the 2 people next to her. "By the way, let me introduce you formally. This is Xiao Lu, and this is Xiao Tia." The 3 people simply said hello. Boss Han explained the matters related to the photo shoot, and then raised the issue of selling the same clothes, asking them if they were willing to authorize the photos for publicity. "If you agree, I will give you another model fee. If someone likes this dress and wants to mass-produce it on the assembly line, you will also get a share of the profits as the models." "Xiao Qiu, remember to ask Feng Lan for her opinion. If you agree, I will make up a contract with you later." I'm asking again. Yu said while typing, "Sister Han, I'll give up studying and work as a long-term worker here. What kind of excellent treatment is this? I doubt that I can find such a good job here even if I graduate from college." Boss Han said, "Alas, I have suffered a loss. Let's not talk about this for now. The photos of you and Feng Lan will be taken in the afternoon. I will take photos of Xiao Lu and Xiao Tian first. You can go around by yourself. I will call you later when I take photos of individual people. We open at 2 o'clock today. Others should arrive later. They should adjust their status by themselves." Yu responded, but did not really go shopping. He dragged a chair to sit next to him and watch, learning from others' photography experience. It was not until about 11 o'clock that several old employees, including the chef, arrived one after another. A group of people recognized each other's faces. A young man wearing glasses said, "I only see the newcomers laughing but not the old ones crying. I think back to 2 years ago when I first arrived here. I was treated to this photo shoot." Boss Han waved his hand to drive him away. "Leave the business hours to the customers. Don't be jealous of me." The man with glasses turned his head and leaned his head pitifully on the shoulder of the cold-faced handsome guy next to him, and even reached out to hug his neck. The cold-faced handsome guy frowned and avoided him, saying in a cold tone, "We are not serving during non-business hours." Yu shouted a bunch of in his heart and sent a text message to Feng Lan to spread the news with exaggeration and asked Feng Lan, "Can you do it? Can I do it? Can we do it?" Feng Lan replied after a long time, "It has to work out. The contract has been signed." Yu, "If the fish cries, the water knows, but if I cry, who knows?" Feng Lan didn't reply again. Yu asked, "What about the class?" Feng Lan replied with a hymn after 10 minutes, and then said, "Mr. Zhang is attending the class as an auditor." Yu did not send any more text messages to Feng Lan. Boss Han later gave some business tips, especially emphasizing that they didn't have much experience and just needed to get along naturally, and let the customers use their imagination freely. Yu wrote everything down in his memo and waited until Feng Lan came. Psy Community is not far from the theme, and it takes 10 minutes by taxi. But Feng Lan was reluctant to take a taxi. When he finished his tutoring task, the bus would not arrive. Seeing that there was enough time, she walked over in the midday sun. sweating and her face flushed. As soon as Choyu saw Feng Lan, he said, "You are saving money like crazy. If there is no bus, can't you take a taxi?" Then he followed Feng Lan into the locker room naturally, repeating Boss Han's instructions while picking up a fan and enthusiastically fanning Feng Lan in the cold air of the air conditioner. Choyu fanned Feng Lan and chattered, "Have you finished the bread? You didn't eat while walking, did you? It's okay if there is no wind in your stomach, but don't you get a stitch in the side while eating while walking? It's not convenient for you to eat and drink water while walking." Feng Lan looked at Choyu speechlessly. How could a child who just graduated from elementary school sit in a seat for 3 hours? "I will let Zheng Xiaodong rest for 10 minutes every 50 minutes. 10 minutes is enough for me to eat." Choyu said, "Oh," and when Feng Lan got up, he also got up and walked to the bathroom door. Feng Lan brought a towel with her. She took it out of her bag, wet it, and wrung it half dry. She looked back at Choyu. Choyu was confused. "You want my help?" Feng Lan was speechless. "I want to wipe the sweat, so I took it off and wiped it." He said, "How can I take off my clothes while you are here?" Choyu was puzzled. So particular? Feng Lan's mind was stuck. When Choyu followed his words and left the bathroom, he realized that his concern just now was strange. But the working time was about to come, and Feng Lan had no time to think about it. He hurriedly wiped his body. When he was about to change his uniform, he realized that he had not brought his uniform in. Should he put on the clothes he just took off? That would be too much trouble. It would be better to go out directly. Feng Lan looked down at herself, thinner than Choyu, whiter than Choyu, 2 centimeters shorter than Choyu. Although she didn't have much time to exercise, her part-time job life since high school gave Feng Lan beautiful muscles that were quite impressive among her peers. She was not afraid of being seen at all. But it didn't seem to be a question of whether she was afraid of being seen. It was strange. They were together when they tried on clothes, just after signing the contract. Why didn't she feel afraid of being seen at that time? Feng Lan walked out in her underwear with a sense of embarrassment. Choyu sat on the chair waiting boredly. When he heard the voice, he turned his head and felt his eyes were dazzled. "You? Me what?" Feng Lan used toughness to cover up his subtle guilt. "Didn't you want to see it just now? Who wants to see it? I just want to help you get clothes." Choyu said this and looked away in a panic. I'm going out first." "You. Fix your hair again. It's a little messy. Fix it after you put it on." Feng Lan walked towards Choyu. "Which one is mine?" "The one with cross straps." Choyu pointed at Feng Lan, stood up, and ran away. Feng Lan was confused and dressed quickly and attentively. What he didn't know was that Choyu's glance at him just now clearly showed him from his neck to his abdominal muscles, and before he looked away, his eyes had already slipped to the edge of his underwear. Choyu's ears turned red with embarrassment, and he ran directly through the back door. He bit a cigarette in a daze, but he didn't dare to light it because he was afraid that he would smell when he started working. He could only rub his ears while biting his mouth and face up to his current gay identity. After facing up to it for 5 seconds, Choyu's face also turned red. "No wonder you asked me to avoid you." He rubbed his face hard. "How could I not avoid you?" Finally, Feng Lan made a brilliant appearance. Boss Han had a sharp eye and could see that the kid's eyes were red at a glance. He asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is the other job not going well?" Feng Lan was an old worker, and when faced with the boss's concern, the first sentence he said was that it would not affect his work, and the second sentence he answered was, "I didn't sleep well last night." Boss Han smiled. "Why are you so nervous? Can I still eat you?" "The red dots are also pretty, and they look pitiful." Choyu hadn't wiped off the edge of Feng Lan's underwear in his mind. When he heard what Boss Han said, he subconsciously looked at Feng Lan. Feng Lan is pretty, with round eyes. Before, he was exhausted every day, and he didn't get enough sleep. His eyelids were always drooping, and he looked listless and cold. Now it's different. Feng has had a good sleep for a few days. His eyes are open, and he is full of energy. At this time, the redness and swelling of his eyes became an embellishment, wiping off 3 points of his youthful spirit and turning it into a spring scene. If they were not familiar with each other, Boss Han would even want to tease him about why he opened the business before work. After all, no one knew what was wrong with Feng Lan. But Xiaoyu ran out of the locker room with red ears and was seen by several employees. She also told Boss Han that she would choose people. Theme. It's been a long time since there was such a novice driver. Xiaoyu had already gotten to know everyone in the morning and even added them to the employee group. He then asked Feng Lan to get to know them again and then went to take photos with Boss Han. After the photos were taken, customers started to arrive. The first to arrive were Boss Han's own sisters. They sat in their old places without being asked. Glasses followed Boss Han with the menu, and someone immediately asked him with a smile, "Why are you here? Where is your good partner?" Glasses said, "There are still 2 minutes. He won't work until the appointed time." Everyone at the table laughed. A woman with short hair and a business suit asked, "Where are the newcomers? I heard there are so many." Boss Han immediately retorted, "This is a rumor. I carefully selected 4 in total. Can you make up the other 6 for me?" Everyone started to make a fuss, saying that they wanted to see the new handsome guy in advance. This time the noise was a bit loud. Xiaoyu couldn't help rubbing his arms after hearing it and whispered to Feng Lan, "I think something is wrong." Feng Lan gave Xiaoyu a confused look. Xiaoyu moved closer to Feng Lan and said, "I feel like I am waiting for a rich woman to order a duck." Feng Lan suppressed her laughter and turned her head to Xiaoyu and said, "Order 2 ducks and watch them fall in love? That's what I like." Xiaoyu was afraid that people would hear him, so he lowered his voice. "The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. You don't understand at first glance. Do you understand?" "I understand too much. I did my homework. I told you that I was not as motivated as I was to make money during the exam." The topic went straight to the restricted level. Xiaoyu's voice was too soft, and Feng Lan couldn't hear the rest of the words, so she could only move closer. The 2 people's heads were close to each other and naturally attracted the attention of others after a long time. The short-haired girl said, "You 2 newcomers are very fast learners." Boss Han said, "It's amazing, 2 high school students." The short-haired girl was stunned for a moment, grinning and said, "You dare to find high school students? The parent who came to make trouble before, you don't remember it at all." Boss Han said, "Isn't this taking into account different customer groups? I think you are a philanthropist." The short-haired girl put her phone on the table. "Come here, Xiaomu," she called out to Glasses. "Call the brothers over to show me." Boss Han was afraid that the newcomer would be frightened by the strange sister before he could even start, so he winked at Xiaomu. Xiaomu put down the menu, turned around and said a few words to the newcomer, and soon brought him in. Among the 4 people, only Xiaoyu was working part-time for the first time. He was very well behaved with his eyebrows and eyes lowered, showing the energy of a young high school student. The short-haired girl was the first to point him out. "Don't be nervous. As a shareholder, I want to understand the situation." The short-haired girl smiled and said, "My last name is Gao. You can call me Sister Gao." The boy with puppy eyes, she called Xiaoyu, "Who was with you?" Xiaoyu didn't expect this question to be so serious, and turned to look at Feng Lan. Feng Lan was also a little stunned, and glanced at Xiaoyu and said, "I am." Sister Gao looked at both of them and asked again, "You are here to work and study at such a young age?" Xiaoyu still didn't understand, but Feng Lan had already understood from experience, knowing that this was asking for the parents' opinions. Feng Lan touched Xiaoyu with the back of her hand and answered first, "I live on my own, so I can only work and study." Xiaoyu understood and followed Feng Lan's words. "My dad hasn't taken care of me for 2 or 3 months, and he doesn't even know where I live. I can only find a meal for myself." Xiao Gao looked at the 2 of them for a while, and gradually a bit of pity appeared in her eyes, and she turned to look at the other 2. Feng Lan knew that this was a pass, and touched Xiaoyu with the back of her hand again. Xiaoyu didn't know what he was thinking, but he actually grabbed Feng Lan's fingers and squeezed them before letting go. Boss Han smiled and said, "Okay, you 2 go." Your Xiao Gao was just worried and asked more questions. "You're not scared, are you?" "Don't be afraid," Xiao Gao said. "Look at what you said. How can I be so fierce?" Feng Lan and Xiaoyu naturally said that it was okay. Boss Han added, "It's all because of the previous trouble. In the winter, I also recruited 2 high school students. One parent came to us and said that we used child labor. His son became an adult after working for 3 days. I gave him a red envelope on his birthday. What child labor? He just wanted to extort money. He also said that we violated his son's portrait rights. The photos were taken when he was working in the store. It was really infuriating. He insisted that we used his son for publicity. Forget it. After all, you have to thank him. Boss Han changed the subject. If their family hadn't made trouble before, I would definitely not have thought of paying for this. What does it have to do with them? Sister Han is so thoughtful and generous. Shoyu praised him immediately. So how did you deal with it later? Call the police. What else can you do? Boss Han said. The police tried to mediate. The child was pitiful. He tried to mediate and his father was beaten several times. So I agreed to pay the money and let it go. 2 days after the incident, the child came to me secretly and almost knelt down to apologize to me. Let's not talk about this, Feng Lan. Come here. Feng Lan walked forward obediently and saw Boss Han take out a box of foundation from his pocket. The photo can be retouched, but we're about to start work, so I'll cover up your dark circles. Come on, close your eyes, lower your head. It was 10 minutes after 7, and Feng Lan finished his afternoon work. He changed his clothes, washed his face, and removed his foundation. When he walked out of the bathroom, he didn't see Choyu in the dressing room. He waited in the dressing room for 2 minutes, and when he looked out, he bumped into Qinlin. Feng Lan didn't expect there was someone outside, and was startled. Just as he was about to apologize, Qinlin said, "It just so happened that Choyu was on the phone at the back door, so I came to tell you something." After that, Qinlin moved closer to Feng Lan and said in a lower voice, "I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I just ran into him when I was taking out the garbage, and it seemed like it was from his family. Although you're only here for one summer vacation, I tell you, there's nothing special about our store, but you must take care of your family affairs, understand?" "We understand," Feng Lan said. "Sister Xiao Gao has called us, and Sister Han has also told us about the previous things." "That's good." Qinlin smiled and patted Feng Lan on the shoulder with the dinner plate. "Don't be in a hurry. Just eat in the kitchen before leaving. It's a waste if you don't eat at the cost price. Have a nice day off work." Feng Lan said goodbye to Qinlin and went to the back door to find Choyu. When she arrived at the door, Feng Lan knocked hard on the door and waited for a few seconds before going out. Choyu stood in the alley with a cigarette in his mouth, looking at the back door. When he saw Feng Lan coming out, he raised his eyebrows and continued to say to the other end of the phone, "Anyway, I won't go back, so you don't have to worry. I'm living a good life, much better than living with him." What was said on the other end made Choyu sneer. "I haven't been back for several months, and he thinks I'm serious? Whatever, you don't have to pay attention to him. No matter how unhappy he is, he can only wait until I start school." "Hey, I'm not mad at you. Don't be anxious. What does it have to do with you?" Choyu was originally smiling, but somehow he became fierce. He put out his cigarette on the edge of the metal trash can and almost cursed. "Give the phone back to my grandma. Why do you say my grandma is doing something about your son? Do you care about me? You care about me teaching my son well? Don't you have any responsibility for the current situation between father and son? Being nice to me is nothing. You and I are related by generations. It's not fair that he was beaten by you. And you're mean to my grandma." Feng Lan stepped out from the back door and walked a few steps to Choyu. Seeing that Choyu didn't hide, he walked to Choyu and stopped. This distance allowed Feng Lan to vaguely hear the voice of a man on the other end of the phone. The man shouted angrily, "Can I not beat you? You ungrateful little rascal. If you don't let my grandma talk to me, I'll just hang up." Choyu said impatiently, "You being nice to me doesn't make me unhappy. You being mean to my grandma, how many times have I told you to be polite to my grandma? Okay, if you don't want to care about me, then don't bother me anymore. I don't care about your uncle." "Oh, it's okay, Grandma. I'm not really angry. Why should I be angry? I just can't stand him. Why is he acting like an emperor to you? I'm fine. I didn't go to see you because I found a job. Oh, wait. I'll buy you a gift later." Okay. I'll save money. Don't worry. I'm 18 years old. Can't I take care of myself? Well, you don't have to worry about my dad. Okay. I just got off work. I'll go home soon. It's not me. My classmate is with me. Yeah. Don't worry. Choyu responded several times before hanging up the phone and turned to look at Feng Lan. "Come out if you want to. Why are you banging on the door? I thought something was wrong." I was worried that it would be inconvenient for you. Fenglan explained. Home phone? Yes, my grandma. Xiaoyu took out another cigarette and put it in his mouth without lighting it. Didn't I tell you before? The second time I was late, my dad told my grandma that I was not home, and then my grandma came to the school. Fenglan thought about it. Didn't say anything. It was Chinese class at that time, and I was sleeping. You said we could talk later, and that was it. Xiaoyu also remembered it, leaning against the wall and sighing. I forgot. But you always slept during breaks, and you came back drunk that night, so I couldn't find the time to talk to you. Do you want to talk? Xiaoyu took a puff of his unlit cigarette. Fenglan also leaned against the wall. Talk now? Xiaoyu took out his lighter. Can I have another one? Fenglan looked at the cigarette, then at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was puzzled. What's wrong? Do you know what you look like? What? You report smoking, and people who don't know would think I am. Fenglan didn't realize something was wrong until she got to this point, and her voice became weaker. Xiaoyu was confused, he didn't understand, and he wanted to talk too much. So when Fenglan was silent, he continued. What? Teacher? Head teacher? Principal? It can't be my dad. I smoked because of my dad. Fenglan followed Xiaoyu's words and naturally changed the topic she was going to say. Your dad taught you to smoke? He also taught me to drink, saying that if you don't smoke or drink, you are not a man. I started drinking in elementary school. If he had a bottle, I would have a cup. Are your brothers like this too? No, they were led astray by me. Xiaoyu gently bumped Fenglan. Go. Do you have to breathe in secondhand smoke? Fenglan had no choice but to move from Xiaoyu's right to the left, but didn't really walk to the alley. Xiaoyu didn't force Fenglan to go. He looked up at the sky and smoked half a cigarette. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Humans are too complicated. My grandfather beats my father, but he doesn't allow my father to touch me. My grandfather also beats my grandmother, but he is on the same front with my grandmother in protecting me. My father beats me, but he doesn't have a good relationship with my grandfather, because he doesn't like my grandfather beating my grandmother, and I don't like it either. I have a good relationship with my grandmother. I especially don't like my grandfather in this matter, but for my grandfather's generation, he didn't do anything wrong. My grandmother herself doesn't think it matters. Xiaoyu sighed and said, she left in my kindergarten. Your grandma and grandpa. Xiaoyu smiled. You are a bit like the dean of teaching, just Lao Lu. He also asked me before. Xiaoyu exhaled. White smoke rose and dissipated. He smoked half a cigarette in silence before speaking again. I have no impression of it, and my father never mentioned it. Don't be afraid of you laughing at me, but in my impression, my mother is a very gentle woman. I have never understood why she is with my father. My hometown is not Shurcheng, but an older place. My father lived there when he was a child. It is considered the hometown of my grandparents. It is called Huaishu Village or Lishu Village, which is more remote in the countryside. I used to suspect that my mother was abducted. Once we had a quarrel, I questioned my father, saying why my mother would like a violent person like you, and he was furious. Xiaoyu finished smoking the cigarette and put out the ace next to the trash can. I thought I guessed right, so I ran to the police station and said that my mother was abducted. The police accepted the case, but when they checked, there was no such thing. They contacted my grandparents and said that my mother and father were in a free love relationship, voluntarily married, and their household registration was moved out. I couldn't figure it out even more. Moreover, the matter was reported to the police station. My father felt ashamed and even angrier. He went home and fought with me. He threw a dictionary at me. Such a thick English-Chinese dictionary, the Oxford hardcover one. Xiaoyu gestured with his hand. He hit me and made me bleed. I also had a concussion. I was admitted to the hospital as soon as I left the police station. Fenglan cursed. That happened when I was in the 3rd year of junior high school. After that, Xiao Linfeng and I were completely done. Although he no longer fought with me so cruelly, I never liked him again. The last bit of father-son affection disappeared. He insisted on controlling me, his son, and I treated him as if he didn't have a father. I fought with him as I wanted. In fact, I was a little tired. I asked for accommodation, but he didn't let me stay there. He thought I was fighting with him. I just didn't want to see him all the time. Xiaoyu glanced at the cigarette ace that was still smoking. You say, does my mother really like my father? Or vice versa, does my father really like my mother? Feng Lan couldn't answer this question. Fortunately, Chiu was just venting, and Feng Lan didn't respond and continued to talk. Sometimes I think that my dad just got old enough to get married, and then he got married. He got married for the sake of getting married, and then had children for the sake of having children. He didn't want a child, nor did he want to be a father. He just wanted a child to show that he was a father. This is what he learned from his father. So if my mother and him were in a free love relationship, the three views of the two should be the same, right? Then you say. Chiu lowered his head to play with the lighter. The light flickered and went out. In the narrow alley, under the bright starry sky, Feng Lan heard what Chiu didn't say. Am I a child who was expected to be born? Do my parents love me? Why did I come to this world? Just as Feng Lan thought over and over again when she just understood why her mother killed her father. Across 3 years, the thoughts of the 15-year-old Feng Lan and the thoughts of the 18-year-old Chiu roamed under the sky. Feng Lan spoke softly. Didn't you say that Auntie is a very gentle person? Chiu hummed sullenly. If it wasn't love, how could you still remember that she was very gentle? Feng Lan reached out and took Chiu's lighter and put it in his pocket. She must love you very much. Chiu seemed to see stars in Feng Lan's eyes. He clenched his fist, as if holding a fragile hope, and asked softly, Really? Really? Feng Lan replied, Maybe not every mother will love her child, but she left such a good impression on you, which is the best proof that she loves you. I won't coax you on this issue. Feng Lan listened to the advice, mainly to save money, and Chiu, and he took 2 meals at cost price in the kitchen, and sat in the lounge to eat before leaving. When he got home, Chiu was nervous when he thought that he would officially receive customers tomorrow, and he took out his mobile phone to search for the keywords he heard in the store today. Counting the old employees who have left, there are now a total of 3 pairs of fixed CPS with different suites, but the customer's thinking is divergent. 6 people are dragged and matched with multiple daffodils, and ordinary waiters are not let go as Chiu guessed at the beginning. There are still people who are nibbling, but they are relatively restrained. After all, there are too few interactions, and it is pure liaisons. Chiu followed the keywords and jokes that Boss Han had sent him before and found the fan center of the guest and saw the fan articles and fan pictures written by the guest and the passers-by who were attracted to him. Among them, there are many official CPs, few CPs that are promoted by the government, many are plain water, and even more are driving. Forget the pictures and texts, there are also videos, and the videos are official editing. Chiu was embarrassed to watch it later, afraid that he would not dare to face the old senior at work the next day. But what does it matter if he is embarrassed alone? Chiu looked at the time, a little after 10 o'clock, so he sent a text message to Feng Lan. Are you asleep? Feng Lan replied with a no. Chiu touched the t-shirt on the bedside, got out of bed and went out, walked on the steps while putting on his clothes, and finally knocked on Feng Lan's door. Feng Lan was not asleep yet, but she was ready to lie down. He thought Chiu just had something to say and was waiting for a text message. He was startled when he heard the knock on the door, got up and opened the door, and showed Chiu a confused question mark with his expression. Look. Chiu held up his phone to show Feng Lan, our predecessors. They have these. On the screen was an article about Chen Lin and Chen Shan. In the article, Chen Lin pinched Chen Shan's chin and asked him why he left his brother to get married. Feng Lan, have you ever thought that we will have these in the future? Chiu? Feng Lan, speaking of which, Sister Han asked you to think of a nickname. Have you thought of it? Chiu. The summer new couples were just starting to open, and Boss Han held a blind selection. The appointment interface for the 2 couples only had their ages and silhouettes. The nicknames and photos would not be posted until the first opening. On the way home from Get Off Work, Feng Lan and Chiu, Boss Han mentioned this matter in the summer special group. Chiu still remembered it, but after reading his colleague's fan fiction, he had forgotten it. Chiu panicked. I forgot. Feng Lan pointed at the phone. Then you will see your name appear in these. Chiu took a breath. Have you thought about it? What? Feng Lan was silent, thinking, and then slowly spoke. Xiao Feng. Chiu saw through it in a second. You haven't thought about it well either. Your name will also appear in these. Feng Lan didn't know why Chiu was gloating. He clicked on the screen that was beginning to dim and looked at the words on it. Do you want our names to appear in these? Feng Lan said. You want to see Feng Lan pinching Chiao Yu's chin, with a hideous face, fierce and sad. Chiao Yu grabbed Feng Lan's hand. Chiao Yu covered Feng Lan's mouth and turned off the screen. Are you sick? Chiao Yu's ears were red. How can you read these things without changing your expression or heartbeat? Feng Lan shrugged his shoulders and casually put his right hand in his pocket. Chiao Yu hurriedly changed the subject. What about Hua Ming? Hua Ming. Hey, isn't it right? Chiao Yu turned on his phone, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and read the article again. Chunlin, Chinshan. Aren't they using their real names? Maybe it's not a hard requirement? Feng Lan said. Sister Han just asked us to think about it, but didn't say we must come up with it. Maybe they didn't care much, so they used their real names. Feng Lan leaned lazily against the wall. Are you going to use your real name? Chiao Yu said faintly. Do you know what my WeChat name is? What? Q? Feng Lan tilted her head. Do you know what my Q name is? Feng Lan looked at Chiao Yu's expression and guessed. Could it be Q? Chiao Yu nodded. How about you guess my Weibo name? What is Weibo? Feng Lan asked before answering Q. Chiao Yu clicked on Weibo, handed the phone to Feng Lan, and answered Feng Lan's question with action. Guess my Bilibili account again. What is Bilibili? Feng Lan took a quick look and handed the phone back to Chiao Yu. It won't be Q again, right? Chiao Yu clicked on Bilibili, entered his personal homepage, and held his phone in front of Feng Lan. Feng Lan was surprised. Moonlight over the lotus pond? He looked at his phone, then at Chiao Yu. Why? I am like a fish in your lotus pond, Chiao Yu sang a line, and pointed at himself embarrassedly. Fish, you, and me. Feng Lan leaned closer to look at the phone screen, and couldn't help laughing when she saw that the avatars were all lotus ponds. Your name is really, you should use your real name. Chiao Yu held the phone, folded his arms, and leaned against the handrail of the stairs at the back. What's your name then? Chiao Yu asked. We are a couple, so our names should match. Hey, speaking of this, what's your QQ name? Feng Lan couldn't quite remember it, and thought for a long time before saying. It seems like we meet everywhere. Chiao Yu smacked his lips. Okay, I won't compete with you. You are a scholar, and I am a cool guy. Scholar, what are you going to call yourself? Why do you love to speak Cantonese so much? Is your pronunciation accurate? No, I just said it casually. Chen Qingjin likes to watch Hong Kong movies. He asked us to chat about nicknames. Why do you have so many questions? Who asked me to guess the joke first? Feng Lan smiled. If you want to use your real name, I will use it too. Then we will appear in those together. I told you that they still have videos, although there should be nothing about us. There is no official material for summer jobs, and fans can't edit it if they want to. I can do it, Feng Lan said. Just don't mind your future boyfriend. The lights in the corridor went out, and Feng Lan coughed to wake up the light. The warm light sprinkled in the old corridor, the mottled and falling wall, the messy small advertisements, and the beautiful Feng Lan, all of which hit Chiao Yu's eyes. My future boyfriend. Chiao Yu blinked. He shouldn't be so stingy. I mean, I won't look for a stingy person as a boyfriend. Love and friendship are necessities in life. Not necessities. Chiao Yu stood up straight. Is your hair a little soft? He suddenly said. I see. Feng Lan fiddled with her bangs. It seems so. Feng Lan never paid much attention to her hairstyle. After all, she was reluctant to spend money and had no time. As long as it didn't affect her life, she would just leave it alone. As for whether the hair was soft or hard, Feng Lan would not have paid attention to it if Chiao Yu hadn't mentioned it. Your hair seems to be hard. Feng Lan looked at Chiao Yu's hair. Is it better to be hard or soft? A piece of knowledge that he had read somewhere entered Chiao Yu's mind. The content was probably that malnutrition could easily cause thin and soft hair. Chiao Yu's heart softened a little bit with bitterness and bitterness. He looked at Feng Lan's somewhat curious look and said slowly, I don't understand these things either. Anyway, it's good to style it. Go get a haircut when you have time. Yours is a bit long. Cut it a little shorter and trim the bangs. It will be more handsome. Feng Lan refused without thinking and shared with Chiao Yu the news she heard in the office. Worry about this? Hair will be taken care of in the 3rd year of high school. By then, it will be like number 5 middle school. All boys will have their hair cut into a buzz cut. Xiaoyu was shocked. The school wants to touch my hair? Fenglan nodded. What's wrong with that? A haircut costs at least 10 yuan. Even if you go to the roadside, it costs 5 yuan. But if you fail the inspection and don't cooperate with the school management, the director will help you cut your hair directly, free of charge. Xiaoyu was a little upset. This is not a question of good or bad. He said, the head can be cut, the blood can flow, but the hairstyle. A real handsome guy can support any hairstyle. I loved number 4 middle school because I loved it regardless of the hairstyle. Otherwise, I would have stayed in number 3 middle school. The students are mixed. The good ones go to key universities. The bad ones go to the police station for tea. And Xiao Linfeng has to come to help me every 2 or 3 days, which makes him angry. Number 3 middle school is not so strict. They even have hair dyeing. You just don't want to go to the bad side. Although you are competing with your father, you still have a sense of propriety in your heart. Fenglan smiled. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Go back to sleep. Xiaoyu looked at the time. It was late. The two of them had just stood at the door and chatted for 5 minutes. Time passed quietly. The world was silent. He and Fenglan were alone in the middle of the night. Xiaoyu pulled back his unbridled thoughts and said to Fenglan, Okay, you go to sleep. I'll go up and lie down too. Good night. Fenglan nodded, said good night, and then looked at Xiaoyu. The two looked at each other for several seconds. Xiaoyu was confused. What's wrong? You don't want to sleep? I'll wait for you to leave. Fenglan said, or are you waiting for me to close the door too? Stupid. Xiaoyu took a step back with a smile and cursed, jumped up the stairs, waved to Fenglan, close your door, good night, and left. Fenglan also waved and closed the door. He turned off the lights, sat on the bed, and lay down only after hearing the movement upstairs. Eye drops had just been applied. Fenglan took off a steam eye mask and put it on, closing his eyes. There were some rustling noises coming from upstairs. Fenglan listened and guessed. This was Xiaoyu closing the door, then Xiaoyu went to the bathroom, then Xiaoyu washed up. Xiaoyu came out of the bathroom, turned off the lights, and lay down on the bed. Fenglan couldn't sleep a little, opened his eyes under the eye mask, and suddenly wanted to change to a cheaper smartphone. If he used a smartphone, Xiaoyu could find him directly on the chat software today without having to go downstairs. If he used a smartphone, he would know what Weibo and Bilibili are, and have more topics to talk about with Xiaoyu. Fenglan has been alone for a long time, and is somewhat out of touch with his peers. Although he is used to all this, he also longs for companionship and longs for Xiaoyu to give him companionship like everyone else, and makes him have this desire. Xiaoyu is really a very good person, Fenglan thought. He didn't show fear or disgust when he knew about his family situation, and he didn't show any surprise or ridicule when he saw that he was out of touch with his peers. They had not known each other for long, but after getting to know each other a little, Xiaoyu took great care of him. He helped him find an easy and well-paid job, cared about his life, took him to the old moat to relax, and pushed him to have a good talk with his mother. Xiaoyu was changing his attitude towards life in the past 2 years and wearing away his self-critical thoughts, but he didn't seem to have helped Xiaoyu in any way. He only went upstairs to take care of him a little on the day Xiaoyu just moved to the old street because he felt uneasy. That time, Xiaoyu helped Xiaoyu out in front of Teacher Yu, and it was Xiaoyu who stayed up at night to wait for him to come home. Fenglan turned over, and there was no sound upstairs. It's amazing to know Xiaoyu. Fenglan continued to think. It was also fate. Who would have thought that Xiaoyu would move here, and that he would have an intersection by chance? Xiaoyu thought he was a person who liked to gossip and listen to other people's nonsense at first, but now Fenglan fell asleep thinking about it, and in her dream she returned to the day when Xiaoyu just moved in. In the same early morning, he heard noises upstairs, but he ignored them and just put the pillow on his head to sleep. The next day, he went to school normally. Then the first class ended. Xiaoyu didn't come. The second class ended. Xiaoyu didn't come either. Until school was over, Xiaoyu didn't come either. In his dream, Fenglan didn't take it seriously, but after school, he went to find Sister Yu to get a leave note. Sister Yu suddenly asked him, Fenglan, do you know where Xiaoyu is? Fenglan didn't understand why Sister Yu asked him this question, and honestly said he didn't know. Sister Yu's eyes immediately became very strange. Feng Lan was a little scared and hurriedly said goodbye and left. Then he didn't go to work, but went straight back to the old street. Her feet led him upstairs and asked him to stop at the door of 301. The door was closed, and Feng Lan opened Xiao Yu's door with his own key. In the room, Xiao Yu was wearing a waiter's uniform, with his head lowered, sitting in a pool of blood like a puppet. Feng Lan felt himself trembling, and he walked forward tremblingly and knelt beside Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu? He touched Xiao Yu's arm. It was very cold, like ice. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's response was a knife. The knife pierced Feng Lan's chest, and the person in front of Feng Lan was no longer Xiao Yu, but Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan's face was pale, and he stared at Feng Lan with pupil-less eyes and questioned Feng Lan again and again. I will die. Why not you? I will die. Why not you? Feng Lan stepped back in fear, and another knife stabbed into his back. The tip of the knife appeared in his chest, pinning him there. Feng Lan did not look back. He knew it was Feng Wan. Feng Wan's voice was shrill. You are just like your father. You deserve to die. You deserve it. The car horns outside the window broke the silence, sharp and piercing. Feng Lan opened his eyes, sweating all over his head. He pulled off the blindfold, breathing rapidly, and after a while he grabbed a corner of the quilt and covered his face with it. The next morning, Xiao Yu knocked on the door twice before Feng Lan came out. Xiao Yu looked at Feng Lan's obviously listless expression and asked in surprise, Did you just wake up? No. Feng Lan's eyes slowly slid across Xiao Yu's face. I was preparing myself mentally. Our appointments are both in the afternoon. If you are so nervous now, how can you teach the kids in the morning? Go wash up. Xiao Yu grabbed Feng Lan's shoulders and asked Feng Lan to turn around. Have you packed your bag? Yes. Feng Lan walked into the bathroom and said, Just take it and leave. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs. Feng Lan responded vaguely, and as soon as Xiao Yu left, she immediately spit out the toothpaste foam, looked outside first, and then twisted her leg hard. It hurts, not a dream. Feng Lan exhaled. He had been in a half-asleep and half-awake state since he woke up that night, as if he was asleep and not asleep. Several times, he felt that Xiao Yu was really in trouble and wanted to go up and knock on Xiao Yu's door, but reason told him that it was impossible. If he really went up and knocked on the door, Xiao Yu would think he was crazy. He just kept tossing and turning, not even knowing when the sun rose. Fortunately, Xiao Yu was fine. No, Xiao Yu was fine in the first place. Feng Lan finished washing up and looked at himself in the mirror. He was the only one who was in trouble. Xiao Yu was sitting on the electric bike, his arm resting on the handlebars and browsing his phone. The class group was very lively, with people making plans to go out and play, complaining about too much homework, and on the train back to their hometown. Xiao Yu opened the group member list and searched carefully for a while, but didn't see anywhere they met. He didn't know if Feng Lan remembered the nickname wrong, or there was no overtime group at all. He turned to open the WeChat that showed that the number of messages had jumped to 99 plus, and stared at the group called Spirited Guy for a while. Question who changed the name of this group? L. Who else could it be at ZL? Check the messages above when you have time. They said they were going to go hiking. L. And the skinny monkey asked me today how your job search was going. What did you say? Question to be honest, he helped me find the job, and I forgot to tell him. I will treat him to dinner when I have time. I won't go hiking. I don't have time for part-time work. L. Okay, L. Is the work going well? Question, it's only half a day. What's wrong? It's just that little job 3. How is Feng Lan's tutoring? Is the kid obedient? Question, listen. He didn't say he wouldn't listen, Z. What's wrong with being more energetic during the summer vacation? Z. Xiao Yu. Where exactly is your cafe? Are there any employee benefits? Can you treat me to a meal? Q. Are you looking for an opportunity to complain about me? I tell you it's impossible. Don't get involved. Xiao Yu didn't hide the fact that he was a waiter, but the idea of forming a CP business is a bit confusing for gay men, and it's even more difficult to explain to straight men, so Xiao Yu didn't mention it. He imagined the possible scenarios that might happen if Zhang Peng walked into the topic without knowing anything. First, he was shocked by the room full of female guests, then he was terrified by the guests watching him, and finally he saw his brother holding hands and flirting with his neighbor downstairs. Zhang Peng would probably go all the way to the group and tell everyone. Choyu is in love with that Feng Lan. He is not a human being, and he is hiding it from us. Choyu is happy. Zhang Peng posted a crying emoji in the group. Choyu moved his fingers and replied with a string of "stay away from me." JPG. Qian Qingjin cried too. 3. Brother Yu has a new love and has forgotten his old love, and now he just wants to work with Feng Lan. Get lost. I'm doing this to make money. Choyu, who was doing this to make money, had just pressed the send button when his money-making partner came out of the corridor with a bag. Choyu looked at Feng Lan's still haggard face and advised him, "Do you want to take a taxi to work today? And take the time to walk to the lounge to lie down." Feng Lan was indeed not in good condition. After Choyu finished speaking, he agreed without thinking much, and sat down while responding, reaching out to pull Choyu's clothes. Choyu sighed, grabbed Feng Lan's wrist, and asked him to hug his waist. Feng Lan was a little uncomfortable, but didn't say anything, so he moved his hand to Choyu's waist, sat up straight, and tried his best to avoid pressing his chest against Choyu's back. They went all the way to Psy Community, and Feng Lan was a little stiff. Choyu didn't notice anything wrong. He watched Feng Lan enter the community smoothly and headed to the theme. Halfway through the ride, he remembered something and quickly sent a text message to Feng Lan. "Today is the official opening day. Sister Han said she would put on makeup for us. Don't forget it." It was not until the end of the first class that Feng Lan replied, "I know." Feng Lan was indeed afraid of affecting his work state. After finishing tutoring, he listened to Choyu and took a taxi. When he arrived at the theme, his face was not red and he was not out of breath. Choyu chased him into the lounge and lay down for 20 minutes. Then he came in at the right time and asked him to change clothes and put on makeup. Boss Han frowned when he saw Feng Lan. "You didn't sleep last night?" Feng Lan said with a little guilt. "I slept, but I didn't sleep well." He was nervous and worried that the customers would not be satisfied. Choyu interrupted and said, "I watched him rest for a while at noon." "Okay, you sit down first." Boss Han said, "There are only 2 tables of customers who specify you today. You can take a break in the middle, but you won't be so free in a few days. You will be busy then." The implication was that Feng Lan should adjust as soon as possible and show her good mental outlook. Feng Lan agreed, and after finishing her makeup, she returned to the lounge with Choyu. Half of the wall in the lounge is an indoor window, and most of the curtains are hung all year round. But half of the window is left uncovered. When there is no rest sign, guests can freely observe the employees' rest and interaction here, and employees can also use this part to pay attention to the dynamics of the guests and go out in time to greet regular customers or deal with emergencies. At this moment, a burst of excited screams was heard outside the window. Feng Lan sat closest, tilted her head to look outside, and saw 2 employees banging against the wall. The 2 seemed to be kissing each other through the menu. Choyu, who came over to watch, was amazed. This business ability. He kept praising, "I can't bear it. I can't bear it. It should be unbearable." Qinlin talked to Choyu, "Your publicity has been released. There are only 2 tables today, but after the photos and today's customer feedback are released, how many people do you think will order you every day? It's terrible." Choyu smacked his lips. "Is our store really serious? I sell my art, but not my body. I don't want you to sell my art either." Qinlin smiled. "Just show your affection to Feng Lan. The guests are waiting to see it." As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Shan pushed the door to look for someone, and Qinlin got up to go out. Choyu turned to Feng Lan and said, "Look at the 2 of them. How into the show they are acting. And then look. What are you writing? English homework? Not only do you not take a break, but you also bring homework to work?" Feng Lan rubbed his eyes and stepped aside to let Choyu see his homework. "Of course I bring homework to work, otherwise how can I finish it?" Feng Lan said, "I don't have time to copy it at the last minute, so I can only do this. Anyway, I just write it casually. I might as well not have written it before." "Huh." Feng Lan looked down. "Really? I didn't notice." He pushed Choyu aside, crossed out ABCD, and started to remedy the situation. Choyu used to be a non-attentive person in class. He had started to study seriously before the final exam and did his summer homework seriously. Seeing Feng Lan fooling around and forcing himself to write down ancient poems on the English test paper, he couldn't bear to watch. "How much do you not want to do your homework?" Choyu asked. "This is something that requires a little thinking." "I'm too lazy to think." Feng Lan looked at the question. This is what Teacher Chun asked us to accumulate vocabulary for, and it won't be tested in the exam. Besides these words, he drew a line on the test paper with a pen. It's beyond the syllabus. I need to look it up in the dictionary. I can't carry a dictionary everywhere. It's heavy. Xiaoyu took out his mobile phone, unlocked it with his fingerprint, opened a translation app, and handed it to Feng Lan. Here, an electronic dictionary. Xiaoyu clicked on the screen. It effectively reduces the weight of the backpack and is a learning assistant for modern students. Feng Lan touched the screen, which looked a bit novel. Xiaoyu suddenly thought that this person was still using a keypad phone without a camera function, and he might not even know that there was such a thing as an electronic dictionary, and his heart softened suddenly. You use it first. I won't bother you. Xiaoyu said, lend it to me after you finish writing it. It's better for you to guess it than to copy it from me. It will be faster that way. Feng Lan began to input the words and sentences that needed to be translated. You just lend it to me like this? Isn't it boring? The designated business hours for summer newcomers today are all in the afternoon, and now they are all in the lounge to adjust their status. Just now, Feng Lan was doing his homework, and Xiaoyu was leaning next to him to play games. In the meantime, he added Xiaotian and Xiaolu as friends, and the three of them played together. Now that Xiaoyu has quit the team, the two college students have lost a teammate, and Xiaoyu has nothing to play. Xiaoyu said, what's boring? You just do your homework steadily, and if I'm bored, I'll go out and serve dishes. Feng Lan didn't say anything else, and lowered his head to copy the translated sentences. The light in the lounge was a little dim, and Feng Lan unconsciously leaned next to the gap to borrow light, and Xiaoyu followed him, and the two were very close, with shoulders touching heads. Feng Lan felt that Xiaoyu was blocking the light, so Xiaoyu moved aside. But soon, he saw Feng Lan writing in Chinese under the English composition topic, Dearly Hua. I don't have a friend like you, and couldn't help but move closer. Xiaoyu said, why don't you write this sentence in English? Feng Lan felt that Xiaoyu was annoying, so she stretched out her hand and pushed him aside. Xiao Tian reminded him, there are guests outside taking pictures. Feng Lan glanced outside and saw two guests looking at him with their mobile phones. He was not used to it yet and wanted to hide when he saw the camera, but Xiaoyu was much more comfortable and put his hand on Feng Lan's shoulder and waved outside. Xiao Tian said, I heard a guest call this place the observation window yesterday, which is quite appropriate. Feng Lan smiled stiffly. The guests also smiled and showed them the photos through the glass. The photos were well taken, with good light and shadow. Xiaoyu and Feng Lan's faces were not clearly photographed, but their heads were close together, as if they were looking at the questions together. After they looked at it, the guests pulled over a pendant outside the glass. It was a small blue question mark. Xiaoyu asked Feng Lan, is it okay? Feng Lan was stunned for a moment. Yes, yes. Xiaoyu made an okay gesture to the outside, and the guest grabbed another heart ornament and left. Feng Lan sighed. I didn't react. Thank you. Xiaoyu said to Xiaotian. Neither of us noticed. Xiaotian smiled. Xiaoyu took the opportunity to chat with him. I saw you two said in the group the other day that you live together? Yes, it's in the community after the traffic light in front. Xiaotian said, we are in the same dormitory, and we just decided to live together after discussing it. Is it possible to not live in the dormitory in college? Of course, there are many people who live outside secretly. Xiaotian said, but you have to build a good relationship with your roommates and the life department. Here, this. He patted Xiaolu. He is from the life department. We are also abusing public power for personal gain. Xiaolu smiled, held Xiaotian's hand, and patted it. What's wrong with you two? It's not easy for high school students nowadays. It's really hard to support yourself. I'm an adult, and he's almost there. Besides, why would it be hard to make money? Sister Han offers such good treatment, and I don't think the work is particularly tiring. That's what you can say. Feng Lan said, social. Social. What's that word again? Social master. Xiaoyu's eyes swept over Xiaolu and Xiaotian's hands, and then he smiled and put his arm around Feng Lan's shoulders. Social master, that's me. Minor children still need to be tempered. I will be an adult next month. Feng Lan slapped Xiaoyu's hand away. There are only a few days left. Don't use this to criticize me. Chiou raised his hands in surrender and bumped Feng Lan's shoulders. Hey, to be honest, I think this wave is enough for us to go from high school to college, so you don't have to go to those 2 jobs when school starts, right? Feng Lan glanced at Chiou. Chiou said, actually, I think you can quit your job at the supermarket this summer vacation. Your salary is lower than mine because of this. Feng Lan thought for a moment and slowly said, but Boss Wang, he helped me get this position. It's not good for me to quit after working for such a short time. Then why don't you go to the factory when school starts? You haven't gone yet. And you said yourself that you wanted to keep a job in your senior year. Are you kidding me? But I'm just sitting around after school, and I want to save some money. The two of them spoke more and more quietly, with a hint of hazy tenderness. I think you're too tired. Chiou said, what did your mother say when you went to see her before? Feng Lan pursed her lips and said nothing, scribbling on the English paper. That's what she said. Let me spend the money when I have it. Didn't I tell you? Then you. Feng Lan lowered his head and looked at the messy lines on the paper. The nightmare in the early morning flashed through his mind, and his mother's shrill voice stung his ears. I'll think about it again. Feng Lan said, you think I'm used to being poor and can't get used to it for a while. Chiou glanced at Feng Lan, who frowned, and seemed to be focusing on the paper, but his eyes were only fixed on a line of words, and it was obvious that he was just distracted. Feng Lan's chin is very pointy, because he is too thin and too perfunctory to himself at an age when he is growing up. Chiou suddenly said, my grandma is like this too. What? She is used to being poor. Chiou said, after my dad made money, he bought her a lot of things, but she would try on new clothes and shoes once and then put them away. The last time she came to school to see me, she was wearing half-worn clothes. So, brother, I understand you. Changing your mindset is a very long process. You take your time. Chiou patted Feng Lan's shoulder, then leaned back and closed his eyes for a nap. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chiou and Feng Lan received their first guest and realized the gap between experience and reality. Feng Lan is an experienced worker, but before Chiou moved upstairs in his house, he could hardly speak more than 10 sentences in his daily life. So when facing the guests, Feng Lan, smile politely. Chiou, smile politely but a little stiffly. Guest, I really think it's funny. The guest looked at Chiou and Feng Lan standing at the entrance and said with a smile, do you want to come in and sit down? Or are you going to chat with me at the door? The guest took the initiative to break the slightly awkward atmosphere, and Chiou and Feng Lan's polite smiles could no longer be broken. Hello, this is our first time opening. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. Chiou took the initiative to say, I am Chiou, and he is Feng Lan. Feng Lan bowed slightly embarrassedly and repeated in a low voice, please forgive me. The guest smiled and asked them to sit down, saying that they should chat together. It is really a disadvantage for you to let customers open blind boxes during the first opening. Many people want to wait and see the feedback from customers on the first day. Otherwise, your photos will be directly placed on the reservation interface. You must be too busy today, right? Feng Lan was at a loss, but just smiled and nodded. Chiou had already found a little state, handed over the menu and said, thank you for your compliment, but we can't let you chat with us so dryly. Have you been here before? Do you have any preferred dishes? Do you need me to introduce them to you? Feng Lan remembered very clearly that this was Xiao Mu's opening remarks to the unfamiliar guest yesterday. Chiou copied it one by one, with no difference from the tone to the pauses. The boy who had a cold face when he touched Zhang Yang's head and mentioned his father, and left a bad impression on most people, now had a well-behaved and polite face, and his smile was like a little sun. Feng Lan had the urge to touch Chiou's head, but he naturally resisted it and just continued to look at the guest with a smile. Can you introduce me to it? Are there any new products? The guest said. A new peach cake and a bayberry ice were launched. Chiou said, there are low sugar and normal sugar versions. They are all recommended as new products on the 3rd page of the menu. There is also a limited edition strawberry cloud mousse, which is also very popular recently. You can take a look. The guest opened the menu as Chiou said and looked down. Chiou took the opportunity to bend his arm and touch Feng Lan with his elbow. Feng Lan kept smiling and turned his head slightly to look at Chiou. Nervous? Chiou also looked at Feng Lan and mouthed, I have it. Feng Lan was indeed nervous. After all, he had not been good at dealing with people since the third year of junior high school. But Feng Lan had no intention of being unprofessional and handed the work of 2 people to Chiu alone. So Feng Lan shook his head and also mouthed, "It's okay." Chiu turned his face back and divided most of his attention to the customer. But at the same time, his left hand was casually placed to the side, and the bent little knuckle was against Feng Lan's thigh. Feng Lan lowered his eyes and took a look, then pinched Chiu's little finger. "I'll try the new product." The customer said, "I have always liked the dessert chef in your store, and I hope I won't be disappointed this time." "Oh, I want low-sugar ones. In addition, snacks." Chiu agreed one by one and placed an order through the internal group. While he was typing, the customer looked at Feng Lan and said hello but didn't speak again. It was Chiu who helped Feng Lan introduce himself. "Are you usually so quiet?" the customer asked with a smile. "Or is this your setting?" Feng Lan was about to speak, but Chiu had already taken over the conversation. "Yes, he usually doesn't talk much. It has nothing to do with the setting." After Chiu placed the order, he raised his head and sat back. His little finger slipped out from Feng Lan's fingers. Feng Lan instinctively grabbed Chiu's hand. Both of them were stunned. But Chiu quickly reacted and thought Feng Lan was doing business, so he decisively chose to shake hands. The customer smiled and said, "You are like Feng Lan's spokesperson." Chiu followed with a smile. "He is slow to warm up." The customer looked at their clasped hands and asked again, "What is your relationship?" Chiu squeezed Feng Lan's hand, and Feng Lan cleared her throat uncomfortably. "Classmates. The kind who live on the same floor as you." Chiu added, "We are still working together now. I remember that your reservation interface said that you are still high school students?" "Second year of high school." Feng Lan said, "Third year of high school when school starts. Is there a chance to become a permanent employee?" The customer seemed very satisfied with them. "I want to see your scene performance, a youth campus drama, or something like that." "We don't object, and we don't want to refuse," Chiu said, "but we have not received professional training, and I am afraid we can't show you a good enough picture." "I haven't considered becoming a permanent employee yet," Feng Lan said. At this stage, it's still. He wanted to talk about making money, but when the words came to his lips, he felt that it didn't fit his high school student setting, and subconsciously glanced at Chiu. Chiu didn't look at Feng Lan, but he heard Feng Lan's hesitant voice and naturally continued, "College entrance examination? At this stage, we should study hard and make progress every day." The customer smiled with his eyes curved. After that, the dishes were served. The customer was not used to having other people with him when dining, so Feng Lan and Chiu's service was declared over. The two sat down at a nearby table as Boss Han had instructed so that the customer could observe and interact. Feng Lan spread out his Chinese homework, and Chiu took back his mobile phone to surf the internet. He skillfully went to Weibo to try keywords. After a few minutes, he suddenly pushed the phone to Feng Lan's paper. Feng Lan glanced at Chiu, and Chiu whispered, "Look." Feng Lan then looked at the screen and found that Chiu used the keyword theme coffee and searched for the latest updates about him, and Chiu posted by someone unknown. Theme coffee summer job has 2 high school students, sisters. "Ah, I made an appointment with my buddies before and didn't notice it. I just saw a new person and took a look at the appointment interface and found out. The 2 of them came out of the lounge together. Now they should have finished chatting and sat at the table next to them. One was doing homework, and the other was playing with his phone. The one doing homework looked so cute, but I couldn't see his face clearly. The one playing with his phone looked so cool. It felt like he was killing it. I asked Shanlin, and he said they were doing business under their real names so. Anyway, I put the censored photos here. Sisters can take a look at their bodies first." The photos in the picture used kitten and puppy stickers, covering the faces of the 2 people without revealing any skin. Feng Lan roughly judged the direction and guessed which guest took and posted it. So she returned the phone to Chiu. Chiu clicked on the collection. "Cool mobile phone guy." Feng Lan said casually, "Are you so bored?" "Good kid." Chiu held back his laughter. "I originally wanted to see if guest number 1 would post something. It was completely out of professionalism. Who knew?" Feng Lan said again, "Dedicated cool guy." Chiu was not to be outdone. "Homework guy." Feng Lan thought about it. "Kill cool guy, game cool guy, note cool guy." Cool guy with 2 down jackets in a box. Feng Lan almost laughed out loud, but he held back his laughter by clenching his fists against his mouth. He laughed while looking at Xiaoyu, who was already trying to hold back his laughter, and now he couldn't hold back at all, and cursed with a smile. You can't get over this hurdle, right? 40 minutes later, the satisfied guest number 1 left the topic. Xiaoyu and Feng Lan sent him to the door and found another place to sit in the hall. Some continued to do their homework, some played with their phones, and when there were a little more people, they followed to serve plates and drinks. After guest number 2 at 4 o'clock that day, Xiaoyu and Feng Lan were temporarily called away by another table of guests, and then they were busy until the end of the day. A total of 6 tables of guests were received, and all 6 tables gave good reviews. 3 of them left comments hoping that there would be a scene interpretation. Xiaoyu firmly believed that one of them was left by guest number 1. That night, Xiaoyu was eager to know more customer feedback and share it with Feng Lan in time, so he simply did not go back to his own home. Instead, he lent Feng Lan his mobile phone to do his English homework and then stayed at Feng Lan's place with his laptop. Feng Lan's light bulbs have never been changed at home, and the room is dim when the lights are turned on at night. His desk is placed in front of the window. During the day, it relies on natural light, but at night, it faces away from the light source, so he can only turn on a small desk lamp. When Xiaoyu saw it for the first time, he said that it was not good for Feng Lan's eyes. Feng Lan did not refute, but only said, "If you don't come, I won't turn on the headlights either." Xiaoyu could only curl his lips. In order to save money, Feng Lan did not turn on the lights, let alone the air conditioner when it was hot, and he usually used a fan distributed by the supermarket promotion. At the moment, the window was open, and occasionally someone talked or honked outside, and he could hear everything clearly. Xiaoyu knew that Feng Lan was distressed about the electricity bill, so he took the laptop but did not bring the charger, saying that he would leave when the battery ran out. Feng Lan felt that she was not so frugal, so she asked Xiaoyu to take down the charger. Xiaoyu sat cross-legged on Feng Lan's bed and said, "Brother, you don't know me. If you bring the charger down today, it's hard to say what time I will go back tonight. It's just going up and down the stairs. I can get full signal of my Wi-Fi at your house." Feng Lan said nonchalantly, "The air conditioner was on when I woke up at your house last time. I don't believe you can sleep well here." Xiaoyu heard it, but he didn't pay attention to that. He suddenly had an idea and asked Feng Lan, "Your computer can also connect to my home Wi-Fi, right?" Feng Lan, "Huh? I can search it on my mobile phone and computer at your house. What's wrong with your computer? If we can share one, don't you need to renew your portable Wi-Fi?" Feng Lan thought it was the same. "Then I will share the internet fee with you?" Xiaoyu waved his hand. "No need," he said. "I signed a contract for a year directly, this package and that discount. I don't remember how much it is per month." "So, how much is your portable Wi-Fi per month?" Feng Lan opened the account book and took a look. "I bought the cheapest one, 20 GA a month. And there's a discount, 58. Then give it to me at this price." Xiaoyu calculated in his mind, rounded up to 8, and gave me 50. Feng Lan stared at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu pretended to be calm. "What's wrong?" Feng Lan asked. "How much is it?" Xiaoyu avoided answering. "Your phone doesn't connect to the internet, and you don't use your computer very often. I'm making money from you by charging you 50. "Oh? I didn't think it through. This is not good." Xiaoyu finished talking, and then he had an idea. "Why don't we go to an internet cafe? Tell me when you need it, and I'll charge you 5 yuan an hour." Feng Lan. Xiaoyu tried his best to persuade Feng Lan. 58 a month? You don't use it very much. Isn't this giving money away for free? Choose Xiaoyu brand neighbor Wi-Fi. Calculate how much money you can save. And I'm not completely free, right? If you feel bad, I'll charge you 10 yuan an hour." Feng Lan said, "I won't let you take the charger. Go back now." This time Xiaoyu refused. "I'll go upstairs to get the charger. If you give me one night, I will make you agree to use my internet." Feng Lan said, "If you leave now, I will lock the door immediately and will not open it for you." Xiaoyu sat up with the computer in his arms. "Can you think about it?" he said to Feng Lan. "Or try to convince me the other way around and tell me why you refuse such a good deal that will make me money." Feng Lan thought about it, but couldn't think of anything. Xiaoyu proposed a completely win-win idea. Feng Lan's internet expenses dropped sharply, and Chiou could get back a little bit of his capital. No matter how Feng Lan thought about it, she shouldn't refuse. Chiou looked at Feng Lan with sparkling eyes, still waiting for Feng Lan's reply. Feng Lan's Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed. Okay. He hesitated and said, then it's 10 yuan per hour. Whether I use it for an hour or not, I'll give you 10 yuan if I use it. Before Chiou could say anything else, Feng Lan had already looked over and said, it's settled. If you force me to use it for an hour before charging me, or lower the price, I won't use it. Chiou accepted the offer but still tried to bargain. Then let me take your portable Wi-Fi so you don't use it behind my back. Feng Lan agreed. At nearly 11 o'clock, Chiou had already tried 8 platforms and more than 20 keywords, but couldn't find any other customer feedback. He regretfully flipped through the one he had saved in the morning and found that the number of comments had increased, so he quickly clicked in to see. Got it. Chiou sat up with a somersault and read aloud while holding his phone. I saw it today too. Let me tell you that the one playing with the phone is Xiao Chiou, and the one doing homework is Xiao Feng. I saw Xiao Chiou constantly handing his phone to Xiao Feng to look at, and Xiao Feng laughed as soon as he saw it. I don't know what's so funny about it. They rarely communicate, but they are super harmonious. Unfortunately, I was too socially anxious to ask them to chat with me. It took me all my courage to ask the old employees what their names were. TT Feng Lan asked in confusion. What is TT? Chiou moved to the bedside and showed Feng Lan his phone. It was a crying emoji, with eyes horizontally and tears vertically. Feng Lan suddenly realized. I seem to have seen it before. He said, someone used it when I was playing on Tieba before. I remember there was a Q or O or something. QAQ. OAO? OVO? Chiou opened his mouth and a string of soft and cute emojis came out. Feng Lan took a piece of paper and wrote while listening. After writing, he nodded. These are them. Chiou shook it proudly. Tacit understanding. Harmony. Worthy of the guest's praise. He looked very happy. Feng Lan glanced at him and suddenly said, Don't move. Chiou really didn't move. He held the phone, his hands hanging in front of him, and crossed his legs properly. There was a wrinkle on the bedsheet behind him. Feng Lan suddenly thought of the time when Xiao Gao called Chiou a boy with puppy eyes. Looking at Chiou again, she felt that he really looked like a puppy. Chiou tilted his head at this moment, as if he was afraid that Feng Lan would think he didn't look like a puppy. What? Are there mosquitoes? Feng Lan swallowed dryly. Chiou was puzzled, and tilted his head to look at the paper, then at Feng Lan. Feng Lan pointed to the expression on the far right and said, You. Chiou took a look. Ovio. He cursed with a smile, grabbed the paper and jumped off the bed, took Feng Lan's pen, and drew 3 horizontal lines, 2 long and 1 short, with the long horizontal lines on the short horizontal lines. Speechless, Chiou slapped the pen and raised his hand to unplug Feng Lan's portable Wi-Fi. I am a cool guy who stands tall and refuses to be soft and cute. Let's go. I'm going upstairs to sleep, and you should go to bed early too. Feng Lan agreed and wanted to get up to see Chiou off, but Chiou pushed her down on the chair. You're doing this to me when you go up and down the stairs. Just remember to lock the door. Chiou took 2 quick steps and walked away in a very casual manner. The door closed with a loud bang. Feng Lan heard Chiou scolding. I was so scared. You let me break it again. There was a rustling noise at the door. It was probably Chiou checking whether the door was broken. Feng Lan still got up and walked over. She knocked on the door and said, Let me open the door and take a look? No, it's okay. All the parts are complete. I think your door should have an anti-theft door on the outside like my house. Was it stolen? It didn't exist when I rented it. Feng Lan said, Go up quickly. Okay, good night. Chiou also knocked on the door and said, Go to sleep. He left. He went upstairs in a hurry. Feng Lan listened to the noise and guessed that he flew up the stairs 3 or 2 steps at a time. After officially starting to make money on his own, the hostility in Chiou seemed to dissipate all of a sudden. After he finished drawing, he smiled, folded the paper, and put it into the English-Chinese dictionary as usual. After a few days, Chiou and Feng Lan became more and more adept at the theme business. Chiou had little work experience, but he got familiar with it quickly. Feng Lan had rich work experience, but he was slower to warm up. The combination of the two one active and the other quiet, and the natural bonus of being a high school student was very popular. You could even find fanfiction short stories recently. If Feng Lan still felt a little uncomfortable with this job that required him to interact with people every day, Yu completely let himself go after the initial awkwardness. He was sweet-mouthed and good at talking, and he was sunny every day. What about fighting with people, pressing people's heads on the table, and fighting with his own father? He had 2 disciplinary actions on his back. Even if he said it, no one would believe it. If there was a video, others would doubt the rationality of the video being fake. Feng Lan thought that Yu was quite magical, as if he was 2 different selves in school and in the theme. One was too fierce, the other was too cheerful. But this made perfect sense. Yu in school could not get rid of Qiu Linfeng, and could only express his resistance in the most violent and direct way. If he was not afraid that Qiu Linfeng would come to the coffee shop to cause trouble, he would have wanted to forward all the customer feedback to Qiu Linfeng. Feng Lan was a little worried about this, afraid that one day Qiu Linfeng would really come to the door and think that he was Qiu Yu's boyfriend. If he didn't fight back, he would definitely suffer, and if he fought back, he was Qiu Yu's father after all. However, if Qiu Linfeng really came to the door, Qiu Yu would most likely fight with his father first, and at that time, what Feng Lan would have to think about was not whether to fight back, but whether to stop the fight. Should I stop or not? While copying the formula on the math paper, Feng Lan gave the answer in his mind. Stop, and stop Qiu Linfeng. At that time, he would hold on to Qiu Linfeng tightly and see if he could let Qiu Yu take the opportunity to throw a few more punches. May the Buddha have mercy on me. I hope that if Qiu Yu reconciles with his biological father in the future, he will not turn around and blame him for his enthusiastic help. Amen. Half an hour later, Feng Lan finished copying the last math formula and ended his fooling around with his math homework. He shook his sore hands, put down his pen, and leaned back. Just when he was about to ask Qiu Yu when he planned to start his homework, he found that there was no one around him. Feng Lan was shocked and looked at the time. It was 3:30. Half an hour had passed since the appointment time. Feng Lan hurriedly stood up to find Qiu Yu. When he walked over, he found that Qiu Yu was playing a game with 2 guests. Feng Lan knocked on the partition twice and asked politely, "Excuse me, can I come in?" Qiu Yu quickly raised his head, then lowered his head, and introduced to the guests, "This is my partner." Feng Lan bowed, but did not rush to apologize. He was half an hour late, but the other employees didn't rush him, and the customers didn't seem to have any objections. Feng Lan didn't know how Qiu Yu did it, and was afraid that speaking rashly would cause trouble for Qiu Yu. However, the 2 customers were busy playing games and didn't distract him. They just called out "come in" as a greeting. Qiu Yu shook his head in his busy schedule and motioned Feng Lan to sit next to him. Feng Lan obeyed silently, and after sitting down, he touched Qiu Yu with his knee. Qiu Yu was killing people, and only said him? Feng Lan asked in a low voice with embarrassment. "Why didn't you call me? How can I disturb you from studying?" Qiu Yu replied, "By the way, did I bring my cell phone?" He just lent his cell phone to Feng Lan to check formulas and similar questions. "Here." Feng Lan handed over the cell phone. "Whose are you using?" "The beautiful lady in the green dress sitting opposite me." Qiu Yu said, "Do you want to join us?" "I can't. If I can lead 2, I can lead 3. Qiu Yu said, "And the pretty girl in black trousers sitting opposite me is a very good jungler. She doesn't need to be accompanied." The girl in black trousers pursed her lips and smiled, and the girl in green skirt pretended to be angry. "Are you saying that I am a bad player?" The word victory appeared on the screen of the mobile phone. Qiu Yu put down the phone and smiled. "How could it be? There are no bad players, only teammates who are not good enough. I am saying that I am a bad player." He gestured to Feng Lan. "This is Feng classmate." Feng Lan. Feng classmate reported his full name and asked Qiu Yu in a low voice a little helplessly, "Do I need to stand up and shake hands or something?" Qiu Yu smiled with his teeth flashing. "Do you need to tell the 2 girls what homework you were doing just now? You let a handsome guy like me fight alone." Feng Lan apologized. "I am really sorry. I don't blame you. I just asked casually." The girl in black trousers said, "Qiu Yu said that you are still students, and it is hard for you to come to work with homework." The girl in green skirt also blinked. "We played games as soon as we sat down, and we didn't care that there was one less person when we started playing. By the way, My high school grades are pretty good. Why don't you bring your homework here, and I'll tutor you on the spot? Feng Lan hadn't gotten into the mood yet, so she could only go to see Chiu after hearing these words. Chiu received a distress signal, leaned forward, and sighed. I worked hard for half an hour playing the game, but I lost to someone who didn't show up. Is this the most precious thing that can't be seen? The green skirt covered her mouth and laughed. How can there be someone jealous of her partner? Chiu asked back in a serious manner. How do you know I'm not jealous of you? The green skirt and black trousers laughed together. Feng Lan's ears felt a little hot, and she bumped Chiu with her knee again. Chiu held Feng Lan's knee and squeezed it without much force. Feng Lan's knee was also hot now. He pulled his legs back uncomfortably to prevent Chiu from touching him anymore. Chiu refused and chased after him with his hand, insisting on pressing on Feng Lan's knee. Feng Lan gritted his teeth. What are you doing? Prove who I'm jealous of. Chiu tapped Feng Lan's knee twice with his index finger and looked up at the guests. My partner, I coach. Please don't fight with me, okay? This time. The service lasted for another hour after Feng Lan joined. It was mainly Chiu playing games with the guests. Feng Lan applauded and poured drinks for the three of them. At the end, the two guests took a group photo of them, blurred the photo in front of them, and then left with satisfaction. Feng Lan and Chiu sent the guests to the door and went back to the compartment to clean up the table. The game went smoothly. Chiu was in a good mood, and he hummed a song while wiping the table. Feng Lan's mind was like a paste. If he stirred it, he could hear Chiu chanting repeatedly, Please don't fight with me, okay? Feng Lan's knees began to heat up again, and the air in this small compartment became a little wrong. This atmosphere must be broken. Feng Lan spoke with some difficulty. Your acting is getting better and better. Are you going to college to study acting? Chiu shook the rag. I'm still far from it. Today I'm just taking care of you. Feng, I'm the only one who can take the lead today. Tomorrow you should repay me. Feng Lan nodded and said, You are getting better and better at coaxing customers. Chiu made a pink finger gesture. Aren't they all sisters? Sisters understand sisters best. The strange atmosphere really disappeared, and Feng Lan relaxed subconsciously. But before he could say anything else, Chiu put the rag on the table and reached into his pocket. And I can not only coax customers, but also the young men among my colleagues. Chiu took out a small red gift box. Mr. Feng, happy birthday. The lights in the cafe seemed to light up from Chiu's eyes, and the strange atmosphere that had just dispersed also returned. Chiu grabbed Feng Lan's wrist, took the broom from his hand, and put the gift box in his palm. Starting today, Mr. Feng is 18 years old. 18 is a beautiful age. You are an adult, and your future has more possibilities. I won't say it later, but I wish you a happy birthday. Chiu pinched Feng Lan's fingers and controlled him to hold the gift box. Feng Lan looked at the red color of the gift box and somehow felt as if he was pinching a heart. Feng Lan said awkwardly, I forgot it myself. Thank you. What are you being polite about? Now open it and take a look. Chiu smiled and said, I think I chose it very well. If you think it's not good, you can also act it out. This is an important moment to test your acting skills. Come on, 321. Chiu let go and took a step back, letting Feng Lan do it herself. Feng Lan looked at the gift box carefully and carefully opened the outer cover. Inside was a small cartoon-like box. It was written in Korean or Japanese, and Feng Lan couldn't understand it. But through the plastic film, he recognized that it was a whack-a-mole machine. One level breaking mode, one score mode, full of challenges and unknowns. Chiu proudly introduced, there is also a small scoreboard on it. You can open it and take a look. There are two small buttons on the side, one for adjusting the mode and one for sound. Feng Lan's throat was dry. It's not cheap, right? He said, I haven't seen a whack-a-mole machine like this. It costs more than 10 or 20 yuan. Isn't this how you should celebrate your birthday? Chiu asked, It's not particularly expensive, less than 100 yuan. Don't worry, it's definitely cheaper than a smartphone. Feng Lan can clearly hear his heartbeat. When is your birthday? He asked Chiu, his voice suppressing the joy of eagerness to give back. I doubt I'll give you something too. My birthday was celebrated the month before last. Chiu smiled. We are the same year, right? You are younger than me. Feng Lan calculated. The month before last, June. What day was June? The 14th. Xiaoyu did not hide it. But I don't celebrate my birthday, don't worry about it. Feng Lan nodded, said thank you again, folded the gift box wrapping paper, and put it in his pocket with the mole machine. He was so excited that he wanted to celebrate Xiaoyu's birthday when he finished cleaning up the table and left the compartment and couldn't help asking, have you never celebrated your birthday, or don't your friends celebrate your birthday either? Xiaoyu bit the tip of his tongue. My son's birthday is my mother's hard day. My mother got sick when she gave birth to me. I haven't had any birthday memories since I was in elementary school, but I have seen old photos and I used to celebrate. Feng Lan felt a little guilty. I'm sorry. It's okay. Xiaoyu said, it's all in the past. I just don't like celebrating my birthday now. Feng Lan pursed her lips, sent the used dishes to the kitchen and said, did your dad tell you about this? Xiaoyu reacted for a while before asking, about my mom's illness? The son's birthday is the mother's hard day. Xiaoyu scratched his hair. That's about it. He always nags. Don't listen to him. Feng Lan said firmly, the son's birthday is the mother's hard day. He doesn't take half of the hardship. What kind of ability is it to blame the son who was born passively? Xiaoyu was stunned at first, and then laughed. He approached Feng Lan and put his shoulder against Feng Lan. Are you worried about me, brother Feng? Xiaoyu smiled. Okay. I remember it all. Let's not talk about these troubles. Look at my eyes. Feng Lan looked into Xiaoyu's eyes. What's wrong? Xiaoyu wiped his eyes. Do I really have puppy eyes? He asked. Sister Xiao Gao said so to me before, and the two guests said so to me today. I didn't even notice it. What do you think? Feng Lan looked carefully and recalled the wonderful moment when Xiaoyu pressed Zhang Yang's head on the table. He felt that it had little to do with the eyes. It was mainly because of the distraction last night. He also felt that Xiaoyu looked like a puppy, but not because of the eyes. Not so much, Feng Lan said. Maybe it was just a feeling. Xiaoyu was shocked. You feel that I look like a dog? A compliment. Feng Lan recalled what he had heard recently and explained to Xiaoyu. What little milk puppy, little wolf dog. Haven't you seen it when you searched on Weibo? You should be considered a wolf dog? Anyway, it's not a bad word. Xiaoyu frowned. A little bit unacceptable. Feng Lan comforted him. How about this? You're the unique cute pet Xiaoyu, okay? Xiaoyu kicked Feng Lan lightly, said that it's your birthday today and I won't bother with you, and walked away with a hum. After work and dinner in the evening, the kitchen brought a small cake for Feng Lan to take away. Knowing that he and Xiaoyu were together, they also brought a piece for Xiaoyu. The two went home together. In order to share customer feedback with Feng Lan, Xiaoyu had been going to Feng Lan's house every day. Today, he squeezed behind Feng Lan as usual and insisted on going into the house with Feng Lan. Feng Lan did not refuse and asked Xiaoyu jokingly, don't you have your own rental house? It's your birthday. Xiaoyu pushed Feng Lan on the waist and said, go in quickly. Feng Lan and Xiaoyu walked into the house. Xiaoyu closed the door at the back and said as he closed it, what else can I do? Should I really help you with your homework? It's the same. Who will help whom? Feng Lan smiled. He put the cake on the table, pulled a chair over and sat down. There was more joy in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. So when do you plan to do your homework? It's less than a month. Don't you have to study hard? Just do it in this month. Xiaoyu said, don't worry, I will definitely finish it. I haven't read any books during this period. When Teacher Feng was teaching and educating people, I didn't have much work to do, and I read books all the time. I plan to treat this summer homework with the attitude of the college entrance examination. You'd better. Feng Lan said, then, birthday? I can't tell that you don't celebrate your birthday often either. Xiaoyu pointed at Feng Lan. Feng Lan nodded, agreeing with Xiaoyu's guess. They are all pitiful. Xiaoyu shook his head and took out 2 number candles from his pocket. Here, birthday candles. When he said the word birthday candles, Xiaoyu deliberately prolonged his voice, and his sharp eyebrows became soft. He was obviously 2 months older than Feng Lan and looked more fierce, but at this moment he exuded a sense of cuteness. No wonder the guests liked Xiaoyu. No one can feel depressed when this guy is trying to make people happy. Feng Lan took the candles and looked at them. When did you buy them? It was a takeaway, and Shout Eon helped me get them. Xiaoyu said, put them in. Light them. and I'll go turn off the lights. Feng Lan took out the small cakes given by the kitchen, thought about it, and put the number 1 on Chiao Yu's cake and the number 8 on her own cake. Chiao Yu considerately offered his lighter. Feng Lan paused before lighting it inside. The last time I ate cake like this was when my dad was alive. Chiao Yu looked at the number 1 on his cake. Who did you spend your birthday with after your dad passed away? Grandma. Feng Lan said. The old man celebrated his birthday with a bowl of longevity noodles. Of course, it was also good to have that bowl of noodles. When did Grandma pass away? The year I repeated the 3rd grade of junior high school. It was in the fall at first. She fell outside in the rain and died when she was sent to the hospital. The doctor checked and said that she had a tumor in her brain. After further examination, it was malignant. It had been a long time. She passed away before summer. When she passed away, she asked me to study hard and concentrate on preparing for the exam. Prepare for the exam. At that time, Feng Lan thought, what exam is he still preparing for? His father died, his mother was in prison, and now his grandma is gone. He couldn't see the future at a glance, and he didn't dare to take a step. But if he didn't prepare for the exam, what else could he do? His mother was in prison, but she would eventually come out. After she came out, she would have to live. He had to wait until his mother came out. Now he is almost a senior in high school. His mother has not come out yet, but his future seems to have a direction, because Chiao Yu suddenly bumped into his life. On the birthday after his grandmother passed away, Feng Lan bought a small cake by himself, without lighting candles, and ate it on the roadside. After eating, he cried for a while, and then he stopped celebrating his birth, because no one would be happy about his birth anyway. But now, Feng Lan smiled. Light the candles. Thank you for spending my birthday with me. The candles were lit, and Chiao Yu stood up to turn off the lights. Feng Lan looked at the flickering candlelight, and Chiao Yu followed him to watch. Feng Lan commented sharply, a little silly. Chiao Yu asked, sing a birthday song for you? Feng Lan was horrified. Don't scare me. Chiao Yu said, who doesn't sing a birthday song on their birthday? He saw that Feng Lan was indeed reluctant, so he had to play a song on his mobile phone. The two continued to look at the candles and the music, and Feng Lan commented again. Even more silly. Chiao Yu remembered something was wrong. You made a wish? Oh, it was supposed to make a wish. Feng Lan thought about it. I hope I... Chiao Yu interrupted hurriedly. Don't say it, it won't work if you say it. Feng Lan shut up decisively, and it seemed that she really wanted this wish to come true. So Chiao Yu was curious again and asked Feng Lan in a low voice, what wish do you want? Feng Lan blew out the candle. Can't say it. He didn't make any wishes, but in the dark, he imagined Chiao Yu's expression at this moment and couldn't help laughing. It won't work if you say it. 2 days later, after a rework, the stand that Boss Han customized to attract customers was finally completed. On the stand, Xiaotian and Xiaolu made a sweet heart shape. Chiao Yu and Feng Lan stood side by side. The former pulled the straps and the latter adjusted the sleeves. The faces of the 4 people were covered, and the first pinyin letter of the surname was on the pure white circle. Boss Han said that this was to prevent someone from taking a photo with the stand for strange purposes, and secondly to encourage passers-by to be curious about the 4 new people and walk into the store. In the first 3 days after the stand was put up, Chiao Yu didn't like to go through the main entrance to work and felt embarrassed when he saw the stand. But the store also put up posters and signs that blocked the view. Chiao Yu couldn't avoid these things unless he didn't go to work. Boss Han laughed at Chiao Yu. It's fine when it's open. Why are you shy to look at a poster? Chiao Yu smiled and said nothing, thinking that he was just caught in the uncanny valley effect. What's even more terrifying is that he came out after work and waited for Feng Lan at the door and bumped into Shou Ho. Chiao Yu. Chiao Yu. What a coincidence. He thought Shou Ho helped find this job, so he should have some understanding of the subject. But Shou Ho looked at Chiao Yu, and then at the sign with a huge letter Q on the head at the door, and had a new understanding of Chiao Yu. Shou Ho asked in awe, if I remember correctly, you are working with Feng Lan, right? Chiao Yu did not deny it. Shou Ho looked at the head of F next to the head of Q with even more awe than this is. Chiao Yu realized that something was wrong. He looked carefully at his and Feng Lan's signs, and saw a row of small words on each of their legs. On his left leg, it was written as a sunny and cheerful little wolf dog, and on Feng Lan's right leg, It was written as a cold and slow-moving high school student. Shouyu. Shouyu realized that Shouho had no idea what the theme was, and said with difficulty, "You listen to my explanation." Shouyu said, "You listen to my explanation? The answer you see is one-sided, and it is limited to the perspective of the guests. There is nothing to say, brother you." Shouho's mouth twitched, and his eyes were firm. "I am afraid of being beaten. No, I support any form of love. A real man is to mess with other men. I understand you, brother." Shouyu wanted to say that he didn't understand, but at this time Feng Lan came over from the alley next to him. Feng Lan didn't see Shouho at first, but only saw Shouyu, thinking that he was entangled with the sign again. So he walked over and said, "Are you still looking?" Shouyu turned to look at Feng Lan, and just when he wanted to introduce Shouho to him, Shouho had already said goodbye in a hurry and ran away without saying a word. Feng Lan only saw a back figure, and his first reaction was that someone was looking for trouble with Shouyu, and he almost shouted, "Why are you running?" Shouho was startled and ran without looking back. Shouyu saw that Feng Lan was about to chase him, so he hurriedly grabbed him and said, "It's Shouho, just help us find out about this job. Oh, by the way, he and you are in the same junior high school." Feng Lan was stunned. "The same junior high school as me?" "Yes, just 1 grade younger than you. You repeated a year. So should he be considered 2 grades younger than you?" Shouyu said, "Anyway, he told me about it when we were having a meal, that day when you just changed your job at the supermarket to the cashier." Feng Lan frowned. "Did he run away because he saw me?" Shouyu understood a little bit in his heart. He looked at Feng Lan's expression and said cautiously, "He is quite afraid of you, saying that you were famous for fighting in the 3rd grade of junior high school, but he should not know what you look like." Shouyu gestured to the sign next to him. He was scared away by this thing, thinking he knew our little secret and was afraid that we would cut him together. Feng Lan bit her lip and didn't respond to this sentence, but urged, "Let's go home." Shouyu felt that he was poked by Feng Lan's expression and almost wanted to pull Shouho back immediately and ask him to help him find out what happened to Feng Lan in junior high school. But Shouyu didn't say anything. Feng Lan was so evasive. If he insisted on exploring, it would be too unreasonable. So Shouyu pretended that he was not touched at all and took Feng Lan home as usual. Feng Lan also grabbed Shioyu's waist as usual and kept his waist straight to keep a distance, but he was really upset today. When he passed the 3rd traffic light, Shouyu suddenly felt Feng Lan's face pressed against his back. Shioyu's heart tightened and asked, "Tired?" Feng Lan didn't answer, but just threw out a question. "Are you familiar with that person?" Shouyu briefly thought for a second whether Feng Lan was afraid that he would ask Shouho about his past, and then quickly said, "Not very familiar. We met playing basketball in the small park. I don't even know his name, and I called him Shouho with the rest of them." Shouyu deliberately teased Feng Lan. "Hey, what role did you play in junior high school? This is strange. Someone told me about your past after school that day, and the news spread to number 5 middle school when you were playing basketball at night. I feel that you are a hidden leader." Feng Lan didn't say anything at first, and Shouyu didn't urge him. After another traffic light, Shouyu slowly said, "Didn't I make you unhappy?" Feng Lan replied lightly with a no. Shouyu said, "I just said it casually, just joking." Feng Lan sat up a little straighter, and the part of Shioyu's back that was warmed by Feng Lan was instantly cooled by the wind. "I mean, it's no big deal," Feng Lan said. "I'm definitely not a leader. I don't like to cause trouble, and I don't have that ability. Reputation? Maybe a little. My former junior high school was near my home, and there were 3 residential areas nearby. The old men and women all danced square dances in the garden together. After the incident in my family, the news spread quickly. At first, it was in the community, and later, all the students in the school knew about it." Shioyu's hands tightened. As more people knew about it, there were more rumors. When I was repeating the 3rd year of junior high school, some people said that my mother was unfaithful and had an affair, that my father had an extra child outside, and that I killed someone and my mother just took the blame for me. There were all kinds of things. I got a nickname, the son of a murderer, and some people just called me a murderer. Shouyu stopped the car on the side of the road. I always thought they were interesting. On the one hand, they thought I killed someone, but on the other hand, they came to provoke me. What a strange trick. Are they betting that I dare not kill again? Shioyu's throat was dry, and he asked with difficulty, "What did they do?" Just that little thing. Feng Lan sounded indifferent. Our school is okay. If you insist, you can say that all the students are good and dare not cause any big trouble. At first, they isolated me. Later, someone tripped me and found that I didn't care. They started to tear up my homework and put abusive notes in my desk. I opened them and read them. The words were childish, and there was nothing new. They were 1 year younger than me. I didn't want to care at first. What's more, I was also numb at that time. It was not easy for my grandma to raise me alone. I didn't want to cause trouble for her. I just wanted to finish my studies. But then my grandma, Feng Lan, closed her eyes tightly to suppress the soreness in her eyes and prevent herself from crying. After my grandma was diagnosed with a tumor in her brain, that was the last semester of the 3rd year of junior high school that year. Someone brought his friends to lock me in the toilet cubicle and said a lot of bad things about my mother and grandma. They didn't know anything and were talking nonsense, asking if I killed someone. It was my family's matter. I kicked the cubicle door and had a fight with them. Chiou wanted to touch the cigarette, but held back. Feng Lan continued. I actually don't know how they beat us. Later, someone asked the teacher to separate us. When I came to my senses, I realized that I seemed to have hit too hard. The parents over there wanted me to pay compensation and drop out of school. I said. 16-year-old Feng Lan stood in the office, looking at the parents who were protecting their children across the street. On the one hand, he thought it was ridiculous that these idiots had the nerve to complain after being beaten up by many people. On the other hand, he felt sad that there was no one standing by his side who could protect him. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll drop out of school. Anyway, my father is dead, and my mother and grandmother have no time to take care of me now. If I drop out of school, I will be a homeless vagrant. You better keep an eye on your son, and don't let me get a chance." They gave in. After all, they were not in the right, and they didn't ask me to pay compensation. They said they saw that I was too poor, but I guess they were afraid that my mother would come to them after being released from prison. After that, no one dared to do anything to me, so I finished junior high school well. Feng Lan breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a small matter. I'm not afraid of people knowing it. I'm just too lazy to mention it. And if I mention it, I will inevitably be asked about the murder case. The murder case is what Feng Lan really doesn't want to mention. But Feng Lan is not afraid to tell Chiou. Whether it's the trivial matter in junior high school or the truth of the murder case, Feng Lan feels at ease with Chiou. He doesn't know when he started to put Chiou in his safety zone. Chiou squeezed the handlebars repeatedly. His previous speculation that Feng Lan was bullied and isolated became a reality, but it was not an ongoing reality, but a reality that had already passed and no one could change. It was dark, and the street lights were on. The place where they parked was a little far from the light source. Chiou got out of the car in an awkward posture and looked at Feng Lan. Feng Lan looked quite thin and fragile in the night. Chiou lowered his eyes to look at Feng Lan's thin wrists and slender fingers. He couldn't imagine Feng Lan beating someone to death. Chiou asked Feng Lan in a lighter voice, almost soaked in tenderness, "Do you need comfort?" Feng Lan grabbed the seat and nodded after a while. Then it was another time when the moon rose. This time, unlike the time by the moat, Chiou stretched out his arms and did not wait for Feng Lan to approach, but took the initiative to hug Feng Lan. A car passed by them, and Chiou gradually heard Feng Lan's suppressed crying. The voice was very restrained and careful. Feng Lan grabbed Chiou's clothes with his left hand, rested his forehead on Chiou's chest, and covered his eyes with his right hand. Chiou understood Feng Lan's intention and said to him, "Wash the clothes if they are dirty. Besides, what's the point of tears?" Feng Lan sniffed. Chiou patted Feng Lan's back gently. "The snot is too much." Feng Lan wiped his eyes vigorously with his sleeve. They stayed under the night sky for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, Feng Lan pursed his lips and raised his head to check Chiou's clothes. Chiou was helpless. "I was kidding." Feng Lan didn't listen, and carefully confirmed that Chiou's clothes were not dirty by him, and then he let go of his hand with peace of mind. Feng Lan lowered his head and didn't look at Chiou. "Thank you." Chiou patted Feng Lan's shoulder, swept away his heartache, and regained his self, meaning to continue riding. This time Chiou rode very slowly, and Feng Lan did not grab Chiou's waist again, but just pinched the corner of Chiou's clothes, with such light force that it seemed as if the pads of a cat were patting and scratching. When they were almost at the old street, Choyu spoke again. What happened in junior high school was told by a guy named Wang Qishuan in Erping's class. I don't know the cause. Maybe someone spread the word that you and I were familiar with each other, and the word spread to his ears, so he told the class about it, and Erping heard it. Feng Lan was silent for a while. Qi and Qidong, Xian and Xianong? I don't know. I only met him once. On the day you woke up in my house after drinking too much. Choyu didn't hide it. After Erping told me this, I asked them to invite the person out to ask him. After hearing this, I thought he was an idiot, so I didn't care. Feng Lan whispered. It was Wang Qishuan who locked me in the toilet. Choyu cursed and almost immediately remembered the time when he met Wang Qishuan. After all, he was just looking for someone to question. Zhang Peng and Lu Peng invited people and ordered food and drinks. When Choyu met, the three of them were still doing their homework. After meeting Choyu, Wang Qishuan was a little nervous and asked stutteringly, "This? I didn't offend Brother Chiu." Choyu said he wanted to ask about Feng Lan. Wang Qishuan was even more nervous and couldn't speak clearly. Choyu thought he was scared by himself, but now it seems that this grandson probably didn't expect that someone would come to him for this matter, thinking that he would have the final say. Choyu remembered Wang Qishuan's hesitant words in the middle. I just heard that there was a fight. I don't ask about these things. I just bury my head and study. Brother Lu knows that I am just a nerd. What a nerd. Choyu gritted his teeth. This idiot. Wait until school starts. It's fine if he doesn't cause trouble, but the third year of junior high school is now the third year of high school, and the third year of high school is more important than the third year of junior high school. Why bother with him? Feng Lan said, your friends. They are all normal people. Choyu said, unlike Wang Qishuan, who is obviously stupid. Feng Lan smiled. Thank you. He said, thank you. And your friends. Thank you for being normal people. Choyu's heart softened a lot, and something sticky and sweet was about to ferment. But that little sign was too slight, and it disappeared without a trace after being flickered by the street light. Choyu casually said, born as a human being, I am normal. This is what I should do. Why thank me? When Xiao Linfeng opened the door, Chenya was already there. Zhao Zhenju got sick when she gave birth to a child. Because when she was a child, she heard from her family that it was not good for women to have this disease, so she didn't tell anyone, and got up in the early morning to wash her underwear with cold water. When Xiao Linfeng found out, it was too late. Chenya came to the Qiu family at this time to take care of the sick Zhao Zhenju and the young Qiu Yu. She was Zhao Zhenju's sister when they were still in the village. She had a good relationship with Zhao Zhenju. Qiu Linfeng looked at her as if she were Zhao Zhenju's biological sister. After Zhao Zhenju passed away, Chenya helped take care of Choyu for a while. When Choyu stopped crying for her mother at night, she asked to leave. Qiu Linfeng persuaded Chenya to give her some money and let Chenya settle down in Yangqing. Until now, the Qiu family has changed the door lock twice, and Chenya was given a key each time. Chenya would occasionally visit Choyu. Choyu and Chenya had a good relationship, but they didn't tell each other everything. Therefore, Chenya didn't know that Choyu and Qiu Linfeng had such a bad relationship. This time, Qiu Linfeng asked Chenya to come back, saying that Choyu ran away from home and hoped that Chenya would help persuade him. Chenya came as soon as she hung up the phone. Qiu Linfeng frowned and asked Chenya, Sister Ya, Choyu. Chenya sighed and said, he didn't come back. This kid. I can't get through to him even if I call him. I don't know if he has blocked me or changed his number. Qiu Linfeng grabbed the car keys and for a moment seemed to want to rush out to catch the child. But he had no idea where Choyu ran off to, so he could only slam the keys on the shoe cabinet at the door. This rascal. Qiu Linfeng cursed. Why don't you stay at home? Why are children nowadays so hard to manage? Chenya sighed again. Xiaoyu has always been very well behaved. Why did he suddenly run away from home? If you let me come back, you have to explain the situation to me clearly. Although I can't contact him now, what if he ever pays attention to me and I don't know what happened? How can I persuade him? Qiu Linfeng showed a subtle embarrassment on his face. He changed his shoes and went into the house, mumbling, it's nothing, just disciplining the child, when I couldn't explain clearly. I hit him twice. Why are you hitting the child again? Chenya stood up at once. Xiaoyu is not a child who needs to be beaten to be well-behaved. Brother Chiu, what did you say when Jinju was still here? Doesn't your words count now that she's gone? These words were like a knife stabbing Chiu Linfeng's heart. Chiu Linfeng didn't know how to explain it. He even forgot why he beat Chiu Yu in the first place. Maybe he was careless in an exam and lost points that he shouldn't have lost and was still stubborn. Or maybe he forgot the time when he was playing outside and came home too late, which made his father worried. Chiu Linfeng assured that he didn't really beat him in the first place. He was just a little fierce, yelled a few words, and pushed Chiu Yu a few times. But he definitely didn't use much force. But somehow, Chiu Yu had more and more problems, and Chiu Linfeng became more and more annoyed. Later, Chiu Linfeng didn't even want to talk to him when he could beat him. He beat him. Chiu Yu avoided, kept silent, and resisted. The father and son fought. Everything was messed up. But Chiu Linfeng didn't do that. He wanted to take good care of his children. He just felt that Chiu Yu should be more obedient, more outstanding and better, so that he could live up to his wife who died of illness before she had much happiness. Children can't be successful without being beaten, isn't it? Chiu Linfeng lit a cigarette and said vaguely, "Sometimes he is too unreasonable, and I can't do anything about it." Chenya said angrily, "There is no way? You don't have to tell me how difficult it is for you. I just want to ask you, who told Jinju that his father always beat him, and he would never be the same as his father in the future?" Chiu Linfeng's hand trembled, and the ash fell on his pants. Chenya said again, "I know that you are under a lot of pressure to raise a child alone, and you are not delicate enough as a father. Sometimes you can't think of a good solution, so you beat him. But don't you have my phone number? Can't you call me and let me help? You just took action when you can't make it work. Haven't you thought of trying other methods? I watched Xiao Yu grow up. When has he ever been unreasonable? How can he be that kind of unreasonable child?" Chiu Linfeng smoked silently. Chenya was so angry that she snatched Chiu Linfeng's cigarette and put it out in the ashtray. "Tell me clearly now, what did Xiao Yu do wrong, and why did you beat him? Huh?" Chiu Linfeng didn't know where to start. He subconsciously defended himself. "I actually haven't hit him for a while, but he really went too far this time." Chenya got even more angry and said, "Isn't this the first time you hit him?" Chiu Linfeng was silent again. Chenya took several deep breaths and finally calmed down a little. She asked Chiu Linfeng, "Okay, you will explain to me slowly in the future. What happened to him this time? Why did he go too far?" Chiu Linfeng lowered his head, clasped his hands together, and said after a long time, "He likes men." Chenya was shocked. It was cloudy at noon that day, and it rained heavily at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Appointments were canceled one after another. Everyone in the theme was rarely idle. The employees cleaned up the store. Boss Han asked the kitchen to make some food and arranged for everyone. "There should be nothing to do today, so take a break." Xiaomu took the lead and shouted, "Thank you, boss." Chiu Yu and Feng Lan found a cubicle in the corner. The former did his homework, and the latter played whack-a-mole. Chiu Yu did not lie to Feng Lan. Before he started working with Feng Lan, he would memorize vocabulary and text knowledge points whenever he had free time. Now his way of doing homework is completely different from Feng Lan. Feng Lan chose to guess and fill in the blanks randomly. She copied formulas for the big questions to show the characters, and she wanted to read the book for each question. Chiu Yu did it directly. When he encountered a question he didn't know how to do, he simply thought about it for half a minute. If he didn't have an idea, he would mark the next question. He would look back after finishing everything. He really treated the college entrance examination paper in a somewhat similar way. As for Feng Lan, he had already finished his homework. Fortunately, he had the whack-a-mole machine that Chiu Yu gave him to pass the time. Feng Lan used to play with the whack-a-mole machine when he was free, just like playing with it as a mobile phone. Every time Chiu Yu saw it, he was happy that his gift was good, but also sad that Feng Lan was still using that old keypad mobile phone. In his opinion, that thing was only a little more high-tech than a big brother. Chiu Yu also observed that Feng Lan had always been fond of the points mode, but had little interest in the level-breaking mode. Chiu Yu was worried that Feng Lan was bored with the game because of the level-breaking mode. So he asked. Feng Lan said, "I tried the first 2 levels, which were very simple. I was afraid that I would miss the first one if I was not careful. The instructions said there were only 100 levels." Chiu Yu's heart softened. The palm-sized whack-a-mole machine had 10 buttons, and the indicator lights lit up randomly. Green was worth 3 points, yellow was worth 2 points, orange was worth 1 point, and red was worth 2 points. If you pressed red 3 times in total, the game would end. Feng Lan would work as soon as she opened her eyes every day. After she got home and cleaned up, she would fall asleep soon after waking up. Although she could play a few games in the coffee shop, she was often interrupted by various things, so she didn't have many opportunities to play all the time. Her current highest score was only 113. It was rare that she was so free today, so Feng Lan was determined to rush for points. She didn't notice that Xiaoyu on the opposite side had already finished a test paper and looked up at him in the gap before looking for knowledge points in the book. Feng Lan crossed her legs very comfortably, her eyebrows were relaxed, her expression was focused, and she pressed the whack-a-mole machine to make a bang. Come on. Great. Come on. You are awesome. Sweet and lovely voices kept ringing. After about 2 minutes, the first one, oh, indicated failure, and Feng Lan frowned unconsciously. After another 10 seconds, the second one, be careful, indicated failure, and Feng Lan became more serious. After another half a minute, what a pity indicated that the game had failed completely. Feng Lan sighed and stretched his body while holding the whack-a-mole machine. Xiaoyu asked, how many points? Have you finished? Feng Lan looked up at Xiaoyu, 372. The speed was too fast, and my eyes could keep up but my hands couldn't. Of course, it could also be that I was already dazzled and my eyes couldn't keep up. Feng Lan realized it later. Did I not disturb you? Your brother Qiu has a bad temper. Xiaoyu said, if you disturb me, I will press your head on the table. Feng Lan smiled, stood up and stretched a few times. You continue to write. I'll go somewhere else to play. No. Xiaoyu hurriedly tried to keep Feng Lan. You stay here as background music for me. Feng Lan was puzzled. Keep going. Great. You are awesome. Xiaoyu pinched his throat and learned to speak like a whack-a-mole machine. These sounds gave me great encouragement and made me full of energy when doing the questions. Feng Lan laughed again. Really can't bother you? No. Xiaoyu opened the history book and began to look for the knowledge points that he had not memorized. His hands were busy and his mouth couldn't stop. Just think of it as accompanying me. I'm a poor student and need teacher Feng to watch me so that I can do my homework well. Poor student? Classmate Xiao, my homework is all messed up. What do you want me to guide you on? Don't forget to write the solution to the big math questions. Xiaoyu pretended to think seriously. It's not impossible. Feng Lan suddenly raised his eyebrows at Xiaoyu. He rarely did such a gesture, and this time he was handsome with a bit of funny caused by the excessive contrast. Xiaoyu couldn't help it, and he pouted. Feng Lan then opened his mouth and said, Brother, you only write the solution to the big math questions? Can you at least put the formula on it? Xiaoyu laughed. Are you imitating me? He said, so vindictive. Feng Lan leaned back. I just told you off once. Xiaoyu defended himself. I praised you right away. Jie's handwriting is beautiful. Each word is worth 1,000 gold. You have the style of a great man. You call this praising? Spare me, brother Feng. He said seriously. I was wrong. Feng Lan waved his hand casually and put the whack-a-mole machine on the table. I'm going to the bathroom. You continue writing. Xiaoyu lowered his head and saluted Feng Lan. Feng Lan tapped Xiaoyu's hand before leaving the cubicle. After Feng Lan left, Xiaoyu flipped through the book and did 2 more questions, and his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He took a look and saw the name flashing on it was Antya, and hesitated before answering it. Antya, he greeted. Have you talked to my dad? Well, don't worry, I didn't tell him that I could contact you. Chenya said, he told me everything, your dad. Oh, why didn't you tell Antya about this earlier? I knew it earlier and would have come to persuade him earlier. Xiaoyu smiled. He didn't say anything at first because he really thought he had done something wrong. He didn't say anything later because he was angry and thought he could handle it. In the end, he gave up completely. His relationship with Qiu Linfeng had already deteriorated to this extent. Qiu Linfeng's personality was there, so it was useless to say anything. Fortunately, you called me first. Xiaoyu said, what if you called me in front of my dad? I would have quarreled with him again. Chunya asked, where do you live now? Your dad said you rented a house by yourself. Are you used to it? Do you have enough money? Do you have time to cook for yourself? Don't eat takeout all the time. I asked you to learn how to cook before, but you didn't. You only know a few dishes. Now you see. I'm fine, ain't ya? Shoyu felt warm in his heart. I'm fine. There is a classmate of mine living nearby. We can take care of each other. Okay, as long as someone helps you. Chenya paused. Have you told your friends about this? Erping and the others? Shoyu joked. Ain't ya? Are you trying to get me to tell you something so you can ask them? No, I don't have their contact information. Chunya was a little panicked, ain't ya? As long as I know you are doing well, I will give you some money later, and you can live well outside. I am living well after leaving Chio Linfeng, don't worry. Shoyu said, don't give me money, I won't accept it. I have the pocket money I had before, and now I work part-time and earn a lot. You kid, you don't want money, and you go to work hard. Chinya complained, and besides feeling distressed, she talked to Choyu for a few words, and finally asked what she wanted to ask the most. Ain't you heard what your father said? That is, your father told me that you like men? Choyu's face sank. Did Chio Linfeng tell you this too? Chunya said anxiously, just tell me if it's true. Choyu didn't say anything, and turned the pin around twice. Chunya got even more anxious. This won't work, Xiaoyu. Listen to Antya. I really am. Choyu's voice lost the joy just now. Antya, what do you want to say? Say this is a disease. This is not normal. Say I should get married and have children? You see, you know everything but I don't. Choyu said, Antya, I know you care about me, but I also tell you clearly that this is not a disease, nor is it different from the mainstream. Not getting married and having children is abnormal. The Cho family has a bad gene for being violent and hitting people, and it's a good thing that it's in me. If you force me to get married and have children, you're asking me to cheat on other girls, and you're asking me to be a dishonest and irresponsible, despicable person. Do you understand? Do you know how many people will oppose you? Chinya said, I cannot stop you and support you, but what about others, huh? Antya has checked, and there are many such marriages and children, and their lives are over. Then this life is over, and I will never be happy. Choyu said clearly, not only will I be unhappy, but I will also feel guilty for the rest of my life, feeling sorry for my wife and children, and finally die of depression. Do you want me to live like that? Chinya sniffed, and Choyu could tell she was about to cry, so he slowed down his voice. It's different now than before, Antya. Although I don't think I need others' support for who I'm with, it's true that people understand these things better, unlike before when many people thought they were abnormal and that only marriage and having children would cure them. I've chosen my own path, and I can walk it myself. Don't cry, you'll be fine. That being said, oh, how can I explain this to your mother? Chinya cried for a while, and Choyu persuaded her again and again before Chinya finally hung up the phone. Choyu put down the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He rubbed his ears and couldn't read a single word of the history book. Feng Lan came back at this time, and he sat opposite Choyu again and picked up the whack-a-mole machine. Choyu glanced at the time. You've been away for so long. Are you feeling uncomfortable in your stomach? Feng Lan hummed slowly. Choyu understood almost immediately. You've been standing outside for a long time, right? Feng Lan shrugged, but didn't deny it. Choyu said, next time you come in directly. If I want to avoid people, I will go to the back. We are such close friends now. Why are you still playing this with me? Feng Lan looked at Choyu. I think this is basic courtesy. Choyu pointed at Feng Lan and emphasized, don't play this with me. Otherwise, I will force you to listen to my phone calls next time. Okay. Feng Lan smiled helplessly. Your home phone number? Yes, my Antya. Choyu wanted to smoke, reached into his pocket and remembered that smoking was not allowed in the house, so he could only continue spinning the pin. She is my mother's best friend, and she used to take care of me. My father told her about my coming out. How much did you hear? I heard almost everything. Hypocrisy, how hypocritical. Choyu shook his head and sighed. Isn't true courtesy to turn around and walk away without listening? I will pay attention next time. Feng Lan nodded. I will hide in the lounge next time. Choyu glared. You dare. Feng Lan's smile was not helpless this time. It was even quite brilliant. Choyu suddenly remembered that Feng Lan had asked him if he would find a boyfriend. He realized that what he said to Chinya today hit the nail on the head. If Feng Lan's favorability towards him was 60% before, It must be 100% today. However, Chiou was very confident in himself. He felt that Fenglan's favorability towards him was 100% before, and now it is 200%. Chiou was happy and spoke more cheerfully. Look at my Aunt Ya. When she heard me come out, she was immediately afraid that I would not be accepted. What about Chiou Linfeng? She only said that I would embarrass him if I found a man. Who is my real parent? Fenglan said, blood relationship is not the only criterion for closeness. That makes sense. Brother Feng is the king of golden sentences. Chiou said, I will change it to my WeChat signature now. Oh no, I blocked Chiou Linfeng on WeChat. Hey, can the other party see my signature after blocking? I'll try. Chiou completely threw away his homework and concentrated on thinking about how to let Chiou Linfeng see this sentence. Fenglan stared at the top of Chiou's head for a while, then lowered his head to start the whack-a-mole machine, trying to hit 400 points. The fact that Chiou and Fenglan were working together on the topic was accidentally revealed by Shouho, and finally reached Erpong and Qianqingjin. Z. Not enough brothers 3. Not enough brothers L at Q. What about you? Not enough brothers question? Chiou took out his mobile phone during work. Question, who said you were brothers? I'm your father Z. Come on, explain to us what this is Z. Picture Z. This is it, although the head is blurred. Although you look like a decent person in your plaid overalls and white shirt, you don't think we can't recognize your arms and legs, right? L. He didn't recognize it. If Shouho hadn't said it, he would have thought the one next to you was you. Chiou, who came back from carrying 2 dishes and was flooded with group messages. Chiou typed speechlessly, this is my working partner. Have you finished your homework? How come you are so idle? He told the group about his work in the topic, and then he circled Erping. Don't make a fuss if you see me in school, or I will plant you in the field. The 3 teased Chiou for a while, and Lu Peng said, but you are pretty awesome. If it were me, I would be embarrassed to see this sign every day, let alone open for business. Chiou helplessly, do you think I am not embarrassed? I am still not used to it, and I walk around the door every day. It's useless to walk around. There is no code in the store. Zhang Peng asked, you didn't let us go before because of this, right? What, are you afraid that we will be embarrassed to see you in love? We are not in love. Remember? I am really afraid that you will bow to others and call them sister-in-law when you meet them in the future. You can definitely do it. Lu Peng, good idea. Qianqingjin said, I think you have premarital phobia. Chiou? Qianqingjin said confidently. It was already the wedding day. It was nothing. But when I saw the poster at the door, the reality of marriage was pushed into my eyes, and at that moment, my panic and anxiety reached the peak, and I wished I could disappear right where I was. Doesn't it sound exactly like you now? Chiou scolded him. I'm doing work. Whose marriage is work? Qianqingjin was really good at making excuses. Then actors get married for this play and that play. Isn't that work? Chiou's heart trembled. He put away his phone, said hello to Chin Lin nearby, slipped out the back door, and smoked a cigarette sadly in the alley. Erping and Qianqingjin were just joking, but after saying this joke once or twice, Chiou actually felt that something was wrong. It seemed that he had just come up with this idea in his mind. He liked men, and Fenglan didn't object to this. Then they could be brothers, or maybe have other relationships. Turning into another relationship with Fenglan? Chiou was shocked by himself. He remembered how he came out to Chiou Linfeng. They had a heated argument that day, and Chiou Linfeng grabbed a cup in his hand and wanted to throw it. Chiou got carried away and did it on purpose. He shouted, I like men, which made Chiou Linfeng furious. Chiou was complacent at the time, and he admired Chiou Linfeng's anger for a while and strengthened his determination to like men. With such a beginning, liking men is like pure anger. But some words have to be said before they are thought. After the quarrel, the hands have been touched. Chiou found that in his 18 years of life, he really had never been moved by any woman. At most, he just admired her. But appreciation is something that everyone has, and it cannot be used as a criterion for judging orientation, unless it has a little other meaning, stronger than appreciation and weaker than invasion, just a drop in the string of desire. Is Fenglan that drop? This thought flashed through Chiou's mind like the wind, and after the wind passed, Chiou put it out along with the cigarette. Business is crazy. Yu muttered. He and Feng Lan met and became familiar with each other. Everything was too coincidental. They got to know each other briefly when they were upset, and then they showed concern and care when they were in trouble. Now they are still working as a fake couple. This series can be explained as fate. After all, such a tight fate can easily blur the brain and make it reclassify friendship. But if Yu really regards this magical fate as love, he is simply unworthy of Feng Lan's understanding and tolerance. Feng Lan, even if he can accept homosexuality, if he knows that someone of the same adult love likes him, will he? Some people are like this. It's fine if it doesn't happen to them, but if it happens to them, it will be a big deal. What's more, you should repeatedly consider your feelings. Don't seek a grand and passionate relationship, but hope for a long-term relationship and pay special attention to not adding any violence. This is the love view of the 18-year-old Yu. No, why did he think of the love view? Feng Lan. And love? Feng Lan is a straight man. Yu scratched his hair, stepped hard on the cigarette ace that fell to the ground, pushed open the back door and went back to the store. He bumped into Feng Lan. I was just looking for you, and 2 customers without reservations came to order. Feng Lan said, did you go out to smoke? Is the smell of smoke strong? Do you want to borrow Xiaomu's perfume to cover it? There is no window at the back door, and the light is very weak. Feng Lan's face is a little blurry here, but you can clearly distinguish his outline. Yu suddenly felt a little nervous, maybe because he just thought about Feng Lan and love, or maybe because of something else. Something else? Yu's throat was dry. Feng Lan didn't notice Yu's unnaturalness. He took a step closer, leaned forward slightly, and sniffed the air twice. Like a kitten. Yu thought in a mess. Many of Feng Lan's actions are also like cats. Are they like? How is it like? It seems that they are not like them, but they feel like them? Just like his puppy eyes, it's just a feeling. It feels like that. Yu's heartbeat was a little chaotic. He likes cats. Feng Lan has already retreated. I don't think there is any problem, but just in case, you should still use a little, just on the cuffs, collar, especially the cuffs. Oh, Shemu knows about this. I just said that you were smoking at the back door. He told me to take it if you need it. The perfume is in the cabinet in the lounge. Did you hear it? Yu suddenly came back to his senses. Listen, I heard it, he said a little flustered. I'll go get it. Wait for me. Feng Lan was a little worried. Is it your dad? No, I was just thinking about the questions. I haven't been doing math papers these 2 days. I'm so annoyed. Yu patted Feng Lan's shoulder. You block it for a while. I'll go over right away. Which cubicle? Feng Lan said. Xiaomu is receiving it. I'll wait for you. We'll go over together later. Yu quickly got into the lounge, cleared his random thoughts in the smell of perfume, and quickly got into work mode. After a period of time, Linfeng made some attempts. He got 3 new mobile phone numbers in succession, called Yu, and sent text messages, but Yu blocked all of them and ignored them all. Linfeng was so worried that he smoked half a pack of cigarettes in a row. He looked at the last text message he sent and went home to eat. He felt that this was the biggest concession he could make. He really couldn't understand. Which father wouldn't beat his son? Wasn't he also beaten by his own father? Jade can't be made into a useful tool without being polished, and the same goes for people without being beaten. He just used his father's tricks on his son, so how could his son run away from home? Besides, he has restrained himself a lot. Since he accidentally hit Yu and gave him a concussion that year, has he ever really fought with Yu? Spoiled. Yu is just too spoiled. Moreover, he is spoiled and arrogant and doesn't care about the face given to him. Why does he use the things he likes men to anger himself as a father? Jianjun's sticks made a filial son, and he made Linfeng, a small boss, a filial son. Linfeng also followed the stick education. Yu was uneducated, and he called him a homosexual. Linfeng smoked another cigarette, making the office full of smoke. He got up and opened the window, looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside. His first thought was that the pocket money for Yu was too much. He was poor before, and he wanted his son to live a good life. So he gave his son the best within his ability. From food, clothing, housing, and transportation to pocket money, Linfeng didn't feel that he had treated Yu unfairly. But this son was getting more and more disobedient. From a well-behaved and smart child to the last in the grade who often contradicted his father and was uneducated, challenging his majesty as a father again and again. He just wanted Chiou to be better, and Chiou was good enough, so he could be worthy of his wife. He tried every way to do this, but still made such a big problem. He didn't know where the problem was. Chiou Linfeng exhaled and found a number in the address book. Chiou was having dinner with Feng Lan when he received the text message. Not long ago, Chiou teamed up with Boss Han to trick Feng Lan into thinking that she would be fined if she tanned. Now Feng Lan finally gave up walking to the theme after tutoring and chose to take a taxi. After tutoring the children, she went to the theme to eat lunch at cost price. She forgot about the old favorite bread that was about to expire. Feng Lan was dragged by Chiou to have breakfast in the morning and had lunch in the cafe at noon and night. There were also employee meals at the supermarket. It was rare for Feng Lan to have 3 meals a day, 7 days a week, and 21 meals in the past 3 years. He could be considered to be living a decent life. Now his life is getting better and better. He eats more and earns more money. He used to have a little hypoglycemia, but he has not had it once during the summer vacation. Feng Lan secretly thanked Chiou in his heart. Chiou didn't know these things, but Chiou felt very satisfied watching Feng Lan's 3 meals a day, and he thought he was the first to do so. He now takes Feng Lan to eat breakfast, waits for Feng Lan to eat lunch, and eats dinner with Feng Lan. Eating has suddenly become much more interesting. Unlike before, Chiou Linfeng was always busy, and he always ate alone in such a big family. He lost his appetite while eating, and felt that what he was eating was not food, but loneliness. It's still good now. The beef brisket is fragrant, the carrots are crispy, and eating with Feng Lan is so delicious. For this reason, when Boss Han asked them if they wanted to come up with a group name, Chiou said food partner without thinking, and then was vetoed by his food partner. Chiou Linfeng's text message came when Chiou was enjoying it. He glanced at it and guessed that it was Chiou Linfeng's text message again. He bit his chopsticks and clicked it to see that it was indeed true. He sneered after reading it. It's worse than a spam message. Chiou said vaguely, I get annoyed when I read it. Feng Lan glanced at Chiou's expression. Your dad? My dad. Chiou stretched out his voice and moved his fingers to block Chiou Linfeng's new account. Haha, he asked me to go home and eat. Feng Lan said. You haven't been home for several months. Yeah. Chiou picked up the dishes with chopsticks, still in a drawling tone. It's been several months. It's summer vacation, and he just remembered to bow his head. Feng Lan didn't quite understand. Bow your head? He asked you to go back. Is this called bowing your head? Parents, you can't save face after doing something wrong, and apologizing is also condescending. He can't ask me to go back, right? That would be so embarrassing for him. Chiou curled his lips. It's not okay not to eat. If I don't eat, he will be angry again, thinking that you don't accept my apology and you don't want to give me face. Then you plan to go back and take a look? He is the only one who feels embarrassed, not me? Chiou threw his mobile phone on the table, blocked. Who cares about him? He didn't even apologize and asked me to go back. So what am I? Eat, and then start work. After the two finished their meal, they rinsed their mouths and washed their hands, checked their clothes, and confirmed the appointments for the afternoon. Seeing that they had nothing to do for the time being, they chose a seat near the door in the lobby to sit down so that they could greet guests in time. Chiou had almost given up on the math test paper. He had a brand new brain with excellent memory, but there was no place for math in this brain. He could remember the concepts, theorems, and formulas of math, but he went crazy when asked to use them. Things like log and geometric auxiliary lines, it would be better to kill him directly than to ask him to do them. Now Chiou only focused on copying homework for each subject, history sorting out the chronology of major events and knowledge points, politics sorting out knowledge points and copying them 3 times, Chinese ancient poems and classical Chinese, English vocabulary for each unit. Chiou was a little confused after mechanically copying them. After all, he had memorized all of them, and now he just needed to understand them thoroughly. Chiou simply chatted with Feng Lan while copying, from Zheng Xiaodong's teaching progress to whether the supermarket was busy, which made Feng Lan distracted all the time and couldn't even get 200 points in whack-a-mole. Feng Lan couldn't stand it anymore and ordered Chiou to shut up. Chiou was quiet for 10 minutes, then suddenly remembered something. didn't you go to see your mother this month? Feng Lan just started the point-based whack-a-mole game, but she ended it after only getting 31 points. Well, I plan to go again before school starts. Feng Lan said, It's not because of work. Chiu Yu looked at Feng Lan's expression. Are you? He stopped talking halfway, and Feng Lan subconsciously asked, What? Do you feel a little scared? Are you afraid that your aunt won't see you this month? Feng Lan started another point-based game and got 58 points. Chiu Yu thought Feng Lan's silence was because she was concentrating on playing games and was also preparing to concentrate on writing a question when he heard Feng Lan say in a low voice, I'm afraid she'll see me this time. Huh. Feng Lan poked the button of the whack-a-mole machine that didn't light up at all. The last time we met, I felt that she said she was sorry for me, but actually I felt that I was sorry, because the wind chime at the door rang. Feng Lan shut up, Chiu Yu put down his pen, and the two of them stood up reflexively to receive the guests. Chiu Yu said, Welcome to the theme cafe. May I ask if you have? Yes. Yes. Chiu Yu was silent, and Feng Lan, who was also stunned, came back to her senses, stepped out of the cubicle, and said politely with a working attitude, Welcome to the theme cafe. May I ask if you have a reservation? Yes, I have a reservation with Xiao Lu and Xiao Tian, who should be L&T at the door. The visitor's eyes fell from Chiu Yu to Feng Lan, and then back to Chiu Yu, you too. A sunny and cheerful little wolf dog, and a cold and slow to warm up high school student? Chiu Yu swallowed his saliva. Li Xiu. His voice trembled, full of disbelief. Why are you here? Li Xiu changed her usual school dress, replaced her black framed glasses with contact lenses, let her high ponytail down, and put on makeup. She pulled her small shoulder bag and looked at the two people in front of her with interest. Chiu Yu wanted to die, and Feng Lan was not very comfortable either. But Feng Lan was not as familiar with Chiu Yu and Li Xiu as Chiu Yu, and was not as embarrassed as Chiu Yu. She could still ask in a business manner, Are you the only one? I have an appointment with a friend. She will be here soon. Li Xiu looked at Chiu Yu. It was due see you from our class. Chiu Yu wanted to die even more, but Feng Lan had no idea who Du Si Yu was. Li Xiu looked at Chiu Yu with interest. You won't refuse to entertain acquaintances, will you? Xiao Mu, who was in the next compartment, noticed that the atmosphere was not right and thought that there was a dispute. He hurriedly greeted the guests and came out, smiling and asked, What happened? What does this lovely lady need? Chiu Yu said with a bitter face, Nothing. This Miss Li has made an appointment with Xiao Tian and Xiao Lu. Li Xiu shook her bag. Oh, I changed my mind. I want to name F and Q. What are your names? Xiao Qiu and Xiao Feng. Chiu Yu glared at Li Xiu. She was joking. She is a classmate of Feng Lan and me. Xiao Mu suddenly understood and asked without thinking, Miss Li, right? Are you sure you want to change the names to Chiu Yu and Feng Lan? Li Xiu looked at Chiu Yu, who put his hands together, lowered his eyebrows, and made a begging gesture. Li Xiu then said, I was joking. I would not feel comfortable if they came. Xiao Lu and Xiao Tian would be fine. Chiu Yu breathed a sigh of relief and actively led the way to send Li Xiu into the compartment. There were still a few minutes before the appointment time, and Xiao Lu and Xiao Tian were not in place yet. Li Xiu looked left and right before sitting down, and looked Chiu Yu around. Guest. Chiu Yu gritted his teeth. Have you seen enough? TSK, TSK. Li Xiu said. Chat for a while? Chiu Yu smiled. Sorry, guest. I have something to do. Li Xiu said. The truth? The truth. Chiu Yu said. We too still have to greet guests at the door. Li Xiu nodded and said casually, I really didn't expect Chiu Yu's heart to be in his throat. Li Xiu said slowly, the senior 3 students of number 5 middle school will actually start school early. You heard about it too, right? It was clearly stated that they were not allowed to make up classes, but their parents did not agree and jointly wrote a letter to request make-up classes. It was too scary. This year's summer vacation was short, and their school still did this. Chiu Yu realized that Miss Li was deliberately playing a trick on him, and he breathed a sigh of relief and rolled his eyes. Feng Lan glanced at it, nudged Chiu Yu with her elbow and said, If you come, you are a guest. Li Xiu snorted. Look at Feng Lan. She is much more dedicated than you. Feng Lan's social skills have also improved a lot during this period. Seeing that Chiu Yu didn't want to pay attention to Li Xiu, he took over the conversation and said, Number 3 middle school has a long vacation. School starts on September 1st, just like the first and second year of high school. It can't compare with number 3 middle school. They advocate happy teaching. Shoyu finally took over the conversation. After all, the school motto is there. Instead of blindly working hard, it is better to study happily. Fenglan asked, "Did Qian Qingjin recite the school motto for you?" "No, he lied to us. The real motto of number 3 middle school seems to be happy learning, excellent self." Shoyu said, "Number 3 middle school is a mixed bag. All the good teachers in the school are in his class. He is smart and feels at home in number 3 middle school. The vacation is long, so he doesn't try hard to show off to us." "Oh, right." Shoyu turned to look at Li Xiu. "The two of us, Ron, have asked for leave and will return to school in September." Li Xiu was the study committee member after all, so she frowned when she heard this. "It's already the third year of high school when school starts, and you guys are doing this." Shoyu said, "I've asked before. We start school early so that students can get into shape, and it's just right for them to go back on September 1st, and they won't miss classes." Li Xiu said, "What about your summer homework?" Shoyu was about to answer when Xiao Lu and Xiao Tian arrived. Shoyu stood up, pulled Feng Lan out of the cubicle, and went straight into the lounge. "I was scared to death." Shoyu leaned against the door and exhaled. "Why is Li Xiu here? She actually likes this. I didn't know it even after knowing her for so long." Feng Lan picked a chair to sit on, then loosened his bow tie, obviously nervous. He said slowly, "There's no need to tell you about her personal hobbies, right? You have a good relationship with her? She's also a junior high school classmate, in the same class as us." Shoyu said, "Hey, she won't say anything nonsense, right? I forgot to tell her." Feng Lan said, "She's not that kind of person." Shoyu glanced at Feng Lan sharply. "You know her well?" Feng Lan told him the whole story of how Li Xiu helped him hand in his homework. Shoyu was relieved, but not completely. After all, Li Xiu and Feng Lan were not that familiar with each other, and Feng Lan's matter was a private matter. What about him? He just came out to work and make money. It was not something that was difficult to tell others. Maybe Li Xiu would judge that this matter could be told to others, and then she would tell her friends. Then a few girls would come to smack him, and he would have no chance of studying in the third year of high school. Shoyu was so scared that he forgot that he could send a message to Li Xiu. He only looked out of the observation window and saw Du Siyu, who had just entered the room, and hurriedly hid behind the curtain. It was Feng Lan who mentioned that you sent her a text message, and Shoyu remembered that he had such a convenient tool. He hurriedly picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and found Li Xiu from the list. "Question, dear. Smart, beautiful, and great Miss Li. Question, please keep our secrets. Don't let our workplace become a check-in point for classmates. / please your friendly Hua. QI, do you have any other surprises that I don't know? Question, ancestor. You are my ancestor. Please, ancestor. Your friendly Hua. It's just a part-time job. It's not shameful. Question, it's not a shameful thing. Your friendly Hua. Oh, so you and Feng Lan really have something going on? Your friendly Hua. To be honest, I'm not surprised that you work here, but I'm quite surprised that you and Feng Lan are together. I wanted to ask before, when did you become so familiar with Feng Lan? Q. I understand, you are infatuated. How about I treat you this meal? Don't tell anyone. Your friendly Hua. Am I that kind of person? Your friendly Hua. You don't have to treat me. I'm here to see handsome guys fall in love. Of course I have to spend my own money. I promise not to reveal your names, but in exchange. Question, what are you going to do? Your friendly Hua. Nothing. It's just that you said it a little late. I was just so excited that. Your friendly Hua. Just don't bother me about the link. Xiaoyu clicked on the link fearlessly and saw the title of the post in a sea of pink. Ah, I'm crazy. My classmates are working in a BL coffee shop, and they are partners. Xiaoyu closed his eyes. I won't live anymore. He weakly grabbed Feng Lan's sleeve. This planet can no longer accommodate me. I must live on another planet. Feng Lan glanced at him. It's just that Li Xiu found out that I'm working part-time. You shouldn't be so upset, right? Look at this. Xiaoyu sighed weakly and handed over the phone. It's our business. You can take a look at it casually. It shouldn't be a big deal. Li Xiu knows a lot. She has censored it. Feng Lan clicked on Xiaoyu's phone screen and looked down at the post on it. Title. Ah, I'm crazy. My classmates are working in a BL coffee shop, and they are partners. Help! My classmates greeted me as soon as I entered the store, referred to as A and B below. A is my old classmate. We have known each other since junior high school. He is very cool, especially cool in front of strangers, usually a lone wolf, and he is also very fierce in fighting, a fierce lone wolf. B is my high school classmate. He doesn't have a strong presence in the class, but I am responsible for collecting homework, and I can talk to him. He is usually indifferent to everyone, but he looks good when he smiles. I think he should be the kind of gentle type. The above is the introduction of the characters, and now I will start eating sugar. They almost have no intersection in the class. The only time they interacted was that day when A pressed B's deskmate's head on the table. There was a reason. No one was hurt. And B said one sentence to A, just one sentence. They are obviously like two strangers in the class, but they are so familiar with each other in private. They secretly work in this kind of coffee shop during the summer vacation and play a couple. Help! My principle is not to eat people around me. I really can't hold it today. I really eat. A saw my look of astonishment. Rather than the embarrassment of seeing an acquaintance, I would rather believe that he was afraid that I would expose his affair with B. But speaking of that head-pressing incident, A also asked me if I had B's contact information or something. No, I have to change the title. Something like exploring a coffee shop. My classmate and my classmate are together. Phonglan's expression also became complicated. He said slowly, Li Xiu, I really can't tell that she is such a person. I have known her for so many years and I have never seen that she is such a person. Xiu Yu has no desire to live. I dare not look directly into her eyes again. This is too terrible. The world is unfair. How could it be like this? Phonglan refreshed the page casually and suddenly asked, Is Du Xiu tight-lipped? I don't know. We are not familiar with each other. Li Xiu should tell her. Xiu Yu said, I don't want to leave the lounge today. Dream on. The first appointment for today is at 2:30, and it won't be long. Phonglan paused after speaking, and then said, Are you so afraid that the class will know? I am afraid. Xiu Yu said frankly, Didn't Li Xiu write it? I'm a cool guy. A lone wolf. Is it appropriate for a lone wolf cool guy to work in a coffee shop like this? It's okay if she catches me moving bricks. Phonglan was stunned. I thought you were afraid that she would spread gossip. What gossip? Phonglan saw the real confusion in Xiu Yu's eyes and couldn't help laughing. Are you really gay? He asked. Why do I feel that you are lacking in this aspect? Xiu Yu finally understood. It's my first time being gay, and I have no experience. He said casually, but what's so scary about gossip? In this day and age, even if they kiss, it might be a show. Are they a couple if they have a good relationship? Only these girls like to talk about it. What can it affect? Besides, I won't suffer any loss if I'm a couple with you. Phonglan was a little stunned, and after a second, she said, You have a good attitude. Xiu Yu snorted. That's right. You have to be open-minded to live. Otherwise, you will be angry to death. Xiu Yu took the phone and sent another message to Li Xiu. Question, it's up to you. I'm still a cool guy even if I'm working part-time. Li Xiu obviously has the same confusion as Phonglan. Your friendly Hua, brother, do you care about whether you are cool or not? Your friendly Hua. People like you are either really straight or really gay. Your friendly Hua. But if you don't care, I will share it with my sisters. CU doesn't know yet. Question, friendly reminder. It costs 10 yuan to watch. Your friendly Hua. Huh? You still have to pay? Question, you don't pay to see monkeys at the zoo? Your friendly Hua. I'll pay 20 yuan. Can I switch to FQ now? Li Xiu's hand speed is very fast. At this moment, he has updated another paragraph, which is the business content of Xiao Lu and Xiao Tian. Title: Crazy. Classmates work part-time in a butler cafe, and they are partners. Let's get back to the experience. My sister and I finally ordered CDs because we were afraid that our classmates would be embarrassed and uncomfortable. After all, we spend money to buy happiness. And CDs are also very good. The two little brothers said that they live together, cohabiting. The feeling of living together is really different. Many small actions can make you feel that they are really close. Because it was a summer job, there was no scene acting out, but we asked if it was convenient for us to talk about getting along at home, and they improvised a scene for us. Nice people. Speaking of this, I really have to say that the sofa in this store is very big, and it feels like it's big enough for them to make love. Bu anyway. They went home together, and after C opened the door, D squeezed in, threw himself on the bed, and said that he was very tired. C is the type of cheerful big boy, but I didn't expect that he would take care of people at home. The contrast is really great. D looks gentle and tolerant, but he actually acted like a spoiled child, which really saved my life. My friend couldn't help asking them, could it be true? C took D's hand and kissed him and said, what do you think? Anyway, I'm screaming now. Half of the comments under the picture are shouting who wants to see real couples. Talk about your classmates. AB. Li Xiu is also very knowledgeable, mainly because she had just finished chatting with Qiuyu, and she was really shocked and eager to share. Qiuyu just felt a little uneasy and refreshed it casually. Li Xiu had already posted the WeChat message that Qiuyu had just sent, with the text, I don't understand. My classmate had told me that he doesn't care if I support him and be as a couple, as long as I admit that he is a cool guy. Is this what a straight man does? Hey, I know you are watching. Tell me honestly, what kind of straight man are you? Qiuyu thought for a while conscientiously, and then showed his phone to Feng Lan. He touched his chest and said, I plan to answer Li Xiu directly. Feng Lan said, oh. Qiuyu used a more determined tone. I will respond to Li Xiu directly. Feng Lan looked at Qiuyu in confusion. Do you need me to cheer you up? Qiuyu was undecided, and even a little hesitant. Are you afraid that after I say this, Li Xiu will? Feng Lan then understood what Qiuyu meant. Not afraid. Feng Lan blurted out, but after saying it, he felt something was wrong and added. Didn't you say that Li Xiu is very knowledgeable? She won't think that you and I are serious. This is the truth, but Qiuyu somehow found it harsh. He wanted to say to Feng Lan that it was a bargain for you to have a scandal with me, but the faint fatigue on Feng Lan's face stopped him. Although the intensity of work has been reduced, and the quality of diet and sleep has been improved, Feng Lan is still very tired. This kind of fatigue seems to be no longer brought by work, but by survival itself. The more Qiuyu understands Feng Lan, the more he feels that Feng Lan is tired just by living. Qiuyu doesn't know why Feng Lan is still so tired, but facing such a tired Feng Lan, Qiuyu doesn't want to make any excessive jokes to bully him because of his inexplicable awkwardness. So Qiuyu snorted and vaguely passed over this topic. It really doesn't count. He replied to Li Xiu, I am 24K, a pure gay man. Li Xiu replied with countless blood-red question marks, which filled Qiuyu's screen in an instant. Li Xiu was silent after sending the message. Qiuyu looked back and forth on WeChat for several times, and finally felt that Li Xiu was afraid of being sorry for the money she spent today, or that he was just joking. Of course, the most likely possibility is that the business has already started, and there is no time to pay attention to him. Qiuyu didn't chase Li Xiu and force Li Xiu to show her attitude, but clicked on the post posted by Li Xiu and looked at the photos she sent. Xiao Lu and Xiao Tian both agreed to take photos without blurring. Qiuyu enlarged the photo and clearly saw Xiao Lu kissing Xiao Tian's fingers. Qiuyu and Feng Lan did not have this level of business. On the one hand, they were not proactive. On the other hand, they were the only couple of all ages in the theme. The customers were either sisters or aunts. At most, they would see that they were sitting close to each other and say that they seemed to be holding hands. At this time, Qiuyu, who was more active and outgoing than Feng Lan and took the initiative in the business, would really hold Feng Lan's hand. Feng Lan's hands were a little rough, worn out by working, and I don't know if she was in poor health or was born like this, but she would sweat after holding hands for a while. Qiuyu rubbed his hands and went to look at the photos of Xiao Lu and Xiao Tian. I didn't think much of it before, but today I suddenly felt very jealous. This is obviously a coffee shop full of ambiguous men. Why did he and Feng Lan fall behind so much? And the most ambiguous behavior was just holding hands. And holding hands, what kind of ambiguity is this? What's wrong with two men holding hands? Good friends holding hands are not necessarily lovers. When Qiuyu thought of this, he felt a little inexplicably sad. He pondered for a while and thought that it was his desire to win that made the straight men kiss, while the real gay men could only hold hands. But do they have to be so dedicated? Kissing should be considered intimate for gay men, but for straight men, can straight men stand this? Can Feng Lan stand this? What are you thinking? Qiuyu thought about it, shook his head, and showed Feng Lan his phone. They are so dedicated. He said, straight men are really scary. Feng Lan took a look and said thoughtfully, they are quite dedicated. But they have a good relationship and should not care about these. I almost think they are real. Xiaoyu fiddled with his phone. Not only them, but the few in the store are also very ambiguous. Now I see that anyone together looks like a couple. Do you still remember that Chen Lin and Chen Shan are brothers? Feng Lan reminded. You couldn't accept it before and thought it was incredible. There is no need to mention the past. What did my aunt and sister say? Isn't this called orthopedics? Orthopedic CP, a magical CP that will go home for New Year's Eve dinner even if they break up, and the after-sales guarantee is for a lifetime. Xiaoyu said, hey, I suddenly remembered something. Do you think Li Xiu can lend it to me to copy homework? I really don't want to do the math test paper. He asked as he spoke, as if he didn't come out of the cabinet very quickly. Li Xiu replied with a very speechless ellipsis after 2 minutes, and then said, I'm busy with CP now. I'll interrogate you later. Xiaoyu gay man is frank. I will answer any questions, and I promise to tell you everything I know. So can you lend me the math homework to copy? Li Xiu replied with an ellipsis again, and said seriously. The following words are purely the CP brain speech of a CP person, without any other meaning. Xiaoyu? Li Xiu, you and Feng Lan kiss each other. Come over and kiss now. I can help you copy. Li Xiu was far from being as calm as she appeared to be. Xiaoyu was gay. Was this the fundamental conflict between him and his father? Xiaoyu was gay. Did Feng Lan know about this? If Feng Lan didn't know, how could a man who would take such a job go? If Feng Lan knew, was Feng Lan gay? If Feng Lan knew but wasn't, it didn't make sense. It didn't make sense at all. Feng Lan knew Xiaoyu was gay and still came to this kind of coffee shop to work as a couple with Xiaoyu. How could he not be gay? Maybe they were already together. This idea made Li Xiu fidget, and she posted a long string of meaningless screams in the post. She kept looking down at her phone, and Shout Eon had to ask out of professional ethics. Is there anything that Ms. Li cares about? No. Li Xiu subconsciously put away her phone. Someone asked me about my homework. Who? Do see you asked with a smile. Could it be Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu? Shout Eon blinked. Which Xiu, which one? Li Xiu originally wanted to tell Du Xiu, but Xiaoyu dropped the bomb that he was gay, which made her a little nervous. The first thing she thought of was not to tell Du Xiu directly, but to stop Du Xiu from asking more questions as she saw that she had attracted the attention of Xiaoyu's colleagues. Li Xiu patted Du Xiu on the arm. Oh, you should think less every day. I have said 800 times that Xiaoyu and I are just friends. Du Xiu covered her mouth and smiled, and Shout Eon also realized something and took the time to send a message to the work group. It seems that the guests at my table are Xiaoyu's acquaintances? Xiaomu replied to him, yes. Shout Eon said, can I ask? I think Ms. Li seems to know. Xiaoyu replied, if she wants to say it, it's up to her. Don't mention it. If you want me to go, just say I'm busy. Thanks. He added a small emoticon saying please. Xiao Tian showed Xiaolu his phone. The two of them understood each other tacitly, and neither of them mentioned Xiaoyu and Feng Lan. When Xiaoyu and Feng Lan came out to do business, Li Xiu and Du Xiu had already left the topic. This little episode was completely over. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and complained to Feng Lan in a low voice. This is the first time I feel tired from working. Feng Lan smiled. Oh, I'm wrong. How can this be tiring? Compared with moving goods in supermarkets and folding paper boxes in factories, this job is much easier. Xiaoyu praised Feng Lan and advised her openly. Student Feng, please think about it and don't do the hard work. Feng Lan waved her hand and didn't give a direct answer. Xiaoyu sighed. You are fooling me more and more. Last time I mentioned it, you responded to me and discussed it with me. Now you wave your hand. Not enthusiastic. Feng Lan asked, what is enthusiasm? Respond to me. Enthusiastic. At worst, you can shake hands with me? The handshake was also enthusiastic. Of course, if you agree directly, then the least enthusiastic student Feng turned around and shook student Xiu's hand. Enthusiastic. Feng Lan said, calm down. Xiaoyu calmed down. Feng Lan was 2 centimeters shorter than him. When shaking hands, she lowered her head. Xiaoyu's nose was full of the smell of Feng Lan's shampoo. Xiaoyu couldn't tell what it was, but he knew that Feng Lan was used to saving money. The shampoo she bought was either the cheapest or a big promotion with several bottles given away. It was impossible to say how high-end the smell was. Besides, how high-end could the smell of shampoo be? But Xiaoyu just thought it smelled good, and felt that Feng Lan was like a flower that was weighed down by dew. How can holding hands not be ambiguous? Holding hands is too ambiguous. Xiaoyu swallowed dryly and wanted to slap himself twice. He couldn't do this job for a day. The more he worked, the more Feng Lan looked like a boyfriend. What kind of talk was that? 1 week before school started, Yu Lian received a call from Xiaoyu's parent Xiao Linfeng. Yu Lian was a little prepared for this matter, but not much. Before the summer vacation, she asked Feng Lan if he would work during the summer vacation on the grounds of ensuring the safety of the students. Feng Lan said yes and mentioned that he would work with Xiaoyu. Yu Lian asked Xiaoyu as well, but when she asked Feng Lan, she mainly asked about the work arrangement. When she asked Xiaoyu, she had to ask one more question. What will happen to your father if you don't go home during the summer vacation? Xiaoyu's answer was, I don't go home, and it has nothing to do with me whether he cares or not. Yu Lian was very worried. Xiaoyu's family situation was too difficult to deal with. From a teacher's standpoint, she couldn't let the students wander outside, but she couldn't persuade the students to go home and get beaten. Yu Lian proposed to go to Xiaoyu's residence to take a look. Xiaoyu was a smart child since he was young. He didn't answer Yu Lian directly, but asked Yu Lian if she had visited Feng Lan. Yu Lian said truthfully that Feng Lan refused. Xiaoyu refused even more firmly than Feng Lan, and said that the place was too small and it was inconvenient to entertain him. As an adult boy, he had a strong will and a bad temper. Yu Lian said all the nice things, but Xiaoyu refused to bow his head and give in. Yu Lian had no choice, but she still had to fulfill her duties. Yu Lian called Xiao Linfeng on the day of the holiday and repeated what she had said before, trying to use the fact that Xiaoyu lived alone and had no one to take care of him and had to work to get Xiao Linfeng, the parent, to bow his head first. Xiao Linfeng's answer was, Thank you for your trouble, teacher Yu. He is grown up and has his hands and feet. I can't control him. I don't care. His tone was not particularly good. It was the tone of a man who couldn't catch his son getting angry, gnashing his teeth, but couldn't take it out on the teacher, so he could only hold it back. During this phone call during the holiday, Xiao Linfeng's attitude changed 180 degrees, and Yu Lian almost thought she was dreaming. Xiao Linfeng said politely, Teacher Yu, I'm sorry to disturb you on your vacation. It's like this, I want to ask our Xiaoyu. Where is he renting a house? Look at this kid. He has a stubborn temper and doesn't go home during the summer vacation. I changed my mobile phone number to contact him and asked him to go home for dinner. Hey, he blocked me directly. No matter how much pocket money he takes away, it will be spent eventually, right? I really don't trust him. He has never suffered much. Yu Lian really wants to complain that beating him doesn't count as suffering, but she really doesn't have the right position to say this. She can only say a few polite words to Xiao Linfeng, and then half-concealedly said, Classmate Xiao, you should have enough money to spend. Didn't I tell you before? He found a place to work. Although the child is not an adult, he is actually not small. Now he can sign a contract by himself after he turns 16. You don't have to worry too much. Xiao Linfeng said, Why shouldn't I worry? This child is really ignorant. He insists on living in the school. He has a soft bed and soft bedding at home. Can he get such treatment when living in the school? And his study? I watch him study every day, but he can't learn anything. Once he got a score of 15 in mathematics. How can he do without me? It's just a few beatings. I can't understand it. Children of my generation are all beaten. A filial son is born under the stick. A child can't be a useful person without being beaten. Isn't that how it is? Yu Lian was silent for a while. Before she could speak, Xiao Linfeng said again, I don't understand how to manage children nowadays. Take eating, for example. I specially asked an aunt to cook for him, but he has to sell it unexpectedly. You tell me, the takeaways are all made of gutter oil, and the environment is not necessarily clean. What is delicious? Yu Lian listened quietly to Xiao Linfeng talking about cooking for a minute and beating children for another minute. Finally, she found an opportunity to speak. Mr. Qiu, generally speaking, we teachers should not be too involved in the affairs of students' families. but the children are sent to us. In order to ensure the children's learning status and physical and mental health, I still have to say a few more words. Don't blame me for being nosy. Qiu Linfeng said politely. You say. Yulian said, according to the practice of our number 4 middle school, in order to let the children have a good vacation, the results will be informed to the parents at the parent meeting after school starts. But today when we talked about it, I will tell you directly. Qiu Yu's grades were not good before, and he was in the bottom 50 of the grade. But in this final exam, he scored 468 points, including 79 in mathematics, which was already a positive number on the grade leaderboard. Qiu Linfeng was silent. Yulian continued. I think this is enough to prove that he is not the kind of child who needs to be watched and beaten to study well. Maybe it is not him who needs to change, but you. What do you think? After a long time, Qiu Linfeng said dryly, I have to contact him first. I will call and ask to see if the child is willing. Yulian said, if you have nothing else, I will hang up first. Qiu Linfeng responded and quickly hung up the phone. Feng Lan raised his head from the gap between playing whack-a-mole and saw Qiu Yu flipping through the class group. Since Li Xiu came, Qiu Yu checked the class group at least 3 times a day. Feng Lan told him several times that Li Xiu would never talk too much. He said it was not because he was afraid that Li Xiu would tell others, but he would not say why. Qiu Yu really couldn't say. After all, he didn't know what his mentality was. It seemed like he wanted more people to discuss him and Feng Lan. Alas, why is Li Xiu so tight-lipped? School is about to start, and recently the class group is either complaining that they don't want to start school or begging for homework to be copied. Qiu Yu didn't find it interesting after reading it for a few days, and originally planned not to read it after today, but today, he really found something. Wang Ming. I saw the head teacher of the next class in the mall. Fan Ximing. What is the relationship between the head teacher of the next class and us? Let's find out more. Wang Ming. Too much. I heard her tell the people next to her that we are going to change the principal at the beginning of the school. Li Xiu? Zhang Yang? Zhao Yiqi? Do see you? Li Xiu. A new principal? What's wrong with our principal? Zhao Yiqi. No. A new official takes office with 3 fires. Wouldn't it be a mess for us seniors to change the principal at this time? Wang Ming. I don't know the details, the person didn't say. But it is true that we are going to be tormented. I heard that the new principal wants to change our school uniforms. The new school uniforms are red from head to toe, for the good luck of the 3rd year of high school. It is called Lucky Luck. Li Xiu. How can that be seen? Fan Ximing. I don't wear such red even in my zodiac year. Wang Ming. Is your information accurate this time? Wang Ming. She said it right next to me. How could I mishear it? Zhang Yang. It's outrageous. Let me drop out of school. The following is a series of +1. Everyone talked about school uniforms for a while, and the sports committee suddenly popped up. Zhao Jiawei. Let's talk about school uniforms later. Brothers and sisters, there will be a sports meeting at the beginning of the school, so remember it. It is the last collective activity of the 3 years of high school. I hope everyone will actively sign up. I have sorted out the items. Zhao Jiawei. Picture Zhao Yiqi. The new official takes office with 3 fires. Will the fun sports meeting of the 3rd year of high school still be held? Zhang Yang. What do you think? The new principal wants us to change school uniforms. Is it to make a fortune from it? Fan Ximing. That's right. I can definitely wear this uniform for another year. Whose good school changes uniforms for senior year? The chatter in the group started. Qiu Yu looked up at Feng Lan and asked him, Hey, after the preschool test, which event will you choose for the sports meet? Feng Lan said, Wait a minute. His fingers moved very fast. His eyesight and hand speed have improved significantly during this period. Qiu Yu only heard a string of great. You are amazing. You are amazing. In the blink of an eye, Feng Lan put down the whack-a-mole machine, moved his fingers, and said with a hint of joy in his eyes, 600 points. Qiu Yu applauded enthusiastically. Classmate Feng. He leaned over and said, You are the god of whack-a-mole. Feng Lan smiled. What did you just say? About the sports meet. Qiu Yu said, We are chatting in the class group. Zhao Jiawei is calling people to sign up. By the way, didn't you join this class group? No. Feng Lan said casually, Which one is Zhao Jiawei? Qiu Yu pointed someone out of the group and showed it to Feng Lan. The last person in our class standing in the queue, sitting in the last row, is 1.9 meters tall. Oh, Fenglan nodded. She had obviously asked about it on her own initiative, but she didn't care after asking. Yu asked again, "Shall we sign up for a project together?" "No way," Fenglan said. "I don't plan to participate." "You didn't participate in the past 2 years? You worked part-time in the past 2 years." Yu smacked his lips. "You are really not good at group activities. No wonder I didn't have an impression of you before. I ran an 800-meter relay in my first year, and I was busy fighting in the second year." "Hey, which class were you in during the military training?" "I also asked for leave for the military training," Fenglan said. "I was Sister Yu's student at the time. Sister Yu gave me the green light when she knew my family situation. I was in class 4 at the time, with Lu Peng." Yu said. "It was also quite something. We were together in military training and sports events." The sense of collective honor had just solidified when the class placement test came. I really couldn't muster the interest to participate in the second year of high school. Generally speaking, the division of classes into arts and science is carried out in the second year of high school, but in a small place like Yangqing, in order to improve grades, the division test will be conducted 1 month after the first month of the first year of high school, so that students who are arts majors or science majors can get into the state early. Fenglan asked, "So do you plan to participate this year?" "No, it's meaningless." "But after the formal sports meeting, isn't there a fun sports meeting? The one for the third year of high school. This is considered a special project for the third year of high school and number 4 middle school, giving the third-year students the last chance to relax before the college entrance examination. This thing requires all third-year students to respond and participate, unless they can't get away with asking for leave." Yu said, "But I guess it's okay for us to just stand by and wait. Or do you plan to ask for leave directly?" Fenglan said, "Let's talk about it later." "Okay, anyway, I saw that they said we are going to change the principal. Maybe our class doesn't have one." Yu stretched. "Then you don't sign up for the sports meeting?" "It depends on you," Fenglan said. "I used to ask for leave, but if you want to sign up, we can sign up together." Yu thought about it. "I really don't have anything I particularly want to apply for," he said. "Let Zhao Joey arrange it as he pleases. There are few boys in our liberal arts class, so normally no one should be able to escape. I don't know who took our place last year, so let Zhao Joey decide for the last year." Fenglan nodded. "Let's just do one project." That was settled. When Yu was waiting for Zhao Joey to say it for the second time, he popped up in the group and asked him to arrange himself and Fenglan as he pleases. Zhao Joey was about to cry. "Brother Qiu, you are amazing. Where did you get Fenglan, the big guy? Did he come from the next class to make up the numbers?" "Thank you so much." Yu was speechless and had a new understanding of Fenglan's low keenness in the class. He moved his fingers and was about to say that Fenglan was from his class, but Zhang Yang jumped out and said, "Fenglan is my deskmate, brother. Have I been sitting alone for so long?" "Zhao Jiawei? Zhao Jiawei, isn't it?" Yu was a little unhappy and wondered why Zhang Yang jumped out first to clear Fenglan's name. He stood up to collect the dishes, and when he passed Fenglan, he freed his hands and rubbed Fenglan's head vigorously. The mole machine reported an error. "Oh." Fenglan shook his head violently. "What for?" He nervously tried to make amends. "My new record." Yu hurriedly ran away, thinking to himself as he ran, "What's wrong with my deskmate? Fenglan is still my fake girlfriend. What did I say?" When he came back, Yu remembered something again. He didn't dare to provoke Fenglan this time, and waited for Fenglan to lose by herself before he spoke. "By the way, they just said in the group that we might have to change school uniforms in the third year of high school." Fenglan's face was full of question marks. "Third year of high school? Change school uniforms?" Wang Ming heard that it seems that we are going to change the principal, and the new official wants us to change school uniforms. Yu said, "It is said to be pure red." He looked at Fenglan. "Fenglan has fair skin, so she should look good in red." "Bah, what do you mean by good looking or not?" Fenglan frowned. His current school uniform is actually a little too small, but it is an expense after all, so he didn't buy another one. Recently, he was influenced by Yu and no longer cared much about the small amount of money, but his consumption concept has not changed much. He still saves as much as he can. For example, he doesn't think it is necessary to get a haircut outside. and he thinks that the school uniform can be worn as it is, so there is no need to buy it. Feng Lan asked, is it mandatory to buy it? Not sure yet. Qiuyu said, you may not know Wang Ming very well. What he said is half true and half false. Maybe it is false this time. Feng Lan said reluctantly, don't be true. Qiuyu saw at a glance that Feng Lan didn't want to spend money and approached him and said, don't worry about it. It's more than 100 yuan. If it doesn't work, it's mine. Okay. Feng Lan also knew that he was worrying for nothing. After listening to Qiuyu's words, he thought about it for a while and didn't think about it anymore. Qiuyu took out his mobile phone behind him and sent a private message to Wang Ming, wanting to ask him what he heard today. But he saw that Wang Ming, who was more gossipy than anything else, had already started a chat in the group and secretly knocked on him. Wang Ming, hello, brother Qiu. I want to ask you something. Wang Ming, I am really curious, really. I am just pure curious. Wang Ming, I heard that there was a murder case in Feng Lan's family. Do you know what happened? Qiuyu, who did you hear that from? Tell me the truth. I will spare your life. Qiuyu, you didn't tell anyone else, did you? Wang Ming, trembling.jpg Wang Ming. I didn't tell anyone. Really, if others knew it, it definitely wasn't me who told them. After all, I also heard it from others, right? He was a little incoherent. Qiuyu urged impatiently, tell me quickly, or I will come to your house today. Wang Ming said quickly, this is what happened. Zhang Yang said that Feng Lan has a good relationship with you, and everyone knows your reputation. You are a lone wolf. People who know you are also a little curious about Feng Lan, and then somehow this matter got out. I really didn't tell anyone. I've known about this for a while. I swear I didn't tell anyone. Wang Qishuan. Qiuyu was furious and didn't reply to Wang Ming for a long time. Wang Ming was uneasy and sent him a series of messages. Brother, you are not hitting Zhang Yang, are you? Zhang Yang can't be blamed for this. Zhang Yang just promoted your friendliness. This is a good reputation for a boss. Brother, are you still there, brother? Is Zhang Yang still alive, brother? Qiuyu pressed the keyboard irritably. I didn't go to find him, and I didn't act as a boss. He said, shut up and don't talk nonsense. I'll pretend you didn't look for me today. What's wrong? Feng Lan stared at Qiuyu's expression. Is it your dad again? Qiuyu said slowly. That? What? Qiuyu bit the tip of his tongue. Feng Lan didn't show it on his face recently, but Qiuyu spent a lot of time with him and could see that he was breathing more easily than before. Wang Qishuan, that rascal, caused such troubles. Qiuyu said, oh, it's nothing. He made an expression that looked like he didn't know how to start. It's my dad. I'm really impressed. How did he get so many cell phone numbers? If not, you should change your number. Feng Lan said, I don't have time now. I'll go with you when school starts. Okay, I'll choose a nice number then. Qiuyu said, the kind with a string of 6s and 8s, smooth and prosperous. Feng Lan agreed and turned to go into the locker room to tidy up his clothes. Qiuyu leaned against the wall behind him and pulled Wang Ming out again. I'll give you a task. He said, if you don't do it well, I'll beat you again when school starts. Wang Ming trembled again. Qiuyu said, if you hear someone talk to you about Feng Lan's family again, tell me who said it and how they said it. Understand? Qiuyu added, from today on, you have to recall for me and sort out for me who said it and how they said it. Understand? Wang Ming replied weakly, brother, can I ask? No. Qiuyu said, you decide whether to get beaten or do things for me. Wang Ming, crying.jpg Wang Ming, salute.jpg Wang Ming. Your lackey Xiao Wang is in place. Please give me your orders. Qiuyu received the phone with satisfaction. Feng Lan came out and saw Qiuyu happy there, and said inexplicably, has your phone number been processed? Qiuyu blinked. Huh? Feng Lan asked, then what are you so happy about? Oh. Qiuyu smiled. I just saw a news report. There was a fool who spread rumors, and the victim's friends knew about it and taught that gang a lesson. It was really satisfying. Feng Lan said, you have a strong sense of justice. That's right. Qiuyu held Feng Lan with one arm, and the two walked out of the locker room. You just say whether his friend did a good job, right? Yes. Feng Lan agreed with him and said, he is the first of the top 10 people who moved China, and he should be commended on TV. Qiuyu smiled with satisfaction and patted Feng Lan on the shoulder. Right? I also think this friend is good, very good. Feng Lan received a call from Yu Lian when he was taking a bus to the theme after leaving Psi Community. He was a little surprised. Yu Lian knew his situation very well and knew that he was busy working during the holidays and usually would not contact him. It was still a long time before school started. What could happen? Feng Lan pressed the answer button. Teacher? Ah, Feng Lan. Yu Lian's gentle voice sounded over there. Are you with Chiyoyu? No. Feng Lan said truthfully, I haven't been there yet. My last job just ended. It's so hard. Yu Lian sighed. Making money is important, and health and study are also important. Be careful when you are outside. Okay? Don't worry. Feng Lan said, I'm an adult. Even when I'm an adult, I'm still a student. Before I go out into society, I'm still a child. Yu Lian said, okay. I'm just looking for Chiyoyu. When you meet him later, ask him to call me back. No matter what, don't cut off contact with me and make me worry all the time. Right? Feng Lan hesitated for a moment, but still asked, what do you want to talk to him about? Yu Lian thought that since the two kids were working together, they should have a good relationship, so she told Feng Lan about Xiao Linfeng's phone call. Feng Lan listened carefully and helped Chiyoyu explain. He was annoyed by his father looking for him, so he turned on the game mode or D&D mode when he was going to and from work. He didn't mean to ignore you. Yu Lian sighed. These two father and son are really... Feng Lan said again. However, Uncle Chiyo sent a text message to Chiyoyu, asking him to go home, but Chiyoyu didn't reply. I think this is Chiyoyu's attitude. Yu Lian said. How can I not understand? But the parents found me, so I can't just ignore it. Excuse me. You didn't tell him that Chiyoyu and I were working together, right? No. Yu Lian said. As for the matter between the father and son, I came to you because I couldn't find Chiyoyu. How could I mention you to his father? Feng Lan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, teacher. Yu Lian didn't understand at first, then said nervously. What's there to thank for? What? Did you two get into trouble together? I'm telling you, Chiyoyu still has 2 disciplinary actions. If he fights or something, you must stop him. If you can't stop him, just run away and don't get involved. Don't learn those things from him. Violence is not the way to solve problems. If you really encounter something you can't handle, you should still seek help from adults first. She kept nagging, and her tone gradually changed from worry to preaching, and then from preaching to concern. Feng Lan hurriedly said, We didn't cause any trouble, don't worry. I just feel that his father is unreasonable, and I'm afraid he will cause trouble for me. Yu Lian breathed a sigh of relief. Don't talk about you. I'm afraid too. I was in class before, you don't know. Why am I telling you all this? She smiled. Okay, I have nothing else to do. Are you working? I'm hanging up the phone. You go and do your work. Feng Lan responded, and Yu Lian hung up the phone first. 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the theme. Feng Lan asked the driver to drive a little forward and stop at the alley, and entered the store from the back door. It was still early. Feng Lan changed into a uniform and went to the kitchen to get food. He found Chiyoyu, who was playing games, in a corner cubicle. There was already a meal in front of Chiyoyu, but he didn't touch it. It was obvious that he was waiting for Feng Lan to join him. Feng Lan said frankly that he liked the feeling of someone waiting for him. Every time he saw Chiyoyu waiting for him, he felt warm in his heart. Are you back? You eat first. Chiyoyu greeted Feng Lan and then urged him into the microphone. Quick decision. Brothers, my dinner partner is back and I want to eat. Chiyoyu turned on the speaker and Feng Lan could clearly hear someone saying, We have to wait to eat together every day. I don't think those young couples in love are so annoying. Chiyoyu sneered. It will be autumn in more than half a month. Why are you still in spring? We are having a summer vacation and you are having a honeymoon, right? You only have love in your eyes. If you can't do it, go and have a date yourself. Feng Lan sat down opposite Chiyoyu and added, What kind of love are 2 men in? Chiyoyu glanced at Feng Lan with a bright smile in his eyes. He is my friend. They all know my affairs. Feng Lan was stunned for a moment, afraid that his words would cause a rift between Chiyoyu and his friends, and hurriedly explained, I thought it was a passerby. Chiyoyu heard what Feng Lan meant and smiled. It's okay. They are all careless, and they still have objections to you protecting me? There was another round of booing over there. Feng Lan listened for a while and distinguished Erping's voice, guessing that the other one was Qian Qingjin. Qian Qingjin said, "Why are you protecting me?" "Hey, Feng Lan, right? I haven't thanked you yet." "Oh yes, I am Qian Qingjin. The wristband and necklace last time, Brother Chiu, how can you sell them to me?" Chiu said coldly, "You are rude." Qian Qingjin shouted randomly for a while, and when the situation stabilized, he shouted again. "Feng Lan, are you still there, Feng Lan?" Feng Lan, with the food in his mouth, replied, "Yes." He also said, "You and Annie helped. It's only natural for me to give you something." Qian Qingjin said, "What should I do? I just asked a few questions. Anyway, thank you. My mother said that you spent a lot of money. Oh, by the way, how is your tutoring job going? Is the child easy to teach?" "It's good. Zhang Xiaodong is a very smart child." Feng Lan said, "That's fine. I will tell my mother later." Qian Qingjin said, "You don't know that Zhang Xiaodong is actually a student taught by my mother. She asked me to ask before. I asked Qiu once, but Qiu didn't elaborate. I just talked to you today. I don't know why Qiu protects you so tightly and refuses to add you to the WeChat group." "Qiu, you sold me out again." Feng Lan smiled and didn't respond to Qian Qingjin's joke. She just said politely, "I am usually too busy and don't use WeChat. I will thank my aunt in person when I have the chance." "Why are you being polite? It's all a small matter." Qian Qingjin said, "Let Qiu bring you to dinner next time." Feng Lan said, "Then I will treat you." Before he could even say the word guest, Qiu took over. "He was busy, didn't he hear? I am not a Tibetan." Qiu said, "If your words can persuade him to give up his work and have a free meal, I will settle accounts with him. I am afraid that Feng Lan's words will get out, but he doesn't have time, which will make things difficult for him in the future. How to settle accounts? You are not afraid that Feng Lan is a straight man." Lu Peng changed the subject and turned around to say that the two of them could no longer be brothers. Zhang Peng smiled and said, "He is protecting Qiu. How can he stop being brothers just by teasing a few words?" Qiu smacked his lips. "You are the only ones who talk too much. Hurry up and push the tower. I'm hungry." His words were mixed with Feng Lan's words. Qiu didn't hear clearly and glanced at Feng Lan distractedly. "What?" Feng Lan lowered his head, seemingly concentrating on eating. But his answer was very clear. "Wrapped around Qiu like honey." I said it's okay. Brothers will never be without each other. Brothers for life. Qiu looked at Feng Lan with a little surprise. Feng Lan felt it and gave Qiu a puzzled look. Qiu didn't stop operating and said slowly after careful consideration, "You have such disgusting side?" Feng Lan was very speechless and kicked Qiu. 2 minutes later, the game was won. Qiu said a few more words to his friends, then stopped the game and started to eat. Feng Lan always eats fast. He ate half of it while Qiu was playing games, and finished it after a while, playing the whack-a-mole machine and waiting for Qiu. Qiu felt strange, and while eating, he distractedly looked at Feng Lan. Feng Lan was puzzled by the look and asked, "What are you looking at?" "It's for eating." Qiu choked and drank a mouthful of juice quickly. "Don't you have to rest for a while after eating? Why don't you rest today?" Feng Lan said, "I have something to tell you. It's rare." Qiu guessed. "Want to go to the moat?" "No." Feng Lan hesitated. "I wanted to wait for you to finish your meal." Qiu frowned. "Your tone. Qiu Linfeng looked for you?" "Teacher, you looked for me." Feng Lan said, "Qiu Linfeng looked for her. She couldn't contact you. Let me tell you." Qiu put down his chopsticks, picked up his phone, exited the game mode, and saw the missed calls and text messages from Lian. He didn't call back, just clicked on the text message and started typing. "Sister Qiu, your father called me and said he wanted to have a good chat with you. Is it a good idea for you two to go on like this? You cannot see him during the summer vacation, and you cannot see him at the parent-teacher meeting after the test? It would be nice if we could sit down and talk calmly. What do you think?" Qiu, "Sorry, teacher, I just saw it. There is nothing much for me and my dad to talk about. Don't worry, I have my own arrangements." Yu Lian replied quickly, "Okay. By the way, I have told Feng Lan, and I will tell you again. Making money is important, but don't forget to study. You must do your summer homework. Especially you. I won't check others for Chinese when the school starts, but I will definitely check you." Qiu thought for a while, called Feng Lan and said, "Should we hand in our homework on time? I'll trouble Li Xiu to come over when the time comes." Feng Lan said, "It's only a few days away. Didn't you just finish one math paper?" Xiu Yu sighed and said, "I have given up completely. Math is not for humans to learn. Anyway, I have finished everything else." Feng Lan said, "That's fine. You tell Li Xiu. I will treat her to milk tea when school starts." Xiu Yu argued with Feng Lan for a while. "I suggested it, so I'll treat her." Feng Lan smiled and said, "I know what she likes to drink." Xiu Yu was stunned. Huh. He felt uncomfortable. "How do you know she? Didn't you say before that she would help me hand in my homework?" He asked her specifically to express his gratitude. Xiu Yu felt better, but soon he felt bad for himself and felt that his brotherhood with Feng Lan was really going astray. Xiu Yu sent a WeChat message to Li Xiu, asking her if she could come before school started and take away his and Feng Lan's summer homework. For some reason, he added a sentence that Feng Lan said she would treat you to milk tea. Li Xiu readily agreed, and then asked, "What's the matter with you being a pure gay? Have you always been gay? I didn't see it before. Or did you come to work in the theme's part-time job to stimulate your gay nature?" Li Xiu had been holding back on this for several days and had never known how to start. Today, Xiu Yu took the initiative to talk to her and asked her for help, so she threw it out to Xiu Yu. Xiu Yu didn't hide it and told her about the little things with Xiu Linfeng. Li Xiu replied with an ellipsis and then said, "No wonder your father didn't let you stay in the dormitory. No wonder he got into trouble with you in the office. He is like that. It's really unacceptable." Xiu Yu replied, "I don't care whether he accepts it or not." "Li Xiu, you are brave." Li Xiu asked secretly, "What about you and Feng Lan, the two of you?" Xiu Yu, "Don't let your imagination run wild." Li Xiu, "What do you mean by imagination run wild? Think about it yourself. You came out to your family and then turned around and worked in a BL-themed coffee shop with a male classmate you didn't know well before, pretending to be a couple. It's not unreasonable to elope for love." Xiu Yu thought about it, and it was indeed true. Erpong and Qian Qingjin always made fun of him and Feng Lan because of this. Suddenly coming out, and then having a male classmate who no one had seen around you, it was quite imaginative. Li Xiu sent several more links, and I'm not the only one who thinks this way. As for why you and Feng Lan came to work as a couple at such a young age, people have already made up several versions. Take a look for yourself. Xiu Yu didn't rush to read it. Li Xiu subtly pleased him by not making any special expression about Feng Lan's offer to buy him milk tea. He first replied to Yu Lian, saying, "I promise to finish it. When school starts, Li Xiu will help Feng Lan and me take the homework." Then, biting his chopsticks, he opened the first link that Li Xiu sent him. "What is a young couple?" "This is a young couple. Click it and I will see the love scene of the high school boys in the coffee shop." The picture accompanying the post was a day when the two of them were doing their homework. In the photo, the two people were talking about something. Xiu Yu held the pen and frowned, looking as if he was facing a great enemy. Feng Lan also held the pen, but his eyes were looking at Xiu Yu. The tip of the pen gently touched the paper in front of him with a little smile on his face. This was a few photos that Xiu Yu and Feng Lan authorized to be published without coding. At that time, the customer praised them to the sky and said that they would post it on a highly confidential forum. In fact, the two of them didn't care much about coding or not. The reason why only a few of them were authorized without coding was that the customers took the initiative to code out of their awareness of protecting the young high school students. Almost no one asked. Anyway, this kind of small-scale spread, Xiu Yu was eager to help expand the scope and sent it directly to Qiu Linfeng's mobile phone, while Feng Lan didn't think it would affect her life. Xiu Yu saved the photo, but after saving it, he felt something was wrong and wanted to exit the forum to delete it. Just as he was about to do it, he was lightly kicked by Feng Lan. "Eat. What are you looking at so seriously? I will go to work soon." Xiu Yu was caught off guard, and his mobile phone fell on the table. Feng Lan didn't expect Xiu Yu to react so strongly. She subconsciously looked over and saw the title and picture of the post at a glance. "Are you still looking at the things sent by the guests?" Xiu Yu almost dropped his chopsticks. "Li Xiu sent it to me," he explained. "I haven't read it for a while, and I won't read my own." "Won't read my own?" Feng Lan smiled, who searched on Weibo after the first work ended. and came to my house on the night of work and said that I would see the customer feedback as soon as possible. Who is it? Shoyu said, that is to pay attention to customer feedback in a timely manner in order to optimize the working method. Don't pay attention now? Shoyu took a mouthful of rice and said vaguely, now it's all good reviews, nothing to pay attention to. This is not a lie, but the actual situation is that Shoyu used the previous keywords and searched for all the evaluations of his and Fenglan's work. Like the fanfiction pictures of other employees, Shoyu didn't know what keywords the guests used, and he still couldn't find them. Today, Li Xiu opened the door to this new world for Shoyu. Shoyu moved his phone back to his eyes, and when he flipped through the comments, he saw someone arguing about Yulan or Feng Qiu. In the middle, a few people appeared to persuade them to join us, saying, join our rice partner. Is it not delicious to attack each other, or is it not delicious to have no difference? Shoyu wrote down all these words. He didn't understand why he had to remember these things. Maybe he was particularly happy that someone used the word rice partner that Fenglan rejected. Then why did he remember Yulan and Feng Qiu? Why did he save the pictures? And he was like a thief with a guilty conscience. Fenglan just asked a question. Why was he panicking? Shoyu felt more and more that something was wrong with him, and he glanced at Fenglan while eating. Fenglan's beautiful fingers flew over the keys of the whack-a-mole machine. The top button of Fenglan's shirt was unbuttoned, revealing half of her collarbone. Fenglan's chin was so pointed, and it seemed like she needed to cut her bangs. The bangs blocked his sight, making it difficult for him to see Fenglan's eyes. However, Fenglan's lips looked so soft, but the color was too light, and they didn't look very healthy. Shoyu stuffed 2 big mouthfuls of rice into his mouth. Am I sick? Why should I look at Fenglan's mouth if there's nothing wrong? Shoyu ate while scolding himself, eating twice as fast as usual. Fenglan was afraid that he would choke, so she poured him some water. Eat slowly. Shoyu took the water as if it were wine and took a big gulp. What do you think Qiu Linfeng is crazy about? He suddenly acted like a loving father and a filial son. Fenglan shook her head. I don't know. Shoyu exhaled. Is he trying to trick me home and beat me up? I'm serious. He may not be able to beat me now. I also used the dumbbells and arm trainer he prepared at home to train every day. My 8-pack abs are no joke. Fenglan's eyes swept to Qiu. He wanted to see Qiu's abdomen, but the table blocked his view. After coming to his senses, he stared at the pattern on the sofa nervously. What are you going to do? The 3rd year of high school will start, and we will spend more time in school. If your dad comes to our house, we will definitely catch him. Oh? There will be a baseline test at the beginning of the school year, and there will be a parent-teacher meeting after the test. Shoyu was so annoyed that he just poked at the rice grains and refused to eat. The most important thing is that you have started to work hard this summer, and you must study hard in the 3rd year of high school, right? If your dad keeps influencing you like this, you will feel that you can't let him be proud. Shoyu glared. Can he influence me again? Then you finish your meal. Fenglan tapped the edge of Qiu's plate. Now, Shoyu grabbed the chopsticks and his face became worse. Fenglan softened his tone a little. You persuade me once, and I persuade you once. He said, at least let your dad stop for a year. Otherwise he will keep harassing you, and you will always be thinking about him. If you can't get into a good university and can't leave Yangqing, you will be the one who suffers. Shoyu snorted. How could I not know this? It's just that I thought he would not do anything this summer. Wait. Shoyu poked the rice viciously, crushing a few grains of rice with the momentum of breaking thousands of troops. I will go find him when school starts and slap him hard in the face. Fenglan smiled, leaned against the back of the sofa, and said nothing more. That night, after Qiu and Fenglan went back to their respective homes, Qiu lay in bed for a long time, unable to fall asleep. He imagined for 5 minutes scolding Qiu Linfeng and having a big fight with Qiu Linfeng, and then he really couldn't fall asleep. So he opened the links that Li Xiu sent him during the day one by one. Li Xiu was very restrained. What she sent to Qiu were all formal customer feedback, bland speculations about relationships, and even except for the photo of homework in the main building, all other pictures were thickly coded. Qiu could only read the content of the post while recalling what he and Fenglan were doing at the time and the expression on Fenglan's face. User A. There is a special feeling between them. Those who understand will understand. Xiao Feng has a shy heart under his slow and cold appearance. This picture is blurred so you can't see it, but his ears were red at that time. It was really cute. I don't believe they didn't elope. The accompanying picture is a photo of Qiu Yu and Feng Lan sitting on the sofa holding hands. Qiu Yu thought about it for a long time, but he didn't expect Feng Lan's expression at that time. Later he realized that both of them were looking at the camera at that time. User B. It can't be elopement. There is a limit to the imagination. Okay? Xiao Qiu said that they are still students and are studying. I went there 3 times and they were doing homework every time. Students nowadays are really hard. User C. Has anyone noticed that Xiao Feng occasionally secretly looks at Xiao Qiu? He doesn't even dare to look openly. He must like her. User D. What do you mean? Our Xiao Qiu's eyes are almost sticking to Xiao Feng, so it's not called love? The accompanying picture is an uncensored photo. Feng Lan lowered her head to peel pistachios for the guests. Qiu Yu held an out-of-season orange in his hand and looked at Feng Lan with a slight tilt of his head. The comments under this photo, in addition to being very suitable for imagining a 10,000-word campus article, are also about whether the oranges in this season can be delicious. They look so sour. Feng Lan frowned on the spot, slapped Qiu Yu twice, and almost kicked him. User D also mentioned this in the comments and kindly pointed out the rice chatting article written by her sister. Qiu Yu sat up. He clicked on the link sent by User D and read the title Sour Oranges with awe, trepidation, and expectation. This is a very youthful, very on-campus, and very sour orange story. At the beginning of the story, Xiao Qiu and Xiao Feng met on campus. Xiao Qiu was a spoiled young master, and Xiao Feng was a poor student. They bumped into each other at the door of the classroom. Xiao Feng stepped on Xiao Qiu's shoes. Xiao Qiu asked Xiao Feng to compensate, but Xiao Feng said he had no money to compensate. Xiao Qiu was very domineering and was in a bad mood that day, so he asked Xiao Feng to kneel down and apologize for his shoes. Xiao Feng was humiliated, ashamed, clenched his teeth, and his face was pale, which made him look particularly good. Xiao Qiu immediately changed his words and said, "Forget it, I was joking, it's just a pair of shoes. How much is it worth? You smile, and this matter will be over." Xiao Feng said stubbornly, "I am not selling smiles." Xiao Qiu said, "I am. I will sell you one. Don't be angry." Then they fell in love. Xiao Qiu kissed Xiao Feng in the spring breeze on the campus. Xiao Feng was as green as a flower bud and responded to Xiao Qiu very embarrassedly. Qiu Yu was embarrassed to watch this part, so he quickly skimmed past it, and then he skimmed to the ending. Xiao Feng and Xiao Qiu were caught in a premature love affair, and the dean of studies found their parents. The Qiu family felt that Xiao Feng had delayed Xiao Qiu's college entrance examination, and when they failed to force them to break up, they forced Xiao Qiu to go abroad. The two lovers were separated from each other. Xiao Feng worked part-time to save money and bought a plane ticket to see Xiao Qiu, but the plane crashed into the sea and Xiao Feng was gone. Xiao Qiu put the account on the Qiu family for forcing him to go abroad, and worked hard to become the head of the Qiu family. He took revenge on the Zhongqiu Laoqiu branch Qiu who had forced him to break up with Xiao Feng, and then jumped off the building and died. The plot was bloody and bizarre, and the plane full of people buried with Xiao Feng was a bit unfair, but the author's writing was good, and the ending was quite touching. Qiu Yu stood on the edge of the rooftop and jumped down with his arms open. He was full of hope, imagining the scene of seeing his lover, just like Feng Lan who got on the plane. Qiu Yu was like a flying bird, and the moment he fell to the ground, he fell into the arms of his long-dead lover. The comments were all, "I'm crying and begging for the extra chapter in heaven." Xiao Qiu must have really met Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng came to pick him up. Qiu Yu felt ashamed to read his own fan fiction, and he didn't feel involved. He was confused when he saw Feng Lan died, and he almost laughed out loud when he saw that he jumped off the building at the end. He turned over in bed and sat up, charged his phone, and then turned off the lights. The room was dark, with only the hum of the air conditioner. Qiu Yu's mind was still circling around the plot of the fanfiction. He thought about the plot for a while, and suddenly raised his hand and hugged the air. He imagined himself hugging Feng Lan, trying to figure out Feng Lan's reaction and his own mood. He had hugged Feng Lan before, and Feng Lan's embrace was definitely not as hard as the earth, which would break him into pieces, but it seemed to be similar. Feng Lan was very thin, and hugging too hard would hurt both of them. Something was about to come out, right at the tip of Chiao Yu's heart. He closed his eyes slightly, not daring to think further, but swallowing all those thoughts with the air. But this self-deceiving behavior just confirmed what he was avoiding. At this moment, he liked Feng Lan a little, but Chiao Yu would never admit his love. Some people say that teenagers' love is immature, unsteady, and impulsive. Chiao Yu didn't want to appear immature, unsteady, and ignorant and impulsive. He had his own insistence on love, and he had to cut emotions into strands and analyze and criticize them one by one. If there hadn't been this series of coincidences, would he have liked Feng Lan? If he hadn't worked in the theme, would he have liked Feng Lan? If he hadn't read those customer feedback, fanfiction pictures, if his brothers hadn't teased him, and Li Xiu hadn't joked, would he have liked Feng Lan? Feng Lan. Could he accept his friends being gay, or didn't care about men and women? Why didn't he ask clearly at the beginning? Maybe because of his doubts about his parents' feelings, Chiao Yu always felt that love should not be mixed with any impurities. He would have looked good even without that gust of wind. Chiao Yu knew that his pursuit was a bit excessive, but there was no other way. At the moment, he had to be moved by a feeling that was not affected by any external factors. Only then could he be considered to like her. Feng Lan, Feng Lan. Chiao Yu repeated these two words over and over again, and it took him a while to fall asleep. Hey, don't move, Lu Peng. Hold her tighter. Zhang Peng flipped through the photos with his mobile phone. Don't be nervous, brother. I can't do anything to you. Be a man. The boy who was held down was trembling and couldn't speak clearly. Who are you? He said. I don't even know you. What are you doing? I found you. Zhang Peng smiled. Li something. It doesn't matter. From class 12, right? You. I told you not to be nervous. We are just doing, well, social research. Investigation. Lu Peng corrected him. Social investigation. How rumors are born. Right. Zhang Peng pulled up the memo again. Sun Huahua from your class, in brackets, a pseudonym, said she heard from you that the boy named Feng Lan in our school has been a nobody since junior high school. He is a juvenile delinquent. There was a murder case in his family, and he is the main culprit. Right? Li Watcher trembled and said, Yes. What's wrong? Who told you that? Zhang Peng asked. That's not what we heard. Li Watcher gave a name and also mentioned the class. Zhang Peng asked him to identify the person in the photo. The photo was a commemorative photo taken after the military training in the first year of high school. Everyone looked like carbon. It took Li Watcher a while to recognize the person. Lu Peng let go immediately, and Zhang Peng also stepped aside, indicating that he could leave. Li Watcher crawled away. Zhang Peng shouted behind him, Study hard and stop spreading rumors. If you do that again, I'll pull out your tongue. Li Watcher fell down and ran faster. Zhang Peng pulled his collar and fanned himself twice, cursing, I'm really impressed. What's wrong with Chiao Yu? Day students can just go back to school tomorrow. This guy came a day in advance to help him block people and investigate the rumors about Feng Lan's family. What do you think he means to Feng Lan? What does love mean? Lu Peng said, Let's go. I asked, and he said that the man is also a boarding student, but on the 5th floor. I won't climb. Zhang Peng said, Let's wait in the cafeteria? Lu Peng nodded. Zhang Peng asked again, You remember what Li just said, right? Lu Peng nodded again. These people are really good at exaggerating. Zhang Peng stretched his body. People's words are scary, and I really learned it. Let's go. Chiao Yu hid in the corner and listened to Zhang Peng's phone call. We've all been through it. Zhang Peng said, It's basically all the talk from the boarding students. There's no point in chatting at night. I'm so sleepy that I only remember half of what was said. Wang Ming is quite judgmental. He asked you if Feng Lan is a juvenile delinquent before he came up. Chiao Yu snorted. It's normal for people to have brains. Zhang Peng said again. Anyway, we have warned everyone we can touch. Wang Qishuan will wait for you to return from school. But have you asked Feng Lan about this? Chiao Yu said. I have asked. No matter how you count, you two are both chivalrous and righteous. Don't worry. Chiao Yu said, Okay. I'm hanging up. I'm going to work. Hey, remember to check the group. Zhang Peng said quickly, and as soon as he finished speaking, Chiao Yu hung up the phone. He opened the WeChat group, and in front of him was Zhang Peng crying that he hadn't finished the test paper and asked Lu Peng to save him. Lu Peng, the black-hearted man, slowly negotiated with Zhang Peng, from 3 tests for 1 meal to 1 test paper for 3 meals, and finally exchanged 7 tests for a monthly lunch package, and saved him from carrying a bag. He listed the answers in the group and took photos of the big questions and sent them over. Zhang Peng copied while scolding Lu Peng for being a profiteer, and reminded Lu Peng not to forget to return to school with the boarding students today. Then the most hated Qian Qingjin spoke proudly. "Oh, are these the students from number 4 middle school? I heard that you will start school tomorrow? That's so pitiful. Do you want me to treat you to dinner tonight to practice for you? Z, it's a deal. L, screenshot is proof 3 at QQ. I'm busy working." Feng Lan was trading milk tea with Li Xiu. Li Xiu's eyes were curved, and Feng Lan also had a smile on her face. Xiu Yu leaned against the wall and stared at that side. He was very dissatisfied in his heart, and his mind was full of Zhang Peng's call at the wrong time. A guest next to him asked him, "Are you staring so closely, afraid that Xiaofeng will let you down?" Xiu Yu smiled and said, "How could that be? I am very confident in my charm." But he still took another look at him. He didn't have confidence in Li Xiu, and was afraid that Li Xiu would talk to Feng Lan as if she was talking to him, and asked if Feng Lan had something going on with him. Fortunately, Li Xiu and Feng Lan were not that close. After getting the milk tea, she teased Feng Lan and left with her homework without sending a message to Qiu Yu. Feng Lan turned around and saw Qiu Yu. She walked over and said, she also made an appointment with someone to have dinner. She said she was leaving first and didn't want to disturb you. Qiu Yu nodded to show that he knew. The two found a table and sat down together. They had finished their homework, but learning never ends. Qiu Yu brought a booklet of knowledge points for each subject and read it when he had time. Feng Lan had no plan to do this, but she encountered a bottleneck in the whack-a-mole game and couldn't get any points. Now she was free anyway, so she studied with Qiu Yu. Seeing Qiu Yu reciting history, she borrowed the politics booklet to read. Feng Lan didn't think there was anything wrong with choosing politics, and Qiu Yu also thought it was normal. But the audience of the dinner companions that day were all impressed. As the saying goes, politics and history are inseparable. Xiao Qiu recited history, and Xiao Feng recited politics. This was clearly the secret love of Feng Lan, who was always taciturn. A group of people spoke more truthfully than the other, with pictures and texts. Li Xiu screamed 2 lines in Qiu Yu's private message, which made Qiu Yu's ears hot. Qiu Yu felt that Feng Lan did not mean that, but he could not deceive himself, and he hoped that Feng Lan meant that. Qiu Yu threw his phone away angrily. If it were not for the money, he would have wanted to get out of this ambiguous environment of men immediately to confirm his feelings for Feng Lan. Feng Lan did not know the twists and turns in Qiu Yu's mind. Nor did he know that his memorization of political knowledge points made the CP sisters ecstatic. He was busy organizing Zhang Xiaodong's last week of tutoring content and writing a study suggestion for Zhang Xiaodong that was not within the scope of tutoring. After nearly 2 months of getting along, Feng Lan felt that Zhang Xiaodong was a very sensible and well-behaved child. It is normal for a boy who has just graduated from elementary school to be unable to sit still for 45 minutes. Feng Lan arranged a class of 50 minutes, and Zhang Xiaodong could sit still, not distracted or leaving a number. And he also completed the pre-study tasks assigned to him. He was really likable. Moreover, Mr. Zhang said that Zhang Xiaodong's mother died when Zhang Xiaodong was still a baby. Feng Lan looked at the well-behaved Zhang Xiaodong, and then looked at Qiu Yu, who was the father of 2 people, and couldn't help but pay more attention to Zhang Xiaodong. Zhang Xiaodong likes physics, but is average in mathematics. He only likes experiments in chemistry, frowns when he sees English, and doesn't like to recite classical Chinese. Feng Lan told him that some schools will not offer physics and chemistry courses until the 2nd year of junior high school. Zhang Xiaodong was not happy after hearing this, so he went to look through the forum of the future junior high school and saw that chemistry was offered in the 2nd year of junior high school and physics was offered in the 1st year of junior high school. Only then did he become happy again. He was well-behaved, cute, and sensible. Sensible children are always likable. Feng Lan wrote 3.5 pages of a 400-grid composition paper. When he was checking it after finishing writing, a text message jumped into his mobile phone. It was Qiu Yu. "Do you want to go for the barbecue?" Feng Lan replied, No, I have something else to do. Xiaoyu did not reply to the text message. He changed his clothes and went downstairs to knock on the door. Let's go. He discussed with Fenglan. Qin Qingjin is coming too. Didn't you say before that you wanted to meet him? Fenglan hesitated. That's fine. I'll treat him. Xiaoyu disagreed. He and his friends are arranging it. They said that we must get together today because school starts tomorrow. Why are you treating us? Fenglan said. I mainly want to treat Qin Qingjin. By the way, aren't you going to treat Shouho to a meal? Have you decided on the date? I'll pay for half of it then. Shouho is not in a hurry. I can just ask him out when we play basketball. I can also give him a gift. I don't have to treat him to a meal. Xiaoyu rubbed Fenglan's shoulder and squeezed into the room. So you agree to go with us, right? You don't have to pay. Really, it's ridiculous to ask you to pay for the first time we eat together. Xiaoyu pulled over a chair and sat down and said leisurely, What are you busy with? How long will it take? I'll wait for you. They're not in a hurry either. Fenglan stood at the door without moving. Let me treat you. I haven't thanked them in person yet, right? Xiaoyu was helpless. How about this? Come with me to eat with them today. I'll invite them both to dinner later. We'll split the bill for gifts. Okay. Fenglan closed the door and walked back to the desk. But I'll only pay for the dinner and won't go. Isn't Shouho afraid of me? When the time comes, he won't. Xiaoyu stood up, hooked his arm around Fenglan's neck, and pushed him back to the desk. Xiaoyu said, Forget about that for now. Go to your own thing. Okay? Xiaoyu glanced at what Fenglan was writing. To classmate Zheng Xiaodong. Are you writing a letter to that kid? Xiaoyu was firm in his attitude, so Fenglan didn't bother about it anymore and followed Xiaoyu's words. No, just study suggestions or something. I've already written it. I'll just check it again. It'll be quick. Xiaoyu flipped through it again and praised. You write so well when you're serious. Fenglan said. I am afraid that the child will not understand. Xiaoyu read the last 2 paragraphs of the study suggestions, which were Fenglan's earnest advice to Zheng Xiaodong, including but not limited to the high hopeful praise of studying hard and your future will be brilliant. After reading it, Xiaoyu could not help but say, You can either go to a normal school or become a teacher. I think you can do it. I can't. Fenglan took the manuscript back to herself. It's okay to help with the preview, but if I really become a teacher, I will definitely not be able to teach well. Besides, there is only one Zheng Xiaodong. If he really becomes a teacher, who can give me a room with Zheng Xiaodong? Okay, go over there and sit by yourself for a while. I will be ready soon. Xiaoyu went there obediently, touched the bed sheet with his hand for 2 seconds, and suddenly asked, Did you change the bed sheet? Although the color is the same, the feel is wrong. Yes, it was changed. Fenglan said, the previous one was older and had pilling. This one is new and has not been used many times. Xiaoyu said oh, and propped himself up on the bed to open the group chat. Question okay. Fenglan will come with me. Question at 3 I'll invite you. And Shouho to dinner later. Thank you for helping us find jobs. We'll treat you together. Qin Qingjin was very excited and sent a voice message. Finally, I can finally meet your rumored boyfriend. I have to dress up. Xiaoyu was afraid that these idiots would talk nonsense, so he didn't dare to listen to the voice message directly and used text conversion. Qin Qingjin's message was fine. It went through smoothly, but when it was Zhang Peng's turn, it got stuck. Xiaoyu was impatient and pressed and held it again, and it got stuck and opened the voice message directly. You dress up for nothing. You dress up for your work partner. Are you trying to show off your power to Fenglan? Or are you trying to steal Xiaoyu's person? Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, and just when he was about to scold Zhang Peng for talking nonsense and stealing people, the system automatically played another voice message from Qin Qingjin. What's the situation at Fenglan's home? Zhang said that they were busy today, and Xiaoyu interrupted the voice message. He turned his head. Fenglan was also looking at him. Xiaoyu pretended to be calm. I will talk to them? Fenglan nodded and said indifferently, You talk. Xiaoyu also replied in a voice message, skipping the part about asking Zhang Peng and Lu Peng to block the people, and talking about the fact that Wang Qishuan blocked Fenglan in the past and now spread rumors. As for the murder case in Fenglan's family, he said it had nothing to do with Fenglan, and it was a grudge between the elders. Erping didn't know about the junior high school part before, and he was also shocked when he heard it. Everyone in the group has a brain, and the three of them knew that Wang Qishuan was confusing right and wrong and deliberately provoking. What is he trying to do? Zhang Peng immediately scolded. Isn't it that he is missing a string in his brain? Didn't Feng Lan do anything to him? It's just making friends. Why is he so jealous of others? It should be fine to make friends with others. Chiu Yu. He is afraid of being beaten. Lu Peng said, Don't worry about it. Tomorrow Zhang and I will go and beat him up. Feng Lan said quickly, Hey, let them not know, I know. Chiu Yu then conveyed Feng Lan's previous meaning. Don't be so hard. We brothers just know what's going on. If Wang Qishuan doesn't make trouble again, just treat him as dead. Senior year is important. Don't make trouble. Qian Qingjin was shocked. Are you my brother Chiu? Are you my brother Chiu who beats people to the ground when he hears someone swear? Chiu Yu rolled his eyes. This is what Feng Lan meant. Besides, it was just a matter of hearing someone swear. If he swears at my mother, can I still keep him? Qian Qingjin was no longer shocked and joked. Oh, so it's about listening to the leader, I understand. He is smart. Seeing that Chiu Yu mentioned that it was Feng Lan's intention, he guessed that Feng Lan might be listening nearby, and he typed this sentence. Chiu Yu rolled his eyes and followed the typed reminder, asking the three of them not to make messy jokes at that time, and then put down his phone and went to see Feng Lan again. Feng Lan was looking at Chiu Yu very attentively. Chiu Yu's heart skipped a beat and he stuttered. What happened? Feng Lan blinked slowly, as if he wanted to remember Chiu Yu with his eyes. Nothing, he said. I just think you. Feng Lan carefully dug out a word. Very considerate. Considerate, a common word to praise people, but in Chiu Yu's ears, a man being considerate to another man is not very appropriate. Chiu Yu suddenly felt dry in the mouth and wanted to drink water. He glanced at the black screen of his mobile phone with a guilty conscience and turned it on in a panic. This is my basic quality of being a human being. Chiu Yu picked out a few words from his messy thoughts and barely put them together into a sentence. Considerateness is a virtue of human beings. A celebrity once said that sincerity for sincerity is the foundation of a beautiful world. Don't ask me which celebrity I am. I'm just talking nonsense. Feng Lan smiled and glanced over Chiu Yu's red ears. You are too thin-skinned. Huh. Chiu Yu glanced at Feng Lan in panic. Ears. Feng Lan was in a good mood and pointed with the pen, and her face turned red. Chiu Yu cursed and immediately reached out to cover his ears, which made his palms hot. It rained in the evening, and the wind was still cool at this moment. Chiu Yu watched Feng Lan put his hand outside the window to feel the temperature. When he turned back, he went to the closet to find a faded blue denim jacket. The style was old and rustic, and it was ugly in a different way when paired with the white baggy drawstring sweatpants. Chiu Yu took a look and felt a lump in his throat. He took another look and felt that Feng Lan's face was really pretty and could support such a look. But Chiu Yu still wanted to drag Feng Lan to change clothes. Fortunately, Feng Lan went to the bathroom before going out. After coming out, he probably felt ugly and opened the closet to look for clothes. Chiu Yu leaned over to take a look, pinched out a pair of pants and said, Wear this, I guarantee you will be the most handsome in the street. Feng Lan took off the pants, compared them on her body, and asked, Where's the jacket? Chiu Yu picked for a while and brought a sports jacket to Feng Lan. Feng Lan didn't care about anything. She kicked off her shoes and took off her pants while sitting on the bed. Her thin, white long legs were exposed. Chiu Yu didn't know where to put his eyes. He could only deliberately look at Feng Lan's shoes and make small talk. You have had these shoes for a long time. Don't you buy a new pair? Feng Lan looked down, stood up and put on his casual pants. He won't need these shoes in the winter. He hooked the upper and took a look. The soles had been repaired twice, so they were quite old. Then Feng Lan put the shoes aside, stepped on her slippers to get a shoe box, and took out a pair of fairly new shoes from it. Chiu Yu was stunned. There is no need to be so serious when meeting them, right? Feng Lan half knelt on the ground to tie his shoelaces and said casually, I was going to change them, I just forgot. After that, Feng Lan got up and went to the bathroom. Chiu Yu was afraid that he would hurt Feng Lan's self-esteem, so he followed her like a little tail. He saw Feng Lan holding a hat and pulling her hair in front of a cracked mirror. Chiu Yu finally reacted. Are you a little nervous? Feng Lan paused. Chiu Yu immediately realized that what he said was right and hurriedly said, No, I bet you that Zhang Peng will not wash his hair when we meet later. Besides, we arranged to meet at a barbecue stall, and you made it solemn like a five-star hotel, which would make the three of them uncomfortable. Feng Lan hesitated for a while and said, I haven't been to such an occasion for a long time. Qiu Yu's heart softened, thinking of Feng Lan's life before meeting him, with no friends but only life pressure, and thinking of the last time he went out to eat with others. It was probably to express his gratitude to Mr. Wang. Qiu Yu leaned against the door frame, and his eyes became much softer. Then he should come with us more often in the future. Qiu Yu said, Zhang Peng loves barbecue and always invites us for supper, and today's restaurant is the one he chose. Lu Peng likes hot pot restaurants. He has a list of Yangqing hot pot restaurants. Let him tell you later. Qin Qingjin's family is strict, so he likes to eat at roadside stalls and go to night markets. I don't like eating at home, but I'm not picky. I'll go to any good restaurant when I have time. Feng Lan put her hat on her head and said okay with her eyes down. It was a bit far from the old street to the barbecue restaurant Zhang Peng chose, so Qiu Yu and Feng Lan took a taxi. It started to rain when they arrived. Qiu Yu and Feng Lan didn't bring an umbrella. They were soaked by a thin layer of rain from getting off the car to entering the barbecue restaurant. They entered the restaurant wrapped in damp water. It was cold and it was night again. The barbecue restaurant was bustling. The clerk came up to greet Qiu Yu and asked him how many people there were. Qiu Yu said he was looking for Zhang, so the clerk took him to a private room on the second floor. Qiu Yu immediately became alert. In the past, when the four of them went out to eat skewers, they would sit in the hall when it was cold and go to the open air when it was hot. When had they ever had a private room that paid so much attention to privacy? He particularly suspected that the three had hung a banner inside that said, Welcome my sister-in-law to come for inspection. If they had ears on their heads, they would have stood up to listen to the noise. Feng Lan saw Qiu Yu pause and asked him, What's wrong? Qiu Yu's face was solemn. I'll say it in advance. Whatever those three guys do in a while is definitely not my intention. The waiter pushed the door open. Good news. There is no banner that welcomes my sister-in-law to come for inspection. Bad news. The three idiots stuck a tablet on the wall. The tablet showed a photo of the stand that Qiu Yu and Feng Lan put at the main entrance. Here we come. Zhang Peng stood up and applauded. Warmly welcome our excellent workers, Qiu Yu and Feng Lan. Lu Peng clapped twice perfunctorily, and Qin Qingjin cooperated with a series of claps. Go away. I'll put a bottle on your head in a while. Qiu Yu couldn't afford to lose face, so he pulled Feng Lan into the house, closed the door, and kept the waiter outside. Feng Lan was a little uncomfortable, so Qiu Yu pulled him forward. Qiu Yu cursed with a smile, and he followed suit, curling his lips, being very obedient. Qiu Yu put his arm around Feng Lan's neck and introduced him. You've met Zhang Peng and Lu Peng, and that's Qin Qingjin. Qin Qingjin. Here, Feng Lan. So formal. I have to stand up and shake hands. Qin Qingjin stood up and pretended to move closer to Feng Lan. Qiu Yu led Feng Lan to a seat and waved at Qin Qingjin with his arm. Sit down. What are you doing? Where's the menu? Lu Peng handed the menu to Qiu Yu, who didn't even look at it, but gave it to Feng Lan. Feng Lan was stunned. I don't know how to order. Qiu Yu took off his coat and glanced at the table, then hooked his finger at Zhang Peng. Give me the pin. He glanced at the wall and quickly took down that broken tablet. Whose idea was this? Zhang Peng. Is this your thing? If you don't take it now, I'll smash it for you later. Zhang Peng threw the pin to Qiu Yu and smiled as he took down the tablet and put it away. Qiu Yu skillfully ordered the dishes he and his brothers often ate, and then asked Feng Lan, Can you eat spicy food? Feng Lan was removing the plastic film from the tableware and answered after hearing the question. A little bit. Okay. Beef and mutton? Beef. Mutton is also fine. Then I'll order less mutton. Do you like cartilage? No. Some pork? The pork belly and fried noodles are good here. I want fried noodles. Chicken wings? Or do you want the palm treasure? Chicken wings. Whole wings or middle wings? Middle wings. Do you want vegetables? Potatoes, beans, leeks. Oh, they also have tin-foil ones. Baby cabbage? Feng Lan ordered baked potato slices and baked steamed bread slices, but didn't order the tin-foil ones. Qiu Yu marked them and asked them to be less spicy. After finishing, he threw the list to the 3 people who were already stunned. Lu Peng took the menu, tapped the pin on it, and watched Xiaoyu pass all the melon seeds and side dishes sent by the store in front of him and took some of each for Feng Lan. That was not all. Xiaoyu, who was not so particular at ordinary times, actually went to heat the tableware, and while doing so, he took care of Feng Lan. Do you want to fix it? Bring it here, and I will help you. Feng Lan didn't think much of it at first, but when he turned his eyes, he inadvertently saw the strange looks of Erping and Qian Qingjin, and immediately figured out something was wrong, and hurriedly reached out to get the teapot. I'll do it myself. Erping and Qian Qingjin then retracted their gazes. Zhang Peng coughed unnaturally, shook the menu and said, "That's about it, these are for now, and we can order more if it's not enough." Xiaoyu, open the door and call the waiter. Xiaoyu grabbed the melon seeds, opened the door and shouted outside. The waiter came in quickly, and when he was about to leave, Qian Qingjin suddenly said, "Do we have something to drink?" The waiter stopped and waited for the customer to decide. "No?" Zhang Peng glanced at Qian Qingjin from head to toe. "There's nothing wrong with the 3 of us. You want a drink? Do you want your mom to beat you? Drink less? If not, I'll stay at your place tonight. Xiaoyu is alone now. Can't he take me in for one night?" Qian Qingjin was very excited. Lu Peng, drink. Xiaoyu, drink. Feng Lan, do you want a drink? Feng Lan didn't want a drink, but when Qian Qingjin said that everyone was drinking, she followed the crowd and said, "Drink." Qian Qingjin was very happy. Everyone is drinking, I can't accompany them with juice, right? Come on, waiter, just give us a bottle of big green sticks. Okay, brothers, I didn't ask for much, just a little more for each person. Zhang Peng and Lu Peng followed his lead. Xiaoyu waited for the waiter to leave before whispering to Feng Lan, "Is it okay? You were so drunk last time." Feng Lan said, "Okay, drink less." After hearing this, Xiaoyu looked at Qian Qingjin in surprise. Qian Qingjin didn't understand. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Xiaoyu said casually, "I want to take a closer look at you. I'm afraid you'll be gone after tonight. By the way, I really don't plan to take you in." "Hey, you ungrateful guy." Qian Qingjin threw melon seed shells at Xiaoyu. "I asked you to come to your house whenever you're free, but you didn't keep your promise. Now you can't even take your brother in for one night?" The melon seed shells fell in the middle of the table. Xiaoyu ignored them, wondering in his heart, "It's really strange. The same 4 words. Why did Feng Lan say them with a little smile, a little softness, and a little hook?" Xiaoyu exerted force on his hands, pinched the melon seed shells, and peeled the seeds non-stop, as if that thing was his heart. He was anxious to peel it to the end, so that he could see what was going on with him. He was too stubborn, just peeling without eating, and soon he had a small dish. Xiaoyu looked to the left and saw Zhang Peng eating while chewing. Looking forward, Lu Peng and Qian Qingjin were peeling edamame and peanuts. Xiaoyu looked to the right and saw Feng Lan peeling melon seeds with his hands like him, but he was not very skilled and probably felt embarrassed to chew them with his mouth, so he made the same crackling noise as Zhang Peng. Xiaoyu gave Feng Lan a small plate of melon seeds that he had peeled. There was a sudden silence in the private room, and everyone had a question mark on their heads. Xiaoyu was puzzled by the silence. He glanced at Erping and Qian Qingjin. It was as if Erping and Qian Qingjin's immobilization spell had been lifted, and they began to complain about the science homework that Xiaoyu could not understand. Xiaoyu looked at Feng Lan again. Feng Lan looked from Xiaoyu to the melon seeds. Xiaoyu could not help but say, "Eat it, there is no saliva. I did not use my mouth, unlike them. I am a refined person." Erping and Qian Qingjin's eyes slipped over again, and Zhang Peng said tentatively, "Brother Qiao, I want melon seeds too. Aren't the seeds in your mouth melon seeds?" Xiaoyu looked at Zhang Peng like an idiot. "You are eating what you have in your mouth and looking at what's on my plate? How are they the same? Yours is peeled." Zhang Peng kept pestering him. "Give it to me or not. Give it to me, give it to me. That's all I do to my son." Xiaoyu tapped the edge of the plate with his finger. "Feng Lan, you really don't want to eat it?" Feng Lan pushed the plate out with her fingertips. "Give it to him. I'm peeling it myself. Take it away." Xiaoyu put the plate on the glass turntable. "Remember to thank Dad in your heart when you eat." Zhang Peng turned the plate in front of himself, saying thank you, Dad, but he kept muttering in his heart, and his eyes met with Lu Peng, and then with Qian Qingjin. They both understood, and Lu Peng picked up his phone and said, "It will take a while to string it up, and there are just 5 of us. Let's start a game?" Xiu Yu said okay. Feng Lan said, "I don't play games, you guys play." "Oh." Xiu Yu seems to have mentioned it once. Qian Qingjin said, "Are you too busy with work to play, or do you not know how to play?" "No, it's okay. Come on. We will take you." "No equipment." Feng Lan took out her cell phone and put it on the table. "My cell phone is just a snake and a box pusher." "Wow. You." Qian Qingjin stared. "You must be in the top few in your class, right? Isn't this a special machine for postgraduate entrance exams?" "My cousin is taking the postgraduate entrance exams recently. She is using this little gadget. She said that it has nothing else except phone calls and text messages." Feng Lan smiled. "My grades are not good, but they are better than Xiu Yu's." He said, "Don't take me. I will do it myself." Feng Lan glanced at the melon seeds in Zhang Peng's hand, then at Xiu Yu, and changed her words. "I will peel the melon seeds for you. If you win, you share. If you lose, I will eat it myself." Lu Peng smiled. "Okay, reality assistance. Xiu Yu, are you going to play games?" Xiu Yu started playing games, and immediately realized that these 3 grandsons had something to say. Zhang Peng said, "What's wrong with you, Dad? You are peeling melon seeds for someone, but I have to ask him before I ask him." "What? You are the father, and he is the mother." Xiu Yu felt guilty and glanced at Feng Lan first. Seeing Feng Lan was concentrating on peeling melon seeds, he hurriedly scolded. "What the Hades is the mother of the child? Are you crazy? I didn't peel the seeds for him. I just gave them to him casually after I peeled them and saw him standing there." Lu Peng said, "This kid is really shy. Who says he is not true? Once we meet, won't we know?" This is like a code, but the other 3 people understood it and were silent in the team channel. The atmosphere was a bit heavy, and Zhang Peng quickly made a joke. "Lu, how can you talk like that? What child? This is the mother." Xiu Yu told Zhang Peng to get out, for people were playing together, and a passerby was brought along. The passerby didn't understand what they were talking about. He thought that the father was going to remarry. After asking a few questions, Lu Peng changed the subject and the passerby stopped talking. For a moment, the room was filled with game sounds and the sound of Feng Lan peeling melon seeds. Feng Lan peeled half a plate with great effort and suddenly moved closer to Xiu Yu. Xiu Yu was shocked and used a string of exclamation marks to brush up the chat content of several people. "Is the battle so serious?" Feng Lan moved closer to Xiu Yu, peeling melon seeds and asking. "It's okay, chopping melons and vegetables." Xiu Yu said, "It's almost over. What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just heard that you didn't talk today." Feng Lan said casually, "I thought you were too busy to scold me." The 4 of them were embarrassed for a while, and then laughed dryly. Lu Peng tried to smooth things over, saying, "I can't take care of it. I'm hungry." Feng Lan clapped his hands, put the melon seeds on the turntable, stood up and said, "I'll go and urge them. You guys continue to play." Feng Lan stood up and left the private room. When the door was about to close, Qiu Yu heard him call the waiter. "Excuse me, the food we ordered in the room." The door closed. The private room was instantly in an uproar. "I don't believe you are not interested in him." Qian Qingjin opened fire first. "What did you just do? From ordering food to giving melon seeds, this is what young lovers in love do, right? We heterosexuals don't really understand gay men. But if a man and a woman do this, then they are dating." Zhang Peng poked the screen passionately. "No. What's wrong with Feng Lan? Is he? Is that reasonable? Is that reasonable?" Qian Qingjin was still yelling. "Big brother hasn't got married yet. Is it reasonable for you to find a partner?" Big brother Lu Peng was the calmest, but his words were the most explosive. "How should 2 men be judged? Do you really call her sister-in-law? Or brother?" "No, you are 3 months younger than me, so I have to call you brother." Xiu Yu's face and ears were red, and his whole head was hot. "Don't talk nonsense." He was a little anxious. "I haven't figured it out myself, and you are making trouble here." I opened the door of my private room. The 4 people were concentrating on the game, not even typing, and were as quiet as a chicken with its neck pinched. Feng Lan walked in with a glass of wine. Someone downstairs got drunk and started fighting, and almost overturned the stove. The food has to wait. I brought the wine up, let's. A voice suddenly came out from Zhang Peng's phone. Isn't it just a date? The strange male passerby said. You just like her. If you like her, you have to have adult love. Zhang Peng was in a panic and couldn't find the voice button for a while. When did I press? Children, listen to Uncle. The enthusiastic stranger was still talking. He probably didn't hear it all and thought that Xiaoyu, the father, was going to remarry and discuss it with his sons. It's not easy for a father to raise you, right? Why don't you support him if he wants to remarry? You should be the most. Zhang Peng's hands were shaking, and he pressed twice before turning off the voice. The private room was silent again, even more awkward than before. Lu Peng said lightly, let's divide the wine? Feng Lan glanced at Xiaoyu's screen and saw that the battle was still going on, so he said, let me do it. Feng Lan took out bottles of wine and put them on the table, putting a bottle and spinning the turntable to ensure that everyone had a bottle. Zhang Peng and Lu Peng both thanked him dryly. Qian Qingjian happened to be killed in the game, so he had to say something different. He grabbed the bottle of wine and laughed. Well, it was me. Well, I just lied to a passerby and said I was their father. Feng Lan didn't understand why he had to explain to her. She sat down with a sigh and gave Qiaoyu a bottle of wine. Qian Qingjian insisted. I also said, I fell in love with a little girl and wanted to find them another mother. Very good. Feng Lan said tentatively, I wish you success. Qian Qingjian raised the bottle stiffly. Thank you, I was just kidding. Feng Lan also raised the bottle, and after raising it, she moved closer to Qiaoyu again and asked in a low voice, what's wrong with him? Hey, why are your ears so red? Your face is hot too. Qiaoyu didn't even dare to raise his head. He was killing people in the game. There are no windows in this room. It's too hot. I'll ask the waiter to turn down the air conditioner later. I'll go and ask now. Feng Lan was about to stand up, but Qiaoyu found a hand in his busy schedule and quickly held Feng Lan down. Stop struggling. Just sit down. After being teased, Qiaoyu now felt that even this simple concern was ambiguous. He tilted the screen of his mobile phone towards Feng Lan and said while pressing the skills, let me explain it to you. Come on, look, the opponent is going to die soon, and I will take down the tower behind him in a while. I am a jungle hero. Look at this. Qiaoyu. Feng Lan suddenly said, are you really okay? Feng Lan's tone was full of worry. You are also a little hot when you breathe. Don't you have a fever? Zhang Peng cursed, and the phone fell to the ground without holding it, and Qian Qingjian kicked it away unintentionally. Zhang Peng crawled under the table to look for his phone and was physically disconnected. His teammates kept asking where the assistant was. Lu Peng explained for him, and the teammates cursed and understood. When Zhang Peng touched his phone, the advantage had become a disadvantage, and the black team lost completely. Zhang Peng cursed again, quit the game, and said to Qiaoyu, he is so angry that he can't eat the melon seeds. Feng Lan didn't understand and pushed the melon seeds to Qiaoyu. I just said it casually before, eat it if you want. Qiaoyu pulled the corner of his mouth, smiled but didn't smile, and kicked Lu Peng next to him. Lu Peng? Are you sick? Qiaoyu asked. Are you angry? Lu Peng was speechless. I'll give it to you and you try it? Qiaoyu's face darkened. This was a kick to Zhang Peng. He said, take your anger buff and help me pass it over. Thank you. When the strings are not on, chatting is awkward, and when the strings are on, they start eating with meat and wine. The place will soon heat up. Lu Peng is okay. Zhang Peng and Qian Qingjian look at Feng Lan with shining eyes. Among them, Qian Qingjian is okay, but he only has one glass to the sunny and cheerful little wolf dog and one glass to the cold and slow high school student. Zhang Peng was different. He consciously put himself in the assist position and talked about Qiaoyu's junior high school affairs one by one, from the fall of the academic bully to the birth of the school bully. Qiaoyu couldn't stop him and kicked Lu Peng several times, which annoyed Lu Peng and moved his chair away. Zhang Peng was still talking. Qiaoyu, he has a fighting switch. He can't stand others cursing. You know he has 2 penalties on him, right? Did he tell you that it's not a big deal, just a bump or something? But the other party was mean, cursing dirty words. Qiaoyu punched him. We are almost civilized and polite, afraid that one day he will offend him. Chiao Yu's eyebrows raised. Lu Peng saw it and immediately stood up, dragged the chair and dragged Zhang Peng to Chiao Yu's side. Zhang Peng still had a kebab in his hand and said confusedly, "What's wrong, Brother Lu? Are you tired of exercising? Don't use me for exercise. You should shut up. What are you doing? Helping Chiao Yu open the screen?" Lu Peng swapped Zhang Peng's tableware with his own. "I put it in place for you. Just kick him. Don't kick me." Chiao Yu hit Zhang Peng without saying a word, which made Feng Lan laugh. "He didn't tell me." Feng Lan said, "I knew it was because of a fight. Why don't you ask?" "What to ask? He is not an unreasonable person. There must be a reason for the fight. Spoiling a child is like killing him, Brother Feng." Zhang Peng said, "You can't spoil your child like this. You are doting on him." Feng Lan couldn't think of how to respond to this sentence for a while, and was about to smile and go over. Chiao Yu bent his arm and put it on Feng Lan's shoulder, snapped his fingers, and took over the conversation. "What does our father-son relationship have to do with you?" Chiao Yu said, "It's summer vacation. Don't meddle in other people's family affairs." "Hey, you unfilial son." Qin Xingjin slammed the table. "Dad raised you for 3 or 4 years, and you just followed him away? Why? Because you live on the same floor as yours?" After being interrupted, Feng Lan figured out how to respond. He took a sip of wine and said, "If you are so unhappy, then you can pick him up and continue to raise him." "I disagree." Chiao Yu immediately objected. "There is still 1 week of work left. You will change your partner if you lose me? You wish." The private room was filled with the aroma of barbecue skewers. The light fell on Chiao Yu's eyes. His eyebrows were fierce and his eyes were round. When he was angry, he was like a furious King Kong. But now he had a smile on his face. His eyelids were half drooped, and there was a tiny light in his eyes. Feng Lan turned his head to look at Chiao Yu. A very unfamiliar warm feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. It was almost 12 o'clock when the show ended. Several people circled Feng Lan and asked for his QQ number and mobile phone number. Zhang Peng and Lu Peng went home separately. Qin Xingjin was drunk and didn't dare to go home. He stared at Chiao Yu, who was now living with him, and insisted on living with Chiao Yu. Chiao Yu had no choice but to send Zhang Peng and Lu Peng away first, then took Qin Xingjin's phone, coaxed him to unlock it with his fingerprint, and sent a message to Qin's mother, saying in Qin Xingjin's tone that he would stay at his place for a night and play games. Qin's mother had a good impression of Chiao Yu. She used to feel sorry for him being decadent and not doing well in high school. Recently, she heard that he was working hard to make a living, and her impression of him improved. So she didn't say she disagreed, but only told him not to play too late and go to bed early. Chiao Yu agreed. "Then let's take a taxi back?" He put the phone back into Qin Xingjin's pocket and turned to look at Feng Lan. "Say hello first. Qin Xingjin will be busy tonight. If you hear the noise from my place downstairs, bear with it." Feng Lan held the phone, nodded after hearing it, and responded with her head down. "What are you looking at? Playing Snake?" After Chiao Yu called a taxi, he looked up and saw Feng Lan still looking at his phone, so he asked, "Zhang Peng and Lu Peng." Feng Lan waved her phone at Chiao Yu. "They sent me messages, so I put them in my address book." Feng Lan smiled. "There are more and more people in my address book." Huh. After saving Erping's phone number, Feng Lan returned to the address book interface and took a look. Before, there were only people in charge of the supermarket and the warehouse, but now there are Sister Han, Xiaomu, Chen Lin, Chen Shan, Teacher Yu, Li Xiao, Erpeng, Yu. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 11. Chiao Yu realized it belatedly. "Are you drunk too?" "Am I drunk?" Feng Lan looked very sober, at least more sober than last time. "No, I think my thoughts are very clear now, and the logic of the conversation is also very clear. You talk a lot when you are drunk. I noticed it last time." Chiao Yu said, "But you are better this time than last time. Last time, you had to think for a while before saying a word. But at that time you didn't sleep much, so your reaction was slow." A car sped past, and Chiao Yu put Qin Xingjin's arm around his neck, freeing his hand to pull Feng Lan. "Don't stand on the side of the road. I feel uneasy. Come closer." "Oh." Feng Lan responded obediently and stood next to Chiao Yu. Qin Xingjin was half-conscious and used Chiao Yu as a wall. Maybe he was awakened by moving him just now. He slapped Chiao Yu on the face. Xiaoyu pushed him down and started humming. Xiaoyu and Fenglan listened for a while. Fenglan asked, "What song is this?" "I can't tell." Xiaoyu tried to distinguish it. "I suspect he is not in tune." Fenglan laughed again. Since he mentioned that there were more people in the address book, the smile on his mouth seemed to have never gone away. He listened to Qian Chengjin singing more carefully, and after a minute, he actually hummed along twice. Xiaoyu listened for a while. "You hum quite well." "Really?" Fenglan asked. "I hummed along with him." "What's wrong? Isn't he out of tune?" "Even if he is out of tune, you hum better than him." Xiaoyu didn't even blink. "Maybe you found the tune." Fenglan started laughing again. After laughing twice, she took out the whack-a-mole machine from her pocket and started playing against the electric pole. The sound effects of the whack-a-mole machine mixed with Qian Chengjin's humming. There were guests sitting outside drinking and chatting behind. Xiaoyu was annoyed and pressed Qian Chengjin's hand on his neck, telling him that it was his face. Qian Chengjin was very terrified and kept muttering that Xiaoyu's nose was gone. Xiaoyu could only press Qian Chengjin's hand back on his face. Qian Chengjin touched him twice with satisfaction and then shut up. Xiaoyu was very disgusted and moved his attention to Fenglan, concentrating on listening to Fenglan playing whack-a-mole until he heard the car being called. Xiaoyu was afraid that Qian Chengjin would slap the driver's face, so he sat in the back seat with Qian Chengjin. Fenglan sat in the passenger seat. After telling the driver the address, he was about to pay when Xiaoyu said, "No, no, no. I'll pay online." "Pay online." Fenglan repeated it and put the banknotes he had taken out back into his pocket. "Oh yes, you called the car with the software." The car turned a corner. Qian Chengjin groaned and fell on Xiaoyu's shoulder, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Xiaoyu pushed him away and asked Fenglan, "How are you? I heard you say that you were starting to react slowly." Fenglan blinked slowly. "No," he said, "I just didn't react to the taxi app. I'm not familiar with it." "That's right." Xiaoyu said, "You don't usually take taxis, and you don't even wait for the bus if you can walk." Fenglan hummed lightly and turned to look out the window. The scenery was rapidly receding. He gradually felt sleepy, but he felt that he couldn't sleep, and if he slept, Xiaoyu would have to carry two people. So Fenglan struggled to find a topic in his mind. "Your friends are all very nice. If they are not, we can't be friends." Xiaoyu said, "Are you okay today? I see you are comfortable later." "Yes." Fenglan said, "Your friends are all very nice." Xiaoyu was happy. "Are you okay? Are you confused, or do you have no other arguments?" Fenglan laughed twice. Xiaoyu asked, "I think I still have the medicine I bought for you last time?" "Yes." Fenglan thought for a moment before saying, "I put it on the table, together with the cold medicine." "Okay, then take it when you get home. Anyway, just take it if you feel uncomfortable. I have to watch Qian Chengjin tonight. If he drinks so much, he might die if he falls down. It's tiring. He won't have anything to do tomorrow, and we both have to work." "Hey, you can't get up tomorrow, right?" Fenglan said, "No." Xiaoyu teased him intentionally. "Can't get up or can't get up?" Fenglan frowned, not quite understanding. He pondered for half a minute, then suddenly came to his senses and warned Xiaoyu, "I can remember things even if I drink too much. I'm just a little confused. I won't black out." "Oh, you even black out." Xiaoyu put his hand on the back of the passenger seat and leaned his head over. "But it's so hard to say it. You really don't drink. Tell me the truth. How many times have you drunk?" Fenglan can actually count them. "The third time?" "Why was the first time?" Fenglan lowered his eyes. "For my grandma." Xiaoyu sat back down, pretending I didn't ask. Fenglan didn't say anything. Xiaoyu asked tentatively, "Or do you want to say?" Fenglan still didn't say anything. 10 minutes later, the car stopped downstairs. Fenglan got out of the car first and helped Xiaoyu wake Qian Chengjin and pull him out of the car. Qian Chengjin didn't even open his eyes and just hung on Xiaoyu. It was easy to walk on the ground, and Xiaoyu and Fenglan had to carry Qian Chengjin up the stairs. The stairs in this building can only accommodate 2 people at a time, and Xiaoyu had the illusion that Qian Chengjin was carried up by him and Fenglan. After finally helping him into the house and throwing him on the bed, Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, threw off his coat and said, "I will scold him tomorrow." Fenglan leaned against the wall, and seeing that Qian Chengjin was indeed asleep, he slowly said. I drank once on the day my grandma was diagnosed with the disease, and it was too nasty. Chiou didn't react for a moment. Huh? Feng Lan continued. I regretted it the next day. When I needed money, I still drank. He paused, stretched out his hand and patted his chest twice, as if to comfort himself. It's all over. Chiou wanted to comfort Feng Lan, but Feng Lan didn't even show two sad emotions, as if to him, this matter was really over. Chiou had to ask, what have you been thinking about saying since I asked you until now? Feng Lan yawned. Well, maybe. His eyelids drooped. Oh, by the way, I need to use your Wi-Fi tomorrow. Feng Lan took out 10 yuan from his pocket. Erping wants to add me on QQ. I have to do it. And he thought about it and was too sleepy. So he asked, call me tomorrow morning. Okay. Chiou took the money with a helpless look on his face. Am I going to take you down? You can't fall down the stairs, right? Feng Lan waved her hand and pushed the door open to go out. Chiou was worried and chased to the door to watch Feng Lan go down. Then he turned back to take off Qian Qingjin's coat and trousers, and then went into the bathroom to wash up. When he came out of the bathroom, something was wrong. Qian Qingjin let himself go and slept sideways, not only occupying the entire bed, but also snoring loudly. Chiou tried to move Qian Qingjin, but failed miserably and was sweating profusely. Chiou couldn't help but curse you. You are such a son. Chiou wiped his sweat, scratched his hair, looked at the ground again, and finally took out his mobile phone to send a text message to Feng Lan. Are you asleep? Feng Lan replied after a minute. Immediately Chiou held the phone in his hand, a little hesitant. Normally, he would not care about anything. He felt that he liked Feng Lan, but he was not sure that he liked Feng Lan. Before he was confirmed, he, a former straight man, could completely treat Feng Lan as a brother. But today, Erpeng and Qian Qingjin made a scene, and Chiou suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He was embarrassed to type, but no matter how embarrassed he was, he could not sleep on the floor in his own house. Apart from anything else, Qian Qingjin's snoring was so loud that he could not stand it. Chiou gritted his teeth and continued to text Feng Lan. Qian Qingjin took up my whole bed. Can you take me in for one night? Feng Lan sat on the bed, read the text message, and moved the pillow to the door. No need to watch him? Chiou. I'll set a vibrating alarm. I'll come up to see him every hour or two. Just don't mind me being noisy. But last time I saw you drinking and sleeping soundly, I didn't even wake you up when I got up. What do you think? Okay. Feng Lan lowered her eyes and slowly replied to the message. I have it. You bring a pillow. Chiou had no pillows left, so he went downstairs alone. Feng Lan opened the door for him, and seeing that he had nothing in his hands, she didn't say anything. She turned around and went to the closet to find two thick clothes, folded one together, and gave it to Chiou. Chiou closed the door, changed his shoes, and said embarrassedly, I was really worried that you would fall asleep. Qian Qingjin is still snoring, very loudly. Feng Lan pointed upwards. I can hear it a little. Chiou listened carefully, and it really can. Otherwise, how did I get up there that time? The sound insulation of this building is not good, so you don't need to set an alarm clock. If Qian Qingjin falls to the ground, you will definitely hear it. Feng Lan's voice was vague, even a little soft. He ignored Chiou and lay down on the bed directly, closed his eyes and said, I'm too sleepy, turn off the lights. Chiou's heart was jumping, and suddenly he felt that the floor of Feng Lan's house was good. He didn't dare to sleep in the same bed with Feng Lan. Feng Lan closed her eyes for a while on the bed, and didn't feel Chiou coming up, so she asked vaguely, Aren't you going to sleep? Chiou said dryly, Sleep? He squatted down and touched the ground like a thief, and felt that the floor was very hard. He was still young and needed to protect his waist, so he resolutely decided to sleep in Feng Lan's bed. This sentence was only for health considerations, and there was no other idea for the time being. Chiou turned off the lights and went to bed. In this short while, Feng Lan was almost asleep. He slept very well, not moving or snoring, and Chiou fell beside him as if he didn't feel anything. Chiou didn't drink much today, and he had something on his mind. He couldn't fall asleep for a long time after lying down. He listened to the movement upstairs for a while before slowly closing his eyes. A lot of messy things he had seen recently flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help turning over and facing Feng Lan. This move was not clever. In the noise, Feng Lan faced Xiaoyu's back, and Xiaoyu could clearly hear the sound of Feng Lan's breathing. Xiaoyu could hardly control himself from thinking about Feng Lan's sleeping appearance. The more he thought about it, the hotter he felt. He quietly kicked off the thin quilt on his body, turned around, and looked at Feng Lan in the moonlight. The moonlight was hazy, and Feng Lan slept quite quietly. What can't be done? Today's wind blew through his hair, making him look good. Xiaoyu now only felt that the moonlight was very good today. Feng Lan was illuminated by the moonlight like a painting, hazy and beautiful. It turned out that this feeling was not that the wind gave people a beauty bonus, but because of that person, everything in the world was beautiful. Xiaoyu couldn't help but whispered, "Feng Lan, are you asleep?" Feng Lan was awakened a little bit and gave a vague syllable. Xiaoyu quietly moved a little bit towards Feng Lan. Feng Lan seemed to have sensed something and said in a dreamlike voice, "Hot?" Xiaoyu said vaguely, "Yes, a little." Feng Lan turned over and curled up and continued to say in a half-awake state, "If it's hot, turn on the air conditioner." I plugged it in. Xiaoyu was stunned and looked carefully for a while before he saw the air conditioner remote control next to Feng Lan's pillow. When he looked at Feng Lan again, Feng Lan was asleep again. Xiaoyu grabbed the remote control in his hand. Suddenly, he didn't want to think about whether his feelings for Feng Lan were influenced by external factors. Why should he think about such emotions so carefully? He just liked Feng Lan. Is that not okay? But such thoughts only flashed through Xiaoyu's mind for a moment, and he was quickly suppressed by himself. The emotional part gave in, and the remaining part controlled Xiaoyu, so that he didn't turn on the air conditioner. Because Feng Lan didn't close the window, Xiaoyu had to get up and close the window if he wanted to turn on the air conditioner, but he didn't want to leave this bed at all. Anyway, it rained today, and it wasn't hot. It was really terrible. When would the summer vacation end, and mainly when would the part-time job at the cafe end? Xiaoyu closed his eyes while holding the air conditioner remote control and fell asleep unconsciously. The next day, Xiaoyu was awakened by the alarm clock. When he woke up, he was still confused. He felt that the ceiling was familiar, the windows were familiar, and the place where he was not unfamiliar. Isn't this Feng Lan's house? He came in his dream. Wait a minute, Feng Lan's house? Xiaoyu opened his eyes wide and turned around to see Feng Lan looking for an alarm clock with her eyes closed. Feng Lan first touched her own small alarm clock, but when she found that it was not this one that was ringing, she threw it away and continued to look for it. After searching for a long time, she found Xiaoyu's side, and her slender fingers fell on Xiaoyu's nose. Xiaoyu's heart trembled, and he moved his head away in panic and stuffed the phone into Feng Lan's hand. Feng Lan opened his eyes in confusion. What is this? My phone. Xiaoyu got up quietly and swiped up to turn off the alarm. Feng Lan subconsciously did what Xiaoyu said. After the alarm was turned off, the room returned to silence. Feng Lan grabbed Xiaoyu's phone and continued to sleep without stopping. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, carefully took the phone back, checked the time, touched Feng Lan's house key, left a note, and went out to squat in the corridor to smoke a cigarette. He dreamed of Feng Lan last night. It seemed like a dream, but not like a dream. After all, in the dream, Feng Lan just hugged him from behind, breathing on the back of his neck, sleeping peacefully. However, it made him feel excited when he woke up with a confused mind. Xiaoyu smoked 2 cigarettes in a row to calm his throbbing, and then went back upstairs to take a look. Qian Xingjin was still sleeping, and his sleeping posture was so bold that he kicked Xiaoyu's bed sheets to the ground. Get up. Xiaoyu kicked the side of the bed, and Qian Xingjin's snoring was forced to stop, and he opened his sleepy eyes. School has started? Qian Xingjin asked incoherently. It's time to eat. Xiaoyu said, I'll go buy breakfast. What do you want to eat? Qian Xingjin turned over. All right. I'll sleep a little longer. Then you can eat whatever I buy. Don't be picky. Xiaoyu said, You have to get up when I come back, understand? Feng Lan and I will be at work soon, so we don't have time to take care of you. Qian Xingjin responded vaguely, and within 2 seconds he started snoring again. Xiaoyu washed up, changed his clothes, and went to sell breakfast refreshed. When he came back, Feng Lan had also woken up, and Yu handed over the breakfast. Eat first. I'll give this to Chinjin. Does he need hangover medicine? Feng Lan held a toothbrush in his mouth. I saw that he was quite drunk yesterday. If he needs it, he should buy it himself. Why don't you care about his food and medicine? Yu said casually, by the way, here's your key. He reached for his pocket. Feng Lan looked at him for 2 seconds and said lightly, no, you take it. Huh. Yu paused. I have a spare key. You take one and I take one. Feng Lan said, in case anything happens, you can help me. Oh, then you can also take one of my house keys. Yu turned around and touched his keychain, took out a key from it, and gave it to Feng Lan. Feng Lan didn't take it. Give it to me now. What about Chinjin? Is he still living in your house today? You are still asleep, are you? I have 2 keys. Yu said, you take this one, I will give him the other one, and you can help me open the door at night. Feng Lan smiled. Who is still asleep? He said, why do you have to make such a fuss? Anyway, you take it. Yu stuffed the key into Feng Lan's hand. Chinjin asked him to wait until we come back before leaving. At most I will give him a meal at night. The metal key carried Yu's body temperature. Feng Lan looked down and put it next to her own key on the table, then went into the bathroom to spit out the toothpaste foam. Yu stood at the door, feeling happy in his heart, and reached out to touch Feng Lan's house key twice. Then I'll go upstairs, he said. I'll be down right away. Feng Lan was washing her face, and she responded vaguely in the sound of the splashing water. In the morning, Yu sent Feng Lan to tutor as usual. Zhang Xiaodong liked Feng Lan as a tutor very much, and he looked a little unhappy when he knew that their teacher-student relationship was about to end. At the end of the course, Mr. Zhang asked Feng Lan to stay for dinner, but Feng Lan refused. Mr. Zhang sent Feng Lan to the elevator and talked to Feng Lan while waiting for the elevator. Are you still working as a waiter? Feng Lan responded. You are so young, but you are working so hard. Mr. Zhang smiled. Xiaodong has a soft temper. I will be relieved if he can be half as tough as you in the future. Feng Lan said, Xiaodong is also good this way. But his study. I think he likes you now. Mr. Zhang said, have you considered tutoring Xiaodong every weekend after school starts? Feng Lan declined. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I'm going to be a senior in high school. I'm afraid I don't have time. Besides, I'm not a very good student myself. The courses at the beginning of the first year of junior high school are not difficult. I can help with the preparatory work, but I'm afraid I won't be able to tutor Xiaodong in the future. You are really responsible, Mr. Zhang said. Think about it for a while. Just come and watch him do his homework, and I will give you the current amount. Xiaodong also likes you. Every time you leave, he always nags about you. I'm afraid this kid won't cooperate if I change the tutor. He has a soft temper, but he is not without ideas. Sometimes when he gets excited, I can't handle it. Feng Lan didn't say anything absolute, just said, let's wait until school starts. If I can spare some time, I will give you an answer. Mr. Zhang nodded, and the elevator arrived just in time. He patted Feng Lan on the shoulder, pinched it before withdrawing his hand, and let Feng Lan go. The elevator door closed, and Feng Lan moved his shoulders uncomfortably. Mr. Zhang was a warm person, and he always raised his hand to pat and pinch when talking to him, which he was really not used to. Feng Lan looked at the floor numbers that kept jumping and thought, it's so difficult to deal with elders. When it came to the topic, Yu was the same as always, with 2 meals in front of him and playing with his mobile phone in his hand. He didn't raise his head, but as soon as Feng Lan walked to the door of the compartment, Yu greeted him. Coming? The discomfort in Feng Lan's heart disappeared instantly. Coming. He sat down opposite Yu and Erpeng. Do they still have time to play? Isn't this the first day? In the morning, there is general cleaning. In the afternoon, there is the opening ceremony, the mobilization of the senior 3 students, class meetings, etc., all of which are chores. The teacher's various skills have not yet been put into action. Yu said, but the class schedule has come out, and I will show it to you later. Their class schedule? Ours. The WeChat group sent in the group. The classes are full, and we only give 1 day off on Sunday. Your part-time job. If you only have 1 day off, it is not convenient to work on the weekend. Feng Lan thought, how long will it take you to finish this game? What? My part-time job. Feng Lan paused. Can you help me with some advice? Xiaoyu killed gods and Buddhas and blew up the enemy base in 2 minutes. Zhang Peng was shocked and cursed. Did you suddenly cheat? Xiaoyu said. Feng Lan came to me to talk about something. Zhang Peng typed. Love cheat. The game is over. What do you mean? Xiaoyu asked Feng Lan. Do you plan to rest on the weekend and work during the evening self-study? There is also a class in the evening self-study of the senior 3 students. There is only 1 day off, so I can't go to the supermarket. Feng Lan said, if you have evening self-study, I definitely don't agree with you continuing to fold paper boxes in the factory. Xiaoyu said, the 3rd year of high school is tiring already. If you keep working all night, I think I can send you to the hospital one day. Look at this schedule. Even if you eat and sleep well every day, you may not be able to endure it. Besides, the morning break exercises in the 3rd year of high school have been changed to running. Running? How tiring is that? Tossing around every day, getting up early and going to bed late is really bad for the body. I know. Feng Lan unconsciously tapped the edge of the plate with a spoon, but I'm not that weak, and he thought about it and told me about Mr. Zheng's invitation. That's a good thing. Xiaoyu said, when we return to school, once you get the 3 salaries in your hands, you will definitely have no problem with the 3rd year of high school this year, right? Don't think of fooling me. I can make ends meet with this salary and have more. How can you not have enough money? I don't expect you to just sit around. I understand you now. At that time, you can attend classes from Monday to Saturday and earn money as a tutor on Sunday. In the morning, you can watch the children do their homework, and you can rest in the afternoon, which is pretty good. But, Xiaoyu sighed calmly. If you really decide to work during the evening self-study, I will definitely support you. After all, it is a part-time job, and the payment will be made on the same day. Just make money. To be honest, I don't want to live off my savings, so I plan to find a night job. Don't you have enough money to spend? Feng Lan frowned immediately. What night job? Don't you have enough money to spend? Xiaoyu imitated Feng Lan. What night job? Feng Lan looked at Xiaoyu, and his heart softened. Okay, I get it, he said. Let's see the situation when we return to school, and I will agree to Mr. Zheng if it's okay. As for the night job, I will see after I get my salary. But I will definitely not go to the supermarket. I will tell Boss Wang later. Xiaoyu's eyebrows were raised, and his voice was flying when he spoke. If it's settled, we can go to school together. I'll take you to Sai Community on Sunday. You can sell your second-hand bicycle as a third-hand one. How about that? I'll make another profit. That bicycle can only be scrapped. Feng Lan smiled and said, hurry up and eat. After eating, get busy. On the day when Feng Lan's tutoring job officially ended, Zhang Xiaodong almost cried. He held the study suggestions he wrote like a treasure, and with red eyes, he insisted on framing them. Mr. Zhang and Feng Lan coaxed him for a long time. Feng Lan was affected and was a little depressed. When Xiaoyu was surfing the internet, she saw a customer saying that Xiao Feng was particularly depressed today, like a down-and-out little prince. Woo, mom is soft-hearted. Xiaoyu couldn't help but let his thoughts diverge, imagining what Feng Lan would be like without experiencing a dramatic change in his family. Feng Lan now seems to be indifferent to outsiders, but no one knows that his indifference is caused by exhaustion. It is the burden of life that makes him disappear after school and has no energy to care about others at school. Many students in the class didn't know Feng Lan at all. They would be stunned when they heard someone mention her, just like the sports committee member before. They even thought that Zhang Yang had been sitting alone for a year. Others also had little impression of Feng Lan. Li Xiao was the representative. She only knew that Feng Lan was a quiet classmate in her class. Even Xiaoyu didn't have much impression of Feng Lan before. Of course, everything was different after this summer vacation. Li Xiao saw a little corner of Feng Lan's cold shell and Xiaoyu's wolfish ambition. Xiaoyu had more inexplicable thoughts about this male classmate who had no impression of him before. However, Xiaoyu has not yet admitted it to the outside world, including Li Xiao and the 3 good brothers who have confirmed that he likes Feng Lan. Thinking too far, Xiaoyu pulled his thoughts back and continued to imagine Feng Lan who had not suffered a family change. Peeling off the alienated shell that was named indifferent, would Feng Lan become a soft moon or a more dazzling sun? He has the tenacity of wild grass, growing messily by the roadside. Passers-by may not care if they take a glance at him, but as long as they stop for a while, they can't help but wonder how he has grown to this day and what he will become if he continues to grow. Messy wild grass always has tenacious vitality, not afraid of the sun and rain, and flourishes on its own, inadvertently attracting people's attention, making people want to move it into a greenhouse to see if it will grow better and more beautiful. What kind of emotion is this? In the dream in the morning, Chiyo-yu's thoughts were completely unable to pull back. He continued to surf the internet and saw someone say, "The two younger brothers will do it for one summer vacation? Is Xiao Feng too into the role and doesn't want to break up with Xiao Chiyo?" Chiyo-yu's heart skipped a beat. In a very short moment, he found that he was the one who didn't want to break up. Why leave this environment and make up your mind? Why can't you stay in this environment forever and let those vague things in your heart grow freely? The emotion of liking Feng Lan has never been so clear. Chiyo-yu couldn't help but glance at Feng Lan, who was reading a book. Feng Lan might not have noticed it herself, but Chiyo-yu remembered that when Feng Lan mentioned grades in the past, no matter what she thought in her heart, at least she looked nonchalant. But Feng Lan was reading a book now, for the baseline test after returning to school. Feng Lan said he was just bored. Chiyo-yu thought this was Feng Lan's excuse. Feng Lan seemed to have a little bit, just a little bit, and had new ideas about the future, no longer just waiting to get a second-tier junior college with just enough grades. What about Feng Lan? Would she have any ideas about me? Before Feng Lan had any ideas about me, did I really like her enough? Was my love for Feng Lan enough, and was it pure? Chiyo-yu didn't dare to ask Feng Lan if he was really imagining a new future, so he could only question himself. He was entangled in a fierce struggle in his heart, but the external expression was just staring at Feng Lan in a daze. Feng Lan felt uncomfortable being stared at, and looked up and asked Chiyo-yu, "What's wrong with you?" Chiyo-yu came back to his senses and said dryly, "I read the comments online. They are reluctant to let us break up." Feng Lan said, "Oh." Chiyo-yu pulled at the woolen ball of his thoughts and pulled out a line from it to continue the topic. "You said I should do something during the winter vacation. What did you do during your winter vacation before?" "It's all the same." Feng Lan said, "What can a part-time job look like?" "Just those." Feng Lan glanced at Chiyo-yu's hands. "But don't look for a job washing dishes or something. A temporary dishwasher doesn't even have hot water." Chiyo-yu followed Feng Lan's words and looked at Feng Lan's hands. Her fingers were slender and white at first glance, but they were inevitably rough when you looked closely. Chiyo-yu said, "I wonder if Sister Han is still hiring during the winter vacation." Feng Lan said, "The winter vacation for senior year is not that long. Let's celebrate the new year at most." Chiyo-yu also said, "Oh." Feng Lan didn't know if it was her own illusion, but it seemed that she was imitating him. It seemed that recently, Chiyo-yu would occasionally imitate Feng Lan's way of speaking. Feng Lan tried to deduce the reason and thought that the source should be that she learned Chiyo-yu's phrase 200 is not money, and was sure that the matter developed because Chiyo-yu learned from her. "Don't you have enough money to spend? Why do you work late?" Feng Lan thought that this might be part of the business. After all, Chiyo-yu was really good at business and was very successful in the subject. It was strange that Chiyo-yu was a school bully who no one dared to mess with in school. He always seemed very aggressive, but when he was doing business, he was sunny, cheerful, outgoing, and lively, and could infect and motivate the relatively indifferent Feng Lan. He could be used to study the impact of the environment on people's personality. The guests liked their hot and cold mode of getting along, and thought it was interesting that Feng Lan, who was not very good at chatting, was gradually motivated by Chiyo-yu to talk more. Chiyo-yu didn't show much at first, but recently Chiyo-yu was a little proud of it. This pride was not obvious, but when someone mentioned it, his eyes would light up, smile, and look happier. Feng Lan thought that if Chiyo-yu's father could educate his child in the right way, Chiyo-yu's status in school and in the subject might be unified, and he would be the most popular type of boy. Good at sports, good at conversation, and warm and polite in dealing with people. By then, Chiyo-yu would receive so many love letters every day, because both men and women would write to him. The moment this thought came up, Feng Lan felt a subtle emotion, and he instinctively didn't think about it. So he didn't know it was subtle and suppressed jealousy, and he couldn't tell whether he was jealous of Chiyo-yu for receiving so many love letters, or jealous of those who wrote love letters to Chiyo-yu in his imagination. Feng Lan just said, "It's too early to think about working during the winter vacation. If you're bored, You might as well read a book. Yu wrinkled his face into a bun. I only haven't reviewed math, he said. I don't want to review math. I get a headache when I see numbers now. Lan said. Then don't handle the salary in 2 days. Give it all to me. Yu didn't know what he was thinking. He was probably crazy about business. He actually said, only my wife can manage my money. Lan glanced at Yu. Yu's throat was dry. Lan continued to read and said slowly, forget it. After all, my biological gender determines that I can only be a husband. Yu snorted and took a sip of water. He felt his ears were burning. He put down the water cup, lowered his head, and pretended to play with his mobile phone, and sent messages to the brothers group frantically. I am such a sinner 3. Lost lamb. Your father is here. Confess now Q. I have led Lan astray. Now he not only jokes, but also makes jokes. Did he tease me 3? 3. I asked you to repent, not to show off your affection. Q. I really think something is wrong. No, I am sure something is wrong. 3. Are you crazy? I will give you a chance to elaborate on the teasing. He said he is my husband. 3. Oh dear. 3. 4 days ago, someone said that he had not figured it out yet. 3 days ago, someone left me at home to watch the door and lived with someone else. Today, someone and someone else have become each other's brides. What makes you think I won't beat you? It is Erping who is locked up in the school, not me. What is the meaning of you hurting me? Then what do you mean? Yu grabbed the phone, and his ears were getting hotter and hotter. Lan was sitting opposite him. He was trying to figure out his feelings for Lan here. This feeling was actually no different from having an affair. Actually, I just couldn't figure it out before. Was it because I was working in this place and was teased together and my mind was hot, or? I am afraid I was just affected by this environment. Can you understand? I am just worried. What if I like him because of external forces, then the feelings are not pure enough? I confess now in a rush, and when I leave this place, the feelings will fade, then I will become a scumbag. How sorry I am for him. The group was silent for a long time, and then Qin Shengjin exploded. 3. Are you sick? 3. Loving dogs, showing off your love as a dog. 3. You haven't figured it out yet. You still can't figure it out. Just give him your life. I just don't go to school. Why should I suffer? Yu was confused and sent an emoticon with a knife. I advise you to speak properly. 3. What the Hades, you idiot. You are done. You are useless. You love him so much. Pure love without external forces. Your pursuit has caught up with religious belief. People believe in religion to be pure and without external forces from the heart. Yu's heart was pounding. 3. I really beg you, you haven't eaten pork, but you have seen pigs run. You haven't been in love, but you have seen others in love, right? When other people are in love, they just like him and confess their love. But you have to figure out how much you like him and whether you like him purely. So what is pure? What is pure? Who will you be better to after you become pure? 3. You are really a weakling in love. You can't figure things out. Come on, let this bodhisattva enlighten you today. You are afraid that you don't like him enough, that your motives are not pure. You love him so much that you are afraid that you don't give him the best love and that he is wronged. My teeth are sour. 3. Go to Hades. I can't stand this grievance. Brothers who support us, deduct 1. Let's send him away. Zhang Peng and Lu Peng appeared again at this time. The 3 of them deducted one by one, in an endless cycle. Yu's head was buzzing. The words typed by Qin Shengjin rotated and jumped in front of his eyes, and finally exploded into fireworks. Bang, bang, bang. Every sound was his heartbeat, which was about to explode because of excitement. Yes, Yu thought. He was so persistent, so hesitant, and wanted something pure, because he couldn't help himself. He already liked Lan very much, and only wanted to give Lan the best. He sorted out and analyzed his feelings here, fearing that they were not pure enough, not good enough, and not worthy of Lan to accept. On his last day at the supermarket, The person in charge found Feng Lan and said that the boss asked him to go. Feng Lan was a little confused. He had given this job to Boss Wang out of kindness, and he decided to quit. So he naturally told Boss Wang that he was on leave in his 3rd year of high school. Boss Wang expressed his understanding at the time and asked him to study hard. What did Boss Wang have to say to him now? Feng Lan couldn't think of it for a while, and out of gratitude he could only agree to meet. He sent a message to Choyu to tell him about this, and told him that he might be late today, and if he was really late, please let him know. Choyu asked Feng Lan if the handover of work was not going smoothly. Feng Lan thought it was a little funny. He was just a cashier in the supermarket, and the boss was kind enough to give him a vacancy, so there was nothing to hand over. He replied to Choyu truthfully, saying that there was nothing to hand over, and that the boss wanted to talk to him. Choyu said, Boss Wang is about to use his skill, the method of retaining excellent employees. I hope that Mr. Feng will abide by the bottom line and remember that you still have a partner waiting in the coffee shop. Feng Lan said, Impossible. It was not very clear. I don't know whether Boss Wang can't keep me or can't forget my partner, or even that you can't wait for me. Choyu was embarrassed to ask, and thought about it for a while but didn't have an answer. He took a screenshot and sent it to the group to ask his brothers, but was scolded by the brothers 3 times. Feng Lan continued to wait for Boss Wang. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Boss Wang rushed to the office. Feng Lan stood up and greeted Boss Wang, bowing slightly. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Boss Wang smiled and said, I came to you today on a whim. I hope it won't interfere with your next job, right? Feng Lan said it wouldn't interfere. Boss Wang motioned Feng Lan to sit down, took 2 bottles of drinks from the small refrigerator, and handed one of them to Feng Lan. I only have this old soda here. I don't know if you like it or not. Try it. If you don't make it in time, I'll drive you. Feng Lan took the drink with both hands and said politely, I can just take a taxi. Don't bother me. When I was a high school student, I loved to drink this. Fortunately, I'm a boss now and know where to buy it. Otherwise, I don't know where to drink it. The old soda tasted sweet, and the bubbles jumped on the tongue. It didn't suit Feng Lan's taste, but it wasn't bad. Feng Lan said objectively, It's okay. Boss Wang looked very happy. You are 18 this year, right? He said, You will be a senior in high school at the beginning of the school year. You must work hard. Feng Lan nodded. I will. Is it hard to live alone? Not bad. Have you decided which university to apply for? Not yet. My grades are not very good. Oh, I won't work part-time in the future. I mean your senior year in high school? Boss Wang asked, Do you have enough money to live on? I am still considering part-time work. Feng Lan said, After all, there are only Sundays off, and many jobs cannot be done. Don't do it if you can avoid it. Students in the 3rd year of high school are so expensive and tired. If you do physical work that doesn't pick people, how can you have the energy to study? What if you hurt your hand and how to write the test paper? Don't say that your grades are not good. How many people work hard to get a good result after this year? Boss Wang's eyes fell on Feng Lan's face. His tone was gentle and concerned. As for work, don't delete my mobile number. I will keep an eye on it for you and let you know as soon as I find a suitable one. You. Boss Wang looked Feng Lan up and down. I wanted to ask you before, are you too thin? Feng Lan found it very strange. This was the 2nd time he met Boss Wang. From any angle, Boss Wang acted too close, as if Feng Lan was his relative's child. Mr. Zhang seemed to be like this too. Are all the elders like this nowadays? It was really overwhelming. Feng Lan could only vaguely say, It's okay. Boss Wang looked at Feng Lan for a while, stood up and said, Okay, I just wanted to tell you this. Where is your next job? I'll take you there. Feng Lan stood up too. No need to bother, really. Feng Lan glanced at the time. I can still make it by walking. I just have to run a few steps. Boss Wang disagreed. It's so hot. How can I let you walk there by yourself? I've delayed your time, so of course I'll take you there. Let's go. Boss Wang gently pressed Feng Lan's shoulders and took him out. Feng Lan was very familiar with this action. Mr. Zhang would always hug him when he sent him off. Sometimes, when the elevator was too long, he would just hug him and say a few words. Before letting go, he would pinch his shoulder or arm. Feng Lan was really uncomfortable and frowned quickly, but as soon as Boss Wang left, he let go of his hand and did not pinch him. Feng Lan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and wanted to say a few polite words, but Boss Wang said, I have to go too, just consider it a ride. Feng Lan didn't know how to refuse, so he could only get into Boss Wang's car obediently. Boss Wang asked for the address, turned on the navigation, played an old song, and hummed along. At this point, Feng Lan didn't hesitate anymore and just said, Thank you for your help. What's the point of being polite? Boss Wang was in a good mood. It was a small matter. He sent Feng Lan to the destination and didn't say anything else on the way. The two of them ended their journey together with the old song that kept repeating. Feng Lan thanked him again and got out of the car. When he was about to close the car door, Boss Wang suddenly called him. Feng Lan. Boss Wang said, Good luck in your senior year. Study hard and make progress every day. Feng Lan responded. He watched Boss Wang leave, still feeling puzzled. But work was more important. Feng Lan looked at the time and judged that he didn't have time to eat, so he hurried into the store through the back door and went straight to the dressing room. So anxious? Chiou expected Feng Lan to change clothes first, so he waited for him at the door. I got you some bread and milk. Come to the lounge after you change and have a bite. Feng Lan nodded, changed clothes, and went to the lounge to find Chiou to eat bread. He was in a hurry and ate quickly. Chiou was afraid that he would choke, so he kept saying, Slow down. If it doesn't work, I'll go first. Don't be so anxious. Feng Lan swallowed a mouthful of bread with difficulty, took the milk that Chiou helped to tear open, and drank it. What did Boss Wang talk to you about? Chiou squatted beside him and said, You don't have to answer me. You eat first. Remember my question and tell me later. I'll just say a few words. Doesn't he know you still have a job? If there is anything important, I must tell you right away. You are so busy that you don't even have time to eat. Feng Lan waved her hand and quickly finished her bread and milk based on her previous experience working in a supermarket warehouse. She tapped her chest to relieve her breath while checking the time. Drink water. Why are you tapping? Chiou handed over another cup from the side. You are eating so fast, I guess you will choke. After saying that, he very naturally patted off the breadcrumbs on Feng Lan's collar. Feng Lan held up the cup and couldn't help but smile. Taking care of the children? Chiou didn't understand. What? Feng Lan didn't explain and answered the question Chiou asked when they just started eating. Boss Wang knew that I still had a job, so he just sent me here. He asked me some questions about my life and said that he would introduce me to a suitable job in the future. He paused, but still threw out his doubts. A Mr. Zhang and a Boss Wang, are they both a little too caring to me? Are all the elders like this now? Chiou clicked his tongue twice and suddenly hooked Feng Lan's chin to make him look up. Feng Lan was caught off guard and her eyes widened in surprise. What are you doing? I want to take a good look at you. Chiou said, Classmate Feng Xiaolan, you are so popular with the elders. Are you showing off to me? Feng Lan slapped Chiou's hand away with embarrassment. No. Chiou rubbed the back of his hand, turned his wrist, and smiled. You have found a good person. But if we talk about such an elder, my grandma is one. I will take you to see her when I have time, so that you can experience the warmth of grandma. At this point, Chiou suddenly remembered that Feng Lan didn't like his father very much, and he didn't know how his relationship with his grandparents was. His voice suddenly weakened and said, Well, it's almost time, and the guests who made an appointment are probably about to arrive. Should we? My grandparents treated me well before, but there was a little. I can't say. I am taking my mother's surname now. They had a fight before and didn't agree. They said that my father was dead. How could I change my surname? And there would be no successor to the old Zhang family. Feng Lan stood up and patted Chiou on the shoulder. Let's go. Let's get to work. Tell me when you go to see Grandma. Feng Lan pushed the door open and went out. Chiou stood there for a while, then suddenly jumped a little. His ears turned red. When Feng Lan first spoke, he didn't say meet your grandma, but meet grandma. What does this mean? It means getting close. It means your grandma is my grandma. Chiou jumped again and left the locker room, and at the same time happily took out his mobile phone to share his happiness with his brothers. But before he opened the chat box, Li Xiu's message popped up first, sharing a Weibo with him with 3 question marks. Chiou clicked it and saw that it was just posted, and the content was, Fast report from the front line of the meal partner. From the observation window, I saw. Xiao Feng patted Xiao Qiu on the shoulder, and Xiao Qiu was very happy, jumping like a rabbit on the spot. Question: what did Xiao Feng say to Xiao Qiu? Li Xiu followed up and asked, what did Feng Lan say to you that made you jump for joy? Qiu Yu didn't know what to say. Since he confirmed that he liked Feng Lan very much, even if Feng Lan looked at him for a little longer, he would wonder if Feng Lan liked him a little. Your grandma, our grandma's love for words is so nitpicking that at least 10 people will mock Tangying to you when you put it in the super topic. Who would have thought that he would come out to work and have a CP super topic with his sweetheart? Qiu Yu was happy again. When he was happy, his mind would easily get hot. He made a decision that puzzled his brothers and pulled Li Xiu into the brothers group. 3. Your friendly Hua? Your friendly Hua. What the Hades, Qiu Yu? Is this your harem group? Z? L? Z? Rumors. Slander. I'm going to tell your class teacher that you're playing with your phone in class. Your friendly Hua. Get out of class time. He's the one who delayed the class. Z? We're also delaying the class here, and there will be no seats in the cafeteria soon. 3. Change the group name to Spirited Girls and Boys. Question: shut up and listen to me. Feng Lan had already arrived in the hall and found that Qiu Yu was not behind her, so she turned around to look for him. Qiu Yu responded, ignoring the 3 people who asked why Li Xiu joined the group, and Qian Shengjin showing off that he still had his phone free. He just threw his surging emotions into the group, then put away his phone and walked quickly to Feng Lan. Come on. What's the matter? Feng Lan observed Qiu Yu's expression. Your dad? His expression didn't look like it. Nothing. Qian Shengjin threw a joke into the group, and I took a look. Qiu Yu casually said, are the guests almost here? Walking. The phone vibrated in his pocket, reflecting the shock from his brothers and sisters. It was late at night. Qiu Yu held his breath, listening to the movement downstairs, and calculated that Feng Lan was asleep before opening the WeChat group. The spirited girl and the boy had been waiting for a long time, and sent a video call the moment he pressed one. Qiu Yu put on headphones before answering. What are you doing? He said. You have to chat. What's there to chat about? Shut up. Zhang Peng cleared his throat. Now, I declare that the first love meeting of the spirited boy has officially begun. Girl. Li Xiu said dissatisfiedly. I am a girl. Oh, sorry, you just joined the group today. I didn't remember it for a moment. TSK. Li Xiu gave instructions. Say it again. Ahem. Zhang Peng cleared his throat again. Now, I declare that the first love meeting for spirited girls and boys has officially begun. Are you sick? Li Xiu rolled her eyes. Qiu Yu followed with a roll of his eyes. My sister Xiu is right. He said, you are sick. Silence. Silence. Zhang Peng knocked on the table. This meeting is aimed at helping our classmate Qiu Yu, who has never been in love, has a budding heart, has a man, and doesn't know how to pursue him. Classmate Qiu Yu, do you have anything to say? Qiu Yu was speechless. I have nothing to say and nothing to report. If you want me to say it, don't ask him. Qian Shengjin said. If he had something to say, would he ask that? All year round, 24 hours a day. Why don't you be accurate to the second? I'm telling you the truth. Why don't you just find a fortune teller to tell you the right time to confess your love? I suggest you don't suggest it. He will really go. Lu Peng didn't even raise his head, showing everyone the whirl on the top of his head. Do you want to talk about business? If not, I'll just write the questions. Let's talk. Zhang Ping said, let's start. First of all, the first question is, Qiu Yu, are you serious? Qiu Yu raised his eyebrows. This is not important. If he is not serious, how can he consider the minutes? Li Xiu said, you should ask this Feng Lan first, right? Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Peng slammed the table. What if he is not, and you are gay and in love with straight? Then it will be a tragedy in life. You can only watch him get married and have children, buddy. I feel sad for you just thinking about it. Qiu Yu licked his fangs and lowered his head to poke the bed sheet. We talked about this before we started working. He said he didn't mind. During the time we were working, he cooperated with me well. I sent him pictures of articles and paintings written by clients, and he read them all. He could also chat with me, and he didn't mind at all. I think he might be bi. I shouldn't be so hopeless. Zhang Peng said worriedly. In this case, then you may have some hope. But it's not what I said. You like men, we all accept it. We have accepted it a long time ago. But in fact, we did think you were more angry before. We can only say that if you like men, we won't do anything. But Xiaoyu was eager to get an idea and urged Zhang Peng impatiently. Can you stop talking and be straightforward? Let me tell you, I was the one who brought this up. Qian Xingjin took over. Let's talk first. We had a small group behind your back, and it has been disbanded now. Let's talk about the day you came out. Then, about our school. Do you remember? I told you that there was a senior in my last class, a crossdresser who could sing in a fake female voice? Xiaoyu nodded. I remember. This matter is quite big in our school. Although I don't know the details in the end, all three of them were almost persuaded to quit. You don't know, but I do, Li Xiu said. My sisters over there have inquired about it. It was his ex-boyfriend who was a rascal first, and then his two ex-boyfriends had a fight for him. The school thought it had a bad influence, so they did that. It wasn't because the two men were together. Then you say, if two men fought for a woman, would the school persuade them to quit? It's not like there hasn't been such a thing before, and they were punished. Qian Xingjin said, anyway, I think it must be related to this matter. I'm talking about this today, Xiaoyu, for no other reason, but high school, the environment is still too small. If you two date now, it's not certain what will happen. What if? Right? Let's not talk about your family situation. What about Fenglan's family? If your parents are called in because of premature love, your dad will definitely break up the couple in the office. It's not a good idea to hit you or Fenglan, right? He dares. Qian Xingjin's words make sense. Lu Peng put down the pen. In fact, we are still young. If you like him, just go after him. No problem. If it's a girl, we will definitely encourage you to go. But the environment is small now, and some people still have bags in their heads. No matter whether you two succeed or not, people will gossip about you pursuing him as soon as the news gets out. Even if we don't talk about the parents, it's the last year of high school. What if something happens and affects the college entrance examination? Isn't it worth it? And Fenglan used to, right? He probably doesn't want to be gossiped about. Li Xiu blinked and considerately didn't ask about Fenglan's past. Xiaoyu hung his head, almost poking the bed sheet. After listening to Lu Peng's silence for 4 or 5 seconds, he raised his eyes and said, I'm not an idiot. I will definitely consider the situation that should be considered. But you guys are really thinking too far ahead. Fenglan, even if he is pure gay, he is not easy to pursue. Xiaoyu sighed. I am serious about confessing my love to him, and I am also serious about not daring to confess my love to him. These two things are not contradictory, you know? Then why are you so anxious? I am not anxious, I just... Xiaoyu scratched his hair. Let's prepare for a rainy day. So when will you do this? Li Xiu asked. Are you thinking about it now? And will you confess after graduation? Xiaoyu lowered his head again and said dryly. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Zhang Peng said. Since Xiaoyu has an idea in mind, let's get on with the topic. Give Xiaoyu some advice on how to pursue Fenglan. None of us have experience in pursuing girls. Qian Xingjin said. Li Xiu, did Xiaoyu pull you in just to let you be the main advisor? I have never pursued a boy before. Li Xiu said, but if you want to read a novel, movie, comic, or animation for reference, I can send you a network disc resource. Want it? Xiaoyu looked at Li Xiu suspiciously. Are they all serious? Li Xiu also looked at Xiaoyu suspiciously. What do you mean by serious? Plot? Intimacy? What is not serious? Kiss? Hands? Doing? Xiaoyu exited the call and was invited back by Li Xiu. Shy. Li Xiu said, okay, I won't mention it anymore. You guys continue to give him advice. Zhang Peng clasped his fists and said, or you can give skincare products. I see some of you wear makeup and skincare. Xiaoyu said, who between me and Fenglan looks like someone who wears makeup? Do you have an eye disease? Zhang Peng said, I didn't say you two wear makeup. Qian Xingjin was shocked. He is so frugal. I am a delicate boy in comparison. Give up. I don't think he is gay. Several people came up with a bunch of ideas, none of which worked. It was Li Xiu who made the final summary. After saying so much, in fact, no one knows Fenglan as well as you do, and whether to pursue or not. I think, based on my shallow understanding of Fenglan, he is not the kind of person who can be pursued by force. Regardless of whether he is gay or not, if you want to pursue him, You have to make him interested in you. Isn't this what dating is all about? Everything is easy to say if there is affection. If there is no affection, it is useless and annoying. Zhang Peng expressed his high agreement and led Qian Qingjin to applaud. Okay, I get it. Xiaoyu was so tired that he lay down on the bed. Let's go. We can talk about it later. I will confess it later. Let's add one more sentence. Qian Qingjin said, Li Xiu's speech is important, but I think it is useful to pester him occasionally. You have to let people know that he likes you. Otherwise, no matter how much you say, people will still treat you as a brother. Okay, I'll finish my speech. Does anyone else want to add anything? Everyone said no, and left the microphone one by one. Li Xiu stayed until the end, and after making sure that everyone had left, she asked Xiaoyu, Why don't you dare confess? Are you afraid that he won't accept it? Xiaoyu wiped his face. He has too few friends. Xiaoyu said, I'm afraid that if I mention it, he will just agree to it, and we won't even be brothers. I don't think Fenglan is that kind of person. Li Xiu said, How much do you know about his family situation? I know a lot. Xiaoyu said vaguely, How much do you know? A little bit. No one takes care of him. He lives on his own and supports himself. Li Xiu said, In that situation, sister, you wanted to help him apply for subsidies, but he didn't want a penny and insisted on working. This shows how stubborn and opinionated he is. How could he be like you said in terms of feelings, agreeing to a relationship just to be afraid of losing a friend? You are confused because you are involved, and you are confused because you care too much. Xiaoyu tacitly agreed with Li Xiu's statement. Okay, I won't say anything else. Li Xiu said again, What they said today makes sense and doesn't make sense. There are bound to be gossips about two men dating. But, of course, I am not determined for you to be brave and pursue her without fear of other people's eyes. That would be irresponsible. What I want to say is that as long as you are sure that Fenglan can accept it, then you should not be afraid of this and not pursue her. If you think Fenglan is good, don't miss her. I am speaking as a CP fan. You two are a good match. Xiaoyu smiled. Thank you. Li Xiu made a cheering gesture and also went offline. Xiaoyu looked at the video call with only himself, sighed, and threw the phone aside. Fenglan. Fenglan. Xiaoyu stared at the ceiling, repeated Fenglan's name several times, and finally sighed, turned off the lights, and went asleep. But Fenglan didn't fall asleep at first. The vacation was almost over, but Fenglan hadn't visited his mother in prison this month. The guilt made him toss and turn. It was almost time to make a decision whether to continue working in the third year of high school. Just when Fenglan was getting irritated about this, Xiaoyu's voice came over. The voice was deliberately lowered, and Fenglan could not hear a word clearly, but the sound insulation of this building was really poor. Xiaoyu's vague voice came from the ceiling and the open window. As Fenglan listened, the lingering irritation in his heart gradually disappeared. His attention turned to Xiaoyu's voice, and he couldn't help but guess what Xiaoyu was doing to say so many words. Based on his understanding of Xiaoyu, he could only think of one possibility. Xiaoyu was playing games. Playing games, talking to teammates, and keeping his voice so low. Is he afraid of disturbing him? Xiaoyu is always so considerate and a good friend. Fenglan closed his eyes and felt a little sleepy. Probably because he had too many things on his mind, he slept very uneasily. He didn't wake up all night, but he didn't stop dreaming. When he woke up the next morning, Fenglan couldn't remember what he dreamed about, but he felt a headache. When the alarm rang, Fenglan got up haggardly and dazedly went to find some painkillers to take, and he was fluttering when he dressed and washed his face. When Xiaoyu came downstairs and saw what was happening, he was shocked and touched Fenglan's forehead. Do you have a fever? Fenglan didn't react and dodged for a while. After a while, she remembered that it was Xiaoyu and touched back. Xiaoyu's heart trembled. He cleared his throat and stared at the back of his hand. No, Xiaoyu said, the body temperature is normal. I didn't sleep well. Fenglan closed her eyes uncomfortably. I have a headache. Xiaoyu withdrew his hand. Do you want to take a leave? No, I took medicine. Fenglan said. I will be fine in a while. You come in first. Fenglan took a step back and let Xiaoyu enter the house. She went to the bathroom and washed her face to wake herself up. Xiaoyu walked into the house and saw the open window at a glance. He sighed and said, Is it because you didn't close the window? The wind blew on your head. No, Fenglan said. I just didn't sleep well and had a dream all night. He came out of the bathroom, straightened his clothes, and picked up the bag. Are you leaving? Xiaoyu frowned and glanced at Fenglan. Your face is still pale. He said, it used to be pale, but now it is pale. Fenglan was helpless. It's really nothing. Xiaoyu was even more helpless. All right? You go downstairs and wait for me. I'll get you a hat. You'd better protect your head. Fenglan agreed and went downstairs first. In less than a minute, Xiaoyu also came down, and he put his hat on Fenglan's head very casually. Poor little thing. Let's go. Fenglan worked for nearly 2 months until the end of the work, and finally came to work at the same time as Xiaoyu. The two of them arrived at the back door, pressed the handle, but it didn't open. Huh. Xiaoyu pressed the handle twice in surprise. Didn't it open? Did we come early? Fenglan looked at the time. No way. Don't you usually arrive after 9 o'clock? Today it's already 9:30. Xiaoyu knocked on the door twice, but no one answered. The people who came early were always the kitchen staff. He was a summer intern and didn't have a key, so he could only take out his mobile phone and send a message to the employee group to ask. Someone soon replied, the back door is broken and no one has come to fix it. You two should go through the front door. Xiaoyu was puzzled and pulled the door handle again. There was a noise coming from far away. It was Chunlin. Go through the front door. The door lock is broken. Got it. Xiaoyu shouted back and turned to look at Fenglan. Go, the front door. Fenglan glanced at the door handle and nodded. Let's go. The two went to the front door, and Fenglan lagged behind Xiaoyu 1 step without making a sound. They arrived at the front door one after the other. Xiaoyu stretched out his hand to open the door. He vaguely saw people standing on both sides. Before he could react, he heard 2 snaps and colorful paper pieces fell down, covering Xiaoyu's head and face. Xiaoyu was shocked. What the Hades? Someone said something and stretched out his hand to pull him in. Fenglan followed behind. Xiaoyu looked back at him with a confused face. He saw that his head was clean. His eyes were shining with joy, and he pursed his lips to obviously hold back a smile. Fenglan immediately said, no collusion, just guessed it. Didn't you hear that before Lin spoke, there was a small series of footsteps going in from the door? Xiaoyu stared. You have a really good ear. We are really close. Fenglan couldn't bear it anymore and smiled and hooked Xiaoyu's shoulder, but Xiaoyu bent his elbow and pushed him. There was a sudden booing. The volume far exceeded the total volume of the daily employees in the store. Xiaoyu looked carefully and found that in addition to the clerks, there were several familiar customers. Xiaoyu couldn't help asking, what's going on? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Boss Han walked forward with a smile. School will start the day after tomorrow, right? Today is your completion party. You have worked hard this summer vacation. Go home and have a good rest starting in the afternoon and study hard in the future. Here, the salary. Boss Han took out 2 red envelopes and stuffed one into each person. Wow. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. It's so thick. Boss Han said with a smile. How can we be worthy of our handsome boy if it's not thick? Fenglan was also very happy. In the past month of working in the theme, everything from the working environment to the work remuneration was better than his previous job. It was all thanks to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu had many friends, so he found such a job. He just had some ideas recently, but when he got the thick red envelope, he really felt that he could have some free time. Free time? He didn't have such thoughts before, and everything changed after meeting Xiaoyu. Fenglan secretly glanced at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was just saying that Xiao Lu and Xiao Tian were not kind. They were both summer workers, but they didn't give a heads up in advance. Okay, it was my request that they didn't give a heads up. Boss Han said with a smile, go to the back to change clothes. We have to give benefits to the guests on the last day. I have prepared new clothes for you. Go ahead. The guests applauded, cheered, and whistled. And someone touched 2 more paper fireworks and set them off. The 4 of them went to the locker room together. Xiao Tian smiled and said, actually, we still need a few days to go back to school. It's all thanks to you two. No thanks, no thanks. Xiaoyu was happy. If you must thank me, just give me money. Just follow the minimum standard for Chinese New Year, 200 per person? Okay. Xiao Lu really reached out to take the red envelope. Then you should also follow the minimum seniority requirement for Chinese New Year and call me Dad? Hey. Xiao Yu took off his coat and slapped Xiao Lu with his sleeve. Brother, you are a bit too unkind. The three of them were laughing and joking. They were obviously not so familiar with each other before, but they became intimate when they were about to break up. Xiao Tian arranged to add WeChat and said that if he had any questions during the college entrance examination, he could ask them and they would help him in any way they could. After a round of socializing, Feng Lan had already changed her clothes and looked at them indifferently. Xiao Yu said, "So fast." Feng Lan said, "You were slow." He pointed to the clothes on the side and said that they are still waiting outside. Xiao Yu hurriedly started to change his clothes. The new clothes were swapped. Xiao Yu and Feng Lan wore formal suits, while Xiao Tian and Xiao Lu wore suspender shorts. The first two felt fine, but Xiao Lu felt uncomfortable all over. He pulled the straps with an unhappy look on his face and whispered that it was weird. Xiao Tian smiled and adjusted the strap buckle for him and patted his shoulder. He was quite handsome. This one was called something. Little Milk Dog. Xiao Lu bared his teeth at Xiao Tian. Feng Lan happened to see it and looked away thoughtfully. Xiao Yu didn't notice this scene. He was lowering his head to send a message to Li Shou. Your friendly Hua, it's very painful. I'm trapped in the school and can't attend your closing reception. Question traitor. You know the truth, but don't report it. Drag him out and stab him. Your friendly Hua. Loyalu.jpg. Xiao Yu put away his phone and looked up to see that Xiao Lu and Xiao Tian had already left. Xiao Yu turned around twice on the spot, looked at his clothes in the mirror again, and smacked his lips. I really want to smoke. Feng Lan walked up to him and appeared in the mirror with him. Nervous? Xiao Yu said it was too sudden. I was not prepared at all. I just took a quick look outside. They don't know each other, right? Why can they sit together and chat without any awkwardness? Is this the power of like-minded people? Like-minded people? Those who hope that you and I are a couple are called like-minded people. Xiao Yu said, I think they are our CP fans, at least our looks fans, right? Xiao Yu posed and said exaggeratedly, Wow, I'm so handsome. Feng Lan smiled and comforted Xiao Yu. They are all acquaintances, and half of them are your game friends, so you can take them to play games if you don't like them. Xiao Yu was amused. Offline friendly matches? What? A mode of interaction between anchors and fans. Xiao Yu explained, it's the one I watched last time. The door of the locker room was knocked twice, and Lin stood at the door and said, Are you ready? I'm coming in? Xiao Yu responded, Come in? Lin poked his head in, looked at Xiao Yu to the left, and looked at Feng Lan to the right, as if he was confirming something, then smiled and said, Come out soon. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can go home. Okay. Feng Lan nodded. We'll be there soon. Lin pushed the door open, leaned against the door frame and said, What's wrong with Xiao Yu? He doesn't look very good. Xiao Yu pulled the corner of his mouth dryly. Feng Lan said, He's nervous. He thinks there are too many people. Lin smiled. I usually think Xiao Yu can handle things better, but today I see you are calmer. Feng Lan said, I can't avoid it. I'm numb. Lin almost laughed out loud. Okay, then you adjust your mood. I'm here to pass on a message for Sister Han, asking you two to come again when you are free during the National Day and winter vacation. Then take a look at this. It's the activity turntable for your party. Be mentally prepared. What? Xiao Yu took Lin's phone and took a look at it, and almost jumped up on the spot. What is this? Kiss? What? Lin leaned forward. Oh, this is Xiao Lu and the others. He stretched out his hand and swiped across the screen. This one is yours. They kissed? Xiao Yu was shocked. Is this such a big deal? Lin smiled and said nothing, just urged them to finish watching it quickly so that he could return the phone to him. The contents on the turntable were not excessive. Holding hands, hugging, wall-banging, and a few harmless love words, which were very suitable for high school workers. Xiao Yu thought there was no problem after reading it, and handed it to Feng Lan, who nodded. Lin took the phone back and said with a smile, Okay, then you guys come out quickly. Turned and left. Only Xiao Yu and Feng Lan were left in the locker room. Feng Lan asked Xiao Yu, Leaving? Xiao Yu waved his hand. Let's go to the bathroom first. Then I'll go first. Feng Lan said, We can't leave people here all the time. Xiaoyu nodded and went to the bathroom first. After coming out, he went to their place and saw a customer named Zhang holding Fenglan's wrist and said he wanted to read Fenglan's palm. Xiaoyu immediately entered the business state, standing at the door and said, "Are you going to embarrass Fenglan while I'm not here?" Miss Zhang smiled and said, "Yes, you always protect him, and today it's his turn to be alone." Xiaoyu naturally refused to give in. He walked to Fenglan in 3 or 2 steps, first snatched Fenglan's hand back, and then looked at Miss Zhang with a pretended complaint. "Sister, didn't you come here to support our couple? Why are you holding his hand?" The guests laughed. Chun Lin brought the turntable and introduced today's activity mode. The second time they spun the turntable, they held hands. The fourth time they spun the turntable, Fenglan fed Xiaoyu dessert. In the 5th round, Xiaoyu shamelessly sat on Fenglan's lap and asked everyone to take pictures. Fenglan leaned back, half covering her face and feeling hopeless. "This is the last time." Chun Lin smiled and said, "Let's see what the last intimate interaction of our closing is." The turntable turned, and the colorful blocks of color mixed into one. Xiaoyu and Fenglan put their arms together and heard Fenglan sigh softly. "What's wrong? Are you tired?" Xiaoyu whispered, "It's a bit tiring. This is the last one." Fenglan shook her head. "I have a bad feeling." He said, "Look at Chun Lin." Chun Lin looked at the turntable with a smile, seemingly casual, but his moves were fast, accurate, and precise. In the last round of interaction, the pointer pointed steadily at the option of Waldong. Xiaoyu froze. "Conspiracy," he blurted out. "Chun Lin, you did it on purpose." Chun Lin smiled and dodged. I didn't. This is public opinion. I just felt the public opinion." Xiaoyu wanted to say something, but suddenly there was a burst of warm cheers from Xiao Lu and Xiao Tian next door. Someone stood up to see and was amazed at the first glance. They kissed. Miss Zhang applauded passionately. "Good, good. I am also satisfied with the Waldong." Xiaoyu and Fenglan stood up together. Xiaoyu asked, "You come, or me?" Fenglan looked behind her and saw that she was closer to the wall, so she leaned against the wall first, looking at Xiaoyu with pure and calm eyes. Xiaoyu's lips were dry, and he couldn't help licking them. Fenglan's eyes were drawn to Xiaoyu's lips, and he looked away quickly after just one glance. Fenglan asked, "Are you coming or not?" Xiaoyu reached out and pushed Fenglan against the wall. The guests suppressed their cheers and screams, and everyone pointed their phones at them. Xiaoyu reached out and pinched Fenglan's chin, lifting his face a little. "Why are your eyelashes so long?" Fenglan blinked unnaturally and made small talk. "Your eyebrows are quite fierce." Xiaoyu was a little amused. "This is the level of 140 in Chinese. I call this heroic spirit. Do you understand?" "Xiaoyingqi." Fenglan said, "Do you dare to get closer?" Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. He understood that Fenglan was dedicated to his work and wanted to give benefits to the guests. But he suddenly felt hot in his heart, and his already clear intentions swelled particularly. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly felt very dissatisfied and very unhappy that the neighbor could kiss but they couldn't, and he wanted to make the fake play real. Xiaoyu lowered his head slightly. The close distance made Fenglan feel oppressed. Fenglan was about to say that it was enough. It should be almost done. But suddenly there was another cheer from the next room. The guest next to Xiaoyu turned around to look and touched Xiaoyu. The warm touch was fleeting. Fenglan was slightly stunned, and then reflexively pushed Xiaoyu away with one arm. "You." For a moment, Fenglan almost forgot that the two were still in business. With hot ears and red face, he put the back of his hand on his lips. Xiaoyu made a gesture of surrender and hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean to do it. I was shocked." He actually kissed Fenglan. This was a secret under the spotlight. The guests were cheering, thinking it was a misalignment, an impromptu scene performance they gave as a gift. Xiaoyu's ears were red, and he didn't dare to look at Fenglan. "I'm sorry." "It's okay." Fenglan said quickly, "No. It's okay." It was like a young couple in the ambiguous period, who suddenly had intimate contact and were at a loss for what to do. Their hearts were beating fast and loud. They avoided each other's sight. One of them had a ghost in his heart, and the other had a deer in his heart. I don't know who applauded passionately. Thank you for the hospitality. I wish you academic success. A bright future. There was another round of cheers and applause, and more encouragement and blessings. Chiou adjusted his mood, naturally grabbed Feng Lan's wrist, turned around and looked at the guests with Feng Lan. Thank you, everyone. He felt Feng Lan's pulse with his fingers, trying to tell if his heartbeat was faster. Thank you for taking care of us during this period. See you in the future. Cheers. The windows were wide open, and 5 boys sat on the ground. The cups they raised were of different colors: orange juice, cola, and Sprite, without any alcohol. Chiou said in the group in the afternoon that he had finished his part-time job today, and the brothers said that they would celebrate for him no matter what. Originally, they called Shouho to join them, but as Feng Lan thought, Shouho refused when he heard that there was someone like him, and even said nonsense that he would study all night. Finally, Zhang Peng ordered the skewers, Lu Peng bought the drinks, and Qian Xingjin found a picnic blanket from home. On the way home, Chiou persuaded Feng Lan to buy disposable tableware. Feng Lan asked if they wanted to buy a few more cushions, but Chiou said that they would not come many times and it would be a waste of money, so they didn't buy any. Chiou was very serious when he said this. This is all the money I earned from selling my body. How can I use it to buy cushions for them to be pressed under their buttocks? It's funny to think about it. Feng Lan took a sip of orange juice to cover up, and when he lowered his eyes, Chiou was piling the skewers with less spicy food in front of him. The glass was still against his lips, and the cold vessel was stained with body temperature, which made Feng Lan vaguely remember the accidental touch of lips not long ago. He avoided calling it a kiss. This is yours. No need to save it for them. Chiou said, bring me the cup. I'll pour you a drink. I can do it myself. Feng Lan was about to get the orange juice, but when he looked up, he saw the orange juice was at Chiou's legs. If he wanted to get it, he had to lean over, which was almost the same as sticking to Chiou's arms. Feng Lan's ears felt a little hot, but fortunately, everyone was excited and hot after eating and drinking, so his ears didn't look strange at all. Chiou didn't notice Feng Lan's discomfort. He thought about how Feng Lan would get the bottle of orange juice, and felt even more uncomfortable than Feng Lan. Without waiting for Feng Lan to speak, he hurriedly took the orange juice and put it between the two of them. Okay, do it yourself. Chiou hurriedly turned to talk to Zhang Peng. He was very grateful to his brothers for suggesting a celebration. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to get along with Feng Lan today. But no matter how hot the place is, it will end. Everyone closed the stalls at dawn, broke the sticks, crushed the bottles, and packed up 2 garbage bags. They had to get up early to go to school tomorrow, and no one drank today, so they could all go home smoothly. Chiou didn't send them off, and asked them to take the garbage down and throw it away. He and Feng Lan cleaned up the house again. After cleaning the floor, the picnic blanket was thrown into the washing machine. Chiou stood by the bed, grabbed the quilt, and sniffed it twice, frowning. Feng Lan, can you help me get the bed sheets and quilt covers? They are under my closet. He said, I need to change a set. It smells like barbecue. Feng Lan responded, opened Chiou's cabinet, and took out a gray plaid quilt cover and a light green bed sheet. Your bed sheets and quilt covers. Feng Lan felt something was wrong no matter how he looked at them. They are not a set, right? Were you cheated? Chiou grabbed the half-open quilt cover and looked up. Yes, I was cheated. He said, I was cheated by you. Huh. Feng Lan turned his head and looked at the blue quilt cover in Chiou's hand, then looked at the light green bed sheet in his hand, then looked at the gray bed sheet on Chiou's bed, and then looked at the gray plaid quilt cover in his hand. Feng Lan suddenly realized, did I get the wrong one for you that day? Yes, I didn't touch it after that, and just mixed and matched them. Chiou said, I am alone anyway. I won't get in the way. You can't blame me. Feng Lan said, I am not familiar with your stuff. Then you should come more often and get familiar with my stuff. Chiou took off all the sheets and quilt covers and put them on a chair beside him, and reached out to take the set in Feng Lan's hand. Come on, help. The two of them worked for a while and changed all 4 sets of bedding. Feng Lan sat by the window to enjoy the breeze, and Chiou spread out on the bed to count the money. They had just eaten, and they were busy again. People were lazy and their brains were slow. The smell of skewers had not yet dissipated in the air, and no one mentioned the kiss in the afternoon. It seemed that the matter was just over. It was originally a business accident. You still keep thinking about it, even though it was an accident? Feng Lan, are you shameless? Just as he was daydreaming, Yu suddenly cursed. Feng Lan turned around and saw Yu with an unhappy face, frowning and poking his phone. Feng Lan asked, your dad's text message? No, this is my money. Yu frowned. My laptop is a gaming laptop, and the game console is not what Xiu Linfeng must provide me. I want to pay him back. Not enough money? Not enough. Yu sighed. Rent, living expenses, tuition fees, after all the deductions, even if I count my New Year's money, it's still a little short. Feng Lan calculated in his mind. Don't calculate where you spend the money first, just calculate what you have to pay back. He said, I have a lot more money on hand now, and I have saved some money before. I dare not talk about living expenses, but tuition fees are mine. Huh. Yu blinked. Okay? Didn't you say you would save money for your aunt? You are in the same class as me and live upstairs from me. Can you still run away? Feng Lan said, if you're worried about yourself, just write an IOU. Yu almost jumped up. Then I will go back to my dad tomorrow. He said excitedly, benefactor, I will do my best for you. Feng Lan waved her hand. You can't fight with your dad when you go back, right? I don't know. Yu curled his lips and said, I can't promise. I'll go with you? Goodbye. What if my dad thinks? Yu licked his lips. Feng Lan saw it, and his ears started to burn again. Think what? Think that you're my girlfriend? It was indeed this sentence. Feng Lan's Adam's apple moved, and he turned his head back stiffly, looking out the window. I won't show my face unless you guys make a fuss. We'll talk about it when you make a fuss. Misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding anyway. Feng Lan. Feng Lan pressed his thumbnail hard against the tip of his index finger. What are you thinking about? Okay, then I'll go downstairs and call you tomorrow. Let's go in the afternoon and take a break in the morning. I'm finally busy. I didn't expect Sister Han to let us go early. I was planning to go find him after the first monthly exam after the start of school. Yu sounded a little happy. Feng Lan couldn't sit still anymore and propped himself up and yawned. Then I'll go back, he said. Good night. Yu jumped out of bed. Okay, see you tomorrow. Feng Lan glanced at him. We're going up and down the stairs. You want to take me there? I'll take a shower. Yu said. I'll take you there on the way. Feng Lan said, oh. Opened the door and went downstairs. Yu locked the door, went into the bathroom, leaned on the sink and looked in the mirror, mainly at his lips. Did he really kiss Feng Lan today? He kissed Feng Lan. Everyone was gone, and the thought in his mind was suddenly magnified. Yu turned on the faucet to the maximum and washed his face vigorously, but he couldn't put out the little flame in his mind. Yu looked at his blushing self in the mirror and slapped his forehead hard. You're really done for. The next day, the two took a taxi to Yu's house. Feng Lan waited outside as agreed, and Yu went into the house by himself. He greeted them in advance, and after greeting them, he blocked Xiu Linfeng again, which made Xiu Linfeng so angry that he couldn't sleep all night. He got up early this morning and waited for his son in the living room. Not only did he wait, he also called Yu over. When Yu pushed the door and saw this configuration, he was not polite and said, who is playing the good cop and who is playing the bad cop? You kid. Yu stepped forward and grabbed Yu and pulled him in. You are finally back. Let Aunt Yu see you. Yu didn't even have time to close the door. He saw Feng Lan, who had half of her legs exposed at the door, hide in a flash. Humph, you still know how to come back. Xiu Linfeng held the shelf and knocked the cup on the table with a loud sound. Did you run out of money or couldn't make ends meet? So you remembered where your door was? Yu clenched his fist and was about to speak, but Chunya had already kicked him on the sofa and scolded. If you can't speak, shut your broken mouth. You are finally back. What are you going to say to the child? Chunya pressed Yu to sit down, pulled Yu's arm up and down several times, and kept muttering, not bad, you haven't lost weight. When you come back this time, listen to Aunt Yu. It's the beginning of the 3rd year of high school. If you have to go to class, you should come back and live. Aunt Yu will come to see you every day. You can live at Aunt Yu's place. If your father dares to touch you again, Aunt Yu will chop off his hand and put it in front of your mother's grave. Yu smiled. Don't bother, Aunt Yu. I'm living well outside and have no plans to come back. Xiao Linfeng couldn't sit still and glared at him. You and me. I'm here to pay you back. Xiao Yu threw a wallet on the table. Click it. Xiao Linfeng stood up suddenly. What do you mean, kid? That's what I mean. Xiao Yu said, this is the money for the laptop and game console, and I will pay you back the rest slowly. He took out another palm-sized notebook, opened it, and put it on the table. You raised me from childhood to adulthood, and you beat me and scolded me. You don't like me, so I won't continue to make things difficult for you. I've roughly calculated the money you've spent on me over the years, and you can check it. Today is just the beginning, and I will pay you back slowly. Xiao Linfeng was so angry that he couldn't speak. Chunya didn't expect Xiao Yu to do this when he returned home. She wanted to persuade him, but didn't know how to do it. Xiao Linfeng gritted his teeth, and the veins on his neck bulged. Xiao Yu was afraid that he would hit him, but Xiao Linfeng just kicked over the sofa. Rascal. Xiao Linfeng cursed. Okay, you're going to do this to your father, right? You think it's over after you pay back the money? Break the bones, and the tendons will be connected. You were born by my father, and I was born by my mother. Xiao Yu's voice was louder than Xiao Linfeng's. I grew up in my mother's belly. You spent money on me. I only know that you spent money on me. You raised me, and I paid you back. What else is there? I don't know what else. I paid you back for the punch you gave me. If you pay off the money, I won't owe you anything. The living room was silent. Xiao Linfeng took a cigarette with shaking hands. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. He tried his best to suppress his anger. You like men. Let me say this in advance. Xiao Yu was very rude. If you dare to mention your face once, I will leave this door immediately and never come back in this life. Xiao Linfeng took a puff of half a cigarette, and the ash fell directly on the carpet. Dad has also checked some things these days. A child of your age feels that he likes men, which may be a rebellious behavior. The lack of fatherly love. Dad knows that Dad was busy with work before and neglected to accompany you. You are unhappy, but you can't use this kind of thing. Shut up. Xiao Yu couldn't sit still. Am I angry that you are busy with work? I am angry that you are busy. I waited for you until 3 o'clock in the morning and fell asleep on the sofa. You said that I was pretending to watch TV too late. I called you because you didn't go home, and you said that I was a young man. Don't be squeamish. I was afraid that you would drink and drive and die outside. I had a fight and the teacher notified you, but you scolded me without asking a single question, saying that I was causing trouble for you, your uncle. Xiao Yu took a deep breath. Don't mention this. My liking for men has nothing to do with you. I have examined myself. I just don't have any feelings for women, no matter what you say. How is it okay? My son is gay. Xiao Linfeng said. AIDS. Promiscuity. And I'm too embarrassed to say it out loud. Do you know what others think of when they see homosexuals? Disgusting. Dirty. I won't argue with you about this. Xiao Yu shook his hands. Yes, it is disgusting. I won't do those. But if you think I am such a person, then I am. Xiao Linfeng keenly noticed that something was wrong. He pointed at Xiao Yu, his voice trembling. Do you have a target? Xiao Yu admitted without thinking. Yes, I already have someone I like. Xiao Linfeng's mind was hot, and his hand was raised. Chunya stepped forward, grabbed Xiao Yu, and protected him behind her. Xiao Linfeng, you dare to do it. Chunya said, go over there and calm down. Did you hear what he said? This little beast. You old beast. What's the matter? Your Qiu family has no successor. People who care about me should be like you, and say they are afraid of me at the first time, instead of being like him, saying that they will lose face in the future. Yangcheng Central Hospital, Emergency Department. Xiao Yu ran back with the film, looking more anxious than Feng Lan. Feng Lan said, go slowly. Xiao Yu said, why go slowly? There is no one else in there. Do we have to wait? Feng Lan shook her head, and the two of them knocked on the door and entered the consulting room, handing the film to the doctor. It's not a big problem. The doctor looked at the film and said, it's a little broken. I'll smooth it for you. And then you just be careful not to touch it. It will be healed soon. The doctor reached out to touch Feng Lan's hand. Young men of your age, you don't pay attention when playing ball. You got scared, right? Xiao Yu said. It wasn't from playing ball. The doctor asked. What? Didn't you say you got hit? Xiao Yu didn't say anything. Feng Lan said. Don't pay attention to him, just do it. The doctor did it and asked Feng Lan to try to move. Xiaoyu said nervously again, can I move now? The doctor said, if you are worried, you can prescribe a splint to fix it, but it is not particularly necessary. As for the bruise, just apply it when you go home. Okay, I'll prescribe you an ointment to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis 3 times a day. Remember to apply it yourself. The doctor was helpless. Do you need to use the splint? Feng Lan glanced at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked depressed, like a puppy drenched in the rain. Feng Lan retracted his gaze and said obediently, use it. Thank you for your trouble. Go out healthy and go home with an extra splint on your hand. Xiaoyu had no energy to ride the electric bike, and his head was drooping. Feng Lan stretched out his hand to pull Xiaoyu's clothes, and Xiaoyu suddenly became energetic again. He grabbed Feng Lan's wrist fiercely and carefully and put his hand on his waist. Hug. Xiaoyu said, you only have one hand to pull the clothes. Who will be responsible if you fall? Feng Lan was helpless. I want to talk to you. Xiaoyu said, oh. Feng Lan said, my hand is really fine. Xiaoyu still said, oh, and rode the battery bike silently. After passing a traffic light, Feng Lan sighed. Why don't you believe it? Because that's my dad. Xiaoyu said sullenly, I know how hard he hits people. Then you should be thankful. Feng Lan tried to persuade Xiaoyu. If he can dislocate my hand, won't he give you a concussion? School will start tomorrow, and my hand injury at the little finger can still be used. But if you hurt your head, it will delay things. Xiaoyu slammed on the brakes and turned back. Feng Lan saw that his eyes were red. Are you going to cry? Feng Lan was startled. Then pull over. Don't do it here. Xiaoyu turned his head back and really pulled over. Feng Lan cooperated with him to get out of the car. Just as he was thinking about what to say next, Xiaoyu stretched out his hand and hugged him tightly. Feng Lan's heart softened, and he patted Xiaoyu on the back. Are you so touched? Xiaoyu nodded randomly. If your hand didn't hurt, he said, I would have fought with the old rascal today. Don't always use force. Feng Lan said, you are in the 3rd year of high school. You should focus on your studies. Xiaoyu hummed, still not very happy. Feng Lan had no choice, as he had exhausted his ability to coax people. The two sat on the side of the road for a while. Xiaoyu got up first and said he wanted to go home. Feng Lan agreed, and they went home in silence. Xiaoyu followed Feng Lan into the house, fearing that Feng Lan would be inconvenienced. After serving him all the time, Xiaoyu didn't know what else to do. He wrung out a towel for Feng Lan to wipe his face, and when Feng Lan finished, he took the towel and stood beside him. Feng Lan felt uncomfortable all over. You either sit down, this is home, you don't need to be a waiter. Xiaoyu wanted to say something, but was speechless after hearing what Feng Lan said, so he could only throw the towel to vent. So retro? Feng Lan hesitated for a moment. Waiter, you don't need to serve me. Xiaoyu was amused, but he didn't know whether to continue to be upset or laugh. After holding it in for a long time, he could only ask, do you want to change clothes or something? Feng Lan refused. Xiaoyu didn't dare to really help Feng Lan take off his clothes. He walked back and forth twice, sighed, and threw the towel again. Okay, sir, think about what to eat tonight. Let's eat our own food, Feng Lan said. I'm afraid you'll feed me. Xiaoyu glared at him. What's wrong with feeding me? Feng Lan had no choice but to nod. Okay, then you feed me, just order whatever you want to feed me. Xiaoyu threw the towel again. Have some porridge, good to feed. He opened the food delivery app, handed the phone to Feng Lan, and said sullenly, choose it yourself, I'm going to wash the towel. Feng Lan had no choice but to agree. He really didn't think how serious his injury was. He didn't dare to move at first because it hurt so much, but when the doctor helped to reset it, he was fine. Xiaoyu also called him to the emergency room, and he felt that the doctor's eyes said, what's the hurry? But Xiaoyu was anxious. Feng Lan injured a finger, but he acted as if Feng Lan was stabbed, and he wanted to call an ambulance to the door. Fortunately, Xiaoyu's family only had a little money, otherwise his style of doing things, coupled with his painful family background story, wouldn't he be that? What? Domineering CEO? Feng Lan made himself laugh. He chose a porridge shop and ordered a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge and a steamed bun. Fearing that Xiaoyu would not be able to perform well in a while, He stopped there and got up to give Chiyo a mobile phone. Chiyo was fighting with someone there, and he rubbed the towel fiercely as if he had a grudge against it. Feng Lan was afraid that he would rub his already torn towel to pieces, so he hurried to stop him. I have finished ordering. Look at what you want to eat. He said, stop rubbing. There are holes. Chiyo was shocked and stopped immediately, unfolding the towel to take a closer look. Where is it? Where is the hole? If you rub it again, there will definitely be a hole. Feng Lan said, wipe your hands and order what you want to eat. Chiyo responded, wrung out the towel and hung it up and wiped his hands on his body. What did you order? Just a bowl of porridge and a steamed bun. Feng Lan said, I don't want to eat anything. Let me see. This is pork steamed buns. Chiyo swiped the screen. I want another tray of beef and a steamed dumpling. Drink. I'll have porridge too, and I want this preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Do you want pickles or not? I want some shredded dumplings and boiled peanuts. Hey, their dumpling soup looks good too. Feng Lan was afraid that he would order all at once, so she said quickly, I can't eat much. Yeah. Chiyo quickly placed the order. That's it for now. If you're hungry tonight, I'll cook for you. He ordered another supermarket takeaway. I can also make dumpling soup. In fact, I can also make preserved egg and lean meat porridge. I can cook a few dishes. I'll make them for you when I'm free. No. Chiyo suddenly stood up straight. You have a dislocated bone. Shouldn't you drink some bone soup or something to replenish the body with the same substance? Chiyo clicked on the order he had just paid. I'll refund it. Let's have some bone soup noodles. The noodles won't taste good when they're home. Feng Lan said, don't bother. That's right. Chiyo let out a breath. Tomorrow. I'll buy some noodles tomorrow, make the soup for you, and I can cook noodles. Chiyo. Feng Lan reached out and took the phone from Chiyo's hand and threw it on the bed. Chiyo didn't dare to move at all and yelled, use that hand. How can this splint be of no use? How can it restrict your movement? I'm really fine. Feng Lan said word by word. If you worry about it again, I will just remove the splint. Chiyo was very reluctant to stop. He walked to the bed and sat down, picked up the phone and fiddled with it for a few times, and finally couldn't help but said angrily, what are you helping me to block? How many times have I been beaten by him? Am I afraid that he will beat me? I shouldn't have agreed to let you go with me. I thought I might fight with him today. If Antya hadn't been there, I guess I would have fought with him as soon as I entered the door. Didn't I go there just to prevent you from fighting? Feng Lan said, this is my retreat. Chiyo gritted his teeth and cursed. Feng Lan sighed. Then, Brother Chiyo, what can I say or do to make you happy? You okay? Stop teasing me here. He said, it was you who was injured. I was not angry with you just now. I was mad at Chiyo the big rascal. This rascal. Blame me. Blame myself. Chiyo touched a cigarette and bit it without lighting it. I forgot to close the door. If I had closed the door, you wouldn't have been able to get in. I should have been faster. If I had been faster, you wouldn't have been hit. I shouldn't have quarreled with him, yelling about I have someone I like to provoke him, but now, I really hit the person I like. Chiyo took a dry puff of the cigarette. Another thing suddenly came to his mind. When he provoked Chiyo Linfeng, he clearly said that the person he liked would support him in his senior year of high school. Did Feng Lan hear it clearly? If she heard it clearly, what did she think in her heart? Did she think he just said that, or? Feng Lan stretched out her intact hand and rubbed Chiyo's head. Chiyo was startled and looked up at Feng Lan, looking a little pitiful. I'm really fine, he said. I'll call the factory later and I won't work in the third year of high school. Tomorrow. I'll go to see my mother tomorrow. I won't ride my bike in the morning and go back together in the evening. From now on, we'll go to school together and go home together. Chiyo's eyes lit up. Really? Feng Lan took out her mobile phone and called the person in charge of the factory in front of Chiyo. Hello? Sister Lu? Yes, I'm Xiao Feng. Not a sign up. I'm in the third year of high school. I don't have time to work in the factory anymore. Yes, I'll go to the evening self-study class. You can give my place to someone else? Yes. Thank you for taking care of me in the past 2 years. Okay. I'll contact you in advance if I need anything. Thank you, sister. After hanging up the phone, Chiyo's eyes lit up like stars in the sky. Feng Lan slapped the keypad phone in Chiyo's hand and said seriously, third year of high school, stop working and study hard. Okay. Xiaoyu smiled. Study hard. It's a deal. After dinner that night, Feng Lan took off the splint anyway. Xiaoyu watched without blinking the whole time. When Feng Lan wanted to bend her finger for him to see, he was horrified. Seeing that he could put the splint back on Feng Lan soon, Feng Lan quickly stopped moving. You have to be careful when you go to school, Xiaoyu said. I'll tell Zhang Yang later. If there are any books that need to be taken, bottle caps that need to be tightened, including the lid of your thermos cup, you can ask Zhang Yang to tighten them. Feng Lan didn't dare to say it was unnecessary, for fear that Xiaoyu would call Zhang Yang immediately as soon as he opened his mouth, so he could only agree to everything. Later, Chunye called Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Chunye's voice was cautious. How is your classmate? Him? He has a fracture, a broken finger. Xiaoyu said unhappily. He's in the hospital. It's very serious. Feng Lan kicked Xiaoyu. Don't scare your aunt, he said. Speak nicely. Xiaoyu then reluctantly said, It's nothing serious, just a slight bone dislocation. The doctor will just bend it and it will be fine. That's all right, that's all right. Chenya breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you trying to scare me, kid? He's right next to you? Good arms and legs. No amputation. Well, you're talking about what happened today. Your dad, he had good intentions and was concerned about you. Xiaoyu snorted coldly. Okay, since you don't want to listen, I won't say anything. Leave your dad to me. He's an old man. He dared to hit you in front of me. I'll chop him up this time, Chenya said. I'll transfer some money to you later. It's for your classmates' medical expenses. Take it. No need, Xiaoyu said. How can you pay for the medical expenses if Qiu Linfeng beat you? Chenya was speechless for a moment. Xiaoyu suddenly understood. Oh, it was Qiu Linfeng who gave it to me? Is he listening next to me? Chenya said awkwardly. Is it on the hands-free mode? Qiu Linfeng. Xiaoyu immediately shouted. Listen to me when I scold you. You don't need to pay for the medical expenses. I will take care of the debt of the father and the son. Think about what I said to you today. Think about how you, as a parent, are inferior to others. You. Qiu Linfeng had already started to scold, and Chenya quickly hung up the phone. Xiaoyu didn't scold enough, so he deliberately released Qiu Linfeng from the WeChat blacklist and scolded him several more times. Then he blocked him again and put his phone away. Feng Lan worriedly said, Your dad can't find the school tomorrow? Xiaoyu said, If he dares, I'm not afraid of embarrassment. If he dares to come, I dare to beat them up at the school gate. He let out a long breath and turned to look at Feng Lan. What about tonight? Otherwise, I'll stay and take care of you? Feng Lan put his hands on Xiaoyu's shoulders and pushed Xiaoyu out because he didn't dare to struggle. Good night, Feng Lan said. You sleep yours, I sleep mine. See you tomorrow. Xiaoyu frowned slightly and held the door open to prevent Feng Lan from closing it. Then, I won't mute my phone tonight. Call me if you have anything. I'm really fine, Feng Lan said. Can I move my fingers to show you? No, I'm going back. Xiaoyu took a step back. I'll come down and knock on your door tomorrow morning. How about that? Let's have breakfast together, and then you can go see your aunt. Feng Lan nodded. Okay, after school, take my car, my electric car, and we'll go to school and go home together in the future. It's a deal. Feng Lan nodded again. Okay, good night. Xiaoyu fumbled and walked backwards up the stairs. Good night. Good night. Feng Lan felt like she was coaxing a child. Hurry up and go up. I'm closing the door. Xiaoyu turned around and jumped up in 3 or 2 steps. Just as Feng Lan was about to close the door, Xiaoyu jumped down again and hugged Feng Lan tightly. It's okay. Xiaoyu patted Feng Lan on the back. Have a good chat with your aunt. Feng Lan held the door handle and hummed softly. Xiaoyu then went upstairs again, and as he jumped up, he shouted again. Be careful when you sleep. Don't crush your hands. Feng Lan closed the door. He leaned against the door panel and heard Xiaoyu still shouting. Did you hear me? If not, put the plywood on. He heard it. Feng Lan knocked on the door and said, Go back quickly. Xiaoyu really went back then. Feng Lan locked the door and went back to bed. As soon as he took out his cell phone, there was a new text message from Xiaoyu. Be careful with your hands. Go to bed early. Go home together tomorrow. And go to school together the day after tomorrow. Don't forget. Feng Lan didn't want to reply, but was afraid that Xiaoyu would keep waiting, so he replied in the end. After replying, Feng Lan put the phone next to the pillow and went to the bathroom to wash up. While brushing his teeth, he kept thinking, isn't it just going to school together? It's just a small matter. How can Show you smile so silly? Why is he so happy? Feng Lan waited a little nervously, hoping that Feng Wan would not see him for the first time. But Feng Wan was still thinking about the past, so she came out faster than before, and she couldn't help caring about Feng Lan as soon as she saw him. She asked him how his summer vacation was, whether he was still working, what kind of work he was doing, whether it was hard, and whether he had listened to her and used the demolition compensation. Feng Lan was not used to it. He wrapped his fingers around the phone line and answered every question with his eyes downcast. It's fine. I'm working. It's not hard. It's all easy work, and the money. I don't need it. I can't use it. I have enough money now. Feng Wan was so distressed that she didn't know what to do. The visit was limited in time, so she could only say the most important things to Feng Lan. Are you still planning to work like this in your senior year of high school? What about studying? I don't agree with what you said last time. I don't need you to stay here to take care of me. You study hard and get into a good university. Understand? Feng Lan didn't say whether he agreed or disagreed, but only analyzed it to Feng Wan. My current grades can only get me into a second-tier university, and it can't be guaranteed. Maybe when I take the college entrance examination, the questions will be harder and my score will not be enough, or the score line will be too high, so I can only go to a third-tier university. The tuition for a third-tier university is very expensive. Maybe it will be better for me to choose a junior college and learn a technology. How can that be possible? Feng Wan became anxious. Your current grades can only get you into a second-tier university. If you use the money and study hard for a year, won't you be able to get into a second-tier university? I say it again, I have hands and feet, and I can find a job to support myself after I get out of prison. You are still young, and I don't need. The child has paid so much. If she says now that she doesn't need Feng Lan's efforts, it will make Feng Lan ridiculous in the past few years. Feng Wan gritted her teeth and changed her words. If you are so disobedient, I will contact Jiang Wan's parents and let them keep an eye on you. Mom, Feng Lan advised, I have inquired about it. You have been to the police station. Even if you have learned skills, have skill books, and have recommendation letters, it will not be easy for you to find a job when you get out of prison. You didn't enjoy any happiness before, or? Feng Wan stared at the grown-up child outside the glass, savoring the strangeness that should not exist between mother and son. For a moment, Feng Wan wanted to ask Feng Lan, I killed your father. Do you hate me? But how could she say it? If Feng Lan said she hated me, she would be in pain. And if Feng Lan said she didn't hate me, her pain would not be reduced at all. Feng Wan had been in a daze for so long, and when she woke up, she felt that she had failed in her duty. Such failure made her unable to say words of concern very powerfully. Jiang Wan has always been a qualified husband and a good father. It was precisely because he was too qualified and too good that Feng Wan collapsed and picked up the knife when the false happiness was exposed. But Feng Wan was innocent. He came to this world passively and should not be bound by the grievances between the elders. Feng Wan wiped her tears and didn't know what words she could use to persuade Feng Lan. She no longer understood her son. Her son grew up far away from her and was shaped by her indifference. He was no longer the child who would hug her waist and make requests and want to watch TV for half an hour more. Feng Wan could only repeat boringly, if you need money for anything, remember to have this money on hand. You are in the third year of high school, and studying hard is the most important thing. How can you keep working? The money is left for you. You must use it. If you don't live well, how can I feel at ease? Feng Lan clenched the receiver. What if you can? Feng Wan didn't understand. What? What if I did something wrong? A big thing. Something you would definitely hate me for. Feng Lan raised his eyes and looked at Feng Wan. Would you still say this? Feng Lan looked at Feng Wan's dazed expression and didn't dare to listen to Feng Wan's answer at all, and hurriedly ended the visit. When he left, he vaguely saw Feng Wan standing up and trying to break the glass, but he didn't dare to look back and walked away as if escaping. The sky outside was already overcast. Feng Lan squatted on the side of the road for a while to calm down. When he stood up again, his legs were numb. He walked slowly to a nearby taxi place and picked a car at random. The driver saw such a young man and couldn't help asking more questions. Young man, who are you here to see? Feng Lan thought this driver was quite strange. Who else could he see in the prison? The prisoners inside. Who would be in the mood to chat with the driver after seeing the prisoners coming out? Feng Lan leaned against the car window and rubbed his forehead, closing his eyes to make it clear that he didn't want to talk to anyone. The driver didn't hear anyone's response. He glanced at Feng Lan's face from the rearview mirror inside the car and saw that Feng Lan's face was not good, so he didn't say anything. Feng Lan was able to be quiet for half of the journey, thinking about today's visit in his mind. He still couldn't help it, like a child who only knows how to play tricks, and he couldn't help but be willful when his mother was a little gentle. Although he escaped in the end, would his mother understand? They haven't gotten along well for a long time. But, just like when he was a child, he could accurately find out that he was watching TV secretly, and his mother would still find out the dirty secrets he was hiding, right? What should he do? Why am I still not mature enough? Why haven't I grown up yet? Why did I clearly decide to hide it, but still reveal clues so easily? These words, these things, even if I say them, should not be said at this moment through a layer of glass. Meeting once a month makes many problems unable to be solved immediately, and the pain will be prolonged and turned into a kind of torture. Feng Lan did not hate his mother for destroying this family, but when he knew that his mother was also a victim, such resentment was empty. He could only think countless times that if he could stop his mother from killing Jiangwan that day, as long as Jiangwan was not killed, there would be more room for things to turn around. But there are no ifs in the world. What made Feng Lan even more desperate was that as he grew older, he gradually discovered the differences between him and the mainstream. He didn't like women. Feng Lan knew that he would never be able to tell his mother about this in his life, and even dreamed countless times that his mother's knife pierced his heart. He woke up from such a nightmare and made the most cowardly decision to hide it. He should have kept it a secret for his whole life, not let anyone know, and find an excuse to never fall in love or get married in the future. With his parents' bloody failed marriage in front of him, he had enough reasons to do this. But he happened to meet Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's frankness drew out his envy and desire for no reason, making him want to dig out his dirty secrets for his mother to judge. He was really too tired. Since meeting someone as frank as Xiaoyu, Feng Lan's tense nerves began to loosen, and coupled with the recent work environment, everything was like an attractive trap that made him relax unconsciously. The previous repression seemed to have finally reached a critical point, and he couldn't wait to break through the obstacles. Pain, confusion, helplessness. Feng Lan urgently needed to pour out everything he had, and the person he wanted to get close to the most and the person he wanted to get tolerance and understanding from the most was exactly the person he wanted to hide the most. But what was he? The continuation of his mother's pain. The kind of person his mother was worried about becoming. He had an innate original sin. His mother cared about him so much, which made him feel even more sinful. What if his mother really knew? Feng Lan thought he probably wouldn't dare to apply for the meeting next month. It was already afternoon when Feng Lan returned to school in a daze. He first took a look and saw that Xiaoyu was not in his seat. Then he sat down. Feng Lan? Zhang Yang was quite surprised. Do you look like this? Huh. Feng Lan looked at Zhang Yang in confusion. Did you have plastic surgery during the holiday? Zhang Yang said, your eyes are bigger. Feng Lan was speechless and looked at Zhang Yang with drooping eyelids. Zhang Yang said repeatedly, yes, 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 that's right. You have always been so listless. I really didn't realize that your eyes are quite big. As he spoke, he tried to touch Feng Lan's eyes with his hand. Just as he stretched out his hand, a hand suddenly came from the side and opened it. Don't move. Xiaoyu said, what did I tell you this morning? Feng Lan is injured. You should be careful. Isn't it the little finger of his right hand? Zhang Yang held his hand aggrievedly. I looked at his eyes. It's not his hand. What's wrong with his eyes? When Xiaoyu heard this, he immediately lowered his head to look at Feng Lan. Isn't it okay? He said my eyes are big. Feng Lan said casually, I was bored. I think so, Xiaoyu said, and put a plastic bag on Feng Lan's desk. Didn't you have lunch at noon? I bought it for you. What? Feng Lan opened the bag and took a look. Bread, milk, biscuits, and 2 bags of potato chips. just to fill your stomach. Xiaoyu said, I forgot to ask you this morning. Are you going to eat in the cafeteria or with us for dinner? Feng Lan didn't eat dinner at school before, and this is something she should think about. Where are you going to eat? Just a small restaurant outside. Xiaoyu said, the one on the second floor of Baijia Supermarket. Their food is pretty good, and you can order dishes in advance. What's there? I just want to go with them. Xiaoyu took out his mobile phone, clicked on a group, and flipped out a photo of a menu from it. Feng Lan looked at it for a while and ordered a fish-flavored eggplant rice bowl. Xiaoyu told the group and the boss, and then chatted with Feng Lan for a while before returning to his seat. Feng Lan expected that he would have something else to say, and sure enough, as soon as the bell rang, a note flew over. Did you chat well? This class was Lu Boyan's. Feng Lan didn't dare to throw a note at Xiaoyu. She sat up straight and looked at Xiaoyu, nodding to him. Xiaoyu didn't say anything else and listened to the class seriously. Feng Lan also tried to listen, but he didn't listen to the class for a longer time than Xiaoyu, and he didn't use his brain to sort out the knowledge points like Xiaoyu did during the holidays. After listening for a while, he found that he couldn't keep up with anything, and his pen poked the book and let his thoughts fly. At first, he just thought about Feng Lan, then he thought about the police car downstairs when he went home that year, and finally he didn't know what he was thinking about. A piece of chalk flew onto his desk, and he turned around suddenly. Lu Boyan looked at him with a frown. What are you thinking about, huh? Lu Boyan said, You are so blatant to be distracted, staring at the ceiling with those two eyes. What can't you see on my blackboard? Feng Lan sat up straight with a little embarrassment. Nothing, he said dryly. I don't understand. Who can you blame for not understanding? Listen to the class. Lu Boyan said unhappily, Come to me after class. Feng Lan said oh, and lowered her head to read the book, but she couldn't concentrate and was still in a daze. Xiaoyu looked at Feng Lan worriedly. Just like that, the get out of class was over, and Feng Lan went to the front of the podium to find Lu Boyan. Lu Boyan said, I heard from your head teacher that you won't go to work after the evening self-study? Feng Lan responded, Then you should study my math well, right? Lu Boyan said, You passed 5 of the 6 subjects, and you are outstanding in Chinese, but you didn't even get 50 points in my math. Is this reasonable, or do you have a problem with me? Feng Lan said, No, not yet. You looked at the way you were in a daze in class just now. Feng Lan said, You didn't pass the other 4 subjects either. Lu Boyan was choked. So you don't have to listen to my math? Feng Lan said bluntly, I don't understand. He saw that Lu Boyan was about to get angry and hurriedly said, I really don't understand. I'm not mad at you. Lu Boyan sighed. What are you going to do? Huh? Senior year is mainly about reviewing, but the whole class can't argue with you about basic knowledge points, right? Feng Lan wanted to say don't worry about it, but changed her mind before she opened her mouth. I'll catch up on my own, he said. Do you have any supplementary books to recommend? Feng Lan remembered the title of the book, and before returning to her seat, she glanced at Xiaoyu's seat. Seeing that he was sitting next to her, she returned to her seat. Zhang Yang was not there, so Xiaoyu sat directly next to Feng Lan. When he saw Feng Lan coming back, he asked, What did Lu Boyan want to talk to you about? He pushed a few supplementary books to me. Feng Lan said, I'll catch up on the basic knowledge points. Xiaoyu was stunned. Huh? Feng Lan kicked the chair. Get out of the way, I'll go. He was halfway through his words when he remembered that he was in the last row. So he walked around Xiaoyu, pulled out his chair and sat down. Xiaoyu reacted and moved closer to Feng Lan. You have to study hard? Feng Lan responded vaguely and took out the book he would use for the next class. Xiaoyu became happy. You did have a good chat with Annie today. During class, I thought you were. Okay, then Hey, we've ordered dinner. Let's have the evening study session. Tomorrow at noon. Shall we go buy books tomorrow at noon? I'll buy 2 exercise books, and then we'll have dinner over there. Feng Lan glanced at Xiaoyu, nodded, and looked away. A week later, the first monthly exam was scheduled, just before the sports meet. According to the school's arrangement, students will take the exam first, then relax at the sports meet, and then go straight to the National Day holiday. Especially the senior high school students, they will have a great time, and then they will concentrate on studying hard for the next semester without having to think about anything else. There was no news about the new principal. Wang Ming's information was indeed not good. The new principal in the red school uniform were from the school of the daughter of the head teacher next door, and her child was in junior high school. But everyone did have a red senior high school commemorative t-shirt. The principal of number 4 middle school bought it at his own expense, saying that it would be worn by the senior high school students at the sports meet. It was too ugly. Fan Shiming commented passionately in class, "What is this tattered clothes?" "It's more than just tattered clothes," Wang Ming said. "I passed by the office today, and the director said that he would catch the hairstyles of senior high school students." "What's there to catch?" Li Xiu frowned. "No, there weren't so many things in the last senior high school. It seems that the principal went to exchange and study during the summer vacation. I don't know where he learned all these formalistic things." Fan Shiming was particularly unhappy. She had a perm and was very distressed at the thought of being punished. "Hung Shui," she said, "it's a mess." While they were chatting, Zhao Joey ran in with a list and shouted as soon as he entered the door, "Everyone, be quiet. I'll tell you about our sports events, and everyone should confirm it at the end. There are still 3 minutes before class, and everyone is in class." Zhao Joey stood on the podium and reported the events and people one by one. Until the last event, the men's 5,000 meters, Chiu Yu and Feng Lan suddenly heard their names. Zhao Joey said exaggeratedly, "Let's applaud these two warriors." Chiu Yu and Feng Lan were full of questions. Chiu Yu asked directly, "What's going on? What 5,000 meters? Zhao Joey apologized with a smile. "Brother Chiu, didn't you say in the group that you would follow my arrangements?" In the end, no one signed up for the 5,000 meters. Chiu Yu choked and turned to look at Feng Lan. Feng Lan was still confused, and it was hard to tell whether she was happy or not. Chiu Yu immediately said, "You did this too well?" The class bell rang just in time. Zhao Joey ran down the podium and squatted beside Chiu Yu's desk with a height of 1.9 meters. "Please, brother. No one signed up for this. You can just cheat me." Chiu Yu gritted his teeth. "You cheated Feng Lan? How can this be cheating?" "And I asked Zhang Yang. Feng Lan is also a hidden boss, and he didn't attend the evening self-study class in the past year. At that time, the worst that can happen is that you two run away together, and sister you won't say anything to you." Feng Lan was Chiu Yu's words were stuck on his lips. Zhao Joey thought he was about to give in, so he bowed and put his hands together, looking very pitiful. Seeing that the teacher was about to enter the classroom, Chiu Yu could only kick him away. After class, Chiu Yu went to find Feng Lan and apologized to Feng Lan first. "I didn't explain it clearly and let him play freely to this extent." Then he told Zhao Joey's suggestion, "I think it's okay. When the time comes, we can just skip class and go for a walk outside the school. How about that?" Feng Lan rejected it. "Run," he said. 5,000 meters. Chiu Yu was shocked. "Brother, are you so strong?" Feng Lan shook his head. "I haven't run before, so I guess it's not very good. I have to walk in the end. Won't it be a bit cheap after walking?" Chiu Yu muttered, "Really run?" "Run." Feng Lan has been thinking about this in this class. "I want to run. This time I'll run for 3 years. Chiu Yu gritted his teeth. "Okay," he said, "then you can't run directly. You have to practice a little to let your muscles adapt. I asked Zhao Joey to ask if there was a unified time for running practice. If not, I would go to Sister Yu, and we would go to the playground to practice during the last evening self-study session." Feng Lan agreed. 2 people who had never had any sense of collective honor signed up for the least popular event and took the initiative to ask for training. Sister Yu was very happy. There was no unified time for running practice. She went to the director and said that she was afraid that students who ran 5,000 meters would not be able to adapt to the physical condition later. The director personally approved that those who ran 1,000 meters or more during the last evening self-study session could go to the playground to practice on their own. Now the 1,000-meter run became the most popular event. Chiu Yu went to the forum and saw that many people said that they would rather walk in the sports meeting than have a free time for evening self-study every day. Some even paid money to exchange for a place. Most of them were just messing around. This had nothing to do with Chiu Yu and Feng Lan. They were going to practice seriously. Feng Lan worked part-time all year round and thought that his physical fitness was okay, but Chiu Yu was better. This guy had seriously trained to compete with his father. No matter how he panted or how he ran, he could take Fenglan with him. After a few days, Fenglan believed that Xiaoyu had 8-pack abs. After all, when he collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion, Xiaoyu could still jump around beside him, stretching and adjusting, and even squatted down to massage his legs. I regretted it. Fenglan wiped the sweat off his face weakly. I still can't run 5,000 meters after training for a few weeks. Then let's walk. I went to the forum and saw that in previous years, those who could run 5,000 meters and 3,000 meters in the end were considered to be able to walk, and they basically walked. Let's go for a walk. Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? We are all the same. What's there to be embarrassed about? We are not sports students. Fenglan exhaled hard and felt that his lungs were about to explode. Xiaoyu bent down and pulled him up. Okay, don't sit anymore, get up and walk. Fenglan was half hanging on Xiaoyu. Normally, he would not stick to Xiaoyu like this, but now he was really tired, and Xiaoyu almost dragged him to walk. After walking half a circle, Fenglan finally recovered some of his energy. Just as he was about to push Xiaoyu away and walk by himself, he clearly heard someone swearing and shouting, "Fenglan!" Fenglan turned around and saw that it was Wang Qishuan. The playground of number 4 middle school is quite large. I don't know whether Wang Qishuan signed up for the 1,000-meter race from the beginning or just switched events with others today. Anyway, it was the first time Fenglan saw him in a week. Fenglan stood up straight, his hand still on Xiaoyu's shoulder. What's wrong? Xiaoyu wanted to move forward, but after taking a step, he found that Fenglan didn't move, so he stopped and turned his head. Wang Qishuan was standing against the light, and Xiaoyu couldn't see him clearly from that angle. At first glance, he didn't recognize whether he was a human or a dog. It's nothing. Fenglan didn't want to pay attention to Wang Qishuan, so he pulled Xiaoyu and was about to leave. But Wang Qishuan suddenly shouted, "Don't think I scared you." Xiaoyu recognized Wang Qishuan at this time. Fenglan was still standing there in confusion, but Xiaoyu already knew what was going on. On the morning of the day when Fenglan returned to school, she went to the prison to see Fenglan. Xiaoyu asked Zhang Peng and Lu Peng to bring Wang Qishuan out and showed him the whole process of clarifying the rumors about Fenglan. There were several versions of the story, and each version was clearly marked with who said it, where they heard it from, and when it was distorted and added. Finally, they were summarized under Wang Qishuan's name. This grandson spread 3 versions by himself, each of which was similar but different. When they were put together, people who didn't know would think that Fenglan had started killing people in kindergarten and had just been released from prison. In the innermost cubicle of the bathroom, several pages of printed paper were slapped on Wang Qishuan's face. "You are quite good at making trouble," Xiaoyu said with a gloomy face, saying one thing to Zhang Peng and Lu Peng and another to others outside. "What are you going to study in college, media? With a media person like you, how can the news industry be good?" Wang Qishuan didn't dare to say a word. Xiaoyu is not the kind of person who would take the initiative to be a school bully, but he is not a school bully because he does not want to, not because he cannot. Everyone knows that this person has a bad temper and is not easy to mess with. Wang Qishuan naturally knew this, so when he heard that Fenglan and Xiaoyu were getting along well, he immediately panicked. After all, what he did in junior high school, others may not know, but he himself is not clear. Wang Qishuan did not think he did anything wrong. He just told others about Fenglan's past out of self-defense. Maybe he did a little processing, but what does it matter? He just wanted to protect himself from the source, isolate Fenglan like before, so as to avoid the possibility of provoking Xiaoyu, who knew that Xiaoyu and his friends were so idle, and actually went to find him one by one, and bit by bit, all the rumors he spread and made up were revealed. I didn't mean that," Wang Qishuan said. "I just know this personal matter, and I said it casually when I was chatting with others." "So, you didn't mean it?" "Of course I did. What about the time you blocked Fenglan in junior high school?" Xiaoyu asked coldly. "It wasn't intentional." Fenglan walked into the bathroom, closed the door, and arranged for you guys to stand at the door. Before Wang Qishuan could say anything, Xiaoyu had already punched him in the stomach. He couldn't help but scream in pain, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Xiaoyu stuffed the pieces of paper into his mouth. "I'll teach you a lesson today," Xiaoyu said. Fenglan said that she was in the 3rd year of high school and didn't care. "But if you let me hear these messed up words again, no matter who said them, it will be counted as you said them." Do you understand? Wang Qishuan's mouth was stuffed with paper, and tears and snot came out. Xiaoyu felt disgusted, let go of his hand, and took a step back. Wang Qishuan hurriedly took the paper out of his mouth, coughed for a while, and then trembled and said, I know, I won't dare to do it again. He was shaking like a sieve at the time, and Xiaoyu thought he knew how powerful he was and knew to be honest. Now come with this? Xiaoyu stood in front of Fenglan. What? He asked Wang Qishuan. Give me a few gestures first? Wang Qishuan didn't even look at what happened to Xiaoyu that day. After thinking about it again and again, he naturally blamed Fenglan for it, thinking that it was Fenglan who instigated Xiaoyu to help him. It's not my fault for what happened before, Wang Qishuan said. Everyone knows about your little thing, and everyone is spreading it. Am I the only one who bullies you? You only dare to settle accounts with me, thinking that you are so great just by grabbing Xiaoyu? You. Fenglan grabbed Xiaoyu. He didn't fully understand what was going on, but he also heard that Xiaoyu secretly went to help him. Fenglan glanced at Xiaoyu's gloomy face, moved his sore legs, and took a leisurely posture. I grabbed Xiaoyu? He said casually. I didn't know Xiaoyu when I beat you up in junior high school. Wang Qishuan's face turned ugly. Are you the only one who bullies me? Fenglan smiled. Do you think your actions can be considered bullying? Or their little tricks can be considered bullying? I thought I had told you that time I was beaten. I just didn't bother to pay attention to you. Not that I was bullied by you. No matter who it is, if you really make me angry, you can think about it yourself. Fenglan took a step forward casually, and Wang Qishuan immediately stepped back. Fenglan did not move forward, but stopped and shrugged, then walked away with Xiaoyu. Wang Qishuan held his breath, but was still shaking. He stared at the backs of Fenglan and Xiaoyu and spat fiercely on the ground. Fenglan and Xiaoyu did not run again. They walked slowly along the track, passing by the place where they had bumped into Wang Qishuan before, but Wang Qishuan had already left. Fenglan touched Xiaoyu with his arm. What's the matter? Xiaoyu had a cigarette in his mouth. Fenglan said, Give me one. Do you know how to do it? No. It's a waste of money, so I didn't learn it. Then I won't give it to you. Xiaoyu bit the cigarette ace. I don't smoke either. I just bite it. My mouth is empty. Fenglan didn't insist, but he glanced at the cigarette box. It was a rare brand he recognized, Double Happiness. Fenglan said casually, You didn't seem to smoke this before? Senior year, for good luck. Then you should wear the senior year commemorative fur. Fenglan said, What's written on your chest? Must win? I don't know. Xiaoyu said. When Wang Ming put it on, I took a look. It was so ugly that I didn't take it off. I have to wear it for the sports meeting. I won't wear it. I still care about my hairstyle after the sports meeting. I don't care. My fingers hurt. No. Xiaoyu turned his head sharply. What's wrong? Did he touch you just now? Didn't you say it was fine? I don't know. Fenglan pretended to look at her fingers. Maybe it hurts because you haven't told me what happened. Xiaoyu was stunned, smiled, and put the unsmoked cigarette back into the cigarette box. It happened during the summer vacation. He said, Wang Qishuan, that idiot, has been spreading rumors about you secretly. Wang Ming heard it, and Wang Ming told me. So I asked him to go back and ask, and clarified them one by one. Finally, I found Wang Qishuan, and I asked him to keep his mouth shut. Who knew that I didn't handle it well? He looks timid, but he can be scared easily. I should have removed his chin earlier. It's autumn, and it's a bit cold at night. The moon is bright today, and the wind is very comfortable. Fenglan touched Xiaoyu again. It was quite strenuous, wasn't it? Not bad. Xiaoyu said, Wang Qishuan is a fool, and the high school students are so idle that they cooperated with him to spread rumors. Thanks to Wang Ming's inquiry, the matter didn't even ferment, but I found out. Fenglan said, Oh, and then said, Shall I treat you to dinner? For you, and Zhang Peng and Lu Peng. No need. Xiaoyu said, They are brave and do not ask for anything in return. Then I have to show some appreciation, right? Then tomorrow's dinner is yours? Okay. The two walked for a while, and Fenglan touched Xiaoyu again. The skin that was cooled by the wind was only hot where it was touched. Xiaoyu's Adam's apple moved. What else? Thank you, Fenglan said. You care so much about my affairs. Xiaoyu said, Your business is my business. It's okay if I don't know, but how can I ignore it if I know? Xiaoyu bit the tip of his tongue. Wang Qishuan. I'm afraid that grandson will do something sneaky. So, let Peng Peng keep an eye on him in the class. How about we go to the toilet together these 2 days? The two of them are almost going to the toilet together at school now. Feng Lan patted Xiaoyu on the back of his head. How old are you? He said. School is almost over. Take the car home. Just as he finished speaking, the school bell rang. Feng Lan spoke in a hurry, but his actions were not fast. Xiaoyu bit the cigarette and followed him not far away. You just take the car directly? Xiaoyu said. The bag is still over there. Don't we need it? Feng Lan turned flexibly and changed the route to get the bag. Feng Lan breathed a sigh of relief when he put down the pin. This time the examination room was arranged according to the ranking of the final exam of the previous semester. Feng Lan was one building behind Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was on the 5th floor of the new building, and Feng Lan was on the 4th floor of the old building. The old building was not very stable. There was an earthquake last year, and all the students in this building ran out. People in other buildings didn't feel it yet, so they leaned on the windows to watch the excitement, thinking that the seniors were collectively crazy and wanted a student uprising. The worst thing is the cold. It faces the same direction, but it is colder than the new building. Feng Lan rubbed her fingers and blew a breath into her palm. She felt that the arrangement of the examination room was a conspiracy of the teacher. Is it cold? Do you want it to be less cold? Then work hard and get to the top of the exam. Then you will never be cold again. Feng Lan waited for the teacher to collect the papers, put her pin in her pocket, and left. When she walked to the bridge connecting the two buildings, she saw a young couple. The girl was in the old building examination room. She was so cold that her face turned pale and her hands were stiff. The boy looked distressed and stuffed a plastic bottle of hot water into the girl's hand. Feng Lan retracted her gaze and continued to walk forward. When she reached the stairs, she heard Xiaoyu's voice. Feng Lan, Xiaoyu said, are you cold? Feng Lan paused subtly and took a break before continuing to go upstairs. Not bad, he said. What are you doing here? Waiting for you. Xiaoyu said confidently. I heard them say that it is very cold in the old building. I was afraid that your hands would hurt. Feng Lan raised his right hand and moved his little finger expressionlessly to show Xiaoyu. It's been a month. My ancestors. Xiaoyu reached into his pocket and touched a pink, flat, round gadget. One side was a plastic shell with cartoon patterns, and the other side was iron. Take this, he said. I just borrowed this from Li Xiu's sister, a hand warmer. Feng Lan's fingers trembled. I don't need the pink one. What's wrong with the pink one? Xiaoyu stuffed the thing directly into Feng Lan's hand. Don't take it lightly. I tell you, I didn't know it was cold over there before. You've been freezing for 2 days. If the cold air enters your body, you will get pain when you get old. It will hurt when it rains and when the weather changes. The hand warmer has been turned on for a while, and the heat is in the palm of my hand. After a while, it warms from hand to heart. Feng Lan grabbed the hand warmer, slowly put the lanyard around her finger and fastened it, and stepped onto the stairs. It's okay. Then buy one. Xiaoyu walked beside Feng Lan. I asked, it's not expensive. My grades are not stable. Maybe one day we will both go to the old building, so we should be prepared in advance. Feng Lan said, I saw that some of them bought heating pads. Heating pads are disposable. This one can be reused. Isn't it more cost-effective? Xiaoyu said, but you can't use it when sleeping at night. I checked, and it is easy to cause low-temperature burns, which is very scary. They went into the house together, and Feng Lan handed the hand warmer to Xiaoyu and asked him to return it to Du Siyu. Xiaoyu didn't take it immediately. He touched Feng Lan's hand first and felt it was hot. Then he took the hand warmer back and turned it off. I feel that I did well in the exam this time, and I fully exerted my current level. Xiaoyu said, just math. Let us not talk about math. The translation of classical Chinese in Chinese, I feel that I didn't get any of them right. Where did the Chinese teacher find the questions? Let's listen to the teacher later. Feng Lan said, go back to your seat first. Well, I'll go to Li Xiu to check the answers. Xiaoyu shook the hand warmer twice. The exam was finally over. Studying hard is more tiring than not studying at all. He walked away shaking the hand warmer. Feng Lan stared at him and watched him walk to Du Siyu. Do see you stood up and snatched the hand warmer away. If you drop it again, I will compensate you. Shoyu said, I just want to ask you where you bought it, and if you have other colors. Sexual he said it was nonsense not to use pink. He just felt that Shoyu seemed to be taking too good care of him. His hand didn't hurt for a long time, but Shoyu was always worried about him. This is not good, this is not good. Feng Lan took another sip of water, and the water was cold. When they went home that night, Feng Lan was a little silent. Shoyu asked him, and he said that he was really tired after 2 days of exams. Shoyu thought about it, and it was true. It had been a while since the two of them had studied hard and taken exams. After a month of studying hard and taking exams, they were both very tired. Let's go to bed early. Shoyu said, I have to get up early tomorrow to carry tables for them. Feng Lan agreed. Shoyu asked, then will you go to bed right away? Will you have some supper if I make you some? Feng Lan said no, she was not hungry, and took out 100 yuan for Shoyu. Shoyu was stunned. Order food from me? Subscribe to the internet for 10 hours. Feng Lan said, weekly rent, I will tinker with the computer and try to do an online class or something. Okay. Shoyu took the money and said, don't stay up too late. What is that? More haste makes waste. Feng Lan nodded and asked Shoyu to go upstairs. That night Feng Lan closed the curtains tightly, fearing that Shoyu would see the lights downstairs when he got up at night, so she didn't dare to open them. Feng Lan turned on the computer and found Bilibili. The system prompted that the flash version was too old and the video could not be played, and it needed to be updated and downloaded. The host was buzzing, and Feng Lan was playing with the cigarette in his hand in a daze. The cigarette was a double happiness cigarette that Shoyu had dropped the other day, and there were only 2 left. Shoyu thought he had left it somewhere in school, so he bought a new one and didn't look for it again. Feng Lan took a cigarette out of the cigarette box and held it between his teeth while waiting for the update. He didn't smoke at all. Finally, the flash update was completed. Feng Lan found the Lotus Pond Moonlight that belonged to Shoyu and watched it for a long time. He had been curious about what Shoyu would post, but he had never seen it. Subconsciously, he always stopped himself from getting to know Shoyu better and kept a distance as a friend. Why should we keep such a distance? Why should we keep such a distance? Feng Lan bit the cigarette ace and thought of the dragonfly kiss on the water that day. He repeatedly told himself that it was just an accident and kept his mind clear, but he couldn't control the dream that led him into the abyss that night. He just couldn't face it, or had to not face it. He couldn't let his mother down. His heart was guilty. Feng Lan took a deep breath and clicked on Shoyu's homepage. Shoyu didn't have many videos, and the lengths were uneven, but the content was very uniform. They were all about skipping stones. 90% of the background was the moat, and 10% was places Feng Lan didn't recognize. Shoyu doesn't talk much in the video, but occasionally he says a few words. Look at my 3-hit combo. This is so far. This stone is good. I broke the limit. This is amazing. Sometimes, Shoyu would hum a few lines of a song, probably because he was in a good mood. The comments on the video vary, from 1 or 2 to many. I want to learn. Can you open a class? So amazing. I've never thrown more than a little brother. His voice is so nice. Why are you so persistent in skipping stones? Do you want to become a master of skipping stones? The little brother has beautiful hands. Lick, lick, lick. This 4-hit combo is so handsome that I cried. Feng Lan didn't post any comments, didn't like, didn't put in any coins, and had 0 interaction. He sat quietly in front of the computer, holding the brand of cigarettes that Shoyu usually smoked, and watched Shoyu skipping stones all night. The next day, Feng Lan was listless and opened the door for Shoyu with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Shoyu was startled. He hadn't seen Feng Lan so haggard in a long time. Was your house haunted last night? Feng Lan leaned against the door and said nothing. He fell asleep on the table at some point last night, and his back is still stiff and sore. And your clothes. Shoyu looked up and down. You didn't change your school uniform when you went home last night? Feng Lan rubbed his face. He changed. He lied. Just. Feng Lan couldn't say anything more. His school uniform was wrinkled, and it was a lie to say that he changed it. What happened? Shoyu worriedly, yes. Nothing. Feng Lan said, I was just too tired. Exam? Forget it. Feng Lan yawned. Wait for me to wash my face. Don't worry, Choyu said, there are many boys in our class, and we can do physical work. Then you go into the house first. Feng Lan turned and went into the bathroom, and Choyu went in and waited. From the sound, he judged that Feng Lan was going to take a shower. Choyu looked around and suddenly felt something was wrong. Feng Lan was sleepy when he opened the door. Obviously, he had just woken up, but his messy bed looked quite familiar, as if it was the same one Choyu saw yesterday morning. Choyu looked around the room again in confusion and found that Feng Lan's computer was not turned off. When did she turn it off? Last night? How much is the electricity bill? Feng Lan must be heartbroken. Did I turn off the computer for you? Choyu shouted, but Feng Lan didn't hear clearly. She turned off the water and asked, what? Computer. Choyu said it again. You didn't turn it off, so I turned it off for you? Feng Lan seemed to be very sleepy and slow to react. She was silent for 2 seconds before saying, okay. Choyu went over and shook the mouse. The screen lit up and opened a music software. Choyu glanced at the list and found that the first few songs were very familiar to him. He didn't think much about it. He just thought that his taste was the same as Feng Lan's. He turned off the computer happily and waited for another 10 minutes. The sound of water stopped, but Feng Lan didn't come out. Choyu continued to wait. Feng Lan didn't come out even after waiting for a long time, which was enough to change a layer of skin. Fearing that something might happen to her, Choyu went over and knocked on the door. She squeaked when she was awake. Choyu said, count to 3. If there is no sound, I will break the door. 3, 2. Help me take down the clothes. Feng Lan said quickly. The t-shirt and pants can be seen by opening the door. The underwear and socks are in the drawer. Thanks. Choyu paused. I threw the ones I just took off into the basin to soak. Feng Lan sounded a little desperate. She didn't take new ones. She was too sleepy. It's okay. Choyu's ears were hot. Wait for me for a while. He turned and went to the closet. He first took out the t-shirt and the required black pants. When he opened the drawer, he grabbed the handle and hesitated for a while. Then he pulled it open and looked inside with determination. The drawer was tidy. Half of it was socks and the other half was underwear. Choyu took the socks first, and when he wanted to take the underwear, he hesitated again. His face was hot. He didn't dare to look at it anymore and grabbed the old man's style, which was untied. Then he grabbed the children's style, which was very small and had a puppy's tail. Choyu was silent. He didn't care about being shy and carefully lowered his head to choose a normal-sized gray boxer cotton, wrapped it between his pants and clothes, and knocked on the bathroom door. Feng Lan quickly opened a gap and took the clothes in. Feng Lan had just finished taking a shower, and the hand he stretched out was white and rosy. Feng Lan didn't lock the door at all. He didn't even lock the door. Choyu rubbed his face hard and felt a little excited again. 3 minutes later, Feng Lan finally came out. His hair was still a little wet. When he came out, his face was cold, but he looked embarrassed. Choyu stared at Feng Lan's expression, unable to suppress his curiosity, and cleared his throat. Your underwear. Feng Lan paused and glanced at Choyu coldly. It's just, I understand that it's out of line. Choyu's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke. Puppy tail. Feng Lan said stiffly, 3 pairs for 5 yuan at a roadside stall, and I bought 6 pairs and they gave them to me casually. Oh. I can see that it can't be you wearing it. Choyu swallowed dryly. Haha. You really know how to live. You didn't even throw this away. Feng Lan walked to the closet, opened the drawer, found the underwear, and threw it into the trash can in front of Choyu. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot. I just checked the group and they have almost finished moving. I didn't care if I didn't go before, but today I was going to go and was delayed. Feng Lan felt embarrassed to let others work. Let's buy some food and drink before going. Choyu didn't object. The two of them went to a supermarket near the school first, grabbed a little bit of everything, and got 3 bags. They studied it and hung one on the front of the car, put one between Choyu's legs, and Feng Lan held one, and drove to the school. When getting off the car, Choyu didn't let Feng Lan use his right hand. So Feng Lan had to let Choyu carry 2, and he carried one with his left hand and went to the playground. The location of their class is not bad. Under a tree, they can get some sun in the daytime, and then it will be in the shade in the afternoon. Halfway through the walk, the two met Zhao Joey, who was very happy and stretched out his hand to take the things in Chiao Yu's hand. Chiao Yu gave way. No need. Then he said to Feng Lan, give yours to him. Feng Lan looked at Zhao Zhou's dry hand and gave his bag to him. I was really worried that you two would not come. Zhao Zhou said, although you don't have to come, it must be good for someone to come. If you participate in the 5,000-meter race, you can get a share of the class. What a good deal. Feng Lan hummed, lowered her head and thought about how to take the bag from Chiao Yu's right hand. There were too many drinks in the bag, and Chiao Yu's hands were throbbing with veins. Chiao Yu called Feng Lan. Don't look at me, look at the road. Feng Lan said, you take the bag. No, it's only a few steps away. Feng Lan made a concession. You give it to me, and I give it to you, and we carry it together. Chiao Yu thought about it and agreed. So when they got there, Zhao Zhou turned around and saw two big guys behind him carrying bags together. Zhao Zhou asked with concern, is it so heavy? Put it on the ground quickly. I'll call them to come and get it. The two put down the bags in unison, and there was a red streak on their palms. Zhang Yang collapsed on the chair and watched from a distance as Li Xiu adjusted Du Siyu's skirt. I don't accept it. He kept muttering. It was Li Xiu in the past 2 years. Li Xiu was the one holding the sign before the class division, and she was also the one holding the sign at the sports meet last year. Why did it change to Du Siyu this year? The last sports meet in high school, the cultural memorial fair that the principal arranged in a crazy way was irreversible. All classes worked hard on the sign holders. Decorating the class sign was considered basic operation. In previous years, they just made a nice skirt. But this year they rented a dress and made an appointment with a professional makeup artist. Zhang Yang was looking forward to seeing Li Xiu wearing a dress, but Li Xiu didn't make it, so he nominated Du Siyu, and Yulian agreed. Zhang Yang was like a toxic fan, muttering about this for several days. Feng Lan kindly reminded, Li Xiu and Du Siyu have a good relationship. Impossible. Zhang Yang said, Li Xiu's best friend in the class is Fan Xinmeng, and Du Siyu has only become close to her this semester. What about this Du Siyu? Did she deliberately get close to Li Xiu just because of this sign raising? Feng Lan didn't listen. He thought about who Fan Xinming was for a long time, but he still hadn't figured it out. Zhang Yang poked him fiercely and said in a low voice, Fan Xinming and Du Siyu are so close? Feng Lan sat up and took a look. He saw Li Xiu supporting Du Siyu, and another girl half knelt on the ground to help Du Siyu change her shoes. After changing, she looked up and talked to Du Siyu. But Du Siyu is so beautiful? Zhang Yang said in a lower voice, I didn't see it before. Feng Lan followed Zhang Yang's words and took another look at Du Siyu. She found that she looked very sweet. She put on makeup again today, her eyelashes were shiny, and there were small rhinestones on the corners of her eyes. Feng Lan had no impression of Du Siyu. What did she look like before? Her appearance has not changed much, just dress up. She used to be quite rustic. I was on duty with her, and when I spoke to her, she made so little noise that I couldn't hear her clearly. Fan Ximing walked a little further away, took a full-body photo of Du Siyu, and showed it to Du Siyu. Du Siyu's eyes suddenly turned red, and Li Xiu carefully wiped her eyes with a tissue. Fan Ximing also walked over, and the three girls gathered together to chat, and soon they hugged each other. What's going on? Zhang Yang was very puzzled. What's wrong with Du Siyu? As he talked, he wanted to go and see, but Feng Lan pulled him back. You have some sense. Zhang Yang had to sit still. 2 minutes later, the radio sounded, reminding everyone to prepare to enter. Chiao Yu came back from the 3rd class and was also surprised to see Du Siyu. Is that Du Siyu? He found Feng Lan. Wow, she seems to be more beautiful than during the summer vacation. Feng Lan said yes and asked again, really? He and Chiao Yu were of similar height, and they were in a row. To the right was Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang whispered, I told you. Brother Chiao, do you know what Du Siyu looked like before? But how come you saw her during the summer vacation? Go over there. Chiao Yu scared him. Watch your ears and listen less to what Feng Lan and I say. Zhang Yang shrank his head and went back, but still said very stubbornly, then you two should keep your voices down. Chiao Yu kicked Zhang Yang. Feng Lan couldn't help but want to laugh. In the past month, Chiao Yu came to talk to him from time to time. So Zhang Yang also knew that Chiao Yu was just occasionally irritable and was not as afraid of Chiao Yu as before. Chiao Yu was a little depressed, and felt that his prestige was lost. But Feng Lan thought it was good. Are you all ready? Yu Lian came over from the front, whose sleeves are rolled up. Fix them yourself. Wang Ming, your shoelaces are untied, and you will fall again later. You haven't forgotten the slogans, right? Zhao Jiawei remembered to shout slogans. He walked all the way to the row where Qiuyu and Feng Lan were standing. Yu Lian paused and looked inside. They were really there. She said, I was afraid that you two would run away at the last minute. Qiuyu smiled and said, how could that be possible? It's you. Recite the slogan again. Yu Lian said, have you recited it? Yes. Qiuyu was helpless. 1313, absolutely extraordinary. He can get into Tsinghua or Peking University in literature, and he can also go to Liangshan for martial arts. Feng Lan was the first to laugh out loud. I knew you didn't take it seriously. Yu Lian raised her eyebrows. Feng Lan, tell him what the last sentence is. Feng Lan smiled and tilted her head. Learning is as important as a mountain. Qiuyu said oh and laughed too. Still laughing. Yu Lian stretched out her hand and poked Qiuyu and said, try it if you make a mistake when you get to the rostrum later. How can you blame me for this? Qiuyu said, teacher, you can judge for yourself. It is definitely easier to say going to Liangshan for martial arts. Yu Lian patted Qiuyu on the back of his head. What's so catchy? It's okay to use literature in front of school leaders, but why don't you try martial arts? Do you want to revolt? Memorize the slogan. Yu Lian walked forward again after she finished speaking, saying, everyone else stop laughing, review the slogan again, or you will just remember Qiuyu's version and forget the original one. Feng Lan had been holding back, but after Yu Lian emphasized it, he laughed again. Wu Shang Liang Shan. He repeated, it was quite smooth. Don't copy me. Qiuyu said, you shouted it wrong. Just 3 words missing. Feng Lan said, respect learning like a mountain. Respect learning like a mountain. Qiuyu repeated, respect learning like a mountain. Literature can get you into Tsinghua and Peking University. Respect learning like a mountain. This is not as catchy as Wu Shang Liang Shan. Respect learning like a mountain. I feel that the meaning is not right. Respecting learning is like respecting a mountain? Who came up with this slogan? Zhao Jiawei, right? Isn't he the sports committee member? Feng Lan said, respect learning like a mountain. Zhao Jiawei? Qiuyu cursed. His Chinese score is lower than mine, and you let him decide on the slogan? I'm really impressed. Study hard as a mountain. The two of them kept talking all the way to the podium. They almost shouted study hard as a mountain as the first sentence. Fortunately, they changed it quickly, so we only heard them shout study hard 33 from the front, back, and sides. When they were changing the formation, Qiuyu took 1 step ahead of Zhang Yang and stood in a row with Feng Lan. I'm really impressed. Qiuyu was still upset about his mistake just now. Study hard 33. Study hard as a mountain. Don't recite it. Feng Lan said, let's forget about this part. Zhang Yang was trying to hold back his laughter behind them. What does Zhao Jiawei mean? Qiuyu collapsed. Who asked him to decide on the words? I remember the whole class decided on it together last year. This is the one from last year. Zhang Yang whispered in the back. It was Zhao Jiawei who decided on it last year. He paused, then said boldly, Brother Qiu, you didn't participate in the word selection last year. I remember it very clearly. You came back after the class meeting, and you were reprimanded by Lao Lu for fighting. Qiuyu was silent for 2 seconds. What does he mean by this word? Our attitude of attaching importance to learning is like climbing a mountain. Zhang Yang said, the higher you climb. Qiuyu sighed a lot and rolled his eyes exaggeratedly. After that, the principal gave a speech. In addition to talking about the same old things, he even mentioned the cultural shirts of the seniors, saying that he hoped they would have a prosperous start from the sports meeting. It is not known whether the start will be prosperous or not. The fog in the morning has dissipated, and many people have been sunburned. The host announced that the athletes should leave in order and prepare for the competition. Zhao Jiawei came to Qiuyu specially and said with emotion, you understand me too well, brother. I originally wanted to be a martial artist, but Ban Renfei said no, let me be a student. Qiuyu sent Zhao Jiawei away with a dry laugh. Feng Lan and Zhang Yang laughed beside him. The former laughed openly, while the latter hid his head in his school uniform jacket. Qiuyu kept a straight face for a while, but he couldn't keep it any longer. He lifted Zhang Yang's school uniform jacket and laughed with him. The sports meeting of number 4 middle school lasted for 2 days. On the first day, there were regular sports meetings. On the second day, students and teachers took turns to take turns, and the unfinished small projects were finished. In the afternoon, there was a fun sports meeting for the 3rd grade, and the 1st and 2nd grade students watched the excitement from the side. Chiu Yu and Fenglan's 5,000-meter race was on the afternoon of the first day. The two asked about the time, changed clothes, put on wrist guards, knee guards, and headbands in advance, and did warm-up exercises at the back of the class. Yu Lian came over to take a look, praised her professionalism, and reminded, "Do what you can. If you can't run, just walk. It's best if you can persist. If you really can't do it, it's okay to come down, do you know?" Chiu Yu and Fenglan both agreed. There was a person standing guard every 400 meters. We also had supplies, towels, and water back in our class. I asked Zhao Jiawei to prepare them. Yu Lian added, "Someone will pick you up at the finish line. We don't care about the ranking. What matters is participation. Don't fall or get hurt." Chiu Yu said, "Don't worry." After a while, the broadcast announced the registration of the 5,000-meter runners. Fenglan and Chiu Yu went over there and saw Li Xiu and a few others walking back with 2 students who had just finished the 3,000-meter run. Chiu Yu called out, "Will you pick us up later? Whoever is free can come." Li Xiu looked at them with a smile. "Are you a match for this equipment?" "Yes." Chiu Yu turned his wrist ostentatiously. "I bought them all." "Very good." Li Xiu said, "Keep going. I'll give you some water later." Fenglan nodded. "Thank you." Although the two had been training for about a month, they were not professionals after all, and they did not think about getting a ranking. Their overall mentality was relatively relaxed, and they thought they were the best. But when they stood at the starting line, they found that there was a guy standing there with headphones on, with a leisurely posture as if he was taking a walk. You are not allowed to change lanes in the first lap, and you can do whatever you want after that. The physical education teacher said beside them, "If you are not a physical education student and can't hold on, just leave, or you can just leave the field directly." Did you hear it clearly? Everyone said they heard it clearly. There are still 2 people missing. The physical education teacher said, "Wait 2 more minutes. If you don't come, it will be considered that they have given up and you can just run." Half a minute later, 2 people came running, apologized embarrassedly, and took their positions. These 2 were from class 3. One of them was unknown to Chiu Yu, and the other was Wang Qixuan. Zhang Peng and Lu Peng came together, and when they arrived, they went straight to Chiu Yu and Fenglan. "You two should be careful." Zhang Peng said, "Wang Qixuan is not our 5,000-meter athlete. He just changed with someone. He must want to make trouble for you. What can he do with so many people watching?" Chiu Yu didn't take it too seriously. "I've been paying attention to the playground since then. He only comes once. He'll talk about it when he can catch up with me and Fenglan." Fenglan also said it was okay, but Chiu Yu was still a little concerned. He and Wang Qixuan ran out in the same group, and Fenglan was in the second group. In the first lap, they didn't change lanes, so nothing happened. But in the second lap, it was obvious that Wang Qixuan would go to whichever lane Fenglan was in, deliberately making people feel uncomfortable. One lap of the number 4 middle school track is 800 meters, and 5,000 meters is a little more than 6 laps. A group of boys dared to go up only after they reached the standard of 1,000 meters, but after a distance of 1,000, they would be separated and it would be clear who was good and who was not. When they ran to the third lap, everyone had lost their momentum and jogged together. Wang Qixuan still stuck to Fenglan and almost bumped into Fenglan. Chiu Yu saw that it was not good, so he took the opportunity to get stuck between Wang Qixuan and Fenglan. "It's okay," Fenglan said. "No need." Chiu Yu didn't listen and insisted on running ahead of Fenglan. Halfway through the fourth lap, 2 people left the field. Wang Qixuan couldn't keep up and fell behind. Chiu Yu then let Fenglan go. "Are you okay?" He talked to Fenglan. "Walk for a while?" "Not really." Fenglan's throat was dry, and she had a fever. She didn't want to go. The 2 ran side by side, and their bodies were soaked by the water, but that little bit of temperature didn't work at all. It was hot, from the lungs to the throat, from the throat to the eyes, and the breath was hot. I was tired, but I didn't dare to stop. I didn't dare to think. If I stopped and thought, I couldn't move a step anymore, just like Fenglan's life in the past few years. It's the 5th lap. I can't hear anything clearly. My feet are getting heavier. My mind is fuzzy. I just remember to move forward, forward. Li Xiu handed me some water. Xiu took it and drank half a bottle. Feng Lan drank 2 sips and threw the bottle away, unable to swallow it, panting too hard, afraid of choking. The 6th lap. Another bucket of water was poured down. Where did Zhao Jiawei get the bucket? Xiu glanced over there in confusion. His head was so swollen that he couldn't think anymore. Feng Lan was still running, although the speed was quite slow, but it was still faster than walking. Xiu naturally couldn't stop either. He was right next to Feng Lan. He was a little stronger than Feng Lan, but not much stronger. Feng Lan looked numb from running. She was being led by her arms and legs. Xiu was relatively independent. He controlled his arms and legs. Xiu watched Feng Lan's steps and could feel Feng Lan's tiredness and weakness. He was afraid that Feng Lan would fall to the ground. So he kept his attention on Feng Lan and didn't notice that Wang Qixuan had come to Feng Lan's side without knowing when. Wang Qixuan had stopped running and walked, not caring about being behind others. He didn't have a project originally, and there were too many boys in the science class, so he didn't get a turn. He went to the playground that day because he was tired of studying. So he temporarily swapped with others who had projects to relax, but he didn't expect to see Feng Lan. Feng Lan and Xiu were running together. The two of them were talking and laughing. It was dazzling to see. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he couldn't do anything, but he didn't want to do nothing either. He actually didn't know why he was running the 5,000 meters. He decided to switch events with the boy who signed up for the 5,000 meters on a whim. The boy was about to go for registration, and he was obsessed and stopped him, saying, "Brother, can you let me go? I also want to run and leave some memories of my youth." What a ridiculous memory. Xiu. Wang Qixuan suddenly heard Feng Lan shout, "I want to run. Let's run." Xiu also shouted, "Go run." The people around him didn't know where the energy came from, and they rushed out like arrows. The last 600 meters. Feng Lan didn't know why he wanted to run, and he didn't know where he got the strength to run. He was very tired and wanted to cry. It might be because his emotions were completely out of control when his body was too tired. Or it might be because he didn't sleep enough last night. When he didn't sleep, he was watching Qiu throwing stones into the water. Qiu ran ahead of Feng Lan, and Feng Lan was trying hard to chase him. 400 meters. His legs were completely filled with lead, and it was difficult to lift them. 300 meters. The top 3 had been decided. 200 meters. Feng Lan couldn't run anymore, but Qiu was still ahead of him. 150 meters. Qiu slowed down and waited for Feng Lan. 150 meters. Wang Qixuan's body tilted and fell in front of Feng Lan. Feng Lan was already running slowly and was caught off guard. She was startled and tripped and fell to the ground. Her palms scraped against the rough surface of the track, and blood flowed out. Qiu didn't react at first. Feng Lan was already exhausted and fell to the ground without a sound. Qiu didn't notice it at first, but suddenly heard Zhang Peng cursing and saw Zhang Peng pointing at him behind him. He felt something was wrong. When he turned around, Feng Lan fell to the ground, and someone was crawling up at his feet. Wang Qixuan. Zhang Peng cursed loudly beside him. He just walked over and suddenly ran over to chase Feng Lan. Qiu's mind was confused from running, and when he heard this sentence, the whole world became clear again. He cursed and ran back, almost pounced on him and half knelt beside Feng Lan. "How are you?" Qiu didn't even dare to touch Feng Lan. "Can your hands and feet move? Are you sprained? Does your finger hurt?" Feng Lan panted several times before speaking. "Tired," he said. Qiu rarely heard Feng Lan curse like this. Then he saw Feng Lan's hands tremble, trying to prop himself up, and then he let go with a hiss. "Hand hurts?" Qiu asked nervously. "Still no strength?" Feng Lan waved his hands vigorously, this time using his left hand, and with Qiu's support, he finally got up. "Go to the side," the physical education teacher said. "Lend a hand to help him over." Qiu saw the blood on Feng Lan's palm and cursed again. He supported Feng Lan and looked up to find Wang Qixuan. Wang Qixuan had already left the track. Zhang Peng and Lu Peng stood opposite him, and next to him were several other students from Class 3. Qiu gritted his teeth. "I'll take you to the infirmary and come back to deal with him." Feng Lan shook his head. "Finish running." He grabbed Qiu's wrist, and his body was shaking after letting go. My legs are fine. Xiaoyu. Let me finish running. Xiaoyu looked at Feng Lan. Feng Lan's face was very red. His eyes were a little wet, and his breath was uneven, but his eyes were determined. I want to finish the run. Xiaoyu exhaled. Okay, finish the run. He said he had to finish the run. The physical education teacher confirmed that Feng Lan could still run, thinking that there were still 100 meters to go, so he let him continue. But Feng Lan had no strength left, and this fall had taken all his strength away. Now Feng Lan was completely pretending. His movements looked like he was running, and it was interesting to hold his arms up, but in fact he was not walking fast. Xiaoyu accompanied him beside him, and the two of them just walked and ran. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. At the finish line, the class next to them started beating gongs and drums, as if to encourage them. 1 meter. Here we are. Good. Finishing the run is victory. How is Feng Lan? I just saw that his hand was injured. Who is that man? Did he do it on purpose? Feng Lan, your hand is bleeding? Applauding and cheering, standing up for the injustice, and showing concern and condolences. Someone was still reading the last 5,000-meter submission on the rostrum. It is an honor to get a place, and you who persevered to the end are also worthy of pride. Feng Lan suddenly turned around and gave Xiaoyu a sweaty hug. Xiaoyu swayed a little, and he hurriedly supported Feng Lan. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Feng Lan curse again. Xiaoyu did not move. He suspected that he had heard it wrong, or that Feng Lan was just too tired. However, Feng Lan cursed again. Xiaoyu was sure that there was nothing wrong with his ears. Feng Lan's voice was very soft and trembling. Although she only said 2 words, it was indeed trembling and with a crying tone. Feng Lan cried? Xiaoyu was hugged by Feng Lan at a loss. His mind was in a mess. Why was Feng Lan crying? What should he do if Feng Lan cried? He hugged Feng Lan before, but now they were hugging each other. What else could he do? Wang Qishuan. Did Feng Lan feel wrong because he felt wronged? Rascal Wang Qishuan. Xiaoyu cursed Wang Qishuan 1,000 times in his mind, and finally he remembered that he had to comfort Feng Lan first. He was about to say stop crying. Feng Lan had already recovered and pushed him away, took the towel handed by Du Siyu, and wiped her face. Yours. Li Xiu also handed Xiaoyu a towel. How is it? Xiaoyu came back to his senses and wiped his face twice. I'm fine. He immediately turned to look at Feng Lan. Don't move your hands. Let's go directly to the infirmary. We'll take him there. You go back and rest. Zhao Jiawei said, by the way, tell Sister Yu what happened. I saw it. The man walked a circle and a half in front, and he started running only when you two accelerated. How many steps did he run before he fell? Xiaoyu didn't listen to Zhao Jiawei and only looked at Feng Lan. Feng Lan grabbed the towel with his right hand, and blood was all over his head. He looked at Xiaoyu calmly. His eyes were red, but no other emotions could be seen. Anyone who looked at him would think he was just tired. You go back and rest. Feng Lan said, it's just a little skin breakage, not serious. Xiaoyu took Feng Lan's hand and rinsed it with water. Feng Lan was held by him, and he shook unconsciously when the water fell on the wound. Xiaoyu washed away the blood and dust on the surface of the wound and found that most of it was broken skin, but there was probably a small stone where Feng Lan fell that was not cleaned up, leaving a wound that was nearly 2 centimeters deep, and the blood mainly came from it. Go back and tell her. Xiaoyu instructed Zhao Jiawei. I will take Feng Lan to the infirmary. You and Li Xiu go back and tell Sister Yu. I can explain it clearly by myself. Zhao Jiawei will take you two there, mainly to take Feng Lan. Li Xiu glanced at Xiaoyu. Are you okay? Your legs are shaking. What's wrong with me? I'll take it as a relaxing exercise. Xiaoyu said. You just let Zhao Jiawei carry Feng Lan. Li Xiu said. I saw that he bumped his leg just now. Maybe he was too tired and didn't feel the pain at the moment. Anyway, don't move if you can. If there is nothing wrong, Zhao Jiawei will come back after taking you too. Xiaoyu didn't object when he heard it. Feng Lan wanted to object, saying that her leg was fine. But Xiaoyu directly said, then I'll carry you on my back. Feng Lan had no choice but to keep silent and let Zhao Jiawei squat down. Xiaoyu helped him and pressed him on Zhao Jiawei's back. The three of them went to the infirmary together and found a bed to sit on. Yu still didn't let Feng Lan move and helped him take off his wrist and knee guards. The school doctor disinfected Feng Lan's wounds, put on a big band-aid, and asked him to move his wrists and ankles. After moving, his right ankle did hurt a little. After listening to Feng Lan's description, the school doctor asked him to move his ankles left and right a few times, and then said that it was nothing serious, mainly because he was tired. He sprayed some medicine on him, asked him to rub it evenly, and turned around to mix sugar and salt water for them. The 5,000 meters should have been canceled long ago. The school doctor kept muttering while doing it. I reported to the school before. You guys just need to run 3,000 meters. Why do you need 5,000 meters? Other schools run 3,000 meters at most. Only our number 4 middle school has 5,000 meters. Isn't this to temper our will? Zhao Jiawei helped pass the diluted water to Qiu Yu and Feng Lan, 1 cup each. What are you training for? You've even brought me to the infirmary. I have to report this to the principal. The school doctor said, okay, you two just sit here and rest. If there's nothing else, leave. I'll go take care of other students. She turned and went to the next bed. Zhao Jiawei had already sent a message to Yu Lian about the situation, and now he conveyed Yu Lian's instructions. The class teacher said you two should just rest here. Go home directly after you've rested enough. Anyway, there will be no classes these 2 days, and no homework for evening self-study. Okay. Qiu Yu agreed, and then asked, what should we do with Wang Qishuan? Who is Wang Qishuan? The man who tripped Feng Lan. Zhao Jiawei said, the class teacher didn't say. I'll go back and ask. You wait for my news. Zhao Jiawei also left. Qiu Yu let out a sigh of relief and sat next to Feng Lan. Feng Lan took the cup and drank the cup of sugar and salt water obediently. Fortunately, Li Xiu was careful. Qiu Yu said, otherwise, your foot may be fine now, but it may not be fine after you get home. Feng Lan hummed. Is your finger okay? It really doesn't hurt? Feng Lan still hummed. His low mood was so obvious that Qiu Yu could sense it without even thinking about it. Let's take a break, and then we can go for a walk in the moat? Qiu Yu said, I think you are in a bad mood. He is quite straightforward. Feng Lan paused and shook his head. I am tired. Let's go home directly. Okay, what should I eat in the evening? Qiu Yu thought about it. Let's go back after eating. It's almost time for dinner, and I have run 5,000 meters, so I am hungry. Feng Lan said okay. What do you want to eat? Feng Lan said she didn't want to eat anything. Then I'll decide. I know a good beef noodle restaurant. Let's go in the direction of our home and take a detour. Qiu Yu finished the water in 2 or 3 gulps. Take off your shoes and sit on the bed. I will massage your legs. Otherwise, you will feel uncomfortable tomorrow. Feng Lan hesitated, finished the water, and did as he was told. He was beginning to feel uncomfortable. His legs were sore and swollen, and the stiffness and pain were 2 different things from standing in the factory for hours before moving. Qiu Yu's hands were on his legs, his warm palms and strong fingers controlling his stiff muscles, relaxing them little by little. Something was wrong in the atmosphere. Feng Lan swallowed dryly and said something to make conversation. You can be a masseur in the future. Is that okay? So you are quite satisfied? Qiu Yu was a little proud. Guess where I got this skill? Feng Lan said, first of all, it is ruled out that your father taught you. Qiu Yu sighed. It really was he who taught you. Qiu Yu continued while massaging. I was still young at that time. He massaged my grandparents, and I followed him to learn. Especially my grandma. He said that my grandma had a hard life, and told me to be sensible and obedient in the future, and to be filial to my grandma when I grow up. Not filial to your grandpa? Filial, but I have to be especially filial to my grandma. Qiu Yu said, my grandma had to suffer beatings. Wasn't it harder than my grandpa? Qiu Yu pinched Feng Lan's calf twice again. You are too thin, brother. Am I pressing your flesh? Feng Lan said seriously. It's the skin. Qiu Yu laughed, patted Feng Lan's leg, withdrew his hand, and became serious. No matter what the teacher says, Wang Qishuan, I will give him a good beating after the National Day holiday. This rascal is trying to trip you up with so many eyes watching him. I think he is the kind of person who won't behave unless he is beaten to death. Feng Lan frowned slightly. You can't do it, he said. 3 warnings in total count as a minor offense, and the offense will be recorded in the file. Of course, I did it outside the school. Qiu Yu said, it doesn't matter if I really have an offense. I will write a thought report honestly, and the school will definitely erase my offense before graduation. Feng Lan was still reluctant. Let's see what the teacher says first. I'm still in the 3rd year of high school. Shoyu said nothing more. Feng Lan has been in a fixed mindset for too long. He didn't want to cause trouble for his grandma before, but later he was already very tired of life, so he thought it was better to have less trouble than more. Eventually, he developed the character that he doesn't care if he is not pushed to the bottom line, but will fight back fiercely only when he is pushed to the bottom line. Wang Qishuan was so scared when he heard Feng Lan talking about the 3rd grade in the playground last time. You can imagine how hard Feng Lan hit him at that time. But Wang Qishuan still dared to provoke Feng Lan even in this situation. Okay, Shoyu gave in. If I am not satisfied with what the teacher said, I will not care about anything and will KO him outside the school. Feng Lan nodded. Brother Chiu protects me, he said, looking at Shoyu calmly with a pair of clear eyes, without any extra emotions. But it tickled Shoyu's heart. I am holding your thigh. Shoyu had another dream that night. In the dream, Feng Lan looked at him calmly, put her hand on his thigh, and called him Brother Chiu. Shoyu's heart moved, and he didn't know what happened. He returned to the bed in the infirmary. Feng Lan sat there quietly, saying that his leg hurt a little. Shoyu naturally massaged Feng Lan's legs, and he sweated profusely, and he massaged higher and higher. Shoyu woke up from his dream and rubbed his face twice after he came to his senses. It was still dark. He got up to change his underwear, and when he opened the closet, he vaguely saw a light downstairs. He thought about it and opened the window and looked out, and it was indeed light. Shoyu wanted to send a text message to Feng Lan to ask, but he was afraid that Feng Lan would ask him why he woke up. After changing his underwear, he rolled around on the bed twice, got up and looked out, and the lights in Feng Lan's house were still on. Shoyu couldn't help it and leaned over the window to send Feng Lan a text message. Not asleep yet? Is it hurting somewhere? The lights went out. Shoyu was confused whether Feng Lan saw the text message or not. It was too coincidental that she didn't see it, and she turned off the lights when she saw it. So why did she seem a little guilty? A few seconds later, Feng Lan replied, I'm watching an online class. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. Shoyu frowned. Not tired anymore? Feng Lan took 2 minutes to reply this time. I'm going to sleep now. Shoyu sighed. Are you worried about something? Feng Lan didn't reply. Shoyu waited for another 2 minutes. Suddenly, he heard a noise. He lowered his head and saw that the window downstairs was open. Feng Lan stuck his head out and looked at him calmly. It's true, Shoyu exclaimed. The evening breeze blew, and Feng Lan asked Shoyu, Why haven't you slept yet? I woke up. Shoyu half told the truth and half lied. He had a dream and woke up with a kick. Oh, Feng Lan said, I was thinking about running today. Thinking about Wang Qishuan? Thinking about running. Feng Lan said, 5,000 meters. I wanted to finish it, but in the end I walked. That's all. Shoyu said, no matter what, you conquered these 5,000 meters. You defeated 99% of the students in the school. Feng Lan smiled. Am I so awesome? What do you think? We defeated it together. We are both awesome. Feng Lan moved his neck. Shoyu, he shouted. The voice became quieter later, and Shoyu couldn't hear clearly. He leaned out a little and saw Feng Lan lower her head and trembled, as if she sighed. What did you say? Shoyu asked. I actually decided to continue the tutoring job. Feng Lan said, I have adapted to it this month and it feels okay. Starting next month, I will go to see Zheng Xiaodong do his homework every weekend afternoon. What do you think? Shoyu felt that something was wrong, but that wrongness was too subtle and he couldn't catch it for a while. He could only go along with Feng Lan and said, That's great. Then contact Mr. Zhang tomorrow? It's National Day. Maybe you can start work right away. After National Day, doesn't Sister Han allow me to go there when I'm free during National Day? Feng Lan said, I'm a little tired. Good night. Feng Lan shrank back and closed the window. Shoyu also returned to bed. He listened to the noise downstairs for a while, but couldn't hear anything. He could only turn over and think. Feng Lan said she was tired. Was she tired today? Or was she tired for such a long time? What was the eye that Feng Lan wanted to talk about before she sighed? Was it really about the tutor? The next morning, Both of them looked a little haggard. No one said anything, but both felt that there was a lot of things hidden in the other's eyes. They had breakfast at the steamed buns shop next to the beef noodle shop last night. Others had steamed buns with porridge, but they had tofu pudding. It was piping hot, and Shoyu had a layer of chili oil, but Fenglan's bowl was not spicy at all. Eating something hot makes you feel comfortable, and when you feel comfortable, you feel sleepy. Fenglan eats fast, and after eating, she sits there with her eyes closed, as if she fell asleep. Shoyu coughed deliberately. Fenglan opened her eyes dazedly. Did you choke? It was a bit like the first time they talked. Shoyu was nostalgic for a second and pushed the bowl in front of Fenglan away. No, I was afraid that you would get it in the bowl. Did you study too late at night? Watching online classes at 3 in the morning. Didn't I tell you that day that haste makes waste? Oh. Fenglan blinked, slept for a while, woke up and watched. He slowly pulled the words out of his mind. Too tired, couldn't sleep well. When he turned over, he pressed his hand and woke up. Fenglan was too sleepy to wake up and didn't know how obvious it was that he was fooling people. Shoyu sighed in his heart and spread his hands on the table towards Fenglan. Fenglan looked at Shoyu in confusion. Hand. Shoyu said, let me see your wound. Fenglan took 2 seconds to understand, put his hand in front of Shoyu, and smiled. Shoyu asked, what are you laughing at? Myself. Fenglan said, it's been a long time since I felt like this. A sentence takes a long time to react. Shoyu snorted and chuckled twice, looking a little proud. He peeled off the band-aid on Fenglan's injury and pressed gently and casually around the wound. Let's go to the infirmary when we get to school later. Shoyu said, let's get some fresh air first. It's not good to keep it stuffy. Fenglan responded and retracted her hand. After drinking the last mouthful of tofu pudding, Shoyu suddenly asked, I haven't seen you playing whack-a-mole recently. Is it stuck again? It's stuck. Fenglan yawned. 1,000 and over. It flashed and I couldn't see anything. What about the pass mode? I've played 20 levels. Stuck? It's too easy. I'm afraid I'll finish it without noticing. Fenglan sat up a little straighter. Go? Let's go. Shoyu pushed the bowl away. Don't be reluctant. Just play when you have to. You can really chat with my grandma. My grandma would keep anything good for me. One year when I went back, she took out the pork from last year from the refrigerator and said that the meat was very good and she kept it for me. Is it still edible? I don't know. Anyway, I didn't get sick after eating it. Am I awesome? I have a strong stomach. Shoyu got on the bus. Dear passenger, please sit tight and hold on. Fenglan got on the bus, put her hands on both sides of Choyu's waist, paused for 2 seconds, and hugged him a little closer. Choyu was surprised, and then happy, thinking that this was a big progress in their relationship. With this joy in his heart, he started the small battery, and was happy until he entered the school. He heard that Wang Qishuan refused to admit it. I really admire this grandson. Zhang Peng squatted in the shade of the tree with a bottle of Coke in his hand. He said that he wanted to finish the walk, but when he saw you two running, he got anxious again. But his legs were weak, and he ran to Fenglan's side and fell there. What a coincidence. Why didn't he put his head under Fenglan's feet? If he stepped on his head, he might even extort medical expenses from Fenglan. Lu Peng said, How is Fenglan's injury? I heard from your class that he was bleeding. His hand was scratched a little, but it's okay. Fenglan said, I just want to wipe it with some iodine. He leaned against the tree and raised his hand to show Lu Peng. Shoyu asked, What did your class teacher say? What else can he say? Zhang Peng spat. He pretended to be a human being in the class, with good grades, warm heart, and good at dealing with things. He is a little man who pretends to be nice every day and says he didn't mean it. Li Mingyin doesn't believe him. Our class teacher is too easy to talk to and treats us like her sons. Lu Peng said that we were warned for fighting before, and she beat us and scolded us for what to do if we hurt our arms and legs in the fight. Lu Peng looked at Shoyu and then at Fenglan. It was not easy to fight in front of the teacher yesterday. After the sports meeting is over today, Zhang Peng and I can go find him. What do you think? Shoyu naturally wanted to push Wang Qishuan in front of Fenglan and make him kneel and kowtow 3 times and 9 times. But Fenglan's idea was hindered, so he said to see what the teacher said first. Zhang Peng was reluctant. Okay, then we will go back. Let me know if you need anything. Xiaoyu said okay. The four people separated and went back to their respective classes. Before Xiaoyu and Feng Lan even got to the place, they were warmly welcomed by the beating of gongs and drums. There were more than a dozen three-color clapping machines, 5 maracas, and 8 football-headed speakers in the class, all of which were ringing. The noise was mixed with the enthusiastic cheers of the classmates. Several people jumped up and waved clappers, and 2 people smashed the table. Feng Lan was shocked. It was the first time in his 3rd year of high school that he felt like he was in a class. His first reaction was to turn his head to look at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was also startled and asked Zhao Jiawei, who was standing at the front, "What are you doing?" "Make up for your hero treatment." Zhao Jiawei said, "Come on, 3, 2, 1. Clappers, shakers, hands and hands, hands and tables, drums, cymbals, gongs, and other messy things sounded a slightly chaotic but still uniform rhythm. Clap, 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 clap. 8 football-headed speakers blew excitedly, and the students of Class 13 obeyed the order and opened their mouths. Xiaoyu Feng Lan. Absolutely ordinary. Able to get into Tsinghua and Peking University. Able to go to Liangshan in martial arts. Xiaoyu? Feng Lan. Feng Lan was shocked again. In her 3rd year of high school, this was the first time she wished she wasn't in this class. Feng Lan turned to look at Xiaoyu again. The smile on Xiaoyu's face had already frozen, but there was still a hint of tenderness in the summer vacation. Xiaoyu asked Zhao Jiawei in a gentle voice, "Did you arrange this?" Zhao Jiawei took a step back cautiously. "I don't have bad intentions. This is for..." Xiaoyu snatched the hand-clapping device from the first row of students and clapped it at Zhao Jiawei's head. The two of them chased each other, and soon they were in front of Class 15. Feng Lan and half of the classmates looked at each other, seeing that everyone looked familiar and no one they knew. But everyone already knew him. Feng Lan said to a boy he was facing, "I saw they said you were injured. How is it?" Feng Lan stiffly raised his hand to show him. "That's it." The boy was choked, put his hand on the table and moved closer to look, and even pushed his glasses seriously. "Ah, this is healed, right?" Feng Lan uttered a stiff ah. The girl next to him laughed. "How can you be so interesting?" Feng Lan pulled the corner of her mouth stiffly and desperately went to see Zhang Yang, who was sitting in the crowd. Zhang Yang was very considerate. Although he had been treated coldly by Feng Lan for a year, he still had a certain friendship with his deskmate. He immediately stood up and said, "Okay, let my deskmate come over. Don't you want to let him take a break?" No one was stopped from entering. The girl laughed and said, "I think Feng Lan is waiting for Xiaoyu." Feng Lan didn't understand at first, but soon saw Li Xiu laughing and immediately understood what the girl in front of him was laughing at. He and Xiaoyu left the topic and the guests and were laughed at by their classmates. Or it was after he watched Xiaoyu skipping stones all night. Feng Lan couldn't tell what he felt in his heart and sat next to Zhang Yang a little numbly. Xiaoyu chased Zhao Jiawei and ran for at least 5 minutes before coming back. He was afraid that his classmates would welcome him again, so he didn't dare to walk in front and came around from the back. Feng Lan saw that he came back by himself, so he asked where Zhao Jiawei went. "He went to buy us some drinks." Xiaoyu sat down next to Feng Lan. "I really admire him. Fortunately, there are not many people now, otherwise it would be too social." Feng Lan and Zhang Yang were sharing a chair, playing fishing with 2 decks of playing cards. Xiaoyu glanced at them. "Where did you get the cards?" "Li Xiu gave them to me." Zhang Yang's body was covered with pink bubbles when she said these 4 words. "She gave them to me as soon as I asked." Xiaoyu looked at Zhang Yang in surprise. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing happened." Zhang Yang was almost humming a song. "Too slow, brother. Your reaction speed is not good at all." Feng Lan didn't think anything of it, but Xiaoyu couldn't stand it. He rolled up his sleeves on the spot and took the pitiful 10 cards from Feng Lan's hand. "Which rule are you following?" he asked fiercely. "Can I hook all the JS? Will you give me a bet?" "Yes." Feng Lan sighed and gave him a bet. Zhang Yang saw Xiaoyu's murderous intent becoming stronger, and he had a feeling that something was wrong. He wanted to stop playing, but he didn't expect Li Xiu to suddenly come over and pull a chair to sit next to him. "Are you standing up for Feng Lan?" Li Xiu smiled. "Will I watch for a while?" Zhang Yang couldn't move at once, and he played with Chiou with gritted teeth. He didn't catch a card until his hand was empty. That's it? Chiou shuffled the cards proudly, betting on Fenglan. Zhang Yang leaned back dejectedly. I was wrong. I don't want to play anymore. Not allowed. Chiou divided the cards into 2 piles. Just now I beat you. Now Fenglan wants to beat you. Do you know what to do? He looked up at Zhang Yang. His tone was not fierce and even quite kind. If you don't understand why you lose, just figure it out yourself. Li Xiu covered her mouth. Her eyes were so bright, and she was about to laugh out loud. Fenglan cleared her throat, and at the right time, she leaned a little towards Chiou and whispered, We've been cheated. Chiou glanced at Li Xiu. It's up to her. You come and play. I don't want to play anymore. I'll play whack-a-mole. Fenglan said, I don't know how to play cards. I'll teach you. Chiou said, No more fishing. Let's play landlord. Zhang Yang immediately said, I don't know how to play whack-a-mole. I didn't tell you to play whack-a-mole. You play landlord. Chiou said, Sit there and don't move. Zhang Yang leaned back aggrievedly. I don't play landlord either. Li Xiu couldn't stand it anymore and corrected Chiou. That's called fighting landlord. I didn't react. Chiou shuffled the cards again and divided them into 3 piles. Come on, fight landlord. Zhang Yang was forced to play landlord. In the first landlord teaching game, Chiou taught Fenglan the rules. Fenglan was the landlord. Zhang Yang and Chiou lost miserably. Chiou lost happily. In the second peasant teaching game, Zhang Yang was the landlord. Chiou and Fenglan played Zhang Yang together. Zhang Yang lost miserably. Chiou won happily. The third hand officially started. Fenglan was the landlord. Chiou wanted to put his cards under Fenglan's nose to let him win, and the peasants were defeated. In the fourth hand, Zhang Yang was the landlord. Chiou took the lead, and every time he played a card, he gave a threatening look. Zhang Yang didn't dare to win at all. At the beginning of the 7th hand, Yu Lian and the head teacher of Class 3, Li Mingyan, came with Wang Qixuan. Zhang Yang immediately threw his cards and ran away. I only won twice. Zhang Yang cried and clung to Wang Ming, who came to watch. I can only win when Chiou is the landlord. Is that me who wins? That's Fenglan who wins. Chiou is such a dog. What did I do wrong? I will never play cards with him again in this life.